Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. You were originally a blind and deaf patient, but you managed to get into the best music school in the world. Even the professors at the school called you a once-in-a-century genius. Even Zhou Tianwang spared no expense to ask for a song from you. As your songs became more and more popular, the entire internet couldn't sit still and begged you to take the stage. But when you appeared in front of everyone wearing sunglasses and being supported by someone, everyone was stunned in place, tears streaming down their faces. At this moment, on the second floor of the breakfast shop, you sit on a chair, with the faint sound of a woman crying in your ears. Auntie has told you that your ears can be cured. Shaowen, why do you still have to be like this? Shen Yun sat on the ground, crying loudly, holding a piece of white paper in her hand with two big characters written on it. Suicide note. Suddenly, a strong piercing pain struck. Immersive memories flooded into your mind in an instant, leaving you stunned in place. You have crossed over, crossing into a person named Shannon. Although this world is different from the previous one, at the age of 2, he was diagnosed with an eye disease and abandoned by his biological parents. Later, he was adopted by his foster mother and aunt who ran a breakfast shop. They were still children themselves, having just sent off their seriously ill parents, yet they resolutely chose to adopt Shannon when they found him at the alley entrance. It is more accurate to say that the foster mother raised him and his aunt as they grew up. In order to raise the two of them, the stepmother wasted the best years of her life. Afraid that her husband would not treat them well after marriage, the stepmother even chose not to marry for life. In this way, the two children grew up gradually. The younger aunt dropped out of school when she graduated from junior high school, choosing to stay with the stepmother. The two sisters jointly operated a breakfast shop. She said she was not cut out for studying, but only Chenin knew that the family conditions were not good. Her aunt wanted to leave the opportunity to study for herself. At that time, you cried, so you made up your mind to repay your foster mother and aunt well in the future. The fact proved that he was very capable. In terms of music, he had outstanding talent. At the age of 18, he was admitted to the Music Academy of the Magic City with excellent results, becoming a student of the composition department. He thought that he could make everything better through his own efforts. When fate played a huge joke on him, his foster mother suddenly fainted while selling buns. After being taken to the hospital, she was diagnosed with cancer and soon left this world. But before you could even grieve, you suddenly felt a sharp drop in your hearing. And then it was discovered during a medical examination that you have ear cancer. And you will soon become deaf, which means becoming a deaf person. The genius in the mouth of this teacher and professor has not yet risen and is about to completely fall. Although Aunt Xiao is persuading you not to abandon you, just hoping you live well. But this persuasion only strengthened your determination to end your life. And then you really didn't want to see Auntie sacrifice her whole life to take care of a useless person. Moreover, for a blind person, losing hearing is no different from being dead. So last night, with your blurred vision, you struggled to write a messy farewell letter, then took the medicine and left this world. It wasn't until this morning when your aunt came to bring breakfast that she saw the letter and realized you had stopped breathing. After sorting out these memories, you sighed deeply. It is indeed admirable to commit suicide in order not to burden your aunt. However, have you ever thought about how painful it must be for your aunt to lose two loved ones in a short period of time? You are deeply experiencing this encounter at this moment, because in the previous life, your family also suffered a similar change. The difference is that the one who survived was you. You deeply understand the pain of being the only one left alive. With that in mind, you swallowed the sour saliva and said, "Auntie." Suddenly, the crying in the bedroom stopped abruptly. Shen Yun raised her head abruptly, her eyes widened in disbelief, and said, Little Un. You nodded while sitting on the chair and responded, "Auntie." With your aunt's cry, Shen Yun immediately turned to you and cried out loudly, Why did you write that letter? You scared me, I thought." You can only pat her on the back and comfort her helplessly, saying, "I'm sorry, little aunt, I was impulsive." Shen Yun sniffed and continued, "Promise me, don't leave little aunt alone in this world. Little aunt will definitely cure your ears. If the hospital we went to last time didn't work, we'll go to the next one. If the hospitals in the Magic City don't work, We'll go to the hospitals in Kyoto. There will always be a hospital that can cure you. There will always be a solution. Promise me, don't give up, okay? You are the last family member of little aunt in this world. Facing his sister-in-law's almost pleading voice, Chen Fan's heart tightened again, and he busily said, I know, sister-in-law. Don't worry, I won't be looking for a way out in the future. This statement was made. The sister-in-law raised her head and looked at Chen Fan with tearful eyes, as if she was afraid that Chen Fan would back out, and said, really? 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 Chen Fan nodded solemnly. I've already figured it out. Better to die than to live. So what if I'm deaf? I still have my sister-in-law. Right. Yes, that's right. You still have your sister-in-law. Little sister finally broke into a smile and said, even if your ears are really deaf, little sister will still support you for the rest of your life. As she spoke, my sister-in-law couldn't help but shed tears again, only this time, they were tears of joy. Auntie, it's almost time. Hurry up and make the noodles. In a little while the people who buy the buns should be here. Okay, sis-in-law is on her way, my sister-in-law said and stood up, drying her tears with her hands before turning to leave the bedroom. Soon, though, she doubled back, pulled open the drawer, and removed the fruit knife that was in it. Finally glancing at Chen Fan, he saw that Chen Fan was still sitting on the chair, and only then did he feel relieved to leave completely. With her sister-in-law gone, only Chen Fan himself was left in the not-so-small room. After a moment, Chen Fan pushed the sunglasses on his face and frowned slightly. Is there really no cure for these eyes and ears? Although he was a traveler, he would have to inherit this crippled body for the next few decades of his life. Without hearing and sight, the only difference between oneself and deaf, I'm afraid, is only the sense of touch. Thinking of this, Chen Fan smiled to himself, but after laughing at himself, he didn't give up, but pondered if there was still a solution. After all, as a traveler, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the army of travelers if they came here and couldn't change anything? And just as he was thinking about it, in his head, a mechanical beep suddenly came. Ding, host in desperate situation detected. Compositional depressant system activated. Leave the sadness to the audience and the reward to yourself. Ask the host to ruthlessly depress the audience and restore his crippled body. Ha! Hearing this voice, Chen Fan could not help but stare. Then he jerked his head up. Depressogenic system? Composing to restore the body? Chen Fan was dumbfounded at the moment as he tried to run his brain, trying to understand the meaning of the passage just now. However, the next moment, an electronic faceplate that only he himself could see emerged. Host's eyesight, 10 out of 100, host hearing, 5 out of 100, an electronic faceplate with nothing more than 2 lines of data. But it was these 2 lines of data that were incredibly important to Chen Fan. Could this be my physical condition? Chen Fan looked at the 2 sets of data and began to guess. With his judgment of this body, if he could score the organs, the scores above did fit quite well. Congratulations to the host. The answer is correct. In his head, the mechanical voice of the system quickly answered his question. Subsequently, a divine light flashed through, and Chen Fan's brain instantly had many more things in it. It was a song library that contained every song from his previous life, and at the same time, some specialized knowledge related to music was also incorporated into his memory. Congratulations to the host for gaining access to the omnipotent song library. Every song in the library is personally owned by the host and has never appeared in this world before. By taking it out, the host is the original of this world. Warm tip, the system will automatically register the copyright for the host for every song the host takes out from it. At the same time, in front of Chen Fan's eyes, in the lower right corner of that electronic faceplate, 3 more lines of small words appeared. Currently holding grief points, 0, currently holding depressing value, 0, and system mall in trance, for every song the host creates. As long as it makes the listener feel sadness, he or she will receive a depressing value. Depression value can be used to purchase items in the system mall, and can also be exchanged for grief points. 100,000 depression value can be exchanged for 1 grief point, and grief points can be used to add points to the body. Another mechanical speech from the system. Chen Fan had roughly understood the rules of the system after listening to this speech. I see. As long as the tune made is depressing to the audience, my sight and hearing can be restored. Available. With a thought, Chen Fan put away the system faceplate in front of him. How do I get a song created in the state I'm in to be heard? A new problem appeared in front of Chen Fan. Although it is said that with the help of the system, one already knows a lot about music and has a library of songs. But in order to post a song online and get your song heard by more people, you have to at least record the backing tracks in the studio first. Then write the lyrics and find a singer with a decent voice to sing the song before it's done. If one is a normal person, one can face all these problems with songs. But, what is one's situation now? Deaf, blind, and not in the best of voice. How do you write lyrics? How do you record backing tracks? And where do you find the right singers? Take a cab to the school and see if you can find a student in the singing program who can sing the songs. After a short period of thought, Chen Fan targeted his classmates. After all, the singers who have already made their debut are not accessible to him now. And combined with the original owner's memories, he learned that the songs in this world were all very backward. It would be an absolute descending blow to take a tune from the last life and bring it to this one. Even if you get a lesser singer, you're sure to generate a lot of buzz with the addition of the tune. After making up his mind, Chen Fan stood up, picked up the guide cane next to his chair and prepared to go downstairs. However, just then old Chen, guess who's here to see you? A familiar voice came up from downstairs. The door to the bedroom house was then opened and several incredibly familiar figures appeared. Chen Fan's vision was blurry and he couldn't see them, but it was still recognizable by the silhouettes, which were the 7 housemates of his college dormitory. Van, a tall, thin housemate, called out with a smile. Seeing Chen Fan again after many days, his heart was happy and excited. However, upon seeing the hearing aid in Chen Fan's ear, his smile however froze on his face. The remaining few people also fell silent when they saw this, and a trace of imperceptible sadness flashed in their eyes. As Chen Fan's housemates, they of course knew that Chen Fan was suffering from ear cancer and would completely lose his hearing soon. They are also composition students and understand very well what hearing means to a composer. What's more, Chen Fan himself is blind, and he has such a love for music. It's like killing him when this disease happens to him. Gulp. One housemate swallowed hard. After quickly calming his emotions for a bit, he came with a big smile and hooked a hand on Chen Fan's shoulder. Go. Where to? Piano pavilion. Knowing that your kid likes to play the piano. This time the brothers are treating you, so you can play it all at once. How about it? Is it fun enough? His name is Chong Xingyu, and he was Chen Fan's bunkmate in school, as well as serving as a happy-go-lucky character in his daily life. Only this time, this pistachio's eyes were extra moist, like they were holding tears. Of course, this small detail could not be seen by Chen Fan, who suffered from eye disease. That's right, this time it's on the brothers, so just let loose and play. Zhang Lin, the dormitory leader, also spoke up. The next moment, accompanied by Zhang Lin's order, the housemates cheered and swarmed up, as if they were afraid that Chen Fan would run away, and set him up to go downstairs. They cheered and laughed, and the whole atmosphere seemed relaxed and pleasant. It's just that in the midst of all the laughter, everyone's eyes are moist to varying degrees. They were trying to control their laughter and not choke on it. It's going out. At this time, Chen Yun, who was making noodles on the first floor, opened his mouth to ask after seeing the crowd descend the stairs. Zhang Lin nodded. Right, auntie, let's take old Chen to play the piano for a while. Because he knew Chen Fan's family situation, Zhang Lin faced this sister who was only a little bit older than him and still called her sister-in-law just like old Chen. After all, he and Lao Chen were classmates, so he couldn't mess up his seniority. Chen Yun pursed her lips after hearing this and looked at Chen Fan with some concern, and then looked at a few other housemates. Eventually landing his gaze on Zhang Lin, he whispered, "Can you come over here for a moment?" Zhang Lin sniffed and walked over to Chen Yun. "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" Chen Yun whispered. "Auntie knows that you college students like to joke around with each other, and auntie doesn't object to you getting along like this. It's just in jest. Can you not irritate Fan? Just now, Fan." Chen Xiao suppressed her voice and came to Zhang Lin's ear, telling him what had just happened. Because of the suppressed voice, Chen Fan was unable to hear it. Even the few housemates at the door with normal hearing didn't hear what my sister-in-law was saying. All they could see was that Zhang Lin's eyes suddenly widened as he listened to his sister-in-law speak, fiercely clenching his fists, and his entire body trembling as if he was suppressing some kind of emotion. When his sister-in-law had finished, he raised his hand and wiped his tears hard, then came this way. "Ha ha, okay guys, let's go to the piano hall." Walking up to Chen Fan, Zhang Lin opened his mouth with a loud smile again as if nothing was wrong. Just as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he raised his hand to wipe the tears from his eyes again. "Old Lin, what did auntie just say?" one of the housemates asked in a whisper. Zhang Lin patted his pants pocket. "Cell phone, dormitory group say." After saying this, Zhang Lin looked at Chen Fan and his voice became louder again. "Aya, which piano hall are we going to? Old Chen, you choose." While talking, the other housemates had already called 2 cabs. Chen Fan, leaning on his crutch and blind cane, suddenly opened his mouth as he was about to get into the cab. "Why don't we not go to the piano?" "Then where to?" Zhang Lin sniffed. "Go to a recording studio and help me find one where I can program my own original tunes." "A studio where you can record original songs? Old Chen, you want to compose an original song? But we haven't even learned how to be original yet." The housemates were surprised to hear it. They are just now in their junior year of college, and according to the lesson plan, The first 2 years are enough just to learn to play an instrument and familiarize themselves with some general music theory. The prerequisite for writing original songs is that the composer is already familiar with the various instruments. Only when you have reached a certain level of understanding of the music can you think out of the box and try to be original yourself. According to the curriculum schedule, composition students typically do not have composition and creative classes until the second semester of their junior year. But this is only the beginning of the junior year. Not long ago, the old Chen actually want to write an original? Yeah, we haven't learned yet. Chen Fan was faced with all this but appeared to be very indifferent. Just looking up at the sky and speaking faintly, but I can't wait for class to start. Can I? LOL. When these words came out, the hearts of the crowd tightened again. The knife-like pain hit them hard. Zhang Lin didn't say anything. Chang Xingyu was silent. And several other housemates likewise became silent, just silently helping Chen Fan into the cab. 8 people, 2 cabs. After confirming the location with the driver's master, the 2 vehicles drove together to the nearest recording studio. In the car, there was nothing more than a sniffling sound. They didn't speak because they couldn't suppress their emotions anymore, fearing that their sobbing voices would be exposed to Chen Fan. And Chen Fan wasn't wrong. There were still half a year to go before the second half of the junior year. His ears would never last 6 months if he didn't hurry up and compose so that more people would be depressed by the tunes. What he just didn't know was that the moment he said those words, his housemates were already in tears. At this moment, his housemates or even in the dormitory group launched a microblogging. What should we do? None of us have learned how to be original yet. What if old Chen makes a lousy tune later? Don't panic. Old Chen must have his own ideas for writing an original. So what if he hasn't learned it? Don't forget he's the genius of our composition department. That's right. Teachers and professors have praised old Chen as a genius. So it's likely that they've already taught him in class. So don't say such demoralizing things next time. I'm not afraid that he'll have a breakdown in his mind and then not be able to think straight. Don't forget. Lao Lin just said. Yesterday Lao Chen. Enough. Everyone listen. We have to say that the tune old Chen makes later sounds good even if it's a piece of shit. We must make sure that old Chen doesn't have any regrets before he loses his hearing. Got it? Understood. Understood. Zhang Lin's words were quickly recognized. Then it's a deal. We'll cooperate with old Chen later and play the tune properly? No, not us. Hire professional musicians from the studio to play with old Chen. After all, we haven't graduated yet, and our mastery of the various instruments is immature. But this is likely to be the last song of Lao Chen's life. So, I see. How much does it cost to have a studio musician play a tune? It says $1,000 an hour. I'll give you $1,500 for the best musicians in the whole studio to play with old Chen. Then I'll pay $2,000. Shit. I'll give it up for my righteous son. Big deal. I'll eat noodles for the next month. I'll give you $18,000. I'll give you $2,003. I'm out. One by one, the housemates had started the charity fundraising of the Righteous Fathers for the sake of Chen Fan. Zhang Lin, the head of the dormitory, looked at these messages and could not help but burst into tears. Eventually, he tapped on his WeChat balance and took a deep breath before typing out a line. I'll give you 5,000. Magic City, within a suburb, located in a building called Skywater Recording Studios. It's one of the largest recording studios here. It stands to reason that not a few people come to a studio of this size to record a song. Available at this moment, the 2 female staff members, however, looked as if they hadn't seen a guest for a long time and couldn't stop looking at the door. Just now, they received a message from their boss. An online customer paid nearly $20,000 heavily to book a recording studio, and asked to have the best musicians in the store come forward to record the song. The boss told them to make sure they were well received and not to be neglected. The girls were shocked to receive this news because normally it only costs $1,000 an hour to record a song. 3 or 4 hours of recording a song is usually enough, and it adds up to $4,000 before and after. $20,000 to record a song? Is this money with no place to spend it? But surprised as they were, the 2 had more curiosity in their hearts. They wanted to see what kind of person it was that actually wanted to spend $20,000 to record a song. With that in mind, they stood in front of the door looking around uncontrollably, waiting, and soon they saw 2 cars traveling in the distance. As the car came to a stop, the 2 instantly raised their smiles to greet them. Hello, is this the owner with the screen name Magic City Pan Yuyan? The staff member asked as he opened the car door for the crowd. Yeah, it's me. Chang Xingyu took the lead and stepped out of the car, showing the other party the bill. Hello there, this way. The staff member saw this and hastened to make a gesture of invitation. But while they were invited, they were also taking a closer look at the group getting out of the car. All look student-like. Temperamentally it was no different from the average college student. But, in unison, the 2 men turned their eyes to one person. The man was surrounded by the crowd. with a bouffant haircut, a clean face, and most unusually a pair of sunglasses and what looked like headphones in his ears. It looks like a Hong Kong movie Big Brother cosplay clear student version. Could this be the big brother of the group? In an instant, some kind of doggerel plot of a rich young man from the capital playing the role of a Hong Kong movie boss with college student minions flaunting their power surfaced in front of their eyes. Hey! Just then, however, a voice interrupted their fantasies. Ha! What's wrong? Both of them immediately returned to their senses and raised a professional smile at the same time. Lead the way. How are we supposed to record a song without telling us which studio it's in? Chang Xingyu had a slightly disgruntled look on his face. The two men blushed at once, realizing their dereliction of duty. I'm so sorry. A few people this way. Led by two staff members, the group quickly entered the building and arrived at the door of a recording studio on the third floor. Come on bosses, this way. This is one of the most luxurious recording studios in the store. The musician teachers are already waiting inside. As the two staff members pushed open the door of the room, several musicians who had been waiting for a long time in the recording studio, as well as a variety of musical instruments, were presented in front of the crowd. Seeing the crowd, several musicians were first stunned. They didn't expect that there were so many people who came to record their songs. Soon, though, they were greeted with smiles. Ha, a few of you are the bosses who came to record the songs, right? I wonder how many songs we are recording here. If there are a lot of songs, I'll talk to the boss and ask him to send more people. The first man asked in a very friendly manner. His name was Wang Lei, and he was one of the few most powerful musicians in the studio, although it was labeled to record a song on it when booking. But seeing so many people, combined with the other party's $20,000, Wang Lei subconsciously felt that the other party wanted to record more than one song. But soon, Zhang Lin's reply dispelled his thoughts. Thanks, we'll just record one song. Oh, a song? Then I guess this song must be very precious, right? Wang Lei continued to say with a smile. A few of the other musicians smiled at this, their eyes becoming serious. It seems to them that a song is making such a big deal just to record it. That must have been a chest-beating idea of the quality of the song. Of course, there is the other possibility of a newcomer to the music industry who is just starting out and takes his or her work extremely seriously. Either of these two scenarios is significant for the composer, so as musicians they have to accompany carefully. Indeed precious. Zhang Lin lowered his head and his voice became heavy. However, Wang Lei didn't notice his abnormality and smiled there while extending his hand. In that case, what instruments are needed to play this song? And what type of instruments would you bosses like to be in charge of? Please teach us the sheet music. Zhang Lin nodded and sniffled, then sidestepped out of the way. Seeing this, the other 6 housemates similarly sidestepped and flashed to Chen Fan's left and right, leaving Chen Fan, who wears sunglasses and a hearing aid on his head, in the C-suite. Sure enough, is this guy their boss? The 2 staff members in charge of reception saw this situation and secretly said in their hearts. At the same time, Chang Xingyu, who was on Chen Fan's left, pushed his shoulder. Hey, old Chen. The score. Chang Kogyu's voice wasn't loud. It was just a normal talking voice. However, due to the fact that it was close to his ear, the sound of the words faintly reached Chen Fan's ears. Over there, Chen Fan, whose face had been facing one direction since he entered the door, finally raised his head at this moment. Can I have a piece of white paper and a pen? The pen should be a red-colored pen. The heavier the color the better. Otherwise, I might not be able to read what I've written. At these words, several of the housemates' eyes reddened, and their noses flared again. Yes, please wait. A staff member answered and immediately ran to get a pen and paper. Wang Lei sniffed and added, is there just one boss playing with us? A few others. We don't have much strength. Just watch from the side. The main character today is Old Chen. Chang Xingyu replied. As he spoke, the staff member who had just gone out returned to the recording studio. Sir, the pen and paper you asked for. She handed Chen Fan a piece of A2 white paper, as well as a large colored pencil. Thanks, Chen Fan responded. Then came a scene that shocked the musicians in the room as well as the staff, only to see this young man named Old Chen actually reach out and touch the front. It took a few touches of air before he came across the pen and paper and grasped it in his hand. A few people were confused. However, before they could exit their mouths to ask questions, Zhang Lin, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. He suffers from an eye disease that allows him to see only the few things closest to him. So, since he was a child, Old Chen has pretty much lived by his voice. He can't get away from the sound. He loves music, and he's one of the top few students in our composition department this year. But, he's been diagnosed with ear cancer and will soon have even a voice in his world. Zhang Lin's voice was small, as if he had deliberately lowered his voice. Again, it was as if he was trying desperately to suppress some kind of emotion, making the tiny voice sound extremely choked. Not only that, but after these few words of his were uttered, several of the other housemates bowed their heads and fell silent. What's more, they touched the corners of their eyes, as if wiping away tears. The musicians, as well as the two staff members, saw this and their smiles faltered slightly. Then their eyes widened. What? An honors student in the composition department? Suffered from eye disease since childhood? And now ear cancer? A blind man who will soon lose even his hearing? This. A few people froze outright, but then it dawned on them and they reacted. I see. No wonder. No wonder these young men wanted to spend $20,000 to record a song. And no wonder they surrounded this young man with such care, because it could very well be the last song in the other person's life. After figuring this out, Wang Lei put away that shocked look. His expression became serious, and he promised Zhang Lin very solemnly, "Don't worry, we'll be sure to accompany you carefully." Thanks. Zhang Lin nodded and continued in a low voice. I have another request. That is, we've only been in college for 2 years, and our teachers haven't taught us how to write our own songs, and it's old Chen's first time trying to be original, so the quality may not be satisfactory. What I mean is that no matter how the song Lao Chen creates later on, can a few of you find a way to praise him from a professional point of view, so that he will feel that the song he made is really good? That's a bit of a difficult statement to make, because it's hard to compliment a tune well if it's really bad. This is very much a test of the tout's musical skills. However, after hearing this, Wang Lei still didn't hesitate to pat his chest and whispered, "Leave it to me. Thank you, really appreciate it." Zhang Lin thanked him repeatedly. Several of the other housemates also made grateful bows of thanks. They didn't bow too much, though, as Lao Chen could see some vague outlines. If it's too big, old Chan might find out. Even though their hearts were so sad that they couldn't help themselves, they still wanted to create a happy atmosphere for Lao Chen. Let's go, Chen, go write the songbook. Chang Xingyu smiled and pulled Chen Fan to sit on a chair. In front of the chair is a table just big enough to write sheet music on. Mr. Chen is preparing to create something from scratch on the spot, without any advance preparation? One of the musicians couldn't help but see it. You know, a normal songwriter would take 3 or 4 days to compose a song, even with lyrics and then composition and arrangement. But this Mr. Chen, not only is a famous ear cancer patient, is also the first time to compose a tune, and that's even if he had to start an original from scratch, with the 3 buffs stacked on top of each other. There's no way to even talk about the quality of the tunes that will be created later. It's questionable if they'll even be created, right? In this case, they had just promised each other's friends that they would find a way to complement the tune from a professional standpoint, no matter how bad it was. The thought of this musician's stresses miserably rose. It's good to compose on the spot. It shows Mr. Chen's great talent. No wonder he's an excellent student in the composition department. We should believe in Mr. Chen, Wang Lei said loudly. His words were both an encouragement to Chen Fan and a reminder to the colleagues around him not to speak out of turn or issue random queries. But that being said, he was flustered in his heart and began to think about how he should compliment later to make it sound right. After all, he was a composition student, and the usual words were certainly not easy to coax. It was also just as a few people were talking to each other. Chen Fan sat on a chair and had taken off his sunglasses, revealing his clear but somewhat lax eyes. In the next moment, the lax gaze gradually began to converge, and the clear eyes gained a bit more vigor. There was just a big difference between those few glowing moments and a normal person. At the same time, an electronic faceplate that only he could see surfaced. It was a song library with thousands of songs from previous lives. As it is meant to be depressing, a purely depressing song had to be chosen, because I can't get in touch with particularly strong singers at the moment, and the singer I eventually find will probably just be a singing student who hasn't yet made his debut. And what is lacking in the singer's strength has to be made up for with the quality of the tune. Chen Fan was speculating in his mind, analyzing uncontrollably, and finally he locked his eyes on a very familiar song title. There you have it, the depressing song that set the internet on fire in the last life, Under the Sea. Soon after clicking on Under the Sea, Chen Fan's mind was filled with a complete sheet music, on which the precise lyrics of the song, the melody, and even which section was played with what instrument were all clearly labeled. All he had to do was copy them in their entirety onto the blank sheet of paper in reality. Phew, Chen Fan let out a deep breath. Honestly, he was having a hard time as he struggled to focus his vision. Focusing his vision while suffering from an eye disease would strangle the trigeminal nerve in his brain raw. But he had to, because many details could not be dictated, and he had to write the songbook himself on white paper. Thus, after the first stroke was written, a flash of crimson appeared in the darkness before Chen Fan's eyes. Following this crimson color, he began to compose and fill in the lyrics with a single stroke. 5 minutes passed. Chen Fan's breathing became rapid, and some basic melodies had already been written on the white paper. 10 minutes passed. Chen Fan's face was reddening and cold sweat was faintly breaking out on his forehead. The individual melodies on the white paper had already taken shape and he began to fill in the lyrics. Another 5 minutes passed. A dense, cold sweat had covered his forehead, and with the lyrics on the paper, he began arranging the music, labeling what instruments should be used for each melody. Meanwhile, he was in worse shape and his fingers began to tremble slightly as if he had Parkinson's. Lao Chun! The roommates screamed at the sight of it, and a pang went through their hearts. Want to take a break from writing? However, the roommates' words were not heard by Chen Fan. He was already completely into it, and at this point he had only one goal in mind, and that was to write the songbook and make sure he finished it. Looking at Chen Fan's sweaty writing, the musicians were actually not aware of their red eyes. Just now they were wondering what to do if Mr. Chen couldn't make a song. Now it seems to be overly concerned. Just at this speed, maybe after another 10 minutes, a complete song will be created under Mr. Chen's pen. It's just a shame that Mr. Chen's handwriting is a bit scribbly to see what the quality of the song is like. Otherwise, they could be thinking right now about what to brag about later. The two staff members also covered their mouths in unison when they saw this scene. There were tears glistening in their eyes. Extremely strong feelings of guilt hit them. The other party was clearly so inspirational and tenacious, but he himself had just treated him and as a delinquent who liked to play it cool. At this moment, the two of them could not wait to just slap themselves in the face and yell, "I really deserve to die." Just as each of the people were feeling something in their hearts. On the seat, Chen Fan put down the red-colored pencils and leaned his back against the backrest and let out a long sigh of relief. The reddened face was beginning to look normal. Okay. A moment later, Chen Fan spoke faintly. Okay? Then let's start the accompaniment. Wang Lei walked over and picked up the song sheet on the table. White paper with red letters. Some scribbles, like a drawing by an elementary school student. Very abstract, but if you look closely you can still read what is written on it. This was Wang Lei's first impression of the songbook. He then smiled slightly and praised it without hesitation. As planned. TSK, 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 the melody of this song is really good. From the first line I feel. As he said that, Wang Lei's laughter stopped. Then, his eyes gradually widened and his entire body was petrified in place. For after a careful reading, he could see what was written above the song sheet. Crap, old Chun, you're out of your league. Look, the musicians are stunned and confused by this song. Chang Xingyu hurriedly shouted in surprise at the sight, both in jest and in an attempt to pull back Wang Lei's thoughts. At the same time his mind was reeling. It can't be that bad, can it? We agreed to compliment the song when we saw it. Why did this guy freeze? Are the songs already so bad that they can't be described? Can't even find a professional adjective for it anymore? Think so. After all, what good can a song be that was made in less than half an hour? What's going to happen to this? Just now, he was in the dormitory group, but he witnessed the message sent by Zhang Lin. Old Chen. This guy almost killed himself last night. Already mentally unstable. Now what a blow. That's not only did he think so, but Zhang Lin as well as several other housemates did. It was also the fact that everyone was afraid of hitting Chen Fan, so they all started to make conversation when Wang Lei froze. What kind of song can mesmerize a musician like this? Old Chen is also too awesome. Yeah, this kid was a genius when he was in school, and now he's this strong after only his first composition? TSK, Old Chen. Old Chen, can you share half of your kid's brain with me? Hearing the praise from a few people, the few musicians outside of Wang Lei also reacted. The flock came to grab the songbook from his hand. I say, Old Wang, have some sense of humor, will you? You're so mesmerized by a songbook? That's right. What song is so great? Give it to me, let me see it. After they said that, Wang Lei, however, gripped the song sheet more tightly. His breath caught and his face turned red as if he had been holding his breath for a long time. In the next moment, he jerked his head up to look at the crowd, his eyes terrified. This song. It made me feel suffocated. This song, it makes me feel choked. Wang Lei was shocked and afraid a sentence was uttered. The crowd that was just about to grab the songbook froze instantly. They looked at Wang Lei's eyes and looked at each other, and for a moment they were a bit dumbfounded. Brother, the acting is realistic enough, but it's a bit too much, isn't it? It's just a song. Isn't it obvious that you're treating others like children if you perform it in such a pompous manner? Thinking of this, the crowd hurriedly sneaked a look at Chen Fan with their afterglow, and only after seeing that he did not have any abnormalities did they breathe a little sigh of relief. Really? Let's see. One of the musicians snatched the song sheet as soon as he could. Several other musicians stood behind him, looking up in unison. Subsequently, several people actually stared at the same time, frozen in place. This action, and the Wang Lei just now could not be said to be different, but could only be said to be exactly the same. No, it was even more exaggerated than Wang Lei. because a few of the housemates saw that two of the musicians actually had tears in their eyes? Hiss, did all the studio musicians come out of Yokohama? That's overacting too, isn't it? The problem is, he can't see old Chan even with your kind of detailed performances. Ahem. That. Chang Xingyu coughed dryly twice and walked up just ready to remind a few people. However, Wang Lei turned around violently at that moment and slapped him on the shoulder. Ha! Chang Kogya looked up in confusion. Between their eyes meeting, they actually saw a hint of impatience in Wang Lei's excited gaze. May I ask Mr. Chen what type of instrument he intends to take care of in the accompaniment? If there's no problem, we'll start now, shall we? Wang Lei's last words actually carried a few moments of pleading. Ha! Chang Xingyu was directly flaxen and frozen. He looked at Wang Lei and then at the several other musicians who were huddled in front of the song sheet, then blinked again and looked at the old Chan in the seat. Instantly, realization dawned on him and his confused eyes cleared. So that's it. High, really high. Surprisingly, they all knew to use an eager tone to sidestep the excitement in their hearts, thus convincing old Chen that their songs were really great. This level of performance, even I was almost fooled. It's so much better than Mingquan. Thinking of this, Chang Xingyu secretly gave Wang Lei a thumbs up in his heart. He then shook off Wang Lei's hand and walked towards Chen Fan with a big smile. Old Chen, look at how anxious you've made the musician's old man with this song. He can't wait to start recording it. Come on, which instrument are you going to be in charge of? Chang Xingyu said as he glared at a few other housemates. Several of the housemates instantly understood and began to chime in. Yes, old Chen, this song is so powerful. You must play it well. It would be a waste of a good song if the accompaniment wasn't good. And Chen Fan, faced with his housemates' jokes, just calmly returned. I'll play the piano part. A few minutes later, as Chen Fan and the musicians took their places, this accompaniment began. The 7 housemates, as well as the 2 staff members, stood by, staring very nervously at a few people. Even though the musicians' acting just now was realistic enough, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive in their hearts, because in their hearts, the quality of the songs that old Chen spent so little time creating must not be too high. If the old Chan himself hears that the quality of the tune is not good when he accompanies it later, then, they didn't dare to think about it any further and could only pray in their hearts. Pray that Senior Chan is a little more confident in his playing. Even Pushin, don't get any more ideas. What they didn't know, however, was that the musicians' confused and excited looks just now weren't staged at all. They had already decided in their minds that this was a divine song after reading the score. Even up until now, some of the musicians hadn't gotten over the score, and they couldn't get over the depressing tone of the song. Ding thump ding thud thud, the sound of a piano and violin symphony rang out, calm and hushed. Considering that Chen Fan was a hearing-impaired person, the musicians had long ago stretched the sound of their instruments to the maximum, so the dull sound, echoing through the room, was both loud and depressing. Scattered moonlight threw through the clouds, ducking the crowd, laying into the scales of the sea. With a droning backing track recorded into the computer, the room was filled with a sing-song line that followed. It's the musicians singing. Normally, they only accompany and don't need to sing at all. This is because the sounds made by the instruments can be recorded into a computer to generate an accompaniment. But they didn't have a microphone in front of them, so the lyrics couldn't be recorded at all. And even if they were sung, they were self-congratulatory. But despite this, they couldn't help but sing. It's as if the only way to make your repressed heart feel better is to sing the lyrics out. They were not professional singers and the songs they sang were not exactly pleasant. Yet as the professional backing track, and the not-so-professional lyrics flowed into the ears of the housemates, the 7 housemates, as well as the 2 staff members, however, instantly widened their eyes. Wait, the words, the song, could it be that? In an instant, several people raised their heads in unison, as if they had suddenly figured out something, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Could it be that the excited look on the musicians' faces just now wasn't an act at all? Lao Chen He really created an infectious divine song? Thump thump thump, just as a few people were staggered beyond belief. In front of the piano, Chen Fan's playing sound became more and more urgent. His hands flew extremely fast over the piano, pounding heavily on the keys. It was like a depressing hammer that repeatedly pounded on everyone's chest. Toward the seas, deep listen, whose wailing songs are guiding the soul is gone into the silence. No one will wake you up, you like the salty scent of the sea breeze stepping on wet gravel. You said people's ashes should be scattered in the sea. You asked me where I would go when I die. If anyone loves you, too late you have laughed and cried your trembling arms at this moment. A strange emotion was conveyed to everyone with uncanny accuracy. It was sadness, unparalleled sadness. It's desperation, as desperate as sinking to the bottom of the ocean and suffocating. Could this be Chen Fan's state of mind at this time? No hope for what's to come? The crowd couldn't help but pop up in their minds. Yeah, no hope for the future. The fact that a musical genius from the composition department had not even graduated yet to create such a divine song was enough to show the horror of the talent. But this is the same genius who should have been at the top of the music industry later on, but now has to face the end of his impending deafness. How does that give him hope? At the thought, several of the housemates, who had been forcing a smile since the beginning, could no longer hold it together. They covered their faces with one hand and lost their voice as if in a fit. The two female staff members also covered their mouths in unison, and they couldn't stop the tears in their eyes. The musicians who accompanied Chen Fan were also gradually blurred by tears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully depressing the listener. Depressing value +1. Congratulations to the host's depressing listener. Depressing value +1. Congratulations to the host. The crowd was grieving. Instead, a mechanical electronic beep sounded in Chen Fan's mind. Hearing this voice, Chen Fan raised his head slightly, but the movement of playing the piano in his hands did not stop. He didn't stop moving until the song was over. After confirming that the accompaniment had been successfully recorded into the computer, he was sitting in a chair, sunglasses on, facing the piano, wondering what he was thinking. The old forest. A moment later, Chen Fan suddenly spoke. Zhang Lin hurriedly wiped his tears at his words and raised a smile. What is it? Can you do me a favor? Ha! Zhang Lin laughed. Is this the sun coming out of the west? You're still so polite with your righteous father? Say, what's the favor? Go to school and find someone to sing this song for more people to hear. Chen Fan uttered a faint sentence. Zhang Lin's smile froze on his face once again. Tears, too, once again flowed from the corners of his eyes. Several of the other housemates were silent as well. The scene suddenly reminded them of a year ago. At that time, Chen Fan had not yet had an accident, and when the brothers talked about their ideals before going to bed, Chen Fan's dream was to become a songwriter, so that all the people in the world would be mesmerized by his songs. Nowadays, does it seem that Lao Chen still holds on to his original dream? But I don't think there's any chance to fulfill this dream. Thinking of this, Zhang Lin instantly burst into tears. He wiped his eyes hard and gritted his teeth. Leave it to me. This time, he even forgot to control his crying. Magic City. An alley that is not too wide and not too narrow. Two taxicabs pulled up in front of the breakfast place with the sound of brakes. Wearing sunglasses and a hearing aid, Chen Fan stepped out of the car with the help of his housemates. Old Chen, be careful when you enter. Don't fall down. You know your way around your own house, don't you? It would be a shame to fall down in your own house. Once Chen Fan stepped off the bus, the housemates let go of their hands in unison. However, they hadn't been able to take their gazes off of Chen Fan, and were still bugging him. Don't worry, it can't be planted. Chen Fan responded and walked to the door with his guide cane, then signaled to the crowd, come to the store for lunch before you go? Come on, Chang Xingyu said, we have things to do later, so we'll wait for another day for dinner. Next time, let's drink together and have a good time. You kids should work on your drinking when you get back. Don't make a fool of yourself at the table afterward. That's right, work on your drinking. The brothers are waiting to drink with you. A couple of the housemates said a few more words one by one. The cab then started and drove away from the alley. Chen Fan waited for a few people to leave and then pushed the door into the store himself. It was the midday mealtime, and there were no more or less diners in the store. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Fan smelled a familiar scent of meat buns. Some of the store's regular customers greeted Chen Fan warmly upon seeing him. Chen Fan simply responded to some of the sounds he could hear, and then leaned on his guide cane and continued to walk toward the front. Fan. Not long after, sister-in-law Chen Yin excitedly ran to Chen Fan. With her hands stained with white flour, she lifted up Chen Fan's face and looked at it, realizing that there was nothing strange before she finally sighed in relief. Have you eaten? Not yet. Go upstairs and rest for a while. Auntie will cook for you in a minute. Auntie, you take care of the guests first. I'm not hungry yet. It doesn't matter when I eat. That's not good. You haven't even had breakfast. Behave. After saying a few words, Chen Fan couldn't argue with his sister-in-law and walked to the second floor. There's really nothing you can do with this sight and hearing. Walking up to the second floor, Chen Fan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. From his housemates in the recording studio, to his sister-in-law in the breakfast store, he had really realized the helplessness of the original owner in this half-day. With the addition of eye and ear cancer, he can't even take care of himself. The people around you also have to be very careful to take care of their emotions. At this rate, it's inevitable that guilt will set in, creating the idea that you're a liability and want to walk away. It can't go on like this. We have to get our sight and hearing back in a hurry. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's mind moved. The faceplate of the system, which only he could see, surfaced again. Currently holding depression value, 14, one song in the studio, depressing 14 people. Is one person worth just a little bit of depressing value? Looking at the system panel, Chen Fan frowned. According to the system's previous introduction, only grief points can be added to the body, and one grief point requires a full 100,000 points of depression value to redeem. That means it would take at least 100,000 people to be depressed by the song to add a point to their hearing or vision. The difficulty of this one is really not low. Let's just hope that old Lin and the others can try to find a slightly more powerful singer. Chen Fan thought darkly. At the same time there was a headache in his mind. He had even begun to think about how to publicize the song after he got a singer to record it. Chen Fan gave the task of finding the singer to Zhang Lin and a few other housemates. And a few of the housemates didn't fail him. Kicking off the fire and brimstone operation. Magic City Conservatory of Music. School entrance. At the moment, a few people had just gotten out of the cab and were eager to discuss the situation. What should we do, brothers? Who should we get to sing this song for old Chen? Old Wu, you have a wide network. Do you know any more powerful singers to recommend? Lu Long from the singing department is good. Why don't we try him? Just that Lu Long who won 3rd place in the singing competition last year? Isn't he the singer of the Burning Song? Does it go with this song? No, absolutely not. The tone of old Chen's song is rather somber. It's too different from Lu Long's style. So what else do you guys think we can do? Lu Long is the best singer I know, and he can't do it. So is it possible that we have to find a star singer who has already made a debut to sing this song? Can't find a star singer. At least find a female singer, right? The style should match. After all, this could be old Chan's last song. The last housemate's words were not finished. Several people listened but stopped arguing. The scene of Chen Fan composing the song sheet in the morning surfaced in front of their eyes once again. Sweat on his forehead, a furrowed brow, trembling lips. Even at the end of the day, when the fingers writing the sheet music started to become unsteady, Chen Fan had to insist on finishing the song. It's a testament to how much Lao Chen expects from this song. How can they find a random singer for this kind of tune that holds all of Lao Chen's hopes? A few people fell silent again at the thought. And so it was. For several minutes, Chang Xingyu's voice interrupted the stiff atmosphere. Actually, it's not like there aren't any star female singers already out there. When these words came out, several people raised their heads in unison and looked at Chang Xingyu with puzzled faces. For his part, Chan Kogyu, meaningfully, faced the apartment building in the distance that the school used to entertain outside guests. Wait, you mean? Instantly, the pupils of several people shrank, and their expressions were filled with astonishment. That's right, Chang Xingyu nodded. Crap, old Chang, are you crazy? Don't tell me you're trying to get senior sister Chang to sing this song at the orientation ceremony tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohan, an outstanding graduate of the Magic City Conservatory of Music, as early as during the school period, he had won several singing competitions, and after graduation, he even signed a contract with Skywalk Entertainment, a famous entertainment company in the Dragon Kingdom, and became one of the singers of Skywalk Entertainment. With her pretty face and beautiful singing voice, she has gained a lot of fans in just 2 years and has become a very famous singer in the entertainment industry. And tomorrow, it's orientation at the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Zhang Xiaohan was invited to come and sing for the school, and the welcome party will even be broadcast live to the outside world in the form of a full live broadcast. This move would give Zhang Xiaohan a boost of fame and also give the school a face. Zhang Xiaohan's studio had already sent out a Viber a few days earlier, and will be singing Sunrise's Light Whisper at the welcome party. It's a new song by a gold medalist songwriter from Skybound Entertainment. What are you, a mediocre student, going to do to make someone replace a new song that's already ready? Several people in the dormitory looked at Chang Xingyu as if they were looking at a fool. However, Chang Xingyu didn't look like he was joking at all. Try it. How do you know if you don't try? How? The school has placed security guards around the apartment building where she lives to prevent anyone from disturbing Sister Zhang, and we can't even see people's faces. And what makes you kid think that sister will give up her already prepared song to sing old Chen song? That's right, and it's an orientation party. How can you sing such a somber song at an orientation party? As soon as Chang Xingyu's suggestion was made, it immediately drew a chorus of rebuttals from his housemates. The idea was too bold. So bold that they couldn't even think about it. Chang Xingyu faced these challenges, but said defiantly one of those security guards arranged by the school is an old acquaintance. So when it's his turn to be on duty, take 2 packs of liqueur and settle it. As for the matter of letting sister change her song, I say brothers, it's not like you haven't heard this song by old Chen before. Just from the quality of this song, it beats how many songs in the Chinese music industry? Is he really worse than some golden songs? If you were a schoolmate, would you let go of such a great piece of music? Even if she doesn't sing this time, she'll sing next time. Also, the opening night party is at night, and night is when one is most likely to emo. so it makes sense to sing a depressing song at this time. In one sentence, Chang Xingyu spoke with a clear voice, answers every question that may have been faced to earlier. But one of the housemates tried to retort. He was still a little uneasy about Chang Xingyu's bad idea. No buts. Chang Xingyu, however, directly interrupted him. This time, when the schoolmates live in the school, it's the closest we'll get to a star singer. Even if we fail and are stopped by the security guards, it's not like we've done anything particularly out of the ordinary. At most we'll be notified and criticized. But Lao Chen's songs and talent cannot be buried. This is Lao Chen's last chance in his life. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Zhang Lin. Old Lin, give me a quick word, do it or not. When these words came out, several other housemates also looked at Zhang Lin, waiting for the decision to be made by this dormitory head. Zhang Lin was still a bit hesitant, but when he heard it's old Chen's last chance, the scene of Chen Fan composing until he was sweating profusely reappeared in his mind. Zhang Lin took a deep breath and finally made up his mind, gritting his teeth and spitting out a word of fuck. 2:30 p.m. Time. Magic City Conservatory of Music. Apartment building number 3. It was an apartment building that the school used exclusively for entertaining VIPs, and the luxurious decor was out of place in the surrounding student dormitories. Every room inside is equipped with an air-conditioned desk as well as an ensuite bathroom. Zhang Xiaohan sat in front of her desk, looking at the sheet music in her hands with a slight frown. TSK, 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 TSK. The tunes made by this gold medal composer aren't that great. She grumbled and put down the sheet music. Then somewhat helplessly, he looked out the window. To outsiders, she is a famous and big singer. It is the goddess in the hearts of countless fans, but these are only superficial glories, and who knows her difficulties. Fresh out of the gate, he managed to fire his way out of the ring with a great song, then signed with an entertainment company and was groomed as a key singer. In the 2 years since his debut, he has sung 2 songs one after another, but after that, she never came across any good songs. Until now, she had been stagnant for most of the year. In these 6 months, not to mention any hit songs, there hasn't even been a single gem of a song. Her popularity is also vaguely on the decline. People say she's past her peak and is a goner, but only she knew that she was not a Jiang Lang'an in the first place. Being a mere singer himself, he did not learn to compose, and the tunes he sang were written by some songwriters. Songs and singers go hand in hand. If the song really doesn't work, there's no way you can bring the song up even if you have a good singing voice. On the contrary, she had been rather unlucky in the past 6 months and hadn't come across any decent songs. These are things that she knows and the company knows, but there's no way around it. The company needs to make money. So not long ago, the company manager approached her about this heavy topic. If her popularity then declines, then it will no longer be a priority for the company to cultivate, and the company will invest less in her resources. Of course, in the spirit of humanitarianism, the company gave her one last chance. It's this welcome party for the Magic City University of Music that wants her to sing for her alma mater on the air, rubbing off on the theme of gratitude to her alma mater, and had one of the company's gold medal composers compose a tune for her. Let's see if we can take this opportunity to salvage some lost popularity. After seeing this song, Zhang Xiaohan knew that this time, the company's plan was afraid to go down the drain. Alas, it seems I can only be a second-tier star in the future. Zhang Xiaohan sighed in resignation as she rested her hands on the table, resting her chin. However, just then, she suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside the door. What do you want? Stop, don't come any closer. Who let you in? Sis, just be a little more accommodating. We're just here to talk to senior sister Zhang about something. It's very serious. We're really not schoolmarms little hacks. Don't say you're black fans. Even if you're true fans you can't come in. And people who are black fans never admit to being black fans. Don't come any closer, or I'll call your dean. No. Chang Xingyu was really surprised that after crossing the security guards and the hostel manager, there was actually a small assistant stopping him. That's right, it's stars who have assistants and agents. And this time they were the ones who didn't think things through. But it's too late to react now. The little assistant stood in front of the door at the moment, like an old mother hen in an eagle catching chicks, ruthlessly stopping the 2 eagles, Zhang Lin and Chang Xingyu. That's right, the only ones who came this time were Chang Xingyu and Zhang Lin. And because they were afraid that the battle was too big to scare Zhang Xiaohan, the other 5 waited outside the apartment building. What's going on here? What's all the fuss about? While both sides were burning, behind the little assistant, Zhang Xiaohan opened the door and walked out. Xiaohan, what are you doing out here? Geez, go back. Be careful, these 2 are plotting against you. Seeing Zhang Xiaohan open the door, the little assistant was instantly anxious. She hastily gripped the doorknob and just tried to close the door. However, She had only just turned around when she felt what appeared to be a strong wind blowing by her side. Two figures, one on the left and one on the right, swept past her, crossed the door of the house, and arrived in front of Zhang Xiaohan. "As senior sister Zhang, long time no see. My name is Chang Xingyu. I'm a junior in the composition department." Chang Xingyu very enthusiastically shook Zhang Xiaohan's hand and began a self-introduction, wanting to draw closer. My name is Zhang Lin." Zhang Lin followed suit when he saw this. "You guys, now, get out of here right now." The little assistant stomped her foot angrily, no longer able to tolerate the nonsense of the two men. He pulled out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. Crap! Chang Xingyu was anxious at the sight and hurriedly let go of Zhang Xiaohan's hand, turning around and trying to stop the little assistant. "Sister, we really don't have any malicious intent. This time we came to find senior sister. We really have something important to discuss." Important matters? Who knows? It was fine if he didn't say this, but the moment he said it, he angered the little assistant even more. "Key? Sneaking into Xiaohan's room isn't enough. And you want the key? I'll call your dean right now." "No, call the police. Just call the police." The little assistant was breathing heavily from the exasperation. "Okay, Luna." At the critical moment, Zhang Xiaohan called off her assistant. "Let's hear what they're here for first." "Xiaohan." The little assistant anxiously looked at Zhang Xiaohan and shook her head worriedly. Zhang Xiaohan, on the other hand, looked at the duo of Chang Xingyu and Zhang Lin with some curiosity. The reason why she called off her assistant was because she knew that if the other party was really a fanatic fan, they had already arrived here, and if they wanted to do something, they would never be able to stop them with their little assistant. And the other party was still struggling to explain until now, so I guess something was really wrong. Sure enough, the next moment she uttered those words, the Zhang Lin in front of him then began to explain. "Hello school, senior sister. My name is Zhang Lin. I'm a junior student in the composition department of our school. We're here to ask you to sing a tune composed by one of my roommates. It is true that we have taken much offense in coming here in this rash manner, but there is really no other way for us to see you again other than this method. So, kindly pardon me. Maybe it's the first time I've been face to face with a celebrity, or maybe I feel like there's not a lot of time I can explain." Zhang Lin's words were spoken in a hurry, sounding somewhat incoherent and stumbling. After saying these words, Zhang Lin then bowed deeply towards Zhang Xiaohan to apologize. However, Zhang Xiaohan's eyes lit up when she heard these words. "You mean, you guys composed a tune for me and want me to belt it out?" "No, it's not us, it's one of my roommates. His name is Chen Fan. He's a musical genius. Please remember that name." "Senior sister," Zhang Lin corrected Zhang Xiaohan very seriously. "Chen Fan? A musical genius? Interesting." Zhang Xiaohan smiled gently, and her pretty eyes curved into a crescent moon with it. Seeing the two of them in this awkward and serious manner, it was as if she had seen herself 2 or 3 years ago. By that time, she had already competed in many tournaments on campus and won many championships, big and small. She also thought she was a genius at the time, but it wasn't until after her debut that she realized that the last thing the music industry needs is talent. The two boys in front of me had summoned up the courage to cross over the hostel supervisor and security guards to find themselves, so it seems that they also lacked the poisonous beatings of society, and they were very confident in their own musical talent. Since this is the case, one can simply sing the songs out at a later date and fulfill their dreams, as well as fulfilling the dream of the naive self from a few years ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohan smiled faintly and said, "Yes, can you show me that song?" As soon as these words came out, Zhang Lin and Chang Xingyu glanced at each other, both seeing the flash of excitement in the other's eyes. Dang! Of course! Zhang Lin pulled out a thick, white piece of paper with residual warmth from the inner pocket of his jacket. At the same time, a piece of USB flash drive was also handed to Zhang Xiaohan along with it. The things written in this paper are the sheet music and lyrics, and the ones in the USB flash drive are the accompaniment that has been recorded. So hold on to it, sister. Zhang Xiaohan took the 2 items and put the USB flash drive away while gently unfolding the piece of white paper that had been folded several times. A bright red piece of paper labeled with the lyrics and melody was presented to her. The lines on this paper are thick and red and the handwriting is not particularly nice. Even the last few strokes had begun to skew and twist. At a glance, the contents of the top can only be described as messy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhang Xiaohan subconsciously smacked her lips. This roommate of yours called Chen Fan. His writing is quite abstract, but her sputtering was not met with a half-hearted response. Instead, it looks like it triggers some keyword. Zhang Lin and Chang Xingyu both closed their eyes tightly and clenched their fists, their hearts heavy. Only they know what pain and hard work the creator of this tune went through to complete this so-called abstract score. And over there, Zhang Xiaohan watched carefully after spitting. Although she is not a songwriter, as a professional singer, She can certainly tell when a song is good or bad. Under the Sea? As she watched, gradually, her gaze began to become mesmerized. Then the disoriented eyes gradually widened. The rakish expression on his face was swept away and replaced by a face full of surprise. At this moment, she was shocked to realize that the first few lines of the song seemed to be pretty good. Even, it's many times better than her gold medalist songwriter's composition Flower Language of the Rising Sun. Excitedly, line by line, he swept over the lyrics and melody. The more I scanned, the more I was shocked, and the more I looked, the more I was appalled. Even towards the end, she began to hum uncontrollably in a low voice. Duck crowds spread into the scales of the sea. You said people's ashes should be sprinkled into the sea. Hiss. At the end of the song, Zhang Xiaohan violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. As a singer, you can often feel the emotions embedded in a song better than the audience. She felt sadness in the song, depression, couldn't even resist the urge to cry. At this moment, it was as if she realized that the housemate they called Chen Fan might not be the genius they thought he was. Rather, a truly gifted songwriter. I don't know how many minutes passed. I don't know how many times I've read the score either. Zhang Xiaohan eventually raised her head with intent. Her gaze froze as she looked around, realizing that it was empty except for the little assistant who was still next to her. Where are those two boys from earlier? Zhang Xiaohan asked out loud. Go away. The little assistant spread her hands. Gone? When did you leave? Zhang Xiaohan hurriedly pursued the question. Just when you're singing, I guess, and singing and they can't stay. The guy who gave you the sheet music was wiping tears from his eyes when he left. Say, Xiaohan, what did you just sing? The voice was so low, I couldn't hear it even though I was too far away. The young assistant came over curiously. However, Zhang Xiaohan put the sheet music away. Just wait, you'll know when tomorrow night comes. With that, she stepped into the room and once again turned her gaze out the window. Only this time there wasn't the resigned look from earlier. There was, just confidence and anticipation. Chen Fan? Zhang Xiaohan murmured and opened her mouth, her soulful eyes filled with excitement. What a musical genius! Hey, tonight is the school's welcome party. Are the brothers going to see it? That goes without saying. It's a must. Holy shit, old Lou, you're going too? You're not going to be open tonight? And drive a chicken black. There's plenty of time for hacking. And listening to popular actress Zhang Xiaohan sing her new song live is an opportunity that comes along in several lifetimes. You guys think so too? Of course, listening to a star sing live and for free. How many people can't envy that? Alright then, tonight, let's go together and have a good listen to school sister Zhang's new song. This kind of dialogue appeared in the various dormitories of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. On the internet, phrases such as hashtag Magic Sound Academy welcome party, Zhang Xiaohan will sing new songs live hashtag, also popped up frequently. The heat climbed with fan retweets. It has attracted a lot of close attention. At this time, Zhang Xiaohan, who was the main character of this event, was also very excited in her heart. If it had been a few days ago, she never would have been so excited, and maybe even a little frustrated. After all, Sunrise's Light Whisper by the so-called gold medal composer is a bit of a letdown in terms of quality. As the saying goes, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. She could already think of how disappointed her fans and audience would be when she sang the song. But, coincidentally, two schoolboys sent in a song called Under the Sea yesterday. It gave her hope that she could turn the tide again. For Chen Fan, the creator of the song, she was grateful in her heart. He even couldn't wait to meet Chen Fan and see who this composer who could create this kind of golden song in his college days was. However, she knew that it was not the right time. The other party put this song in her hands. It was bound to have full trust in her. Trying to get myself to set this song on fire. As it was, she certainly wasn't going to betray that trust. As early as yesterday, she found the announcer for this party and replaced the already recorded accompaniment to Sunrise's Light Language with Under the Sea. The head of the party was then approached to make a small change in the program. Once that was done, she headed to the studio and began practicing song after song. Strive to be at your best for the evening performance. Jingle bells, Zhang Xiaohan was leisurely familiarizing herself with the sheet music in her room. Just then, Wilson's phone rang. She instantly pulled out her cell phone and answered it. On the other end, came the voice of agent Su Hong. Hey Han, how's that new song of yours coming along? Today is the welcome party. At that time it's a real-time live broadcast. Even our company's music director, Mr. Mao Tianyi, will watch the live broadcast. Be sure to sing at your best. Understand? This time is our last chance. Listening to Su Hong's bitter nagging like her own mother, Zhang Xiaohan smiled faintly, revealing a smattering of white teeth. I know Sister Hong. Don't worry. This song will definitely make me a hit again today. Zhang Xiaohan's confident tone revealed extraordinarily relaxed. Hearing this, Su Hong was slightly stunned. It seemed that he did not expect Zhang Xiuhan's attitude change to be so drastic. She could still remember the sad look on Zhang Xiuhan's face a few days ago when she got her hands on the light language of the rising sun, saying something about how the song doesn't work and wanting the composer, Mr. Sai, to make a new one, but as a gold medalist composer, Mr. Sai has that confidence in his bones. At that time, he patted his chest to Zhang Xiuhan to guarantee, said let Xiuhan believe in his creative strength. If this song is not fire he live upside down to wash his head and so on. Only these words were not comforting. Xiuhan had been moping around since then, not looking forward to this orientation party. Now, seeing that the party is approaching, as the agent Su Hong thought of making a phone call to comfort Xiuhan again. Who would have thought that Xiuhan would be fine at all? What's this? Su Hong was confused, but she couldn't care less at the moment, as long as Xiuhan regained her confidence. I guess it must be that Mr. Kai songs are more obscure and difficult to understand, and it's not until now that Xiuhan has really grasped the subtleties of them. So, Su Hong took the opportunity to continue to enlighten. Good. With your words Sister Hong is relieved. After all, Mr. Kai is the company's gold medal composer. The tunes he makes must have merit. We have to trust Mr. Kai. Understand? After saying this, Su Hong hung up the phone. The huge boulder that had accumulated in his heart also finally fell to the ground. Next, it's up to Xiuhan to perform at the party. Night, 8 o'clock. 10,000 people are watching and waiting for the welcome party to finally come. It was a bit of a dark day, with a cool breeze blowing through from time to time during the night. But, the bad weather still couldn't stop everyone's enthusiasm. A huge stage stood directly in front of the large campus playground. On the stage, beams of bright, sparkling lights alternated with each other, flickering and changing colors. It was full of atmosphere against the night. Below the stage, there were rows and rows of crossbows filled with spectators. Sitting in the first row were school leaders, professors and senior music teachers, as well as Zhang Xiuhan's manager, Su Hong, who was clearly among them. Behind them were freshmen who had just enrolled not long ago, and further back, there were older students who had long admired their sister's name and had come to join in the fun. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of people. Hey, I finally grabbed a seat. I can't wait to listen to my sister's beautiful singing voice. It's so nice to be a school student. You don't have to pay for a ticket to hear a big star sing live. Once you're in the magic voice you never regret it. When the volunteer really did not fill in the wrong. Magic City Music Academy YYDS. Not only that, I heard that the song that senior sister sang this time was written by a gold medal composer. Crap, this is like double happiness. Before the party officially started, the students watching from the stage had already started a lively discussion. And over the stage, the drone responsible for filming the live broadcast soared up. The scene on the stage was filmed and broadcast live online through the official account of the Magic City Music Academy. Seeing the official number open, netizens who had been waiting in front of their cell phones for a long time as well as Zhang Xiuhan's fans hurriedly clicked in. In just 2 minutes, the online audience in the live broadcast room had already reached nearly 100,000. That number, still climbing with time. And these spectators didn't stay idle after coming in. They have been sending up pop-ups with excitement. Xiuhan, the fairy descends. Hasn't the show started yet? When is Xiuhan going on? I can't wait. I heard that Xiuhan is going to sing a new song here. Is that true? It's true. The new song is called Sunrise's Light Whisper, or it was written by the gold medal composer, Mr. Kai. I Lua Bean. Mr. Kai, this can really be a strong combination. Good looking forward to. The song is catchy just by the name. Soon, an army of line upon line of pop-ups quickly filled the screen. It was also the same time that both sets of viewers, live and on air, were overwhelmed with anticipation. There was a snap on the stage. The spotlights converge. The welcome party of the Magic City Conservatory of Music has officially begun. As the spotlights above the stage converged on one spot, the Magic City Conservatory of Music's welcome party also kicked off. The first to walk on stage were 2 sophomores, a man and a woman, dressed in formal attire and holding microphones. With a thorn in our side and a bang, we are standing on top of a brand new stage after going through the entrance exams. Time flies, the days and months go by, and after the summer, we have a new wave of young talent. The 2 students, who were in charge of hosting, stood straight on the stage, one reciting the opening line. Next, let's invite Junior Zhao Xiao to bring a cover song, Innocent Romance, to our freshman students. Welcome Senior Sister Zhao Xiao. After a dull and boring introductory speech, finally, the welcome party began in earnest. Woohoo! Yeah, good, love it, sing more, Okage is great. As the host's words were uttered, a cheer rang out from the stage in a very cooperative manner. Due to the fact that there was such a sense of anticipation pulled by Zhang Xiaohan's dedication, there was a lot of enthusiasm. Almost every student who performed on stage received applause and cheers from the stage. That's only for the first few waves of students. Since the students on stage were not professional singers, the songs they sang were covers that were too corny and lame. It didn't take long for everyone's enthusiasm to die down. What started out as full of anticipation gradually turned into absent-mindedness, and finally, even evolved into a sad face. Hey, why don't you think Sister Zhang is still on? It's not coming, is it? It shouldn't be, right? The school has said that Sister Zhang will be on stage, and with such a big show, how could the school possibly lie? But it's been over an hour since the show, right? Sister Zhang is still not on stage? The masters are sure to come out in the finale. No one plays poker without releasing the king bomb right away, right? The students off stage couldn't wait. They started whispering about it. Only the sound of this discussion was very small, because many leading teachers were sitting in the first row of the reason. They did not dare to discuss too loudly. The audience on stage, because they are students of the school, do not dare to complain loudly. In the live broadcast room, the fans and netizens watching the live broadcast, however, had exploded. I'll be damned. How long has it been? And Xiaohan still not on? It can't be true that Xiaohan was scheduled to come out last like everyone said, can it? Magic sound this way to engage in can be no fun. Oh, all are to see Xiaohan. This point we all know in our hearts. You arranged Xiaohan in the last appearance. This is not hanging appetite? Losing favor. That's a really bad idea. It's been an hour and a half. There's enough time for 5 games. I've wasted this hour and a half for Xiaohan's sake. Humph. At this rate, it won't even be Xiaohan's turn to play for 2.5 hours. What? If you're going to say that, then I'll back off. Complaining pop-ups quickly filled the broadcast room. Some have even threatened to quit without watching if they are any more appetizing. It's just that despite what these fans say, their bodies are still honest enough to stay on the air. Looking forward to He Yuhan's appearance. Mr. Su, I heard that the new song Xiaohan is going to sing next is made by the company's gold medal composer. Is that true? Scene. First row. A teacher who was sitting close to the agent Su Hong climbed into a conversation. Yes, the song is called Sunrise's Light Whisper. It was written by the company's gold medal composer, Mr. Kai. Su Hong nodded, her eyes smiling, clearly in a good mood. The light word of the rising sun sounds like a great name, that teacher chanted while nodding darkly. And that's when it happened. On stage, one of the students who was singing the song finished singing and walked off the stage. A man and a woman, 2 students in charge of program hosting, walked up. The sea, the widest part of the earth. The sea, too, is the clearest place on earth. Look at the sea when you're in a bad mood. It's soothing to see the moonlight reflecting off the ocean. Next, let's invite our senior sister, Zhang Xiaohan, who has graduated 2.5 years ago, to bring us a new song called Under the Sea. Please applaud. Toward the end, the voices of the 2 hosts rose noticeably. Obviously, they also have deep expectations for Zhang Xiaohan's new work. And the next moment after they said this, the originally somewhat subdued stage and live broadcast room instantly exploded with thunderous cheers. Damn! Finally! I've waited for sister. It's not a waste of time after all. Kung Fu is a godsend. Ha ha, Xiaohan is finally on. It looks like Magic Voice still has something. Love you Xiaohan, go Xiaohan. The resentment that the audience had just felt in their hearts was suddenly swept away with Zhang Xiaohan's appearance. It's not like that for everyone, though. Some iron fans, and some students who knew about it ahead of time, still found blind spots. Wait, a new song? Under the Sea? Isn't it called The Light Word of the Rising Sun? The difference between the 2 names is too great, isn't it? But although there was doubt in their minds, the audience didn't care too much because both were new songs and both were sung by Zhang Xiaohan. Only, they don't care. The teacher sitting in the first row, the one who had just struck up a conversation with Su Hong, however, revealed a puzzled expression. Under the Sea? Mr. Su, what's going on? Isn't Xiaohan's new song called Sunrise's Light Language? Did Xiaohan bring 2 new songs this time? That teacher looked at Su Hong with a puzzled expression. However, he saw Su Hong's just raised smile freeze uncontrollably on his face. What's going on? She'd like to know what's going on. The Light Language of the Rising Sun, that's a song written by Mr. Kai. Why did Xiaohan change the song just like that? And where did Xiaohan get that song Under the Sea from? Bean-sized beads of sweat slid down her face, and Su Hong's breathing became rapid. Only she knew how important this orientation party was to Xiaohan. What's more, it's live in real time. Mao Tianyi, a first-rate singer and music director of Skywalk Entertainment, could be watching from the live broadcast. Mr. Mao Tianyi is able to report Xiaohan's performance directly to the company. Thump 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 thump. Just as Su Hong was sweating with anxiety, suddenly, A mellifluous accompaniment came out from the stage, just as Su Hong was sweating anxiously because of Zhang Xiaohan's private song change. Instead, an unfamiliar accompaniment suddenly blared from the stage. The melodious and very pleasant accompaniment vaguely reveals a faint sadness. No, that's not sadness, it's grief, the ultimate grief. The audience listening to the song was instantly engaged the moment the sad to the point of sadness voice rang out. Dodge the crowd. Zhang Xiaohan's pleasant singing voice reached everyone's ears through the microphone. There was no vocal wailing or deliberate sensationalism. The song, rather, sounds more like a soft humming through the nasal passages. It sounds so full of brokenness and is so haunting. The teachers sitting in the first row froze, their eyes wide and frozen in their seats. The students who were whispering at the back also stopped their discussions as they looked at Zhang Xiaohan with their mouths wide open and a dumbfounded look on their faces. In the live broadcast room, the army of pop-ups that had originally refreshed at an extremely fast speed suddenly disappeared. Even Su Hong, who was in a hurry, had her brain go blank after hearing the 2 lines of the song. This moment the world seemed to go quiet. There was nothing else but Zhang Xiaohan's mournful singing voice and the passing night breeze. The waves with the white dress trying to push you back, the waves clean the blood, delusions of grandeur warm you to the depths of the sea. Listen, the soul has gone into the silence, no one will wake you up. The song of rawness continues. Only unlike last time, this time the tone of his voice was plucked up a bit. It evolved from a coy voice that seemed to hum out of his nose to a choked sob with a hint of crying. Everyone seemed to have an image of this in front of their eyes. It was the first girl to wear a white dress and walk on the beach. Her eyes were dull, facing the sea, and her movements were very stiff as she walked towards the depths of the sea. One step. Just as she was getting closer to the ocean, the waves burst forth. Wave after wave lapped at her blood-stained white dress, like a pair of hands trying to push her back and stop her from going out to sea. The waves, which were incredibly cold, seemed to have a temperature in this moment, trying to warm the girl. But the power of the waves is too small. The determination of the girls is too big. There seemed to be some kind of magic in the depths of the sea that was guiding her forward. Let her soul be freed. Let her life fall into silence, and leave this despairing world. Everyone subconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. What kind of desperation can make someone walk into the ocean without hesitation? Who can come to the rescue of this girl again? That was the thought that bubbled up in everyone's mind. Soon enough, however, the song's tune pulls up again. You ask me where I go when I die, is there anyone who loves you, can the world stop? Always pulling a smile on cool people. People on the shore have nothing to do with it on their faces. There's nothing left on earth. Everything is smoke. Rap-like vocals follow, only different from traditional rap. The burst of song was cold and without a trace of warmth. It was as if he was saying his last goodbye to the world, as if he was giving his last words. Truly, a divine song. Magic City. Inside the director's office, Skywalk Entertainment, Mao Tianyi, who was a top-tier singer in the music industry and the company's music director, couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. When he first heard that the new song Zhang Xiaohan was going to sing was Under the Sea, he was staggered for a moment, because he clearly remembers that the new song arranged by the company is Sunrise's light language. But this live stream was all he watched, so he listened to it in passing. As a result, the more this is heard, the more alarming it becomes. Sad tune, despairing lyrics. He had a hard time imagining what mindset the songwriter had in mind when he created the song. Could this song also be a song composed by Choi Dorian? He still has this skill? Mao Tianyi subconsciously thought of the gold medal composer responsible for composing for Zhang Xiaohan, Kai Duolian. Yet before he could continue to extrapolate, on the cell phone, Zhang Xiaohan's voice that sounded like a mournful cry rang out. You have laughed and cried, you trembling arms. No one will salvage you. You clearly hate choking. At the end of the song, whoopee, a gust of wind blew through the night, blowing up the hem of the skirt on Zhang Xiaohan's body by a few points. The white skirt fluttered gently at her knees, and a microphone in hand, standing in the gusty wind, appeared in the spotlight. And I don't know if it's God's will or coincidence. Just then, the weather, which had been overcast, suddenly started to rain, drop by drop of bullseye. Tiny drops of rain dripped on the heads of the audience on stage. But at this time, the audience, as if they were wooden, did not make any movements. They just let the rain wet their clothes. The live broadcast room, which was full of more than 100,000 people, also fell into a terrible silence. That's it. 1 second. 2 seconds. A full half-minute passed before thunderous applause rang out across the stage. Good. Schoolteacher sang it well. Whoa, it's so damn tear-jerking. I knew the hour and a half hadn't been in vain. So King Fry really did come out at the end. Mud. I don't know why. It's so hard to hear this song in my heart. I want to cry. It's too depressing. It's too good to cry. Senior sister actually sang such a depressing song at the orientation party. She really doesn't care about our audience at all. Oh, off stage. Applause and cheers. Almost everyone's face carried a deep wetness. With the addition of the weather, it was no longer even possible to tell if it was rain or tears on their faces. The live feed blew up. The pop-ups from netizens and fans kept refreshing the live broadcast like a torrent. The teachers and professors on stage were shocked. Despite knowing that Zhang Xiaohan is a singer, the quality of the songs is certainly not up to par. Still, the song greatly exceeded their expectations. Su Hong also froze, and endless joy surged through her heart at the same time. From the moment cheers erupted from the stage, she knew that Xiaohan had succeeded. From sweaty to pleasantly surprised, a total of 1 song had passed. Su Hong, however, felt like her body was being emptied. Luckily it's a false alarm. Turn around and make sure to tell Xiaohan. And then there's such a thing as a song change, make sure to tell me in advance, or else my heart can't stand it. Su Hong patted his chest and muttered to himself. She now kind of understood why Xiaohan's was so cheerful when she called her during the day. It seems that it's not that Xiaohan understood Mr. Tsai's song, but Xiaohan got a divine song. Is this song also by Mr. Choi? Mr. Tsai doesn't seem to be a composer in this style. Just as this thought had just occurred to her, on the stage, the 2 students in charge of hosting came up. Thank you, Sister Zhang, for bringing us the song. Sister's singing skills are really beyond our reach. The male student in charge of hosting took the lead. After listening to the song, he had even discarded his prepared official speech and talked directly to his schoolmate. Thank you really much for liking the song. Over there, Zhang Xiaohan also thanked him repeatedly. But then, in a whirlwind, she turned her words around and said, actually, my contribution to the song is minimal. And the main thing is to thank the songwriter of the song very much. Without him, the song wouldn't have come out. I don't have the opportunity to stand here and take compliments now either. Oh, there are still experts? The student in charge of hosting raised an eyebrow at that. Then I wonder if Sister Zhang is willing to reveal this composer to all of us? Just When Under the Sea was a huge success. Zhang Xiaohan went so far as to say that it was the songwriter who took the most credit for the song. This caused the netizens watching the live stream, as well as the teachers and students listening to the song on stage, to freeze in unison. But everyone reacted quickly. Internet rumor has it that Zhang Xiaohan's song this time was made by their company's gold medal composer, Kai Duolian. Zhang Xiaohan purposely emphasized the composer here, thinking that it might be at the company's request to give Mr. Kai Duolian a wave of commercial bragging rights. Thus, the student in charge of hosting hastened to take advantage of the situation and specifically asked towards Zhang Xiaohan about the composer. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Xiaohan actually shifted her gaze to the stage with a smile. Sure, the songwriter is also a junior at our school. What? Everyone froze at these words. Not Mr. Choi, but a junior? Wait. Our school? A classmate with myself? Off stage, the newly enrolled freshmen were abuzz. It's okay for the singing department to have a music star like Miss Zhang Xiaohan. The composition department has produced another junior who can make such divine songs. If I'm not mistaken, school just started, right? The junior class has only been enrolled for 2 years total, right? 2 years and the composing ability has already reached this point? In an instant, the eyes of the new students glowed as if they had seen their bright future. Yet while freshmen are excited, sophomores, juniors, and even seniors are confused. They are all from the same school, and they know exactly how much they weigh. Just moments ago, both were proud to have lived another day. Now you're telling me that a fellow student at the same school composed a sacred song for a major singer? It's still a real people pleaser. These students are not the only ones who are skeptical. In the front row, one of the vice presidents who had come to watch the party also had a trembling hand and touched the microphone to his mouth. Mr. Zhang, you said that the one who made this song is a junior student of our Magic City Music Academy? This vice dean incredulously confirmed towards Zhang Xiaohan. Over there, Zhang Xiaohan nodded without hesitation. That's right. The vice dean immediately became agitated. What is this student's name? His thoughts were simple. Such a powerful and talented student. His future achievements would not be underestimated. Now that you have found it, you must focus on cultivating it. That's exactly what I'm trying to say, Zhang Xiaohan said while looking at the stage once again. The drizzle was still falling, but none of the spectators left the stage. They all waited quietly in the light rain for Zhang Xiaohan's answer. His name is Chen Fan, and he's a musical genius to me. Yet I haven't seen him in person. But I wonder if this Chen Fan student was there. If it's there, would you please step forward so we can get to know each other? I really appreciate you giving me this song to sing, and thank you for your trust. A true talent should not be buried. In a few words, Zhang Xiaohan spoke sincerely and honestly. The netizens in the live broadcast room boiled over when they heard this. Holy shit, did I hear it right? Xiaohan took the initiative to send out a friend request. Truly envious of this brother. If it were me, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. What's there to envy? The strength is here. If you also wrote a song for Xiaohan, Under the Sea, it's you who has this honor now. Chen Fan? What an unfamiliar name. But it feels like it's going to be hot in the future. I have to write it down first. The live feed quickly descended into a lively discussion. On the scene, an old man with white hair in the first row was sighing after hearing the name. Alas, Chen Fan. It's actually Chen Fan. This kid, he's really a genius. The old man's voice wasn't loud, but it was because of the small microphone in front of each teacher's desk in the first row. His voice still came out. These two words quickly attracted Zhang Xiaohan's attention. Oh, this teacher knows Chen Fan? Is he one of your students? In that case, then, Zhang Xiaohan inquired excitedly, before she could finish her sentence. However, she was interrupted by the old man waving his hand. The kid did take my course and he's really talented, but that was a couple of semesters ago, and I haven't seen him since the start of this semester. Is it that Chen Fan has already learned your lessons? So, asked Zhang Xiaohan. The old man shook his head helplessly. No, I asked his advisor, and the advisor said that he had submitted an application for suspension from school since the summer vacation. Now, he has taken a break from school. What? Taking a break from school? When these words came out, the vice dean next to him was confused first. He never thought that he had found a good seed with great difficulty, but he had already taken a break before even meeting him. Zhang Xiaohan was equally staggered. Why take a break from school for a good reason? Alas, the old man sighed again, and the young figure wearing sunglasses and leaning on a guide cane couldn't help but come to mind. His guide said it was a change in the family, and the guide didn't explicitly say what exactly. Who is his guide? Which department and which class? Elder Qin, can you finish in one sentence? Don't let people ask one sentence and you answer one sentence. The vice dean anxiously said. He couldn't sit still. From the moment he learned that Chen Fan had taken a break from school, he couldn't wait to ask. His guide is. Elder Qin told the group the name of the guide. Again, based on his impression, he named the class that Chen Fan was in. Zhang Xiaohan happily thanked him after hearing this and hurriedly walked off the stage and left the party. He ran straight toward Instructor Chen Fan's office. Broker Su Hong followed closely behind, not forgetting to hold an umbrella for Zhang Xiaohan while following. The new song was finished and the mission was accomplished, so Zhang Xiaohan's departure made sense. It's the vice principal on the scene who suffers. At this moment, he couldn't wait to immediately give Chen Fan's guide a call the other party over, and ask for some information about Chen Fan. Or just go to the school's archives and do a good job of checking out who this Chen Fan really is and find out where his home address is. Even wanted a home visit. If it is not possible to go to school because of financial reasons, the school can help. But, because it's now a fully webcast orientation party, he was also responsible for saying the closing remarks after the show. He can't help it. He can't get away. So he could only watch Zhang Xiaohan walk away. And in the live broadcast, the netizens were completely blown away by the situation. Crap. Are you kidding me? Are you sure this isn't a script arranged by the school and Hyuhan? It's outrageous, isn't it? It's outrageous enough for a junior to make this kind of tune. How is this even a break from school? That's right. You're so good at studying because of your family? If I had that kind of strength, even if there was a famine in my family, my dad would still pay for me to continue studying. Strongly suspect that there is no such person as Chen Fan at all. This must be a tune composed by some very powerful composer from Skywalk Entertainment, deliberately arranging the script to hype up the heat. But can this kind of tune be made just because Skywalker Entertainment says so? If they're really that good, Xiaohan's previous few songs wouldn't have been so mediocre. And to take a step back, even if Skywalk Entertainment really has such a great composer who made this song, what's the point of his hype? Wouldn't it be nice to just admit it? The netizens' remark quickly put the script theorists on their heels. Yeah, what's the point? How can this kind of music be composed just by saying so? They were confused. They were puzzled. And at this time, Skywalker Entertainment, the director's office, Mao Tianyi stared blankly at his cell phone, puzzled by the turn of events at the party. Some netizens suspected it was scripted, but Mao Tianyi, who is the music director, knew. Where's the script? The plan? Zhang Xiaohan's new song is clearly Sunrise's light language. The song Under the Sea came about all by accident. Chen Fan? Mao Tianyi pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and his eyes also took on a few thoughtful looks. The next moment he dialed a phone number. Hello, Xiao Wang? Help me look up someone named Chen Fan. See if he's ever released a song in the music industry. Hashtag college campuses. Depressing divas crying all over the place? Hashtag Zhang Xiaohan's new song comes out of nowhere with heartbreakingly sad vocals. Hashtag it rains after you sing Under the Sea. Is it all providence or coincidence? Hashtag what kind of experience could make a junior make such a sad song? Hashtag one very hot topic after another washed up on Vibe. The live replay of Zhang Xiaohan's singing also gained thousands of retweets in just one night. After the welcome party, Under the Sea was on fire. At the same time, the composer of Under the Sea, the name Chen Fan, also followed the fire. But compared to Under the Sea, the netizens who pay attention to Chen Fan are still in the minority after all. The reason is simple: everyone is here to listen to the songs, and most of them emote after listening to the song and didn't have time to see Zhang Xiaohan's follow-up speech. And of course, they didn't see the anxious look of Zhang Xiaohan and the vice dean after learning about Chen Fan's suspension. Many netizens couldn't wait to open the comments section after listening to the song, typing about how much I love this song. Mud, it's so good. Never heard such a good song before. I'm a fan of joyful songs, but this one breaks my preference. Kaji, I want to cry so much after listening to this song, but I really love. Unfortunately, the song has that one tiny drawback. The tone is so sad and desperate that I feel suffocated after listening to it. I'm a pretty optimistic person who feels mournful, so if a pessimistic, misanthropic person heard this song, they probably wouldn't want to live. It's a song that can't be heard by the faint of heart. Speaking of which, Netflix lamented. Even normal people felt suffocated after hearing this song, and they really didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be for misanthropes after hearing it. However, these discussions have only just begun. A netizen immediately came forward to clarify the song. No, it's not. I'm a moderately depressed person who had no desire to live anymore and even felt like the whole world was black and white at times, but it wasn't until yesterday that I heard this song. I'm miraculously getting better. The netizens were confused by this statement. They stared at the comment with wide eyes. Crap, dude, are you telling the truth or not? A song to get better? Don't be so outrageous. Yeah, sounds like a novel. The netizens are in disbelief about the whole song cure thing, but soon after, the depressed netizen took pictures and uploaded his medical records. Black and white, as well as the cause of the disease, are clearly photographed. It's true. I don't have to lie to you guys. As it used to be, I didn't want to even type, but this song gave me something to talk about. It gave me a feeling that there are people in this world who understand me and who care about me. I actually don't want to type this even with the desire to talk about it, but having watched you guys misinterpret the song, I'd feel guilty if I didn't stand up for myself. After all, this song saved me. As you can tell, this internet user is not a talker. Even online he doesn't want to type. But in an effort to do Under the Sea justice, the internet user, who doesn't like to type, struggled to type out a bunch of words. The words reveal an appreciation for the song. Subsequently, it wasn't just this internet user. One by one, people who claimed to be stressed out or suffering from various mental illnesses came forward, speaking for Under the Sea. Seeing this, the netizens were confused. I feel like this song is not for normal people at all. It's a song for people with depressive tendencies. Ordinary people hear this song and find it depressing, and stressed people hear it and find it liberating instead? This is too metaphysical. The heat of Under the Sea is still climbing, though it doesn't currently compare to some of the classic Chinese music gods, but it has also spread somewhat widely. Magic City, inside the breakfast place at the end of the alley. The time at this point is 2 in the afternoon. After the lunch hour, the store was long gone. In the kitchen, however, the sound of Chen Yun talking came from time to time. Hello there, is this Director Liu from Kyoto Hospital? I'd like to ask about ear cancer. What should I do if I treat it? Okay, excuse me, is that Dr. Liu from Cornwall Hospital? Yes, I am looking for advice on the condition. About ear cancer. Oh, so, but is there really no way at all? What if we don't seek a cure? It doesn't matter even if you take medication for a long time. Well, call after wave of counseling. Chen Yun finally sighed. She sat crouched helplessly in the corner with her hands on her knees. Fan's hearing is getting worse and closer to deafness. She was really scared, afraid that Xiaofan would not be able to think straight after losing his hearing and leave. The last time she saw that suicide note was still fresh in her mind until now. That feeling of grief and despair after losing a loved one was something she really didn't want to experience a third time. But no matter how hard she tried, no matter which hospital doctor she went to, all of these doctors can't do anything about ear cancer. Is there really nothing more can do? A faint layer of watery mist could not help but well up in Chen Yun's eyes. And just then too, ding dong, she suddenly felt her cell phone vibrate. Is that a message from any hospital? Immediately, Chen Yun stood up, and she hurriedly opened the cell phone that had just rested its screen. But after seeing what was on her cell phone, her expectant eyes immediately turned to disappointment. Turns out, it's just a random pop-up from Vibe. Magic City Conservatory of Music Orientation Gala. Zhang Xiaohan sings depressing divine comedy. It's Little Fan's school. Chen Yun immediately noticed the words Magic City Music Academy, but then she lost her head again. Alas! It seems like little Fan was often praised by his teachers when he was in school as well. If he didn't have ear cancer, Fan would have been at this party. Composing songs, too. Chen Yun began to lament. The more she lamented, the harder it was on her mind. Why? Why is God so unfair? Little Fan was so young and so talented. He should clearly be standing in the starlight. But why did ear cancer find him? Suffering from eye disease since childhood and being abandoned. Isn't Xiao Fan's life hard enough? Do you have to let ear cancer block the last path for Fan? Thinking of this, Chen Yun's unwilling tears finally flowed out uncontrollably. At the same time, she tearfully clicked into the pop-up window. Just after clicking on the song, Chen Yun froze. The fluttering tunes, the sad and elegant singing voice, and the figure on the stage that I can see. Everything about it felt unreal to her. This scene, this song, is it really not AI synthesized? Originally, I thought that a college orientation party would, at best, liven up the atmosphere. But when hearing the songs in this moment, she suddenly felt that the song was several times better than the songs sung by the sound variety stars on TV. Gradually, she got into it. After a low, heavy feeling first, her mood quieted. A sense of relief that belonged to her soul caused her to raise a smile, as the song progressed through the middle section. Though, she felt a little overwhelmed again. This song feels, well, weird. After listening to the song, Chen Yun didn't read the rest of the content, but instead directly clicked into the comments section. Then she noticed the discussion in the comments section, and that conclusion that was unanimously reached after deliberation. So, normal people get sad when they hear it, and depressed people get renewed hope when they hear it? Chen Yun muttered. After a brief moment of disorientation, the next moment she looked up in great surprise. Fanny, let Fanny listen to this song, and Fanny will surely regain her hope. Think about it. Chen Yun didn't even have time to take off her apron before she couldn't wait to run towards Chen Fan's room. Her pretty face wore a cheerful smile, even her breathing became rapid. Soon she was running out of the kitchen, run up the stairs to the second floor. Just at the moment she gripped the door handle and was about to push the door open, she stopped her hand movement as if she suddenly thought of something. The smile that had just been raised because he saw hope gradually retracted and became frustrated. Xiao Fan is despairing because he can't compose songs in the future. If he is allowed to hear the songs made by our schoolmates now, will he? Chen Yun hesitated. She thought of that suicide note of Chen Fan again. One of the lines, for me, not being able to compose music in the future is no different from death still sticks in her mind. The moment she saw the suicide note, she was afraid. She was afraid of losing this last member of her family if she wasn't careful. 10 minutes later, concerns eventually prevailed. She sighed and walked down the stairs with heavy steps. Come full of joy and leave with your head hanging down. Chen Yun hesitated for 10 minutes over this matter. It was just that her hesitation was not felt by Chen Fan inside the room. At this moment, Chen Fan was lying on his bed somewhat confused as he listened to the system prompts in his head. Congratulations to the host, successfully depressing the listener. Depressing value +1. The host depresses the listener, and the depressing value is +1. Mechanical and without a hint of emotion. The sound has been droning on and on since yesterday, a lot of times shouting out accents. Throughout the night, Chen Fan was so noisy that he couldn't even sleep. Is Under the Sea too much of a downgrade hit for this world's songs? Or did Lao Lin and the boys find an unbelievable singer? Or, is it both? Chen Fan blinked and was at a loss. Originally, he was wondering how to maximize the number of people who would hear the song when it came out. That doesn't seem to be necessary now, because he had just taken stock of it. And from last night until now, the song had already reaped a full 34 million points of depressogenic value. That means that a full 34 million people were depressed by the song. And yes, that's just the number of people who were depressed by the song. Things like those who don't like this kind of song and those who have a higher tear-jerking point and weren't depressed after listening to the song haven't been counted. So exactly how many people heard the song doesn't even count. 340,000 points of depressogenic value, which converts down to 33 points, should be enough to get my soon-to-be tinnitus ear out of danger, right? Just as he was thinking, another loud system beep rang through his head. Chen Fan sucked in a breath of cool air. It's a sound that does feel rewarding at first listen, but after listening to it for a long time, it gets really annoying. System, you can just save the harvested depressogenic value into the database, and when I want to know how much there is I will check it myself. No need to remind me with a bang. Chen Fan said to the system. Ding! Detected that the host does not want to listen to the loop prompt, whether or not to redeem the gag spell to shut the system up. Redeeming the forbidden speech technique? Chen Fan was stunned at the words. It costs money to shut you up? Ding! The forbidden speech technique can be exchanged at the system mall. The system replied to Chen Fan's first question very positively, ignoring his second question. Chen Fan, forget it, let's just take a look at what's in this system mall first. Chen Fan also remembered that there was such a thing as a system mall only after being prompted. Originally, his purpose of awakening the system was only to restore his hearing and eyesight, and he had no other ambitions. However, now that the system has said so, let's take a look. With that thought, he opened the mall faceplate. It's full of a wide array of black tech, some of it quite useful, some of it very flashy. The prices are also some cheap and some expensive. After briefly flipping through a few pages, Chen Fan found the forbidden speech technique that the system was talking about. Banning technique, the host can ban or unban the system at any time. There are no other restrictions, and the use of this technique does not affect the collection and redemption of depressogenic values. Selling price, 200,000 depression points. 200,000 depressogenic values? Seeing the price, Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 200,000 depressogenic values, which translates to 2 points. 2 points for the system to shut up. This system is really dark. However, Chen Fan still chose to redeem it after thinking about it. The reason for this is that the system is so capable of dinging that it's only a matter of time before you get annoyed out of your mental illness by leaving it alone. After buying the banning spell, Chen Fan immediately chose the banning system. As the mechanical sound of the dinging halfway through the day disappeared, Chen Fan immediately felt that the entire world was cleared. He will then look to his numerical faceplate again. Next, it's time to add some hearing and vision. This body has been diagnosed with eye disease since the age of 2, and the state of the eyes has been at a constant level ever since. But the ear cancer is a recent development and is in a rapidly deteriorating state. So if we don't take care of it, we'll lose our hearing soon. So from what we've seen so far, hearing is more in need of healing than vision. Chen Fan simply deduced, then looked at the system faceplate again. Let's add 20 points to the hearing first. Immediately, Chen Fan exchanged the 2 million depression value into points and added them to the hearing column. What had been 5 points of listening left immediately became 25 points. Test it and see what a 25-point hearing looks like. Chen Fan turned on the TV again and turned it up to the maximum. But just as he raised a smile and prepared to perceive the current state of his hearing, only to realize that the sounds heard were no different than those heard before the addition. What's the situation? Chen Fan tapped the volume button on the remote control a few more times in succession. After half a dozen points, it's clear that the TV is indeed the loudest it's ever been now. But why hasn't my hearing changed at all? System, what's going on? Chen Fan lifted the system's ban. Just after the ban was lifted, the system took advantage of Chen Fan's inattention to secretly ding again. Answer my question or you'll never be unblocked again. Ding. The host has not reached the full breakthrough threshold at this time, so hearing cannot be improved. What do you mean? Chen Fan frowned slightly. His sentence had just been asked. The next moment, the system faceplate suddenly changed. Just below the hearing, 4 words suddenly appeared, which were high risk, medium risk, low risk, normal. And the word named high risk is flashing gold at the moment. Host's current hearing status is high risk. Points added to full points can be changed to medium risk, and so on, until normal. The mechanical-like system voice, bit by bit, explained for Chen Fan. So to improve my current hearing, I need to add up to a perfect score? Adding up to a full score will only change my hearing from high risk to medium risk? And to become normal hearing, you need to add a full 3 points? Same with vision? Ding! Congratulations to the host for answering correctly. I'll go. Chen Fan, who had always been good-tempered, couldn't help but want to curse at this moment. Too bad the system doesn't have a mother at all. Why didn't you say that rule when you first started? Ding! Advance instructions will cause the host to budge. Good lord. Is this because you're afraid you'll find it too difficult to just quit? So paint a pie first and give a little hope that it can be accomplished? This system is made by spelling yuzu, right? Alas. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. He then converted all of the remaining 1 million depression values into points and added them to hearing. Listening became a 36 right away. The hearing is still deteriorating now. And to stop the deterioration you must hurry up and add to 100 points. It's clearly not enough to rely on one song. Under the Sea. Gotta hurry up and create another song before I go deaf and more people get depressed. Thinking of this, Chen Fan got out of bed and pushed open the door of the house, leaning on his guide cane and walking toward the stairs. Auntie! Chen Fan shouted downstairs as he walked. The shout was quickly answered. Then in Chen Fan's line of sight, his sister-in-law's blurred figure quickly approached and ran to his side. Oops, why are you downstairs by yourself? What if I fall? Make sure you call your sister-in-law before you go downstairs this time, okay? Chen Yun said to Chen Fan with a reproachful face. Chen Fan nodded, then said, Auntie, can you do me a favor? Sure, what do you want my sister-in-law to do? Seeing that something was wrong with little Fan, Chen Yun was instantly delighted. Something means there's a goal, and it shouldn't be light for a while, which is a good thing. Call Chamberlain and the others and tell them to come see me when they don't have class, Chen Fan said with a serious face. Although he was wearing sunglasses, the importance of the matter could still be seen in his expression. Okay, I'll call and talk to them. Chen Yun immediately pulled out his cell phone. Chen Fan nodded slightly at his words. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chen Fan called his housemates, naturally wanting to hand them another song, because as of now, they're the only ones who can find singers to belt out the tunes. And judging from the depressing value of this harvest, the singer who sang Under the Sea must be an extraordinary being. If that same singer could sing the song this time, there was even a chance that his hearing would reach a perfect score and break the threshold. In a sense, Chen Fan's judgment was right, but the one thing he didn't expect was that Under the Sea made a far more powerful impact than he could have ever imagined. This is especially true in the industry. In just half a day's time, the song had already been passed around among various singers and songwriters in the music industry. The unfamiliar name of Chen Fan was at the same time branded in the hearts of many people. All the singers and entertainment companies were using their abilities to quietly inquire about Chen Fan's traces. Boss, may I ask if there's a young man named Chen Fan living in this neighborhood? What van? Chen Fan. Chan what? Old uncle, here's $200. If you don't mind. Aya, what are you guys doing? Isn't it just Chen Fan? Look at you. Magic City. A rural area. The gray-haired oldest man was very embarrassed and grabbed the 2 red bills. Then, under the watchful eyes of Zhang Xiaohan and a few teachers, he received a cigarette handed over by the vice dean of the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Zhang Xiaohan. Crowd. Vice President Zhao Jun is also speechless. This old dang pretend is also too unprofessional. However, spitting in his heart, as the vice dean, Zhao Jun still acted very cordial on the surface. It couldn't be helped. Ever since I found out where Chen Fan's domicile was last night, they got up early this morning and hoofed it this way. This was all because Chen Fan's song Under the Sea was so strong that it provoked many professionals in the music industry to look for it. He didn't want to watch such a good seed get snubbed by some third-rate company. But as a result, when they arrived at this village, the people searched and searched and searched for most of the day without finding which family. That's what compelled the choice to ask the villagers. It seems that old uncle knows where this Chen Fan's family lives. Zhao Jun waited for the grandpa to put the money away and then smiled and opened his mouth. It seems that old uncle knows where this Chen Fan's family lives. When the oldest man collected the money, Zhao Jun smiled and opened his mouth. Oh, Chen Fan, the old uncle said as he lit a cigarette. Yes, it's Chen Fan. Without waiting for Zhao Jun to open his mouth, Zhang Xiaohan anxiously answered Moncler Outlet Online. The others similarly glanced at each other, their eyes showing excitement. Finally, after searching for Chen Fan's classmates for such a long time, he was now going to find them. Before anyone could be happy, the oldest man slowly exhaled a smoke ring under the excited gaze of the crowd. Not recognizable. The teacher's expressions were frozen. Zhang Xiaohan's smile froze on her face. Zhao Jun was even slightly twitching at the corners of his mouth, and there seemed to be 4 words inside his mouth that he wanted to say. But, the oldest man again had a turn of phrase. A long time ago, there was really a family named Chen in this neighborhood. Oh, the crowd immediately became interested again. And where, pray tell, is that household now? The boss reached out and pointed. That's the one behind you. When these words came out, everyone including Zhao Jun and Zhang Xiaohan turned their heads to look behind them. Across the street, however, was an adobe house made of brick. The door to the dirt room was built from a single piece of wood with a lock that was rusted and discolored, and through the cracks of the wooden door, you can still vaguely see the yard full of weeds. Seeing the situation, Zhao Jun's heart immediately developed a touch of bad premonition. Old uncle, how long do you mean between long periods of time? The old man scratched his head nervously. It's been about 10 years. No, it has to be more than 20 years. At first that old Chen Tu was a rich man, doing business, made a fortune, and I heard that he even opened a store in the city of Magic City. And these 2 families are really strange. Originally gave birth to a daughter even if the daughter are almost 20 and then gave birth to a little daughter. TSK, you say, this is for the daughter to give birth to a sister or a daughter. People cannot have money on the float. This way down sooner or later to be retribution. In my opinion, his family opened the money is not a good way to come. When it comes to other people's family matters, the oldest immediately becomes vocal. The expertise of the Murakuchi intelligence organization is brought to the forefront. A few people couldn't help but feel a sense of speechlessness as they listened to Moncler Outlet Store the story. They didn't have the heart for any family stories. Their only goal now was to find Chen Fan in a hurry, and they must not be robbed by some unscrupulous company. Ha ha, Moncler, there's no need to talk about people from a decade or so ago. Think about it again. Are there any other families with the surname Chen besides this one? A teacher in the crowd asked with a kind gaze. Well, ahem. The boss sniffed and coughed dryly, falling silent, just when everyone's face was puzzled. Instead, he saw the oldest man need the 2 red bills from earlier a few times. Oh, that teacher instantly got it in seconds. Then as soon as he ran to Zhao Jun, he gave Moncler Outlet Store 2 more red bills in front of this vice president. The boss took the red banknote and grinned as his brow stretched on no more. No one in our village has the surname Chen in the first place. The reason there's an old Chen family is that his father's generation moved here back then. They moved away more than 10 years ago, and naturally there are no more people with the surname Chen in this village. Moncler Outlet Online. After these words, the crowd froze in place in unison. The heart felt incredulous. No Chan? There's no surname Chen. How come Chen Fan's domicile is listed here? It doesn't make sense. Is there really no one named Chen Fan in this village? Master, are you thinking again? Maybe he just moved here in the last couple years? Zhang Xiaohan asked with some reluctance. She really wanted to meet Chen Fan. She had been interested in Chen Fan from the moment she saw the score of Under the Sea. Only a junior in college, he created Under the Sea and has been called a genius by almost every teacher who has taught him. It was enough to see the terror of its strength. If she could, she even wanted to spend a lot of money and beg Chen Fan to compose another song for her. But who knows? As soon as her words were asked, the boss's head, like a rattle, shook. No more. Not to mention this village. Not even the Li village in front of us or the Wang Zhuang behind us. Old man, I've lived here for so many years. I know whose big yellow dog is in the village. When I say it's gone, and you'll have to trust my memory. Moncler. With that, Moncler Outlet Store, as if he had thought of something else. He held the cigarette between 2 fingers and cocked it to the side. No. The old Wu next door, only 73, got the sticky rice cake C mother certificate. Even his own grandchildren cannot recognize. Grandpa, I'm 78 years old. 5 years older than him, didn't even get that disease. How good is my memory? Don't need me to say more, right? That's Alzheimer's you're talking about, isn't it, Moncler? Oh, wrong name? It's okay. It doesn't make a difference anyway. It's all food. Tell him to eat less takeout and instant noodles, which are full of rat poison and gutter oil. And still don't believe it. Come on, eat out of the disease, right? The topic came to a head when the boss went back to decrying takeaway food as unsafe. It's okay, Moncler. Thank you for the information. You rest. The crowd saw that the topic could not ask for any useful information at this point. Then he said goodbye to the grandpa. After that, the group went around the village a few more times and asked other villagers. The results were all pretty much the same information. And so it went around until late afternoon. The group ate at a farmhouse and then returned to the car. This Chen Fan student is really hard to find. Vice President Zhao Jun sat in the back row and couldn't help but sigh. Maybe Chen Fan's classmates are also like what the old man said. That family surnamed Chen, whose household registration was here and then moved elsewhere. Dean Zhao, don't worry. Since the video of our college searching for Mr. Chen Fan has been posted online, I believe that Mr. Chen Fan will definitely come to the school on his own when he brushes up against it. One teacher gave a serious wave of analysis and ended with a very clever pat on the back for the school. Mr. Wang is right. Chen Fan's classmates will definitely come on their own after swiping the video. That's right. Dean Zhao relaxes first. Don't be too anxious. The other teachers chimed in. In response, Zhao Jun just shook his head and smiled. Instead, a few moments of loss welled up in his heart. He had sat in the position he was in today for so long that he could naturally distinguish between what was true and what was just words to flatter himself. So he did not hold much hope for Chen Fan to come of his own accord on this point. The reason was simple. Under the Sea was so hot. Chen Fan as the composer must have already swiped the video. The reason why the other party had not yet come was most likely that there was some difficulty, or have been snubbed by some small company, ahead of time, to become their composers. Extrapolating from the clues so far, Chen Fan's family situation is not very optimistic, so it is highly likely that you will be lured away by some small amount of money. In both cases, in either case, they had to find a way to pull this student up. Unconsciously, Zhao Jun strengthened his determination to find Chen Fan. As the vice dean of the Conservatory of Music and a music nerd at the same time, he really couldn't bear to see such a genius being buried. Wait, I seem to have figured out how to find Chen Fan. It was at this moment that Zhang Xiaohan suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Think of ways to find Chen Fan? Just when everyone was still thinking about where Chen Fan was now, next to her, Zhang Xiaohan suddenly let out a gasp of excitement. This instantly pulled Zhao Jun's thoughts back. What does Ms. Xiaohan have to say? Zhao Jun's eyes lit up and looked at Zhang Xiaohan with anticipation. However, Zhang Xiaohan did not answer immediately. Instead, very hatefully, He slapped himself violently on the head. Whoops, how could I have been so stupid? Should have thought of them. How come we've gone around in such a big circle for nothing? Zhang Xiuhan's sigh of relief didn't look like an act at all. The movement, the look. Zhao Jun and the group of teachers who were watching also froze. Ms. Xiaohan, what exactly have you come up with? Hurry up and say it. Yeah, Ms. Xiaohan, selling out is not a good habit. It's killing us, teachers have been urging anxiously. Zhao Jun also turned his gaze tightly towards Zhang Xiaohan, his excited gaze filled with anticipation. Over there, after complaining to herself, Zhang Xiaohan turned her head to look at a few people. Have you teachers ever wondered why I can sing the songs made by Qin Fan even though I've obviously never met him? How come? Can sing songs made by Qin Fan, but have never met him? This statement was made whether it's Vice President Zhao Jun, or a few of the teachers who came with him. All of them felt that some crooked knot in their hearts had been tied. A feeling of enlightenment instantly swept through everyone's mind. Yeah, why? Singers who can sing songs given by songwriters must have some way of interconnecting or making connections. Yeah. If you want to find Qin Fan, you can completely follow this line and contact him step by step. Thinking of this, several teachers, as well as Zhao Jun, all coincidentally wanted to ruthlessly give themselves two big earfuls just like Zhang Xiaohan just now. You don't look at such a valid and simple clue. You have to go to some archive and check people's domicile, and to spend money on listening to the old man fool you for nothing. Isn't this stupid? Isn't this a waste of effort? 4. Why? Zhao Jun forced himself to hold back both regret and excitement as he asked with a trembling voice, is it convenient for Ms. Xiaohan to say how she got this song Under the Sea made by Mr. Qin Fan? Zhang Xiaohan nodded and smiled. Because, the sheet music for this song was given to me by two of Qin Fan's housemates, and they were the ones who asked me to sing it on the stage of the welcome party. 2 housemates? The 2 housemates, what were their names? Zhao Jun hurriedly pursued the question. One of them seems to be named Zhang Lin, and the other's name is a bit complicated to remember. Zhang Xiaohan said after carefully recalling it. Hearing this, Zhao Jun couldn't sit still. As soon as he braced his legs, he tried to get up from his seat, but because he stood too hard, his head actually hit the roof of the car directly. Gu, Dean Zhao, be careful. A teacher rushed to help Zhao Jun sit down. Zhao Jun, however, just sucked in 2 mouthfuls of cool air before greeting the teacher who was driving the car. Teacher Lu, let's go back to school quickly. Please drive faster. Okay, Dean, we're going as fast as we can. We'll be at the school in no time. Mr. Lu responded. Upon hearing that the person who gave Zhang Xiaohan the song was Qin Fan's roommate, he started the car. Good. Zhao Jun nodded, then prepared to pull out his own cell phone. But when he turned his head, he suddenly realized that the teacher who had given Moncler Outlet Store 2 red bills earlier had already dialed the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Fan's guide? Mr. Zhang? Yes, I'm Mr. He. I'd like to ask which building Qin Fan's previous dormitory was in at the academy. Which dormitory? And who was in the dormitory? Okay, please Mr. Zhang. In just 2 minutes, this teacher asked for all the information they needed. Afterward, he put down his cell phone and smiled at Zhao Jun. Dean, don't worry, all of student Qin Fan's housemates are still at school right now. Their dorm room is in building 8, so when you get in the gates, just take a direct left and go straight. Aha. Zhao Jun nodded slightly after hearing this, and a few rare smiles appeared on his face. Well done. I learned that Qin Fan's roommate was able to contact Qin Fan. The lost mood of the group was swept away. The teacher in charge of the car even directly kicked the gas pedal and violently sped towards the direction of the school. And at this point, Magic City Conservatory of Music, Dormitory Building No. 8, Dormitory Room 301. Shooter, come with the group. Don't fucking bring the line. Bringing the line is a matter for the field. You Luban bringing the line is not afraid of being caught. A polite and friendly greeting spread throughout the dormitory. Today, the day with the most classes in their schedule. A few people after finishing the day's lessons. It's being passionately hacked. It was also at this time that the door to the dormitory was opened. Zhang Lin, the dormitory director, appeared at the door. Seeing this messy scene in the room, Zhang Lin helplessly slapped his palm. Okay, guys, stop arguing for a second and listen to me. Old Chen's sister-in-law called me this afternoon. At these words, the noisy dormitory fell silent. Chang Xingyu, who was still discussing with his teammates in a heated manner, even directly turned off his microphone and earpiece. Turning his head, he looked at Zhang Lin in shock. What the hell? What did you say? Lin, old Chen, his sister-in-law called you yesterday? Is something wrong with old Chen? Not only Chang Xingyu, the other 6 housemates were also looking at Zhang Lin in unison at this moment. Under the Sea is on fire. They know that, and at the same time the name Qin Fan is known to many people. But they also knew that this song was Chen Fan's last song. Soon Chen Fan will lose his hearing completely. So when they learned that many people in the music industry were looking for Lao Chen and wanted him to be a composer, they felt sorry and hard in their hearts. At the same time, they did not publicize the fact that Chen Fan was hearing impaired, because they knew that even if they told everyone about Chen Fan's hearing impaired status, those people would not be able to help Chen Fan regain his hearing. Instead, it was highly likely that they would go to the breakfast place to look for Lao Chen, causing a lot of unnecessary trouble. It made Lao Chen become more reluctant to lose his hearing, to see with your own eyes all the goodness that you had hoped for come to you, and then to be unable to do anything about it, and then finally to watch it go away. They didn't dare to imagine what would become of old Chen if he had this experience. Even what kind of stupid things they would do. That's why a few housemates didn't choose to make a big deal out of it after learning that Under the Sea was on fire. Instead, they very silently buried the elation of the explosion of Under the Sea and that regret for Chen Fan in the bottom of their hearts. Now that Lao Chen's sister-in-law suddenly called Zhang Lin, it was hard for them not to associate it with the worst. It can't be that Lao Chen's hearing has completely deteriorated, can it? Thinking of this, the hearts of the housemates all tightened, and they all looked at Zhang Lin, who was standing in the doorway. Auntie said. Also at this time, Zhang Lin cleared his throat and opened his mouth. The auntie said for us to go to the breakfast place when we're not doing anything. Old Chen wants to see us for something. Few the crowd breathed a sigh of relief in unison. The stone raised in his heart fell to the ground. Something's up? What else can happen when Lao Chen is like this? I don't need to think about it to know that I must be buying my brothers a drink. They can still remember the drinking pact they made with each other a few days ago. Shit, old Lin. Can you kids speak faster next time? You scared your father. That's it. I just had my heart in my throat. One by one, the housemates began to sputter. Zhang Lin shook his head and lost his smile at his words, just wanting to say something else. But suddenly, an overjoyed female voice could be heard coming from the hallway behind them. Old Chen? The old Chen you guys are talking about is Chen Fan? Great, you guys really know where Chen Fan is. A bright, familiar female voice with a tone of complete surprise. Hearing this voice, Zhang Lin's entire body winced. He jerked around to look behind him. After seeing the scene in the hallway, his eyes widened and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Sister Zhang. Zhang? Zhang Lin shouted with a shocked expression. At the same time his retreat made the front of the doorframe empty. The scene outside the door was in full view of the others. Holy shit, Sister Zhang? Crap, Vice President? What's with all the teachers? A few other people in the dormitory were also frightened by this sudden burst and scurried straight up from their seats. Those who were playing the game even turned off their earpieces and simply rested their screens, slipping their phones into their pockets as soon as they could. Just outside the door, in the hallway, stood a number of teachers including Zhao Jun and Zhang Xiaohan, as well as two hostess aunts in formal attire. Next to them were some students from other dormitories, probing and casting curious glances this way. That. Dean. Sisters. Teachers. Come on in. Chang Xingyu's reaction was the fastest, and his bed was closest to the door, so he pulled Zhang Lin to his side as soon as he could. Then a few teachers were welcomed up. At the same time, without moving, he tucked a cigarette case from the table silky smooth into his sleeve. Aha! Zhao Jun nodded and led a group of teachers into the room. Behind them, the hostess aunts thoughtfully closed the doors to the rooms for the crowd. The not-so-small dorm room became a bit cramped when the teachers came in. Teacher, no one smokes in our dorm and we don't use illegal appliances. Without waiting for Zhao Jun to open his mouth, one of the housemates started to snatch the answer. The other housemates looked at him when this statement was made. Who asked you? You kids say that. Isn't that a lie here and there? It was a good thing that Zhao Jun didn't see the abnormality. Or, he probably didn't want to pursue it too much even if he saw it. He only smiled and patted the classmate's shoulder very kindly. Classmate, don't be nervous. The teacher came to our dormitory, not to check for prohibited items. Oh, ha ha. The housemate laughed awkwardly, smiling on the surface. His heart was already beating a drum. In fact, from the moment he saw Zhang Xiaohan, he had already guessed a generalization. These teachers, they are definitely coming for old Chen. The fact that he had taken the initiative to mention prohibited items just now was just a digression. The teacher came here just to see if the students are used to living here. Just as he was thinking, Zhao Jun spoke up. By the way, ask again about your roommate, Chen Fan. It seemed as if he hadn't expected Dean Zhao to step into the thick of things so quickly. The looks of several people in the dormitory all changed slightly. Even this housemate's smile subconsciously stiffened. Soon, though, that smile returned to normal. Chen Fan? Didn't Chen Fan take a break from school? He hasn't come to school this semester. Ha ha. He couldn't let the teacher find Lao Chen. Or rather, it couldn't let Lao Chen know that he was on fire, as it would likely increase the resentment in Lao Chen's heart. With what happened the other day when he almost killed himself, even they couldn't be sure how high old Chen's mental defenses were at this point. His idea is good. The poor acting couldn't escape Zhao Jun's sharp eyes. Zhao Jun took a deep breath, put away that amiable smile, and said with a grave expression, "Class, although the teacher doesn't know why you're hiding it from him, but there is one thing that teacher can be sure of. You guys must be towards Chen Fan. Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked being disciplined by going to Ms. Zhang Xiaohan's room and delivering that song Under the Sea, right?" Unlike his easygoing demeanor just now, Zhao Jun looked both serious and grave as he said this. Extremely contrasting. This housemate also froze. "Teacher, It took a few seconds before he stammered and prepared to speak, only to be violently interrupted by Zhao Jun. "Our music is an art, and art should be appreciated. Accordingly, the writers who create this art deserve to be better known. Since student Chen Fan chose to take a break from school, naturally he has encountered some difficulties in his life. Although the teacher doesn't know what this difficulty is, most difficulties inevitably need to be solved with money, don't they? As Chen Fan's alma mater, it is only right for us to lend a helping hand as much as we can when our students are in trouble. But as we want to help, it's only natural that the school should know the situation beforehand." Saying that, Zhao Jun even excitedly patted on this housemate's shoulder. "Classmate, a genius shouldn't be buried. We should watch him stand in the highlight and enjoy the glory that is rightfully his. Watch him and bring more amazing work to this world. Isn't that the biggest goal for a lot of us musicians? That's what we study music for. Class." Zhao Jun became more and more agitated as he spoke, until finally, it gradually evolved into a passionate speech, and the whole dormitory became his stage. The famous music nerd, Zhao Jun, really lives up to his name. After his remark, the dormitory instantly fell into a brief silence, because that speech by Zhao Jun just now did contain Chen Fan's needs. For a cure, money is needed. Although it is said that there is little hope of ear cancer being cured, but Chen Fan's daily life after going deaf is also always about money. And to be known, to write songs in the highlight, these have always been Chen Fan's dreams, although they were afraid that Chen Fan would become unwilling after seeing this. But when they thought about it, it seemed that they were not qualified to reject these for Chen Fan, and the song Fee 4 Under the Sea. While several people were hesitating, Zhang Xiaohan, who was on the side, also spoke up. "Even though you guys registered the copyright ahead of time, I've gained a lot of fans from performing this song. Most importantly, the song got me out of a rut that was hard to get out of. So as a token of appreciation, senior sister would like to give senior brother Chen Fan a token of appreciation in person. Senior Chen Fan has only just started his junior year of college and has made this kind of song. His future is bound to be unlimited. I'd like to, if I may. I want to pull Chen Fan into the music industry. If he can keep up this level of creativity, his future achievements will definitely be far higher than mine." "Achievement? Far above you?" When these words came out, the teachers at the scene looked at Zhang Xiaohan in shock and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Zhang Xiaohan is now considered a top-tier singer with more achievements than her. I'm afraid it's only the gold medal songwriters, or the songwriting gods, thinking that Chen Fan will become a gold medal composer, or even a song god, just based on one song? Facing the crowd's shocked gaze, Zhang Xiaohan, however, did not feel anything wrong, and her shining eyes revealed endless sincerity. She turned around and walked over to Zhang Lin, said with a sincere and serious face, "So, can you tell schoolmate where Chen Fan is now?" Zhang Xiaohan walked up to Zhang Lin with sincerity and honesty, looking over to the schoolmate who was, to her, a relative acquaintance. This, Zhang Lin sniffed with a hard expression and lowered his head. If anything, Zhao Jun's words just now made him vaguely change his mind. Then Zhang Xiaohan's words reinforced this part of his faltering. "Is it possible that I think of old Chen as too fragile? Perhaps." The emotion that Lao Chen felt when he learned that his song was well known was not one of resentment, but of joy? For a moment, Zhang Lin couldn't help but have this thought. After all, the matter of Chen Fan being psychologically very sensitive was something they had learned from Chen Fan's sister-in-law's mouth. It was only after learning about this matter that they became cautious towards Chen Fan. Think about it another way. If it was the old Chen in the past, would he have just killed himself after learning that he was on fire? Obviously not, but no one in their right mind would, even if Lao Chen is about to go deaf. His mind has become more sensitive than before, but it's not so extreme, is it, schoolboy? Seeing that the other party was silent, Zhang Xiaohan softly called out again. "Is it a concern to dwell on it like that? If you have any concerns, just say them, let's solve them together." When she said this, the teachers around her chimed in. Yeah, 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 yeah. Maybe what seems heavenly to you is well resolved by the teachers. That's right, when Chen Fan really has a career in the music industry. As a friend, we can also be a part of the glory, right? Under the Sea, this song is not ordinary nah. The outside world, a lot of fans by this song fans, can want to know who the composer is it. Online there are already a lot of people are inquiring about Chen Fan. Ask Chen Fan has no new song. The teachers, with gentle voices, counseled one by one. Zhang Lin, as well as the other housemates, couldn't help but feel shaken in their hearts when they heard these words. Entering the music scene and creating songs that are heard by a wider audience and gaining fan favorites. Aren't these exactly what old Chen dreamed of? Though it is said that the elder Chan is going deaf and Under the Sea may be the last work he brings to this world, but it's good to let him know that his previous dreams are being realized. Yeah, thinking of this, Zhang Lin at the forefront took a hard, deep breath as if he had made some sort of determination. Finally, a long sigh of relief. Okay, teacher, I promise to take you to Chen Fan's house to meet Chen Fan. Zhao Jun's serious and earnest expression was swept away and replaced by endless joy. That's right, the teachers grinned back. Zhang Xiaohan clenched her fists even more excitedly. However, Zhang Lin again turned his words around. You guys can't expose old Chen yet. It's not our place to make the decision for him whether he wants to appear before the public or not. He and his family need to be asked. This is natural. Zhao Jun smiled and nodded slightly. The individual's wishes are the most important thing, and at that time, if student Chen Fan has any difficulties, we will be able to help. The other teachers, hearing Zhao Jun say this, also nodded their heads in agreement. We, then, leave now? Zhang Xiaohan asked with a heart full of joy. She couldn't wait. The tune composed by Chen Fan takes her out of her predicament and makes her see hope in Chen Fan. If she could, she wanted to spend a lot of money and beg Chen Fan to compose another song. Wait for tomorrow. It's already too late today. Zhang Lin looked out the window expressionlessly. At this point in time, the sky had darkened a bit. A few of us need to communicate. There's no class tomorrow morning. And old Chen also happens to have something for us. So tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we can go to old Chen together. Good. It's a deal then. Zhao Jun smiled and walked forward, patting Zhang Lin's shoulder with one hand. The teacher will pick you up tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Let's go find Mr. Chen Fan together. Aha. Zhang Lin nodded lightly. Ha ha, good. Then students, you communicate first. And you can also look for the teacher if you encounter any difficulties in your future studies in life. This is the teacher's cell phone number. With that, Zhao Jun looked around and tore off a random note in the dormitory. With the pen he had with him, he wrote down his contact information. Come on, teachers, let's hit the road. After doing this, Zhao Jun left with the accompanying teachers laughing loudly. Inside the dormitory, only Zhang Xiaohan and the 7 people in the dormitory remained. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the schoolmistress will definitely come. After finishing her last sentence, Zhang Xiaohan also left the dormitory with excitement. 2 minutes after the crowd left. Old Lin, do we really have to take them to Old Chen? In case of Old Chan, one of the housemates couldn't help but ask. He thought about the last sentence and still didn't say it all. Zhang Lin didn't answer immediately at his words, but walked to his bedside in silence and sat down with his head bowed. Old Chen won't be as fragile as we think. Besides, hasn't it always been his dream to have the songs he's written heard? These words were uttered, and no one else in the dormitory spoke, as if acquiescing to his point. The housemate who had asked the question sighed helplessly at the sight. Okay. No one spoke this night. The housemates each briefly washed up before turning out the lights and getting into bed. The quiet dormitory was filled with the occasional sound of tossing and turning and tossing and turning. No one could sleep because no one knew how old Chen would react tomorrow when he saw Zhang Xiaohan and the others. The next day, early morning, obviously the appointment was at 8 o'clock. The 7 people in the dormitory, however, were downstairs by 7:30 p.m. Almost everyone had a dull complexion and a pair of dark circles over their faces. Apparently last night's insomnia has resulted in a slightly worse color today. Schoolboys, over here, just go downstairs. They then heard Zhang Xiaohan's happy shout. Several people turned their heads to look. Just in front of the dormitory building, there was a long business limousine parked. The door of the limousine was open. Zhang Xiaohan was inside, waving at them enthusiastically. There were also some passing students nearby, casting curious glances toward the limousine. Apparently, though, they came down a half hour early. Zhang Xiaohan, however, arrived earlier than them. It was different from the all-night sleeplessness of Zhang Lin and the others. Zhang Xiaohan slept exceptionally well last night. I even set 3 alarm clocks in case I couldn't get out of bed. I woke up at 6 and then meticulously applied what I thought was the most exquisite makeup I had ever seen. Once that was done, she drove impatiently to the school. That's right, drive yourself. Because of Zhang Lin's sentence of not being able to expose Chen Fan yet, She didn't even call the driver in charge of the car. Get in the car. Haven't had breakfast yet, right? There are fruits and snacks in the car, so there's no need to be polite with your schoolmate. Seeing a few people come to heel, Zhang Xiaohan said enthusiastically. Thank you, sister. The housemates each responded, barely squeezing a small smile from their faces. Then he lowered his head and stepped into the car door. The limousine of a first-tier star is indeed luxurious enough. Even the roof, which features a star roof. When they saw several people come in, Zhao Jun and the few teachers who came with him gave up their seats. Say hello to them. That's right. Zhao Jun and the teachers came early today too. After they met up with Zhang Xiaohan, they took a car and came downstairs together, waiting for the appointed time to arrive. Since everyone is here, shall we leave now? Schoolboys, which one of you will show the way? Zhang Xiaohan sat in the driver's seat and turned her head to say to a few people. I'll do it. Zhang Lin sat in front of a few people. So, with the car ignited, a busload of people drove off campus with their own moods. Along the way, Zhao Jun and the teachers chatted with each other and laughed, looking very relaxed. Zhang Xiaohan was in an equally good mood. Though she was driving, she joined in the conversation every now and then, mingling with the crowd. The whole carriage was enveloped in a cheerful atmosphere. In addition to those 7 students in their 20s, who should be vibrant. It's reasonable to assume that as young people they are far more energetic than these teachers. But what was very unusual at the moment was that several of the students seemed surprisingly silent in the face of these joking teachers. Except for a student named Chang Koyu who could barely speak to the teachers. The other students, it seems, don't even want to say a word. Even, they looked out the window from time to time in a fidgety manner as if they had something on their minds. Ha ha, students don't need to be nervous. The teacher is not a monster. This time it's thanks to you that the teachers were able to find student Chen Fana. Otherwise such a good seedling will be buried in vain. After Zhao Jun realized the anomaly, he comforted a few people with a loud laugh. He thought it was because these students were more introverted. It's hard not to be nervous about sitting with so many teachers at once, and it's hard to let go. And the housemates heard his reassurances, and just nodded, barely squeezing out a little smile. It didn't say Chen Fan's condition directly. After all explanations are far less impactful than seeing the facts with your own eyes. These teachers will know when we get to the breakfast place later. The only thing they were worried about now was Chen Fan's reaction after seeing the crowd. Time. It flew by. Zhang Xiaohan drove fast, too. After only half an hour had passed, the car traveled to a street under Zhang Lin's command. In the meantime, the alley next to the street. Xiao Yun, 2 drawers of Xiaolong Bao and a cup of soy milk. Coming. The smell of meat accompanied by white smoke drifted out of the breakfast place. The time, now, is 8:30 in the morning. The breakfast rush has just passed. Inside the store, it was a noisy scene, with many customers still enjoying their breakfast. Most of these people are repeat customers, and most of them are residents of the same alleys. Because breakfast places are affordable and the flavor is off the charts. That's why neighbors stop by almost every morning to take care of business. Auntie Wang, the 2 drawers of Xiaolong Bao and a cup of soy milk you ordered. Within a short time, Chen Yin served Xiaolong Bao and soy milk to Auntie Wang's table. She then looked around again in all directions. Seeing that all the customers in the store were dining, no new customers came in for the time being. Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead and found an empty seat to rest. Seeing this, Auntie Wang at the next table chatted with Chen Yun while eating. Yun, did you and Fan have dinner? Eaten. Chen Yun nodded and smiled. We ate earlier, before the store opened. So, Auntie Wang looked upstairs and asked carefully. Little Fan's illness, is it settled? Chen Yun did not speak, only pursed her lips and gently shook her head. Alas. Auntie Wang sighed at the sight and lamented. What 2 good children. If you have any difficulties, talk to Auntie, don't hold yourself up. Neighbors for so many years. If you can use Auntie's place, just let me know. Xiaofan's disease will surely be cured. The hospital here won't cure it. Let's go to the hospital outside to take a look. There's no hurdle that can't be overcome in this world. Anan. Auntie Wang said a bunch of bitter words. The more she spoke, the more the corners of her eyes grew moist. As a long-time resident here for over 30 years, she had seen firsthand all the changes that had taken place in this family. First, both parents left, and the oldest daughter raised 2 children by herself. By now the oldest daughter is gone, and the adopted son who had the best hope of making it out was already suffering from bad eyesight, and now he's about to go deaf. God, what a heart! Why is it that all the suffering in the world is focused on this family? Thank you, Auntie Wang. Facing Auntie Wang's comfort, Chen Yin said thank you and his voice began to become choked. She propped one arm on the table in front of her and held her brow with one hand. It looked like he was rubbing his eyebrows, but in reality, he was secretly wiping the tears from his eyes. The successive changes have devastated her. but in front of outsiders, Chen Yun had always looked very normal and had never shed a tear. But Auntie Wang's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. As in, a sympathetic "why are you crying" when you're trying to hold in your tears. That kind of kill is something you can't hold back no matter what. There's no such thing as too much? Yeah, 20 years ago my parents left and I lived on my own. It's just that most of the pressure has shifted to my sister's shoulders. Now the sister is gone too. Live by yourself. Only Xiaofan and himself were left to depend on each other. But just 2 days ago, Fan almost killed himself too. One's last family member in this world is actually leaving one's life. It is true that there are no hurdles in this world that cannot be crossed, but there are hurdles after hurdles that cannot be crossed. Gradually, tears blurred Chen Yun's vision. One just wants to keep Fan alive and well. Is it that hard? And just as she was falling apart, inside the store, a shout from a customer was the one that woke her up. Holy shit! Whose car is that at the door? So pretty? Does anyone recognize what brand of car this is? Why is it bigger than a van? A very unusual looking white limousine pulled up in front of the breakfast place. The diners in the store murmured at the sight. It was also at this time that a group of people from the car stepped out of the car in a flurry of activity, pushed open the door to the breakfast room. Ha! Where's this big boss from? And how come he's still here in our alley? Auntie Wang looked at the group and couldn't help but mutter. Chen Yun was also confused at the sight, but being the owner of a breakfast place, subconsciously she got up from her seat and stepped forward ready to greet her guest. Hello, can I get you something to eat? Before she could finish her sentence, however, she froze, because she saw that among the group, there were actually Xiaofan's housemates. This team is weird. In addition to Xiaofan's roommates, there is a young girl wearing sunglasses and a mask and sun hat in the center of the group. Next to them, were several middle-aged men dressed in formal attire, with a self-contained literati air. Only the look on the faces of this group of literati at the moment was not literate at all. Instead, there were a few hints of hidden excitement in his gaze. When the first man saw Chen Yun, he hurriedly and eagerly extended his hand. Hi, I'm 4 cages of buns and a cup of soy milk for each of us, please. However, the man had not finished speaking. Zhang Lin, who was next to him, then snatched his mouth open. As soon as Zhang Lin opened his mouth, the man seemed to suddenly remember something, took his hand back, and stopped speaking. This strange sight really puzzled Chen Yun. Still, she nodded in a daze. One moment, please. With that she turned around and went back to the kitchen to prepare up the buns and soy milk. It didn't take long to bring those breakfasts over. That line of people just now had also long since taken their seats, faced with whispered discussions around them, and a cell phone taking video. The men looked as if they had expected it and were indifferent. And just like that, an hour passed. The customers in the store had largely finished their meals and left the breakfast place. While there were many people who were curious about the group of people who drove limousines to eat in the alley, they were only curious for so long. At best, take a shot with your cell phone. After a while, they naturally have to go about their business. Xiao Yun ah. Auntie Wang will leave first. Remember to tell Auntie if you encounter anything. Anan. Auntie Wang, take care. Finally, it's at the end. Auntie Wang, the last customer in the store, also left the place. Inside the breakfast store, only Zhang Xiaohan and her group were left in the end. Chen Yun took off his apron and came to a few people, looking at Zhang Lin suspiciously. These are. With that she asked. Before Zhang Lin could speak, the Zhao army at the front then stood up at once. Hello, you're Mr. Chen Fan's sister-in-law, aren't you? I'm the vice dean of the Magic City Music Academy, Zhao Jun. Chen Fan's student. Ah, this time is really. With a sincere expression and warm eyes, Zhao Jun extended his palm. In the car, the housemates, a few people briefly introduced Chen Fan's family situation. No father, no mother, only a younger sister-in-law. Even the adoptive mother passed away just a short time ago. After hearing this introduction, Zhao Jun was even more certain that Chen Fan's family had difficulties. It also strengthened his determination to help Chen Fan. And over there, when Chen Yun saw the other party extend his hand, he subconsciously prepared to reach out and shake it. However, upon hearing that the other party was the vice president, the hand that had just been extended retracted. Then her confused eyes gradually widened. You're the vice president of the Little Fan School? Xiao Fan. Did Xiao Fan make any mistakes? But Fan has already taken a break from school this semester. Chen Yun looked at the crowd in fear. The color of his face became tense. There were a few of my housemates for company, plus the limo parked out front. The other party's status as vice president was obviously not a sham, but she couldn't think of any mistake that Van, who was already blind and deaf, could have made. And what kind of mistake could have drawn the school leader to his door? For a moment, Chen Yun envisioned all the bad thoughts in his mind. However, before she could finish her thought, Zhao Jun then spoke with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, no need to be nervous. We didn't come here this time because Mr. Chen Fan made a mistake. On the contrary, we have to praise Mr. Chen Fan. Ha ha ha. Saying that, Zhao Jun and the group of teachers exchanged glances. All of them erupted into a heartening laugh. Praise for Little Fan? Chen Yun was even more confused when he heard this. By the same token, Van took a break from school and hasn't been to school at all this semester. She didn't understand why the school was offering praise when nothing had been done. Nice. Just praise. Zhao Jun's smile tightened and he nodded solemnly. The new song Under the Sea that student Chen Fan created this time has caused quite a stir in the music industry. Not only did it make a lot of songwriters who had gotten to the point of bottlenecking, but they broke through after listening to it. It also showed a lot of teachers in our school how much potential the students really have. Most importantly, it's still for us to successfully break the circle in this welcome party, so that many students from outside the school can see the strength of our school's students. Something that honors the teacher and brightens up the school like that certainly deserves praise. Zhao Jun's words were so heartfelt. A few of the teachers accompanying him nodded their heads in fits and starts. Even the girl who had wrapped herself up in a tight bundle was pressing on a bit. Chen Yun looked at the scene and became even more confused. A new song written by Van that creates a sensation in the music industry? Make the school's welcome party a successful circle breaker? When did Fan compose a song? Nowadays, Xiao Fan even has problems listening to songs, not to mention composing them. Even Fan was so self-destructive 2 days ago because he couldn't compose a song that he almost. Chen Yun blinked with confused eyes. If it wasn't for Zhang Lin and the others standing in front of Zhao Jun, she really had to wonder about the authenticity of a few people's identities. But the other party obviously didn't know what she was thinking. Beside Zhao Jun, the girl with the sunglasses and sun had also nodded her head in a chicken-pecking style after Zhao Jun finished speaking. Excitedly, I also have to thank Senior Chen Fan. If it wasn't for him, I might really have to become an over-the-top singer. To tell you the truth, I was already not expecting anything from this orientation. It was schoolmate Chen Fan who gave me this song at a crucial moment. It's what's going to make me great at this orientation. No wonder the teachers at school say that schoolboy is a musical genius. This word is really well deserved for schoolboy Chen Fan. Another round of heartfelt thanks. Chen Yun, this time, had captured some key information. Orientation. Party? She suddenly thought of the sometimes soothing, sometimes breathtaking song she had swiped yesterday afternoon. Although she didn't know the song, she could still be sure, through normal human appreciation, that it was a rare and good song. And the place where that song was performed was the welcome party of the Magic City Music Academy. Now, the vice dean and teachers of the Magic City Conservatory of Music had come together to thank Xiao Fan. Thanks to him for the songs he wrote at the welcome party. At once, a bold idea arose in Chen Yun's mind. Could it be that the song that got so many people talking about it online was composed by Fan? The thought arose for a moment. Chen Yun was then so frightened that he hastily dismissed the idea. For no other reason than it's fantastic. Let's not talk about the fact that Xiaofan's current state is simply unable to compose. Even the usual Xiaofan would be unlikely to compose such a tune. She knew that Chen Fan had talent in music, but talent was only talent after all. Xiaofan was still a junior in college, and he might not have learned all the knowledge of music theory. So how could he create this kind of tune that would make himself, an outsider in the field, be moved by it? It's a little too outrageous no matter how you think about it. Hello, sister. Are you listening? Zhang Xiaohan saw Chen Yun's eyes misty. Anxiously, he waved his hand in front of her eyes. Chen Yun was quickly pulled back by this wave of her hand, and seeing Chen Yun return to his senses, Zhang Xiaohan smiled sweetly and removed the sunglasses and mask from her face. A good-looking and somewhat familiar face appeared in front of Chen Yun. Seeing this face, Chen Yun was first stunned for a moment. She then covered her mouth in surprise and gasped out, "It's you? You're the girl who sang at orientation." At this moment, seeing Zhang Xiaohan who took off her sunglasses and mask, how could Chen Yun not recognize it? Isn't that the same girl who sang the song in the previous video? Ha ha, it looks like this girl has already heard the song that Mr. Zhang sang. Aren't you talking nonsense? That song was composed by Chen Fan's classmate, and people are Chen Fan's sister-in-law, so they must have heard of it a long time ago. Ha ha ha, that's true. The teachers laughed and snorted when they saw that Chen Yun recognized Zhang Xiaohan. Yeah, it's good to recognize it. Recognition just strengthens trust. One saves a lot of trouble. Secondly, it would also be of great help in convincing Chen Fan to resume his studies or enter the music industry next. Teachers, including Zhang Xiaohan, thought the same way. But what they don't know is this. Chen Yun heard these words but only felt his brain go blank. That song that made himself so emotional, was actually really made by Xiaofan. It's amazing that Van created such an awesome song. As if in a trance, she heard the song Under the Sea again. That desperate, suffocating voice came to her mind. One of the comments she'd seen in the video's comments section yesterday also seemed to resurface before her eyes like a memoir. One of the extremely well-received quotes struck her the most. The person who made that comment claimed to be a depressed person. The man said that even his own depression eased a bit after hearing the song, and suspect that the song's creator is likely to be a little depressed as well. After all, it's only depression that understands depression best. Only depression knows depression best. Chen Yun murmured in a low voice that only he could hear, reciting the words over and over again. Without realizing it, his eyes actually began to become moist. This girl? What is it? One of the teachers was the first to notice something strange about Chen Yun. He had been laughing and discussing with the other teachers. After seeing this situation, he instantly tightened his smile and inquired with a face full of concern. Zhang Xiaohan, as well as the other teachers including Zhao Jun, froze when they saw this, even thought I had said something wrong and started to become confused and disoriented. I don't know how to comfort Chen Yun. Helpless, they could only end up focusing on students like Zhang Lin, only to find that the group of students was surprisingly silent as well. What's with this? The teachers' congregation group was now completely confused, but fortunately this doubt did not last long. Chen Yun's voice then rang out. Originally, it turns out that the teachers came to thank Little Fan for the song. Ha ha, it's fine. It's really nothing. Chen Yun also realized that he had lost his temper. She wiped the tears from her eyes and choked on her words, and made an effort to raise a smile, except how it looked like a forced smile. Miss, can you let us meet Mr. Chen Fan? Zhao Jun politely opened his mouth and asked, although he didn't know why Chen Yun shed tears. But if the other party didn't say anything, naturally they didn't want to let themselves know, as it was he didn't pursue it here. Instead, they were straightforward about their purpose. Meet, Fanny? Yes, meet senior brother Chen Fan. Zhang Xiaohan also nodded her head very seriously. Senior brother Chen Fan's creative ability is really outstanding. If I could, I would like to take him into the music industry and bring more hits to the world. And songwriters are far more sought after in the music industry than singers. With this song Under the Sea alone as an all-time achievement, you can earn a 5-figure base salary as a songwriter at an entertainment company. This is still just the base salary. If Senior Chen Fan can make 2 more songs of equal quality, he can even become a gold medal composer. Zhang Xiaohan's words were spoken with extraordinarily seriousness. Chen Yun heard it, but he couldn't help but feel gloomy. Enter the music industry and become a songwriter to bring more songs to the world. It's always been a dream of Xiaofan's. But, any concerns? Zhao Jun noticed the change in Chen Yun's expression. He took a step in front of Chen Yun and said with concern, Chen Fan has taken a break from school and hasn't even been to school this semester. I heard it was because of a change in the family? The moment Zhao Jun said this, he didn't wait for Chen Yun to reply. Then he added, it's rude to ask about other people's family matters, but student Chen Fan is a student of our school. Such a musical genius. We really don't want to see him buried. I mean, if there are any difficulties, you can actually speak up and we can all figure out how to solve them together. But before that, please let us meet with Mr. Chen Fan first to confirm Chen Fan's situation. Is that okay? Another word was uttered. Zhao Jun's hale eyes were sincere and eager. He really wanted to meet Chen Fan. First of all, he was already known as a music nerd at the conservatory. It's even notorious for sparing talent. Plus, Chen Fan was a native student of his own school. The superimposition of such multiple buffs made him more and more curious about this classmate named Chen Fan. Before he came, he had even entertained the idea of helping Chen Fan through his difficulties out of his own pocket. Dean Cho. Actually, Chen Yun opened his mouth, trying to explain Chen Fan's situation, but immediately she found herself unable to organize her words immediately, unable to speak about the matter with precision and clarity, plus a pair of eyes looking ahead of them, especially the 2 pairs of eyes with heavy expectations from Zhao Jun and Zhang Xiaohan. It made her upset. In the end, 1,000 words were reduced to a heavy sigh. Ugh. Follow me. Chen Yun looked at the second floor with some hesitation in his gaze, but eventually she walked up the stairs with a clench of her teeth. Zhao Jun and Zhang Xiaohan were delighted in their hearts when they saw this and hurriedly followed. The faculty is a close second. Only they didn't notice that a few of the students at the very back of the line had a few lustful looks on their faces. However, they chose to follow silently after looking at each other. Breakfast place. Second floor. With the scraping sound of the old wooden door, the door of the house of Chen Fan's room was slowly pushed open. The scene inside was then presented to the crowd. It's not a big room. A bed, 2 tables, a TV as well as a chair are everything in this room. Sitting in the chair was a young man with a straight figure and a television in front of him. His whole body exudes a different kind of temperament, giving him a cool feeling. The youth's appearance at this point was a bit strange, for no other reason than he was clearly facing the TV. Instead, A thick pair of sunglasses was worn over his eyes. Is it okay to watch TV with sunglasses on? Not only that, but at the moment the TV was playing a music program, the volume wasn't too low, and the crowd heard the song coming from the TV when they were walking upstairs just now. And at this moment, as the door of the house opened, the feeling of the crowd standing in the doorway towards the song could only be described in 2 words. Shrill. There are even people who can't help but want to cover their ears already. The young man in the chair looked calm in the face of the shrill television sound. The crowd looked closer in confusion, only to realize that on his ears, he was wearing something like a pair of headphones. Dare I say this is listening to a song with sunglasses on? Clueless, utterly clueless. Zhang Xiaohan, Zhao Jun, and the group of teachers all looked at each other, their expressions revealing a face full of confusion. What's the point of turning up the TV so loud when you're listening to a song on your headphones with sunglasses on? Ahem. That. One of the teachers, seeing that the situation was a bit awkward, took the lead in breaking the silence. He looked toward Chen Yun and politely opened his mouth to ask, I believe this is student Chen Fan? Aha. Chen Yun nodded indifferently at his words. With a nod of her head, the teacher's crowded group's complexion was suddenly joyous, with a great sense of jubilation that the goal had been accomplished. The first one who couldn't help it was Zhang Xiaohan, only to see her immediately walk up to flank Chen Fan with a sweet smile. Clearing his throat, he spoke. Senior Chen Fan, how are you? Zhang Xiaohan lowered her voice as much as possible to make it seem gentler. Although this will inevitably drown out some of the sound by the TV, but it's not completely covered up, just enough to be heard. However, when her words fell, the Chen Fan in front of her did not make the slightest movement. Still sitting straight as a log, he seemed to be listening to the music. Senior Chen Fan? Zhang Xiaohan raised her voice slightly this time. She thought it was because Chen Fan was wearing headphones that caused her not to pay attention to herself. The Chen Fan in front of him was still facing the TV, and he didn't even bring himself to turn his head. Zhang Xiaohan was confused. Zhao Jun and a group of teachers were also confused. He won't hear you if you yell like that. Suddenly, just as the crowd was wondering, Zhang Lin's voice rang out. The teachers sniffed and looked at Zhang Lin in unison. As for Zhang Lin, after exchanging glances with Chen Yun, he let out a hard breath as if he had made some sort of determination because Lao Chen is a famous ear cancer patient. Boom! However, it was like thunder exploding in the sky, and the teachers only felt a buzzing in their ears. What? How? The teachers subconsciously widened their eyes. There was incredulity in the look. Zhang Xiaohan also froze as she jerked her head around to look at Zhang Lin, only to find the other man looking downcast and not at all like he was joking. And the other housemates around the other party were similarly keeping their heads down and not saying a word. It was the same look as when they left in the morning. And yes, they looked that way when they left in the morning. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohan looked like she had figured something out, and her brain fell into a perilous state. How did this happen? What kind of ear cancer is it? Is it life-threatening? Zhao Jun stammered as he asked, the words almost subconsciously coming out of his mouth. His expression hadn't recovered from its stupor when the words left his mouth. He never thought that he had found a good seedling with great difficulty. It's actually cancer. Feeling Zhao Jun's anxious gaze, Chen Yun exchanged a glance with him, and then, he was out of sight again. The doctor said no, but it's 3 months away from going deaf at the most. Zhao Jun was slightly relieved. Luckily no lives will be lost. Soon. Though, he lamented, it wouldn't cost him his life. But he knew all too well what deafness meant to a songwriter. To go deaf means to become deaf and never hear a song again. And not being able to hear sound for a long time can even make a very good musician. Forget about music theory and become unable to compose. The principle involved is the equivalent of leaving a person stranded on a deserted island in the middle of nowhere. After a few years, this normal person who had been a very sharp talker would also become unable to speak. Human function is ultimately limited and prolonged disuse will lead to degradation. Thinking about this, Zhao Jun's heart was also sore. He looked at Chen Yun and asked somewhat unwillingly, is there no cure? Have you been to a bigger hospital? Have you been to Mordor Tri Hospital? Kyoto Hospital? Konghi Hospital? Why don't we drag Chen Fan's classmates there now? He really wanted to save Chen Fan. Couldn't bear to see such a genius fall so dramatically. However, Chen Yun closed his eyes in pain and shook his head. It's useless. I've asked them all. These hospitals can't do anything at all. Also, I don't dare to take Xiaofan to a hospital that's too big. Why? Recovering from her dismay, Zhang Xiaohan stepped forward and asked, is it because of financial difficulties? I can help too. It just so happens that Senior Chen Fan helped me write Under the Sea, a song for which I haven't paid the song fee yet. As he was talking, Zhang Xiaohan anxiously took out a large pile of cash from her bag and placed it on a side table. It seemed as if he was afraid that if he took one step later, Chen Fan would immediately go deaf. No, it's not. Chen Yun shook his head again. Van doesn't want to see me spend too much money on him. Egu. Zhao Jun over there stomped his foot anxiously when he heard this. At a time like this, why do you still care about what the patient thinks? Straight up dragged him hard to see ah. Zhao Jun's comment wasn't exactly standing on his head. Consider that last year, his mother was diagnosed with a serious illness and said she would not go for treatment in order to save money for her family. It was Zhao Jun who stiffly pulled his mother to the hospital at the critical moment. So when he saw a similar situation again, his subconscious approach was to pull hard. But, Chen Yun's expression was tangled. Why would she not want to drag Chen Fan to the hospital? But she had to take Chen Fan's thoughts into consideration, because Van is not like other patients. He's really going to walk the plank. Auntie? Who are these people? Suddenly, just as the crowd was getting anxious, Chen Fan's flat and slightly puzzled voice rang out from the room. Hearing this voice, both Zhao Jun and Zhang Xiaohan, both Chen Yun and Zhang Lin, this includes the teacher's congregation as well as several of Chen Fan's housemates. All of them turned their heads in unison in an instant and looked at Chen Fan's position. Chen Fan is about to go deaf and suffers from eye problems. Perception of the outside world is by definition very weak, but weak doesn't mean completely absent. Just now, he vaguely heard the voice of a middle-aged man speaking. The other party seemed to let out an oops, but he didn't hear what was said after that. What is certain, though, is that the sound in no way belongs to a music program on television. With this in mind, Chen Fan looked around suspiciously. Who knows? It didn't matter if he didn't look. Once he looked, he almost didn't drop his jaw in shock. Nice guy. Why is the doorway full of people in a small room? It's not New Year's Eve. What's going on here? There were too many of these people and they weren't lined up, so his blurred vision couldn't tell how many people were there. One could only vaguely tell that a few figures belonged to his sister-in-law Chen Yun and his own roommate, so he chose to ask about his sister-in-law. These people are. Chen Yun was instantly a bit flustered by such a question. Soon, though, she adjusted her emotions and smiled aloud. These people are the teachers of the school. Ah, Xiao Fan, the teachers see you coming. School teacher? Chen Fan sniffed a little confused. Yeah, the school teacher. Among the housemates, Chang Xingyu, who hadn't said much, stood out at this moment. He smiled and walked to Chen Fan, saying, surprised or not, unexpected or not, this time, thanks to my buddies, I gave that song of yours to Sister Zhang Xiaohan to sing. This is a great song. The school teacher realized at first hearing that this song is absolutely extraordinary, crying out to see you, and clamoring for a personal visit of sympathy after hearing of your illness. No, the buddies couldn't withstand their pleas, so they brought the teacher and Sister Zhang to see you. Shit, but then again, how did you make such a great tune? And why wasn't I the one who made it? Damn you kid. In his usual joking tone, Chang Xingyu told Chen Fan what had happened, still hiding the fact that Under the Sea is on fire on the internet. Though, the reason was naturally because he was afraid that Chen Fan would be unwilling. When Zhao Jun and the teachers heard this, they also raised a smile of affirmation at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, however, caught some keyword and asked, Sister Zhang is here too? Having fused the original owner's memories, he naturally knew who Zhang Xiaohan was, but the words came out. The teachers, however, looked puzzled. Ms. Zhang Xiaohan is clearly standing behind Chang Xingyu. It's so obvious. Didn't Mr. Chen Fan see it? Zhang Xiaohan was equally puzzled. She had been saddened by the fact that Chen Fan was suffering from ear cancer. However, in a whirlwind, when she heard that Chen Fan was looking for her, she hurriedly forced a smile to welcome her. Senior Chen Fan, I'm here. Is there something that you need help with from school, sister? If there is, just ask. Senior sister will definitely help you accomplish it. Zhang Xiaohan spoke with a firm gaze. She felt that Chen Fan must have had some sort of testament when he called to himself in a sea of people. For the young man who made himself popular again, Zhang Xiaohan was feeling grateful from the bottom of her heart. So at this moment, even though Chen Fan had not yet opened his mouth, she had already secretly made up her mind in her heart. Later on, no matter what wish schoolmate Chen Fan mentioned, she would have to do everything she could to fulfill it. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohan's heart was good, but these words fell on Chen Fan's ears, but it almost made the corners of his mouth twitch. What do you mean? Just ask? What do you mean? I'll finish it for you? Why does that sound like last words? Cough. Chen Fan cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly, but this set of movements fell into the eyes of the teachers and Zhang Xiaohan, but it became a different story. In an instant, the eyes of the crowd gradually began to redden. Sister, what do you think of the song Under the Sea? It's very good. Really? You've written such a good tune for sister. Sister doesn't even know how to thank you yet. Zhang Xiaohan replied heartily almost without thinking. When Chen Fan heard these words, his heart was immediately delighted. How about I compose another tune for you? Then, the depressing value from that previous song, Under the Sea brought his hearing to a 36. Then after another day of fermentation, he was now up to 40 points. But that alone is not enough. His hearing was gradually deteriorating, and the only way to break the threshold and get himself out of danger for a while was to reach 100%. So, he needs to keep composing and making these songs salutary to his listeners in order to do so. But his words fell on the ears of the others on the scene, but it instantly made everyone freeze in place. Compose another song? Chen Fan is like this, but he can still compose? This shock, however, was quickly replaced by admiration. Zhao Jun, including all the teachers at the scene, all looked at Chen Fan with tears in their eyes and could not help but want to give him a thumbs up. With this dedication to music, Mr. Chen Fan deserves to be a genius. A different mood than the teachers. Chen Yun, as well as Chen Fan's housemates heard this, but a bit of hidden worry showed in their eyes. Composing, inevitably, focuses the eye again. As Chen Fan's family and friends, they knew how much Chen Fan suffered when focusing his sight. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohan, after hearing this, a mouth instantly opened into an O shape. She thought about any wish Chen Fan offered. However, the only thing he did not expect was that schoolmate Chen Fan would offer to help him compose another song. What kind of wish is that? It's almost like returning a wish for yourself. She should know that before she came here, she had moved to beg her schoolmate to compose another song. Only after seeing Chen Fan's condition, she immediately dismissed the idea again. Who would have thought that this thought had just been dispelled? But Chen Fan's schoolmate even took the initiative to propose composing music. Schoolboy. For a while, Zhang Xiaohan looked at Chen Fan gratefully, not knowing what to say. And when Chen Fan saw this kind of reaction from her, he immediately understood what the other party was thinking. He looked up and shouted, "Auntie, get me a piece of paper, and a large red-colored pencil. Will you?" But, Chen Yun wanted to say something, but then gave up retorting. Turning around, he pulled open a drawer on a nearby table and pulled out colored pencils and white paper. With heavy steps, she handed the two items to Chen Fan. And Chen Fan, after receiving the pen and paper, took off his sunglasses along with it. A pair of clear and good-looking, but somewhat disoriented and lax eyes were presented in front of the crowd. In full view of everyone, Chen Fan took off his sunglasses. His clear but somewhat disoriented eyes were at the same time in full view of everyone. The teachers were shocked. Zhao Jun even couldn't help but open his mouth wide as he hurriedly looked towards Chen Yun, lowering his voice and carefully saying, "Student Chen Fan's eyes, do they have problems too?" As soon as he had asked this, he hadn't even waited for Chen Yun to reply. One of the housemates just couldn't help it and looked at Zhao Jun suspiciously. Doesn't the teacher know yet? How? Lao Chen has suffered from an eye disease since he was a child, and when he looks at things he can only see grayish outlines, and only by trying to focus his vision can he see a little more clearly than usual. But it was painful for old Chen to converge his gaze every time, so before, except for writing on some very important occasions, or very important exams, the usual old Chen is trying not to put pen to paper when he can dictate. This housemaid briefly introduced Chen Fan's situation. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Jun suspiciously. He thought that since the teachers had investigated Chen Fan once, they should have already known that Chen Fan suffered from an eye disease. After all, eye disease doesn't come on suddenly like ear cancer. Rather, it had been there since the beginning of the school year. But any teacher who had ever met Chen Fan knew the situation. However, he thought wrong. Zhao Jun didn't learn about this from those teachers. It's not just the Zhao army. The scene, all the teachers in this room, don't know. And when they learned it now, they were instantly jaw-dropped, all petrified in place. Jesus, when a person with an eye disease has no hearing, how much more connected to the world can he be? The most shocked person was Zhang Xiaohan. Every time you write something, it's very painful? That before that song Under the Sea. And didn't it also mean that this next piece, Schoolboy Chen Fan, would also have to go through pain while writing it? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohan looked at the double-eyed Chen Fan. Hesitantly, he tried to persuade a comment about the importance of the body. However, before she could speak, he saw Chen Fan frown slightly, and there was more than a trace of divine splendor in those disoriented eyes. Meanwhile, his hand moved. Large colored pencils fell on the blank paper. Soon one bright red note after another was outlined. This song was written very slowly by Chen Fan. Not that the writing is all that serious. There's no such thing as taking a song seriously or not when it's lifted from the Spirit Sea's library. It's just one word. Copy. Chen Fan was in the process of copying this time, but he clearly felt something. He's in worse shape. When he wrote Under the Sea earlier, he lasted 5 minutes before he felt some strain on his eyes. But now, it's only been 3 minutes. Without even finishing the tune of the song, he felt layers of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. What's going on here? Isn't hearing the only thing that's getting progressively worse? How come even your eyesight isn't what it used to be? Chen Fan was puzzled in his heart. doubtful as he was, though, he had to keep composing in order to regain his hearing and sight. The pain of the moment is all temporary. Just wait to make the tune, Chen Fan mumbled in his mind, brainwashing himself over and over again. And the way he was sweating profusely for the sake of composing, he also made the whole crowd look like they were scared to death. Xiao Fan. Chen Yun couldn't help it. Her eyes reddened and she asked carefully with a face full of heartache, "Why don't you take a break and write again after a break?" "No need." Chen Fan gently shook his head. "Every convergence of sight is hard. Instead of agonizing bit by bit, it's better to just finish the tune with a bang. That's all." A few minutes passed. The sweat on Chen Fan's face was increasing, and even some of it had dripped on top of the white paper, and his face grew redder and redder. When Chen Yun saw this scene, she covered her mouth tightly in heartache, and her eyes couldn't help but have a few more layers of watery mist in them. Zhang Lin, Chang Xingyu and the other housemates all clenched their fists when they saw this. They want to come forward, trying to dissuade it, but, again, they had to care about old Chen's emotions. In the end, several of the older boys could not advance a fraction of an inch in their hesitation and wandering. Another few minutes passed. Chen Fan seemed to be having an even harder time as his breathing became less steady. Non-stop inhaling gasps. The handwriting and the notes, too, have become much worse. If what he wrote at the beginning was barely readable, what he writes now is turning into some kind of abstractionist artwork. Unless you squint and look closely, you can't tell what's written. When Zhang Xiaohan saw this scene, her eyes instantly filled with tears. She recalled when she had just seen the sheet music for Under the Sea. That sheet music is so messy, too, and one was, surprisingly, laughing at the composer's handwriting at the time. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the result of Chen Fan's best efforts for that song to come out. At this moment, she hated to go back 2 days. Give that mock handwriting self 2 big hard slaps in the face. Look at that. Look what you're laughing at. Chen Fan's writing continues. From a cold sweat on the forehead to a full-blown sweat. It went from a flushed face to a face that gradually became pale. These changes were seen by the entire room. Zhang Xiaohan's eyes were moist. Chen Yun's closed his eyes in pain. Chang Xingyu narrowed his eyes and looked away with difficulty. Zhang Lin clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. And Zhao Jun, the middle-aged man nearing 50, the moment was already filled with tears. Chen Fan's composing figure became more and more magnificent in his mind. What do you mean? Genius? Now that's what I call genius. Suffering from ear cancer and about to go deaf, he still keeps composing. With a lingering eye disease, ignoring the pain of focusing my vision, I continue to create. Is genius innate? It was a question that had been buried in his mind for years. And now, Chen Fan told him the answer. No, it isn't. The so-called genius is actually a person who loves something to the core. It's a pity that such a young genius. Why did the disease find him? Zhao Jun murmured in a low voice. He couldn't take it anymore. The materialist in him couldn't help but want to lament the injustice of fate for the teenager. Just as the crowd was shaken to its core, Chen Fan over there put down his pen and paper. Barely raising a smile, he let out a long breath. That one line, well, also instantly pulled the crowd's thoughts back. For the accompaniment, schoolteacher will go to the studio and record it herself according to the score. The writing is a bit hard to read, so please make do. Chen Fan smiled and flirted with himself as he handed the sheet music to Zhang Xiaohan. No. Schoolboy has written it well. Where would Zhang Xiaohan mind any handwriting now? At this time, her feelings towards Chen Fan were nothing but gratitude and only admiration. She carefully picked up the sheet music. As if afraid of breaking it, he very carefully spread the sheet music flat. Look to the name of the song. Candlelight in the. Mom? Looking at the name of the song, Zhang Xiaohan couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. She then narrowed her eyes and concentrated on carefully recognizing the writing and notes on it. And with gradual input, gradually, she was transfixed. The narrowed slits of his eyes couldn't help but glisten with crystallized tears. This song is so full of emotion. Chen Fan looked at the blurry outline of Zhang Xiaohan in front of him, and the corner of his mouth raised a smile, though he couldn't read the other man's expression with his current vision, but he knew that as a qualified singer, Zhang Xiaohan would definitely feel something after seeing this song. Exactly how much you can sense needs to depend on your personal enlightenment, but however much she can perceive, it will certainly serve the purpose of depressing the listener. The reason, naturally, is because the song itself is hard enough. Mom by Candlelight is from the 80s and 90s of my own last life. In that era of gods and goddesses, it was still able to kill off a classic masterpiece, so naturally there is no excuse for the quality. The gentle, sad and light style of the song is accompanied by lyrics that are straight from the heart, plus the relative backwardness of this world's civic works. The two are stacked on top of each other. Definitely makes this world of music feel what a true descending blow is all over again. As he was thinking, Chen Fan suddenly felt a piercing headache coming from his head. He instantly sucked in a breath of cold air at the pain, and the smile on his face disappeared. Xiaofan? Chen Yun was the first to realize something was wrong. What's wrong with you? It's fine. Chen Fan waved his hand. I think it's because I've been using my eyes for too long, and it's just a matter of taking a break. Is it really alright? Chen Yun looked at Chen Fan worriedly, his eyes still somewhat uneasy. Zhao Jun and the teachers at the scene were also concerned when they saw this. Student Chen Fan, why don't we go to the hospital? It wouldn't hurt to go to the hospital and get it checked over, would it? Yeah. You can't be sloppy when it comes to your health. Chen Fan student, let's go to the hospital. I think so. Going to the hospital is the safest thing to do. And with teachers making suggestions, several of the housemates also began to persuade. Let's go Lao Chen. Hospital. Start. Brothers don't want to eat your mat this early. As he was talking, a few housemates came forward and were ready to help Chen Fan up from his seat. Chen Fan just wanted to politely refuse when he heard this. Yet again, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His eyes went black, and he fell straight to the ground. Senior Chen Fan, old Chan. At the end of the day, Chen Fan only heard a panicked cry. His consciousness then slipped into a coma. Doctor, how is Fan doing? Magic City, Cornwall Hospital. Chen Yun pursed up his mouth and clenched his fists nervously, asking towards the doctor with a worried face. Sweat had seeped from her palms under the overstimulation. Zhao Jun, Zhang Xiaohan, and a group of housemates and teachers likewise. They waited anxiously and nervously for the doctor's answer. And opposite, the old doctor in a white coat, in his 50s or 60s, frowned as he flipped through the chart. He then set his eyes on Chen Fan, who was lying on the hospital bed. How old is this year? Just turned 21. Chen Yun replied for Chen Fan without thinking. Oh, the doctor sniffed and nodded, putting on a thoughtful face. Chen Yun couldn't help but feel a little anxious at the sight. She opened her mouth to say something, yet he was afraid of interrupting the doctor's train of thought if he spoke. Helpless, she could only stand by and do nothing. Is it more expensive to treat? Doctor, as long as we can cure schoolmate Chen Fan, any amount of cost is fine. Zhang Xiaohan spoke eagerly at this time. Schoolmate Chen Fan had fainted after helping her write the song, and it was still the second song. It was unknown what damage the last song had done to Chen Fan, so she must save Chen Fan. The doctor, however, shook his head slowly. That's not so bad. What the hell is going on? I mean doctor, can you please just say what you have to say? Chang Xingyu was also anxious when he saw how slow the doctor was. Couldn't help but hyperventilate straight away. The patient already suffered from a congenital eye condition where vision and some nerves are far more fragile than in the general population, and overuse of the eyes can lead to trigeminal nerve compression to a degree that becomes more pronounced in adulthood. The doctor sighed sadly as he said that while focusing his gaze on Chen Fan again. You say you're 21, why are you still so out of control? Do you really take your eyes for granted? The crowd couldn't help but look at each other when these words came out. As if Chen Yun suddenly thought of something, a look of sudden realization flashed across his face. After the dawning, there was endless regret. She remembered all of it. When Chen Fan was a child he did a checkup. Doctors back then had advised to be careful with your eyes, especially as you grew up. Now it actually seems that way. Immediately, Chen Yun lowered his head in regret and remorse. I'm sorry doctor. I didn't think it through properly. I shouldn't have let Fan overuse his eyes. But what to do now? Is there a cure? While blaming himself, Chen Yun looked at the doctor almost pleadingly. The doctor, on the other hand, took a ballpoint pen and scribbled away in the report card he was holding. The good thing is that it was found in time. The neurons have not deteriorated to the point that it is difficult to control. As long as the next good healing, do not use the eyes excessively, adhere to a 3 to 5 years later can still improve. But in the meantime, don't even watch TV. Understand? Understood. Understood doctor. Thank you so much. I hear it can still be improved. Chen Yun's urgent mood finally soothed for a few moments. She bent over the doctor and bowed in thanks. The others at the scene were finally relieved when they heard it. What a thrill. Girl, in that case, I'll trouble you to take care of Mr. Chen Fan more in your life. The school side has already learned about Mr. Chen Fan's situation, so feel free to find me if you encounter any difficulties in your life in the future. Here's my contact number. Zhao Jun handed over a note to Chen Yun. Thank you teacher. In fact, Xiao Fan is just a student. There is no need for you to do so much. Chen Yun thanked him repeatedly. Zhao Jun waved his hand. Where do you do more than that? It's just a contact. Look at us this time we came. We didn't help with anything. As he said that, a few moments of despondency flashed through Zhao Jun's eyes. He is very heartbroken and sorry that Chen Fan is a hearing-impaired person and cannot compose again. Originally, he had wanted to focus on cultivating this kind of talent, but now it seemed impossible. But Zhao Jun cherished talent. and loved more than the value of talent. Most importantly, it's still Chen Fan's attitude towards music. He sincerely admired his dedication to music and his disability. Zhao Jun and Chen Yun finished talking. Then it was Zhang Xiaohan who apologized to Chen Yun. She blames herself and thinks that if it wasn't for writing the score for herself, schoolboy Chen Fan wouldn't have turned out like this. In response, Chen Yun comforted her a few times. This comfort, however, did not completely dispel Zhang Xiaohan's feelings of guilt. She pulled out a bank card and insisted on handing it over to Chen Yun, stating that it was for Chen Fan's composition fee, and likewise, he gave Chen Yun his contact information. Chen Yun couldn't resist, so he had to take it. And finally, it was a few of Chen Fan's housemates. They changed their silence from earlier when facing Chen Fan, and they laughed and joked with Chen Fan. At the end of the day, the group left the hospital with Chen Fan. Chen Fan and Chen Yun were sent back to the breakfast place. Zhao Jun returned to the school with the teacher's congregation and Chen Fan's 7 housemates. Zhang Xiaohan, on the other hand, drove the incredibly tall limousine to an unknown destination. No more ice for 3 to 5 years? Breakfast store. Inside the bedroom, Chen Fan recalled what the doctor had just said. With his hearing, he did not quite catch what the doctor and the crowd were saying, but the message that he couldn't be using his eyes excessively for 3 to 5 years was barely learned. Doesn't this mean that I won't be able to write scores on paper in the future either? Chen Fan muttered to himself dully. That's not a good thing. You should know that the only way to add points to hearing and sight is to add points to hearing and sight is to add points to songs that you yourself have created, and that the depressing viewers get from depressing the audience. Not being able to use one's eyes means that one cannot render the score by writing. How else can you compose a tune? With your mouth? Mouth to mouth? Thinking of this, Chen Fan cleared his throat, and his throat surged as he tried to get the song out. Couldn't help but draw the rain with a strip of solid pigs. Cough, cough, cough. Just after opening his voice, Chen Fan couldn't help but cough. He then dismissed the idea completely. He kind of knew why the original owner only wished to be a songwriter when she obviously loved music so much. The cockney voice of this body, it does not allow awe. But this can't go on like this. You can't use your eyes again for 3 to 5 years. And with your own ears, you'll go deaf in less than 3 months. It'll be too late if you go deaf. System, is there any way to cure the side effects of my excessive eye use? Chen Fan finally hit his idea on the system. He opened the system faceplate and unbanned the system at the same time. Ding! The mall health rejuvenation technique may be able to help the host. Health rejuvenation? Chen Fan froze for a moment as he sniffed, then tapped on the mall. Look up in the system mall's wide array of black tech. Health rejuvenation technique treats all diseases of the whole body, big and small, as long as the user still has vital signs. After using it, it can suspend all maladies and lesions in the body, followed by slowly restoring the body to a state of health within a month's time, allowing you to have a healthy life? Chen Fan read out the efficacy, word by word. Can't help but be a little surprised when I read the end. Good lord, that's a good one. Doesn't that mean that if you use this, you can recover from your ear cancer and eye disease as well? Then this is still adding points to add a set of trade directly change the health back to spring art not on the line? In an instant, the worries in Chen Fan's mind were swept away, and he immediately intended to redeem it. Results. After seeing the price labeled below, Chen Fan immediately became unhip again. Selling price, unknown, need to add sight and hearing to full level to view. Purchase requirements, requires the host to add sight and hearing to full level before purchasing. And a fucking condition of purchase? Now, Chen Fan was truly speechless. What's with all the tawdry maneuvers of the dog system? Starting with the sneaky increase in level on the additions. Now even the items for sale are subject to additional conditions. It's really just a dumb system, isn't it? 10,000 grass horses raced by inwardly, eventually turning into a soft sigh. It looks like the next step is to have to continue composing against the hazards that come with using your eyes. I just don't know how much depressogenic value the song Mom and the Candlelight by Sister Zhang can give me. Can I get my hearing up to the next level and get rid of my impending deafness? Chen Fan thought of Zhang Xiaohan again. The song Mom and Candlelight comes to mind. This tune is from the 1980s in the last life though. But in this world where the entertainment industry is relatively backward, there has never been one. So he believed that the song, even if it was put into the present, the results achieved would definitely not be bad, because every tune that has ever achieved success represents a certain audience. It's possible that in this day and age, this song will have a generally older audience, but no older than 60. Most are middle-aged in their 40s and 50s. It just so happens that Under the Sea was meant to be a palliative for the young. So let's use this song, Mom by Candlelight, to be a palliative for the middle-aged. It just so happens that you can test to see which of these two groups is more likely to produce depressogenic values. Everything depends on how Sister Zhang behaves. Chen Fan pinned his hopes of restoring his hearing on Zhang Xiaohan, and at this time, Zhang Xiaohan was not idle either. After finally sending Zhang Lin and the others back to school, she drove straight to the recording studio. She's going to record the backing track to the song as soon as possible. This was the tune that Chen Fan made while enduring severe pain. Moreover, after composing this piece, Chen Fan could not use his eyes. Even hearing can go deaf at any time. So it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call this song Chen Fan's last song in this world. The more she thought about it, the more Zhang Xiaohan felt that the sheet music in her hands was heavy. The car was moving fast. In just a few minutes, Zhang Xiaohan arrived in front of the door of one of the biggest recording studios around. It's a suburb. A sign stands directly above the 3-story building. The 5 big words Tianshui Recording Studio flashed blue above the sign. Zhang Xiaohan directly pushed the door and walked in. "Hello, may I help you with?" The receptionist saw someone come in and raised a smile ready to greet them. As a result, after seeing that the visitor was actually Zhang Xiaohan, her mouth directly opened into an O shape in surprise. "I need to record a backing track for a song. This song is very important to me. Can I please get a room with the best musicians here to come and record it?" Zhang Xiaohan didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. She got right to the point and stated her request in a slightly anxious manner. "A recording room on the 3rd floor. Hello Mr. Zhang Xiaohan. My name is Wang Lei. May I ask what kind of song you are recording?" Several musicians stood in front of Zhang Xiaohan. Wang Lei, who was in the lead, asked Zhang Xiaohan politely and slightly rushed. On the opposite side, Zhang Xiaohan babbishly took out the sheet music and carefully handed it to Wang Lei. "This is the track. Please finish recording it as soon as possible." Zhang Xiaohan's careful movements naturally could not escape Wang Lei's eyes. Wang Lei hurriedly took the sheet music with the same care. "Slowly unfold the score in front of yourself." At the same time, he was curious in his heart as to what kind of a song could actually make the great singer Zhang Xiaohan pay so much attention to it. And as the score unfolds, a bright red, Picasso-like abstract painting like sheet music gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Familiar bold red handwriting, identical east to west. Squeezing my eyes to make out the notes. Gradually, the smile on Wang Lei's face converged, and his expression gradually changed into astonishment. At the same time a flash of foreboding arose in his mind. "No, rather a guess, a bold guess. Please, may I ask if the creator of this song is named Chen Fan?" Bottom line, Wang Lei almost blurted out with glaring eyes, but it instantly made the other musicians next to him explode in surprise. "Old Wang, who are you talking about? Chen Fan? Is it the same Mr. Chen who came here 2 days ago to record Under the Sea? How is that possible? It's only been 2 days, and Mr. Chen has made another song?" Everyone's mind couldn't help but conjure up the young figure wearing sunglasses and a hearing aid. The scene of Chen Fan being exhausted to the point of sweating profusely in order to write the score appeared in front of everyone's eyes at the same time. Zhang Xiaohan, on the other hand, was first staggered when she heard the other party's words. She obviously did not expect that the other party actually knew Chen Fan. However, after seeing the other party's excited and nervous look, she took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Yes, one word. Zhang Xiaohan's simple word. It instantly petrified everyone in place. The scene, for a moment, fell into dead silence. In the time after that, Wang Lei and the others didn't communicate too much with Zhang Xiaohan. Or should I say, no one spoke again. As if their hearts were in the right place, they checked the sheet music with immense care, and then began recording the accompaniment. Every now and then during this time, someone was struck by the emotional force that abounds in the tune. Every now and then, too, there were people with tears in their eyes, not knowing whether they were moved by the tunes or because of something else. And during the recording, Zhang Xiaohan, who had been waiting by the side, suddenly received a call from Su Hong, her exclusive agent. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Hong's voice came. "Xiaohan, the potential singer's side just sent an invitation to ask you to go there as a contestant. So if there's nothing wrong with it, I'll just give you a reply." Su Hong's voice was filled with laziness. Apparently it's become commonplace to turn down invitations to shows. Potential singers. Zhang Xiaohan hadn't fully recovered from her disorientation. She mumbled the name in a daze, and then a gradual glow came to her disoriented eyes. "Sister Red, I'll enter." "Well, that's all, nothing more, just to talk to you." Over there, Sister Hong was still preparing to hang up after reporting as usual. However, as if she suddenly realized something when she said it, she stared wide-eyed with her phone at Xiaohan. "What did you just say?" she asked incredulously, even suspecting she'd heard wrong. However, on the other end of the phone, Zhang Xiaohan's expression became extraordinarily serious. "I said, I'm going to be on Potential Singer." The words fell. There was a brief silence in the middle of the call. Subsequently, Su Hong's maddening persuasion came to the table like a cannon fire. "What did you say?" "No, why? Xiaohan, listen to what Sister Hong told you. Although this program has a high level of heat, This heat really can't be rubbed off. The potential singer really has a lot of contestants this time. Even Mr. Mao will participate in this competition. And in addition to famous singers in the music industry, there are also some folk singers participating, of which no one can be sure that there will be some geniuses. It's okay if you lose to an already famous master like Mr. Mao, but if you accidentally lose to a folk musician, you'll really be cursed by your fans. In one word, Su Hong spoke bitterly, nearly crazy. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and there were even moments when his voice broke. However, after those words were said, Zhang Xiaohan over there, however, only had one sentence. Sister Hong, tell the show's team for me that I'm going to participate in Potential Singer. Hearing these words, Su Hong's entire body went numb. She felt that her heartfelt exhortation was almost like a classroom teacher teaching an errant student, being in the left ear and out the right. Why? Xiaohan, why do you have to participate in this program? Su Hong finally asked with some desperation. Zhang Xiaohan's snowy eyes were filled with determination as she listened to this inquiry in the middle of the phone. Because I have a very special song. I want this song to be remembered by the most people. The following day, the sun shone brightly. An update was posted under Zhang Xiaohan's Weibo account. I have successfully signed up for the Potential Singer, so welcome to the show. The accompanying image below is a picture of a successful enrollment. The content, however, instantly attracted many netizens and fans. Zhang Xiaohan's already very hot comment section was instantly ignited like cotton in a fire. I'm going. Crap. Holy shit, Xiaohan actually signed up for Potential Singer. Did I read it right? It's not wrong. It's really Xiaohan. I can't believe Xiaohan actually competed. I knew I hadn't powdered the wrong guy. I said before, in times of national crisis, Xiaohan will definitely step forward. Now the foreigners or special grandmother hit the doorstep. Xiaohan is a model of respect for the old and love for the young. Is absolutely not going to watch the 50-year-old space guard the country's door. That's right. Heaven not earth. Did you see that? MS. Yena? We've got another foreigner. Ha ha ha. Who's going to fight when Under the Sea comes out? Xiaohan. Use Under the Sea on the foreigners. The comments section quickly descended into a fiery discussion. Comment after comment, refreshed almost by the second. And to make the comment section so hot, besides the fact that Zhang Xiaohan is a star in her own right, one of the most important reasons is still the programmed Potential Singer, which has an extremely high level of heat. No, technically, it's the Greatest Showman fever. Just a short time ago, Clan TV hosted a program called The Strongest Singer. Some of the more famous singers in the music industry were invited to compete. It's not a big deal if that's all it is. It's just a normal audio program. What's special is that in addition to inviting these singers, this time the program team also invited two foreigners to come and compete. And most outrageous of all is the outcome of the game. The two foreigners got first and second place in the race. MS. Yena, a music industry veteran, was only able to hold on to a third place with all the firepower she could muster. This fucking is outrageous. One show, 7 contestants, and they give the winner and the runner-up to the Yankees? And that's not all. The most anticlimactic thing of all still has to be the champion's understatement. I thought the show invited me to be a judge. That last sentence is a killer. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It has led to a collective breach of defense by the nation's netizens. Take the title and forget about it. The runner-up couldn't hold it and endured. But the champion singer's line about thinking he was a judge was the one that made everyone a little less sensible. It's not simply looking down anymore. The other party, this is not putting my dragon music scene in their eyes at all. In an instant, the strongest singer dominated the top searches on all online platforms in just one night. What do you mean by Douyin, P Station, Fast Shark, Weibo, any platform that has anything to do with the internet? A Little Open is all about the topic of the greatest singer. Various famous stems one after another. MS. Yena's holding on to third place was even magically altered to a 50-year-old woman holding on to the country's door. Emotional netizens kept turning around under the comment sections of major singers. The singers were urged to hurry up and head to the greatest singer to support Yena. Let that foreign singer see what it means who says there is no great emperor in my music industry. Mao Tianyi, Zhang Xiaohan, Deng Tianfei, Su Tsong and other more famous singers have also been hyped by netizens. And naturally, the strongest singer doesn't want to waste this wave of heat when it sees that it's up. So a new sub-program was added in a row. A contest to be exact. The name is the Potential Singer. It is geared towards a wide range of singers. First-tier singers in the music industry, second-tier singers, 18th-tier singers, and even folk singers who have not yet made a debut. Anyone who feels they have what it takes can sign up. The program even sent an unsolicited invitation to all the top-tier singers. Unsolicited. But while the sound is so great, instead, The program made it clear that only the top 2 of the competition could successfully advance to the strongest singer. Hundreds of people fighting for 2 places. The competition is as fierce as can be imagined. Many timid singers who were afraid of flopping declined the invitation. But there are also singers who have a stronger sense of collective honor, or who are confident in themselves, who have signed up for this competition. Mao Tianyi is one of them. Still can't search for information about Chen Fan? And you didn't ask about the Magic City Conservatory? The headquarters of Skywalk Entertainment. Inside the director's office. At this moment, Mao Tianyi was sitting in his office chair, looking at the female assistant in front of him with a frown on his face, despite having signed up for the potential singer. However, Mao Tianyi was not in a hurry to practice the song. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Now he was concerned instead about the talented young man who had composed a depressing godly song in only his junior year. Brother Mao, this Chen Fan is just a student, and the information he left on the internet is just too little. And it looks like Under the Sea was the first song he registered online. No other information is available at all. The assistant's voice got smaller and smaller until finally, somewhat ashamed, she lowered her head. Seems to be kicking himself for not even being able to look up information on a junior. As for the Magic City Conservatory side, the leaders there seem to know a little something. But he told me not to hit on Chen Fan. He said that none of Chen Fan's classmates would ever compose again. After this statement, the assistant stopped talking. Mao Tianyi was very puzzled and sat forward. You won't compose again? Why do you say that? You didn't tell him about our company's deal? Nothing about what it could do for the school. Who knows? It's better if he doesn't say that. As soon as she said that, the assistant raised her head with a resigned face. I said that, but it didn't help at all. And I was told to go back if I had nothing else to do. Mao Tianyi was even more confused. As soon as he leaned back in his chair, he rubbed his furrowed brow in depression. That's odd. What kind of school would stop its students from running for a better future? And it's in the school's best interest, and they're doing nothing about it? Mao Tianyi was puzzled. At the same time there is some heartache and pity. He had listened to the song Under the Sea no less than 20 times in the past 2 days. The more I listened, the more alarmed I became. And every time I listen to it I get a different insight. And this, in turn, strengthened his determination to recruit Chen Fan. A student who has just started his junior year of college can make such a divine song. And if he is properly cultivated, he will surely have a promising future. Not to mention how much it will benefit the company when the time comes. The strength of the opposing compositions alone. If the other party composes a tune for himself, and then sings it with this unique singing voice of his, gee, that song could be called a masterpiece then. Unconsciously, Mao Tianyi fell into a beautiful fantasy. Skywing. Skywing? Soon. A familiar voice in his ear broke his beautiful dream. It was the agent, Zhou Lan, who saw him wander off and waved at him. Ahem. I'm listening, Mao Tianyi said calmly. Look at him in this forced seriousness. Zhou Lan sighed. She first turned to her female assistant and said, you go out first. Then, after the female assistant left, again, he looked somewhat helplessly at Mao Tianyi. I say Skywing. There's still a few days left before potential singer starts. Can't you be more serious? Mao Tianyi slightly innocently spread his 2 hands. I'm not serious? I've always been serious. If you're serious, you should be in the studio practicing your songs right now. Zhou Lan shook her head and helplessly held out 2 fingers. There are only 2 spots to advance this time. 2. The entries have to be almost 1,000 anyhow. The show's conservative estimate for the duration of the competition alone is about 10 days. Again, you're scheduled to play on the first day. Aren't you nervous at all? Since the news that you're going to compete was announced, it's attracted quite a lot of attention. It would be a shame if a top-tier singer couldn't even make it into the strongest singer, or even be defeated by a folk singer. It might even turn some fans pink. Zhou Lan spoke bitterly a bunch of times. Talk about a dry mouth. Mao Tianyi listened but was calm. You said this He leaned back in his chair and rested his head on his arms. That's nothing for you to worry about. The number of entries looked bluff, but there aren't many with power. Su Tsong is having a concert, and Deng Tianfei has something to stay away from. So in a show like this fish fry, I'll be able to get a title shot anyways. Mao Tianyi had always been so confident. In the entire music scene, there are only a few that he can take as rivals. Again, they just happened to both decline the show's invitation. So he's not focused on the show potential singer. The corner of Zhou Lan's mouth twitched at his words. Then he frowned. You shouldn't be too gullible. There's a pretty powerful singer in our company who just announced that he's going to be competing. Oh, Mao Tianyi raised an eyebrow at that. Which quite powerful singer? Zhang Xiaohan. Zhou Lan took a deep breath and said the name word by word. The more intense the time, the faster it tends to go. A few days have passed and the heat of the potential singer is still climbing. The internet is in an unprecedentedly heated debate about this program. As for the content of the discussion, It was naturally the two advancement slots and who would actually fall to. Brothers and sisters, no need to chat anymore. I've already guessed the 2 spots for this promotion. It's Skywing and Jingjing. Suit Song is having a concert, and Tian Fei had something to do and didn't come. So the most capable singers currently enrolled are Tian Yi and Jingjing. This match, it's just a random kill for these two. Right on, couldn't agree more. JPG. Affirmation from a Wing fan, agree +1. Some netizens, judging by their fame and status, believe that Mao Tianyi and Lu Jingjing will have a higher probability of winning. This statement was quickly echoed by many. However, with this wave of views presented, a number of different voices have followed. No, that's not true, and don't say anything upstairs yet. Don't forget there's a bunch of folk musicians coming this time, so maybe there's some masters hidden among them. That's right, and Xiaohan is also competing this time. Xiaohan is very hopeful of getting a ranking. The other part of the netizens felt that they could not consider the fame and curiosity alone. The hidden talents of folk singers, as well as singers with some power like Zhang Xiaohan, should not be overlooked as well. However, immediately after these claims were made, they drew replies from the previous wave. Well, the militia are soldiers too, aren't they? But brothers have good ideas, but they still have to look at reality. The quality of folk singers varies, not to mention that even if there are really talented ones, there is still a bit of a gap between them and professional singers. Again, Xiaohan. Although Xiaohan has some strength, her performance in the last 6 months has been really average. Does she have any other phenomenal originals besides Under the Sea, which caught fire the other day? There isn't, is there? Even if there aren't many. And with this program, the required rule is that every singer has to sing an original song when competing, which means that Under the Sea is not going to make it to this stage. So, to summarize, the rules of this show are not in Xiaohan's favor, and the winners with the highest likelihood would still have to be Tian Yi and Jingjing. An analysis that makes sense. With this wave of analysis appearing in the comments section, the netizens who had just been there were instantly startled back to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream. They remembered a very crucial question. That would be this show, with only original songs. Holy shit, I just remembered when you said that. You can only use original songs in this show. No, doesn't that mean the song Under the Sea can't be on stage? One of Xiaohan's strongest skills was directly banned. Culmination fan directly cried in the toilet. Some netizens who had been full of confidence in Zhang Xiaohan's mindset instantly collapsed. Even some of the fans, at this point, fell silent. There's no way to say that Under the Sea is Zhang Xiaohan's best song in the last 6 months. This song not being able to take the stage is like an eagle losing its wings, a lion losing its fangs, a man losing. In short, it's a big power loss. Zhang Xiaohan, the original song, is out of the ring far too infrequently. In contrast to her, Mao Tianyi, Lu Jingjing's original vocals come out of the ring significantly more often. This has led to the fact that many fans lost faith in Zhang Xiaohan when they heard that she could only sing the original song. No, didn't Xiaohan say that? Her Under the Sea was made by a musical genius at the Magic City Conservatory. Maybe this next song she's going to sing is too? Believe in the strength of the composer and Xiaohan ahoy. Some of the fans saw the demoralization and wanted to continue the pep talk. The results are clearly unsatisfactory. After all, we can all remember what Xiaohan said after singing Under the Sea. She doesn't know the creator of Under the Sea, and is even trying to find the creator. It's still unclear whether we've found it or not. Take a step back, and even if we find it, what can we do? Who can guarantee that the quality of the song will remain the same every time you create it? Plus, the creator of Under the Sea is a student, so it's likely that the song took people months of work to complete. And now, only a few days later, He Yuhan is going to compete. Even if the other guy helped with the composition, it's unlikely that he could create a tune like Under the Sea in a few days. So extrapolate in either direction. It's unlikely that Zhang Xiaohan will be able to outperform both Mao Tianyi and Lu Jingjing in the field of originality. The discussion online is getting heated. Everyone has a different opinion on who the final 2 spots will actually go to. Also, while everyone was arguing over the matter, Wednesday, 9 a.m., the show, Potential Singer, has finally come to its start time. There is no doubt that the tournament was conducted in a full live streaming format. Not only can people watch the program on Clan TV, even popular short video platforms such as Douyin, P-Station and Fast Shark are completely free. No, just as soon as the broadcast started, the number of people online in the live broadcast room instantly reached 7 digits. Large swaths of pop-ups fluttered by. The comments section was caught in a frenzy of shouting that couldn't be extricated. Wait, finally, Potential Singer, I've waited so hard for you, excited hearts, trembling hands, I can't wait to enjoy Skywing's amazing show. What to do? I feel like the bloodline inside my body is boiling. It's about to ignite. The live streaming room, in an instant, was thrown into a frenzy. And the scene with a snap, the spotlight turned on. The scene, which was originally dark, instantly became shiny and dazzling. The 4 judges sitting in their crossbodies downstage also appeared on camera at the same time at this moment. Meet the 4 mentor judges. The originally fiery and lively atmosphere of the live broadcast room suddenly froze. Even the spectators who came to the scene to watch the game, one by one, also held their breath and froze in place. Ha ha ha, hello to all of you in the audience and in front of the TV. I don't know if you are surprised to see the 4 judges and teachers. Surprised or not, the sound comes before the person arrives. Only a burst of laughter passed. Nick, the host of this program, slowly walked to the center of the stage with a microphone. Yena-sensei? I Lua Bean. This, Yena teacher is actually a judge? And Mr. Wang Feng, Mr. Lu Hong, and Mr. Yang Luan you also invited? Geez, if your program is so great, why don't you just let the judges compete on the strongest singer? This match is so surprising, so damn unexpected. As host Nick opened his mouth, the audience that had just frozen gradually came back to their senses. Then, the sound of spitting came like a mountain of voices. It's not that the netizens are intentionally looking for a fight. It's really that the 4 mentors that the show has brought in are all too heavyweight. Wang Feng, the earliest rapper in the Dragon Kingdom, had taken the country by storm as early as the 1980s. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the originator of the rap scene in the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Hong, also a veteran singer of the 80s, has sung countless classic songs, especially his unique strong tenor, which made many female singers have to avoid the front line. And Yang Luan was the king of the early Hong Kong music scene, calling himself a heavenly singer in the Hong Kong area during that period. Ms. Yena doesn't need to be mentioned. The music industry's senior. The 50-year-old woman who stood alone at the country's door when the Dragon's music industry was being crushed by the fault line. That's the configuration. That's the lineup. This is still organizing set trade, potential singer directly let the other 3 judges go up and the foreign country singer PK not on the line? Ah ha ha. Perhaps it was because he felt the mournful gazes of the audience. Host Nick laughed awkwardly. It seems that everyone's excitement is high. So next Ni will announce the rules of the match. Nick didn't answer the question of why he didn't let the other 3 judges compete. Instead, the rules of the program were read with a serious expression. The rules are simple. Consider that there are folk singers and established singers in this competition. To prevent unfairness in grading, the judges and teachers have their backs to the singers when they listen to and grade the songs. 400 points out of a possible 400. Each judge can vote for 100 points. Only after the scores have been graded does the teacher's seat turn to the singer's side. From there, you can see who the singer is who is singing. This means that the judges will only be able to score based on the quality of the song throughout. In this competition, whether you are a first-tier singer, a second-tier singer, or even a mariachi singer, all are treated equally. The whole room was in an uproar at this rule. Bullpucky, I would call it the fairest of them all. Crap, this program group is a little something The whole back to the singer. The judges cannot recognize who the singer is, can only be based on the quality of the song to score, is to do so, the judges may offend people Yeah. Wouldn't it be a shame for the adults if they accidentally scored some big singer lower than a mariachi singer? Humph. What's the offense? It's his singing that's bad, and he has the nerve to blame the judges? That's right. I do think this show makes sense. Just in time to rip the cover off some people in the music industry. Viewers in the field and on the air had their own opinions on the rule. The whole program was also caught up in a lively atmosphere. It looks like people are still pretty vocal about the rules of our program. So without further ado, we have this program, which will now begin. Nick smiled slightly as he watched the discussion on the floor. The hosting then continued. Let's welcome our first singer of the day to the stage. The name of this song is 3 Nights. Let's welcome this singer. Nick took the set list and named the songs, then made a gesture of please and walked off the stage. Meanwhile, a young man in a black leather jacket with a clean haircut walked to the center of the stage. Seeing the man's unfamiliar face, the netizens in the live broadcast room and at the scene couldn't help but let out a gasp. Wow, looks like a mariachi singer. Folk singers dare to go on stage and compete with music stars. This courage is worth encouraging. All the folk singers have come to guard the gates of the country. It's really a response to the saying that the world's prosperity is the responsibility of everyone. Since ancient times, folk have produced great gods. From the facing up, I know this person is not simple, and have been looking forward to it fiercely. Netizens have shown a great deal of tolerance in the face of folk singers. Even before the other person sings, the encouragement has already begun to ring out. Just as everyone was boasting, the man suddenly spoke. Aha, these 3 days and 3 nights. These 3 nights. You can't stop dancing. The man just opened his mouth and a sharp popping sound came from inside it. Then, as if possessed by something, he frantically began convulsing on stage. Live audience. Live blogger. The crowd was instantly confused. What's going on here? Is this singing? This guy sings songs? Before anyone could get over the strong contrast, immediately following, another sharp, unmistakable sound. It was sharper, more popping, and more piercing than the sound that preceded it. There wasn't a hint of defense. The voice rang out so unexpectedly. The netizens in the live broadcast were fine. The operation did a mute on the live broadcast instantly after noticing that the situation was not right. It's just bitter about the scene. The audience at the scene covered their ears the moment they heard the sound. The 4 judges and teachers closest to the stage. Even more so. He felt a strong wind rushing straight to his head. A strong tingling sensation ran directly from the soles of the feet to the scalp. This fucking. It doesn't say you have to be tortured to be a judge. The one with the worst tolerance is Mr. Yena. Only her teeth were now bared. Her eyes were wide. And both arms were clasped tightly around her head. 2 words squeezed out of his teeth with difficulty. Go away. Get him out of here. Only the sound was so faint that it paled into insignificance against the soprano singer's piercing, popping voice. It was the backstage crew that choked off his microphone just in time at the crucial moment. Ha, teacher, the microphone seems to be broken. Okay, we get it. Thank you for entering. Now you can step down. The staff member stepped forward and said with a smile on his face, but I haven't finished singing. No, that's enough. So when can I go to the strongest singer and PK with a foreign country singer? Well, you don't need to be involved in this little matter. The staff forced a smile and asked the contestant to step off the stage. The audience in the live broadcast room went crazy with joy when they saw this scene. Ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Which brother was it that said he looked at him differently just now? Come on out and get beat up. People don't seem to be wrong. Just tell me if it's unusual. With the abstraction of the first singer on stage, the scene in the live stream drew upbeat as well. Even the singers backstage at the show, who had been waiting to go on, were affected. The crowd, which had been a little nervous, laughed. Then, in a pleasant atmosphere, they began to communicate with each other. Are you Mr. Mao Tianyi? My sister likes you very much. Can I have your autograph? And I. I've always admired your work very much. Mr. Mao, I finally met you in person today. It's not often that you get to come face to face with a big singer. Some of the wandering singers rushed to take the opportunity to get close to their favorite stars. Mao Tianyi is naturally the first to bear the brunt as a top-tier singer. At the moment, he was surrounded by several singers asking for autographs. Sure, thanks for the support, guys. Facing a few people, Mao Tianyi also looked very approachable, signing his name while chatting with a few people. Only, while signing, he glanced out of the corner of his eye to a corner every now and then. There was a girl sitting there. Her quiet seriousness seemed out of place compared to the noise around her. She was curled up like a hedgehog in a corner of the room, still holding a song sheet in her hand, humming something lowly inside her mouth every now and then, thinking that it should be the song she was about to sing. Yes, this girl is Zhang Xiaohan. What made Mao Tianyi feel strange was that Zhang Xiaohan was in a very abnormal state today, because in his impression, Zhang Xiaohan had always been a very Buddhist type of singer. What? Good songs need to go through a very hard competition to get them? Then I'll stop competing and let someone else have it. What? This concert venue is occupied? Then we won't open it. Next time we have a venue. No desire for anything. And after encountering some obstacles that concern their own interests, they simply bypass them and give up their interests. This was Zhang Xiaohan's original character. But today's Zhang Xiaohan, from the moment she entered the contestants backstage, she had been humming the song in a low voice to herself. It was as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Even if some singers went to get close to her, she just gave a perfunctory answer. After the perfunctory, her eyes went back to the songbook. That serious look was like a different person, even not knowing if it was an illusion. Mao Tianyi also vaguely saw a hint of tears in Zhang Xiaohan's eyes. This is so weird. It's just an audition. Is it really necessary to take it so seriously? Originally, he had learned that Zhang Xiaohan had also signed up for the race. The heart even snickered a little, thinking to see if he could find out information about Chen Fan through Zhang Xiaohan. But now, looking at Zhang Xiaohan in this state, he was a little embarrassed to interrupt her song practice. It's better to ask her about it after she finishes her song. Mao Tianyi sighed darkly in his heart and finally gave up on asking directly. Turning to the singers next to him, he chatted. After all, asking for information is kind of asking for something, and you still need to find the right moment. Only, what he doesn't know is this. The reason why Zhang Xiaohan is so abnormal today, for the very one, Chen Fan, who was on his mind. Mom, by candlelight, your black hair, frosty, your cheeks, imprinted with this much attachment. Zhang Xiaohan stared at the sheet music in her hands and hummed it in a low voice. Word by word, crystalline tears welled up in her eyes. Even though it was a song that she had recorded countless times in the studio, even though it's a song that she knows too well to sing, but she still couldn't help the redness in her eyes whenever she re-sang it. Chen Fan's look of pain and suffering in order to write the song. It also flashed through her mind over and over again. What kind of a song could make a musical genius endure severe pain to get it out there? What kind of a song is it that would make a man who was about to go deaf create it anyway before he did? She doesn't know, but she vaguely remembered that on the way to the breakfast store that day, Chen Fan's roommate had briefed her about Chen Fan. No father, no mother, raised by foster mom and sister-in-law, fosterable mother, but he died not long ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohan didn't think any further. Tears gradually blurred her vision. Her whole body began to shiver because of her emotions. Even the sheet music in his hands was shaking slightly by association. It was the last swan song left to the world by an unborn musical genius. It's a song written for his late mother by an ill-fated teenager who endured severe pain. Himself. This time, no matter what, he's going to get the song right. Zhang Xiaohan kept reinforcing this determination in her mind. At this moment, she is no longer the star Zhang Xiaohan in people's eyes. She carries on her shoulders the last vestiges of a gifted young man. Let's welcome today's singer number 8 to the stage. She brings a song called Mom and Candlelight. Let's welcome this singer. After an unknown amount of time, the host's voice came over the microphone in the room. Zhang Xiaohan, however, was still humming the song in a low voice. MS. Xiaohan. MS. Xiaohan? The singer next to her saw this and went up to her and called her twice. Only then did Zhang Xiaohan slowly pull away from the score. What's going on? She wiped her face with the back of her hand, barely managing a smile. Only the tears on his face, however, were not completely wiped away. The singer froze for a moment when he saw the tears on her face. However, after freezing, she immediately answered Zhang Xiaohan. It's your turn to play. Ah, so fast, huh? Thanks for the reminder. Otherwise I didn't even notice. Only then did Zhang Xiaohan wake up as if from a dream and stand up from her seat. In a hurry, he headed out of the room, leaving only a group of singers in the room staring at each other in disbelief. MS. Xiaohan, what's going on here? Why does it feel like she just cried? And there was a bit of a catch in his voice when he spoke. Did you mishear yourself? The crowd was puzzled. Mao Tianyi even looked at Zhang Xiaohan's departing back and depressedly held the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Today's Zhang Xiaohan was too abnormal. On the other side, as the previous singer walked off the stage, the audience, both live and on air, got completely high. Ha ha, laughed me to death. What set off waves? He sang in the end, set off waves or waves. Ha ha ha. I'm convinced, Dad. I shouldn't have expected anything from these bomb singers. Who was it that said this tournament must be a sleeper hit? Who was it? Come and take a look. Is this bull demon the crouching tiger hidden dragon you were talking about? It's too abstract. The strongest singer is short of experts, not short of manpower. How can anyone compete on stage? Ha ha. If I were to say that this competition should simply stop, and just let the 3 judge teachers participate in the strongest singer, wouldn't that be enough? I+1. Can't figure out what the point of having this contest is. Wouldn't it be better to just have the other 3 judges take on the foreigners and say them as Yena? No doubt, since the first singer came off the stage, several of the singers in the back were also half-hearted, contributing a lot of laughs to the live broadcast and the live audience. Only, after laughing, netizens began to question the point of holding the contest. There were even a lot of pop-ups already, and they started shouting for the other 3 judges to go to the strongest singer. Backstage at the show, in the director's room, when director Wang Gang saw these pop-ups, he couldn't help but slap the table in anger. As soon as there's a problem, they want the music industry seniors to solve it. Don't these netizens realize the serious problems that have arisen in the music industry of the Dragon Kingdom? Wang Gang shouted in anger, then slumped into his chair as soon as he did so. It's like the whole body has lost its strength. The eyes were also filled with emptiness and disappointment. Is there really no hope for the dragon music scene? Is there really no hope? That's right, hope. That's what he's putting on this show for. He was exposed to the Yokocho music scene during a previous trip abroad for an event. The moment he heard the star of the foreign countries sing the song, he realized the gap between the 2 countries. The singers of foreign countries, who can make a certain position in the music industry, all have some real skills beside them. None of the singing aspect, at least. Dragon singers, on the other hand, have a very serious talent gap in music. In the Dragon Kingdom, the veteran singers are still capable of playing, but the new generation of singers, very few of them spend their energy on drilling their songs anymore. Most people are busy with how to make up hype and research to increase their fan base. As for their main business of singing, feel free to fix the sound and fool the audience. They won't be able to hear it anyway. It is also because of seeing this aberration. Wang just now resolutely decided to spend money to organize this program. In order to tear the new generation of singers of the cloth of shame. Let the netizens see the gap between these new generation singers and the foreign country singers. By the way, it stimulates the new generation of singers to try to get them to wake up. Also, in order to make sure that good folk singers are not buried, he made it a point to do so before the start of The Greatest Singer. Such a competition called Potential Singer was organized. The bar of conditions is also set very low, and anyone who is an original singer can enter. He had thought that this would allow those crouching tigers and hidden talents to take the stage, but I never thought that it would attract a bunch of bullies. Could it be that the new generation of dragon music is really finished? Wang Gang finally looked at the live screen with some despair. At that moment, a familiar figure on the screen was running towards the stage in a hurry. Wang Gang recognized the figure. She is Zhang Xiaohan, one of the more powerful of the younger generation of singers. But it's just more powerful, and there's still a big gap compared to those foreign country singers. Wang Gang didn't pin his hopes on Zhang Xiaohan. Instead, he favors singers like Mao Tianyi, because there are so few original songs that Zhang Xiaohan is famous for. Aside from the most recent song, Under the Sea, some of Zhang Xiaohan's other out-of-the-ring originals go back at least half a decade. And for today's show, and for the competition, The Greatest Showman, all that's needed are original songs. So all in all, Zhang Xiaohan's type of singer is not dominant today. Scene. As a burst of hilarity passed, Zhang Xiaohan walked onto the stage. The audience under the stage saw that the singer was Zhang Xiaohan, and the sound of laughter and playfulness diminished a lot. In its place, there was a vague anticipation in the look. The four jury teachers, however, were still in a state of bitterness. They couldn't see the singer because their backs were turned. At this point, they were still whispering about it. Lu Hong, alas. It seems that I am truly old and can no longer understand the preferences of the younger generation. Wang Feng raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes full of melancholy. Say yes, I really miss that era back then. The song is not so open like now. Yang Luan smiled bitterly. Can't go back. Bullshit, it's not about our aesthetics. It's about the fact that the songs themselves don't work. Yena's temper was rather short-tempered, and she was so angry that she just burst out. They are all singers who set the world on fire decades ago. With this re-emergence, I expected to get a good look at what the new generation of singers had to offer. Whoever thought there would be nothing but disappointment, only more disappointment. Thump 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 thump. Just when the four judges and teachers were disappointed with the new generation of singers, suddenly, an accompaniment came slowly. This intro is cozy and soothing, warm and calming. It also has a certain age to it. Hearing this voice is as if the DNA is awakened somewhere in the body. The four stopped their whispers and were collectively stunned in place. On the stage, Zhang Xiaohan had kept her head down from the moment she stepped onto the stage, holding the microphone tightly inside her hand. In addition to the accompaniment, the only thing she paid attention to was the accompaniment as well. And at that moment, as the accompaniment played, Zhang Xiaohan spoke with tears in her eyes. Mom, I want to tell you, words come to mouth and are swallowed. Mommy, I want to smile at you, eyes but dotted with tears. Oh mommy, mommy, by candlelight your black hair flooded with frost flowers, your cheeks imprinted. With this much attachment there are no extra singing techniques. There's just pure, sad to the point of truth lyricism, different from the usual girly voice. The sound Zhang Xiaohan made at this moment was more like a middle-aged woman's heartfelt sigh when facing her aging mother. Hear this melody, hearing lyrics like that. Wang Gang's eyes, which had originally been dull, regained their light. The four judges, too, clutched the armrests on their seats for a split second. The tune is so beautiful. The flavor is so strong. The feeling of belonging to that era is back. If they hadn't seen the crowd frozen in place, they would have almost forgotten it was a match. At the moment, they can't wait to score so they can turn around and see who the singer really is. It's not time for scoring yet. They have to wait for the song to finish before they can start scoring. It was also being rushed by several judges. That rich, infectious sound came again. Oh mommy, by candlelight your waist, becoming less erect. Mom, mom, by candlelight mom, your eyes. Why? They've lost their glow. Soprano. Soprano followed by soprano. On the stage, Zhang Xiaohan clutched the microphone with one hand and clenched her fist with the other. This part, she practically sang at the top of her lungs. The singing was so vocal and so jarring. Backstage in the contestants' room, all the contestants, including Mao Tianyi, were all confused. Director Wang Gang's eyes widened as he was shaken to the core by the high notes. Bodies were shaking. The four jury teachers even sat up straight, hot tears rocking in their eyes. Yeah, that's the feeling. That's what it takes. Pure emotion. Sincere wailing. In this instant, They didn't even dare to take a breath, fearing that this feeling would drain away from their bodies if they breathed. And at that moment, the program's live feed, the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room completely exploded when they heard this sound. This is Zhang Xiaohan? The person who sings the song is Zhang Xiaohan? Oh my god. Is this sure it's not a falsetto? The live room that fell silent from the moment the accompaniment started couldn't help but flash a few exclamations of surprise at the moment. It's surprise, and technically it counts as questioning, but at this moment, even Zhang Xiaohan's hardcore fans didn't have anyone to stand up and reply to the sentence. Everyone lapsed into silence. A few minutes later, there was only one official cozy note that replied to the user. This program uses real-time live broadcast, the recording of the whole transparent. There is no counterfeiting behavior. Thank you for your cooperation. In fact, we don't even need an official reply. We all know it. After all, with such a top-notch tune and such an extreme singing voice, who should be asked to fake it? Who else in the entire music industry can sing like that? So judged. This wave of singing must be true. It can be both. And the surprise in the hearts of the people is only more prevalent. Haven't seen you for a few days. Has Zhang Xiaohan improved so much? And then there's this track, which is not at all inferior to the previous one. Under the Sea, and even more so. Which one of the music industry's greats composed this tune? Mama, I've grown up. I would hold your lapel walking through spring, fall, winter and summer. On stage, Zhang Xiaohan is still singing. Thick tears had completely obscured her vision. In the haze, she seemed to see the teenager in sunglasses, talking to the candlelight on a starry night about his thoughts of his late mother. I'm old enough to want to hold your lapel through spring, fall, winter and summer. Unfortunately, there will be no more opportunities. It was a moment of sadness like a flood. Zhang Xiaohan's soprano voice was instantly sad to the extreme, even becoming hoarse by the end. 2 minutes later, a song. Zhang Xiaohan gently wiped some tears from her face. A deep bow was made to the teachers and audience on stage, then stood in the center of the stage, head down, silent. Off stage, the audience was equally silent. Fully half a minute later, snap, snap, snap. There was applause. 1, 2, more and more. Until the end, the whole scene went into a frenzy. Good singing. Ooh-hoo. Just how can you listen to it and want to shed a tear? I also want to cry. Hear this song, I think of my mother. When I was 6 years old, she told me in the hospital bed that she was going to have plastic surgery. And so on. Later Dad let me call which woman Mom. Which woman is plastic surgery after her? But until now she did not reappear. Dad alone pulled me more than 10 years. And now I would like to say to her, I have grown up. Oh, what a sad song. I didn't even cry when I heard Under the Sea, but this song really made me cry. Is this really Xiaohan? Why do I feel like Xiaohan has turned into something I don't recognize? One choked voice after another came. The atmosphere of the scene reached a direct climax. And right in the middle of all this cheering and applause, Zhang Xiaohan quietly shed 2 more lines of tears. The moment the applause started, she knew that she had succeeded. He himself did not live up to the song, and did not disappoint Chen Fan's schoolmates. The sad pop-ups in the live room were not unlike those of the live audience. Everyone was organizing their strongest words to express their love for the song. In the director's room, Wang Gang was in tears when he heard the end. His whole body was shaking and he cried until he couldn't help himself. In the contestants' waiting room, Mao Tianyi, as well as a group of contestants, stared blankly at the big screen. They now sort of knew why Zhang Xiaohan's situation was not right. It's because the song you're about to sing is too sad. Only at this moment, upon listening to the song, they were all dumbfounded, even had thoughts of just dropping out. Grandma, people are coming out with such sick songs. What are they singing? After a bit of a rumble, it was time for the scoring. The 4 judges were also barely eased out of their grief until then. The next moment of reprieve was the red light that slapped heavily into the seat. No appointment, no preview. 4 out of 4 for a total of 400 points. They didn't get a good look at the singer until the evaluation was complete and the seat turned. Upon meeting the singer of the song, who turned out to be Zhang Xiaohan, a few people froze in disbelief. After all, in their minds, Zhang Xiaohan's vocals were not at the top of the heap, and singing style-wise, how can Zhang Xiaohan, someone who was only born in the late 90s, sing such a contemporary song? Though one has to admit that the quality of the tunes takes major credit for getting the audience so hyped up. Zhang Xiaohan is also credited with this weepy, divine vocal performance. Xiaohan, you. The first to speak was Mr. Lu Hong. He paused slightly when he realized his voice was choked. When her throat was no longer sore, she asked, how did you sing this song so well? This is a somewhat childish and ridiculous question. This statement is like asking a doctor why he can cure a disease, or a teacher why he can teach his students well. The question, as it were, is a load of crap. As Lu Hong asked this question, the scene as well as the live broadcast room, but none of them laughed. Everyone knows that Lu Hong doesn't mean it literally. He was trying to ask Zhang Xiaohan why she was able to overachieve this time, why she sang like she was practically a different person. This is a common question in their minds. Zhang Xiaohan certainly understood what Lu Hong meant. She only reached up and wiped the corners of her eyes and spoke softly into the microphone. Songbook. A songbook? Was it the score that did it? I knew this tune was unusual the moment I heard it. Xiaohan, can you tell us who composed this tune? Who is its creator? Yena instantly came in a wave of excited triple questions. She's always been such a straight shooter. Seeing this, Wang Feng hastily made a wink, signaling her to deliberate before speaking. What do you mean it's a credit to the score? What do you mean you know the tune is unusual? Isn't it blatantly obvious in front of everyone that people's vocals are being ignored when that statement is made, giving full credit to the song's accomplishments to its creator? However, Wang Feng's eye gesture was of no use to Yina. At this time, Yina didn't even pay attention to Wang Feng. Her eyes stared straight at Zhang Xiaohan, anticipating the other party's answer. The first installment of The Greatest Singer cost her the battle, so she desperately wants a teammate, or a song to one-up her in the second installment. This song by Zhang Xiaohan gives her hope. She had a premonition that this song would definitely get the #1 spot even if she put it on The Strongest Singer, beating those two foreign country singers. And over there, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Xiaohan didn't feel offended by Yina's words. Instead, she jerked her head up in excitement, holding the microphone. He said word for word with tears in his eyes. His name is Chen Fan. It's admirable songwriter. A very admirable songwriter. After a few words, Zhang Xiaohan even uttered a tremolo because of her emotional excitement. Chen Fan? A very admirable songwriter? And live and on air, hearing the name. Hearing her blurt out these words off the top of her head. Boom. Completely blown up. Crap. It's Chen Fan. It's actually Chen Fan again. What the hell? Who is Chen Fan? It's the creator of Under the Sea. That junior at the Magic City Conservatory. What? It's actually him? He actually composed this song? This style span is too big, isn't it? Geez, am I sure I'm not dreaming? A song this rich in period flavor, and its creator is actually a junior in college? All the audience members were dumbfounded when they learned that the song's creator was only a junior. A barrage of jaw-dropping pop-ups even brought the live stream to a lull. Backstage at the show, the contestant waiting room, the singers who were about to take the stage also went into an uproar when they heard the name. Chen Fan, who made a name for himself in the music industry with his song Under the Sea back in the other day, and now only a few days later, you've actually created a quality song? For a while, the curious singers all discussed it. The entire waiting room was in a cacophony of noise, and right in the midst of this cacophony, one man's performance stood in stark contrast to his surroundings. He is Mao Tianyi. The moment the name Chen Fan was heard, Mao Tianyi's expression was stunned. His eyes stared straight at the big screen. His breathing was rapid, and in his heart was uncontrollable excitement. He even ignored the singers around him when they spoke to him. Chen Fan. This Chen Fan that he had been checking for days but couldn't find out a single bit of information about. I can't believe I composed another song for Zhang Xiaohan. In other words, Zhang Xiaohan knew who Chen Fan was and also knew where Chen Fan was, but that wasn't what shocked him the most. It's amazing that a junior in college has created another song with such a period feel, still created in the last few days. What does that prove? It proved that his previous prediction of Chen Fan was wrong or conservative. Chen Fan's talent as well as creative ability was far stronger than he thought. In an instant, Mao Tianyi clenched his fists nervously. He didn't even dare to blink as he looked at the big screen, anticipating Zhang Xiaohan's next words. And the scene. The four judges also froze when they heard the name. And they certainly know Under the Sea. The name Chen Fan had also been heard of. It was just that Chen Fan, a young man, actually managed to create Mother in the Candlelight, which really gave them quite a shock. After a brief moment of dismay, Teacher Yina's eyes widened as she reconfirmed. This Chen Fan, is he the same person as the one from the Magic City Conservatory who composed Under the Sea last time? Aha! Zhang Xiaohan didn't say much, just nodded gently. Yina once again became excited. Then can you introduce us to this Chen Fan? Does this Chen Fan have any other tunes that he hasn't released yet? Or songs that will be released soon? The audience at the scene and in the broadcast room were equally wide-eyed with excitement. According to the quality of this song, if Chen Fan still has songs, and if you're willing to participate in The Strongest Singer, it's expected that Dragon will win over the foreign singers. It was reasonable to assume that by now the song had been sung and graded and it was time for the singer to come off the stage. But now, it seems everyone has forgotten about it. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohan with eager eyes. The only thing that mattered at the moment was Zhang Xiaohan's answer, as it was about the hope of the Longguo music scene. However, Zhang Xiaohan faced the camera, but she gently shook her head. No. Then can you push Mr. Chen Fan's contact information to me? I can pay a high price to beg him to compose a song. Yena again pursued anxiously. She, who had always been known for her pride in the music industry, couldn't help but honor Chen Fan as a teacher at this moment. Hadn't thought she'd say that. Zhang Xiaohan actually lowered her head, and the tears in her eyes once again came out, only to hear her say in a choked voice, I can't, he'll never compose again. Sorry teachers, I've finished my song, I'll go first. The words were not yet finished. Zhang Xiaohan actually turned around and got off the stage directly. With his head down, he exited the scene. Don't go. You're not finished singing yet. Yena rose hastily from her seat at this. Lifting his feet, he tried to go up after them. It was a good thing 3 other teachers stopped her before she realized she was a judge. And at this moment, the audience at the scene and the live broadcast saw this and exploded. I go. What's the situation? Xiaohan should finish her sentence before leaving. Why do I feel like Xiaohan is crying? Is it just me? What? Xiaohan is crying? Why would she cry when no one is bullying her? It's annoying. Who the hell is this Chen Fan? Why do all the tunes he makes sound so good? And what does it mean that Chen Fan won't compose again in the future? Young to determine the future. Not even graduated from the university and think of retirement. There is no mistake. The live broadcast room, completely boiling. The scene, at once, was thrown into confusion. Director Wang Gang looked at the pop-ups on the big screen, as well as in which Zhang Xiaohan escaped like a bat. Her face was a bit dull. All along, he thought that the dragon music scene was inferior to the foreign music scene because of the singers. But in hindsight, is it really just the singer? Zhang Xiaohan is one of the best of the younger generation of singers, but still has a considerable gap with the foreign country singers. But, when Zhang Xiaohan sang Mom in the Candlelight, for a moment, he even felt that even if the first place winner of the previous installment came, he would not be able to beat this song. What's this about? It's the quality of the tunes. Wang Gang's eyes lit up. He reacted. It was the bonus from the song itself that made the singer show double the strength. In other words, it takes more than boosting singers, or more than just singers, to keep the dragon music scene from being left behind by the foreign countries. More importantly, is the songwriter. A moment of realization and enlightenment. Wang Gang's breathing became rapid. At this moment, it was as if he saw the hope for the rise of the dragon's music scene. It's that Chen Fan. This young songwriter, this true musical genius. As long as he's on this show. For a while, Wang Gang was caught up in excitement and longing. But soon, after seeing those pop-ups discussing Chen Fan, he snapped right back out of his fantasy again. But, what does Ms. Zhang Xiaohan mean when she says, Chen Fan can't compose again? Ahem. Chang. Wang Gang cleared his throat and called up his assistant, Xiao Zhang. Here comes Director Wang. The assistant, Chang, quickly ran to his side. You go to the backstage contestant room and invite Ms. Zhang Xiaohan over. There are some things I need to talk to her about. When these words came out, Xiao Zhang didn't reply immediately, but looked a bit odd. What's wrong? Wang Gang could see Zhang's difficulty. That, Wang Director, Ms. Zhang didn't finish her song and didn't return to the waiting room. She's gone now. Gone? Wang Gang was shocked at his words, but he thought of Zhang Xiaohan's expression when she left. Again, it instantly made sense. It seems like we have to personally visit Mr. Zhang when we turn around. Unlike Wang Gang, Mao Tianyi only felt puzzled and even a little anxious when he saw Zhang Xiaohan leaving the field in a hurry, especially after realizing that Zhang Xiaohan hadn't returned. It was even more disheartening. If it wasn't for the other contestants in the waiting room stopping him, he would have almost given up on the match and left the arena directly to find Zhang Xiaohan. Can't, he'll never compose again. Mao Tianyi thought back to the words Zhang Xiaohan had said on her way out. This he naturally referred to Chen Fan. It's just that Chen Fan is only in college now, and his talent is so exceptional. The future is destined for great things. Why did Zhang Xiaohan say that Chen Fan would not compose music in the future? Right. There's also the assistant. She asked the side of the Magic City Conservatory of Music before, and the reply given by the institution is also that Chen Fan won't be composing any more music. Mao Tianyi thought about the female assistant's previous words again. The frown, tightly knit, deepened. Why is it that both the school administration and Zhang Xiaohan say that Chen Fan won't compose anymore? At the orientation party a few days ago, it was obvious that they still didn't know who Chen Fan was. Now only a few days have passed, and their answers are surprisingly consistent. What has happened in the meantime? Especially just now. Xiaohan actually ran off the stage in tears. Is this incident somehow related to Chen Fan as well? Hiss. Does it? In the next moment, Mao Tianyi's back suddenly stirred up a layer of cold sweat. The pupils instantly contracted. A very bad thought arose in his mind. Soon, though, he let out another long breath. Heartily, he patted his chest and laughed bitterly. How is that possible? If Chen Fan is really dead, where did this song Mom and the Candlelight come from? I'm really scaring myself. That's right, it's all about not being able to compose any more music, as well as the way Zhang Xiaohan showed it on stage just now. It made him unable to help but have the absurd thought that Chen Fan had passed away. Can't blame him for being sky high. It's really that Zhang Xiaohan's look is just too much like, that what's the same. Forget it, let's wait until after the song and ask Xiaohan about it. Despite the great curiosity in his heart, however, Mao Tianyi chose to finish the next race. As a music fanatic, he was still more eager to have a good fight with the foreign country singer, especially since the Dragon Kingdom was crushed by the foreign countries in the last installment. The sense of national humiliation has reached an extreme. If we can defeat the Yokocho singers at this point, we're bound to be hailed as godlike by everyone. Plus Zhang Xiaohan's Mom and the Candlelight gets a perfect score. Making it to the finals of The Greatest Showman is a done deal. That was why he was more than ready to finish the competition and meet Zhang Xiaohan when he advanced to the strongest singer. Mao Tianyi also wanted to see what Zhang Xiaohan would sing when she was on the same stage with the foreign country singers, since she said that Chen Fan wouldn't compose any more music. After a full day, the first day of the potential singer is over. The current ranking of the songs in the competition is Mom by Candlelight in first place, with a score of 400 points. The song performed by Mao Tianyi came in second place with a score of 378. For the rest of the singers, none of them ever reached 350 points. That's how the rankings looked on the first day, and no one knows if there will be any more changes later on or not. But Mom and the Candlelight and the name Chen Fan is something that catches a lot of people's attention. Hashtag the potential singer show is a shocking tearjerker. MS. Yena is saved. Hashtag Pentecostal women guarding the gates of the country. 20-year-old singers coming to help. Hashtag potential singers first day of competition. A surprise perfect score? How good is Mom and Candlelight? Hashtag shocker. Under the Sea and Mothers by Candlelight were actually written by the same composer. Hashtag did the junior create 2 hits in a row? By luck or by talent? Hashtag Chen Fan. You're my god. Hashtag a very hot topic that circulated online. Netizens were already extremely unhappy with the ranking of the last edition of The Strongest Singer. Many netizens also shook people for Yena under the comments section of Major Singers. While shaking people down, it's natural to pay extreme attention to the potential singer subplot, and upon seeing the words Yena Sensei is saved, the excited netizens were instantly impatient and scurried off in a huff to get under the comments section of the post. However, when they saw that the post said the helper was Zhang Xiaohan, they were instantly disappointed again and launched into whining. Che, I thought it was someone else. So it's Zhang Xiaohan. Wasting my time. Headline party. Proper headline party. Come to cheat traffic. Brothers ignore him. But if you change the person who saved the show to an old singer, I can still believe a little bit. Zhang Xiaohan? Oh, although her strength is okay among young singers, is she comparable to MS? Yi Na? That's right. Don't look at what kind of occasion that is. The foreign country singers compete. MS. Yi Na can only get the third place. Is that a place where you young singers can get together? People who hadn't seen the potential singer yet cursed. After all, in their minds, there is an insurmountable gap between the younger generation of singers and the older ones. MS. Yena all but finished third on The Greatest Singer. Then the singer who goes forward to save the day has to be at least a veteran singer. Netizens who had already watched the live broadcast and listened to Moms by Candlelight were instantly anxious at the sight of these slightly insulting comments. No, you people, did you even watch yesterday's broadcast? Spraying without knowing the real situation? The song Xiaohan sang yesterday was really good. Directly scored the only perfect score in this program. Even Mr. Mao Tianyi only scored 378 points. That song is really good. I dare to stand here today and say that if this song is moved to the strongest singer, then even if those 2 foreign country singers come, they may not be able to beat this song. That's right, if I can't win this song against a foreign singer, I'll eat shit. Does it really sound that good? No, a song? You can make such a promise? Upstairs, it's not an intentional dilly-dally, is it? As more and more people lend their voices to the song, the netizens who started spraying without having seen the live broadcast were immediately made unconfident. They exited the thread in a hurry and found a replay of that broadcast online. Fast forward to the part where Zhang Xiaohan sings and click play. The next moment, as the soothing and mournful accompaniment sounded, the netizens who came to listen to the replay were suddenly wide-eyed. Crap, guys, this is a song my dad really likes. What a period song. Is this really sung by a young singer? My mom heard this song and told me to turn it up. What an emotionally powerful song. You can't help but want to cry after listening to it. Maybe I'm not the audience for this song, but I know it's a good song because my dad already grabbed my phone. Who said Xiaohan couldn't do it just now? Come on, you come out and we'll talk. After listening to the song, the netizens who had just questioned Zhang Xiaohan suddenly disappeared strangely. In its place, a loyal group of Xiaohan fans. The next competition. It's all up to Xiaohan to step up to the plate. The hero of the country's salvation. The next live broadcast, Xiaohan is the hero of the country's salvation. That said, after not paying attention to the entertainment industry for a while, Xiaohan has improved so much. She's actually a hidden diva. After appreciating it, netizens began to marvel at Zhang Xiaohan's rapid progress again. They were puzzled, not understanding what Zhang Xiaohan had gone through to make such a great improvement. Another part of the network was quick to answer their questions. Individuals alone don't progress that fast, of course. Have you guys ever heard Under the Sea? Under the Sea? I've heard it. And that song is really good too. Many of those who have heard Under the Sea have come forward. Yet the next moment, a comment was made that instantly caused the entire comment section to suck in a breath of cold air. Under the Sea and this song, Mother by Candlelight, are by the same composer. For a moment, it was like an enlightenment. Everyone who saw this comment was enlightened. Yeah, there's a limit to how much one person can improve after all. They had the wrong focus from the start. It's never individual effort that can make a young singer match an older one for a short time. Instead, it's songs. It's a bonus that comes with a good tune. In other words, Zhang Xiaohan was able to get a perfect score this time and was able to sing and cry to so many viewers. The most credit goes to the songwriters. Actually, the fiery comments section, as if time had stood still, briefly came to a standstill. Half a minute passed. A brand new comment posted. The composer of these two songs. Who is it? It's important to me. TSK. What's so important? One look and I can tell you didn't even finish watching the replay and quit after listening to the song. Right? The composer of this song, is called Chen Fan, a student at the Magic City Music Academy. But what? However, Xiaohan seemed to say at the end that Chen Fan wouldn't compose again in the future. What? These words came out like a bolt from the blue. It immediately doubled the heat of the comment section. That's what Xiaohan said. Oh, I don't know if it's true or not. Though there's a high degree of uncertainty in this user's eventual comment. But it still can't resist the excitement and anxiety in the hearts of netizens. After all, the thing about dragon music songs not working is a disgrace that goes abroad. Now that it's so hard to get such a genius in the songwriting world, he's actually not composing? Who wouldn't panic? Properly giving hope and then taking it away from you. For a while, the emotional netizens exited the comments section, rushed directly to Zhang Xiaohan's personal account under the claim, Xiaohan, who the hell is Chen Fan? Why can't you say it? Say it so we can see it together. What does it mean that Mr. Chen Fan will not continue composing music? Why did you say that? Or did you say something wrong? Please post a video reply. Xiaohan. Oh, it's so hard to like such a composer. Is it okay to reveal a little bit of information? It's not just Zhang Xiaohan's comment section. Even under the official account of the Magic City Conservatory of Music, a lot of netizens flooded in. They screamed and shouted in the comment section, demanding that the university ask Chen Fan to step in and fight the foreigners. Magic City Music Academy, Dean's office. I said, Zhao Jun, this Chen Fan student from our school has been a bit of a fire out of the ring lately. Don't you have anything to say? Dean Lu Kaming tapped his fingers on the table while looking at Vice Dean Zhao Jun in front of him. Zhao Jun, who had once checked Chen Fan's information with Zhang Xiaohan, in order to find Chen Fan's classmates. This guy was more anxious than anyone else at first, but just 2 days ago, Zhao Jun never mentioned Chen Fan again after he returned. Even the well-known singer in the music industry, Mao Tianyi, whose assistant ran over to ask, Zhao Jun gave the explanation that Chen Fan would not continue composing. Beyond that, there is nothing else. And yesterday, Zhang Xiaohan, who participated in the program, sang another song by Chen Fan's classmates. The answer she gave was also that Chen Fan would not compose anymore. This counterintuitive speech of the duo did not stop Lu Kaming from developing a very strong curiosity. Zhao Jun sighed as he sniffed. Student Chen Fan. When he talks about Chen Fan, he can't help but see the figure wearing a hearing aid and struggling to write music scores in front of his eyes. The figure that made a music nerd like him can't help but admire his creative spirit. What happened to Mr. Chen Fan? That sighing is not like you at all. Lu Kaming narrowed his eyes. Actually, I think if we can contact Chen Fan, we can try to get in touch and talk to him about the current situation in the music scene. The program, The Strongest Singer, is a program that everyone takes very seriously, and the recent reviews have been very unfavorable to the dragon music scene. At this time, if a Chen Fan student composing music can make our dragon country singers bounce back, it can just add a little bit of music fans' confidence in the dragon country music scene, can't it? If he loses, Student Chen Fan is a fledgling college student, and there is no shame in losing to an opponent who has been deeply practicing in the field of music for many years. Lu Kaming was unhurried, analyzing a wave of pros and cons. However, Zhao Jun shook his head with a bitter smile. Dean's idea is good. Unfortunately, it's not a matter of whether he wants to compose or not, but whether he can or not. If Mr. Chen Fan doesn't compose, judging by the current condition of Mr. Chen Fan, he is absolutely unable to compose a tune. Oh, Lu Kaming looked at Zhao Jun suspiciously at his words. What is the situation you're talking about? Physical condition. You won't know what kind of pain student Chen Fan endured during the creation of these popular works until you see them with your own eyes. Not to say he can't compose now, but even if he wanted to, I'd stop him. Music is important, but I will never allow my students to deplete their bodies in order to create music. I love music, and I love talent even more. That's the bottom line. That's the bottom line I should have as a teacher. In one word, Zhao Jun spoke firmly and decisively. The heat continues for Fan Chen and moms by candlelight. The next day, early morning, the bright sun shines into the breakfast parlor. The curling smoke of the cooking fire looks cozy in the daylight. And at that moment, the breakfast place, in the second-floor bedroom. I'll go. The salutogenic value is a bit topsy-turvy this time. Where did Sister Zhang sing this song? Chen Fan looked at the electronic faceplate of the system and couldn't help but get a little excited. When he woke up early this morning, he realized that the depressogenic value he possessed had reached 7.02 million. Converted to points, that's just over 70. What's the concept? You know, that last song Under the Sea only gained more than 3 million salutogenic values. This one, 7 million straight up. Thinking of this, Chen Fan held back the excitement in his heart and tapped on the personal value faceplate. Host hearing, 40 out of 100. After seeing that the hearing was still only 40 points, Chen Fan's anger was not in the right place. It stands to reason that after so many days have passed since Under the Sea was sung, it's unlikely that the number of people being depressed has only grown so much. But on the contrary, the dog system came with a line that only those who were depressed within 2 days of the song's release could produce a depression value. People who were depressed at other times don't count. This also led to the fact that his hearing and depressogenic values had to stop after the last edition was completed. Unless one continues to compose tunes and keep depressing the audience, one can continue to gain more depressing values. But, as the saying goes, the sky's the limit, and the second tune brings the depressogenic value. So here it is, isn't it? Immediately, Chen Fan converted the 6 million depression value into points, plus points on listening. In the next moment, the electronic faceplate in front of him changed, and underneath the hearing, the words flashing in gold changed from high risk to medium risk. Chen Fan again followed the last test method and turned the TV on with the sound turned up to the maximum. This time, there was a definite improvement in the sound heard. Listening to the clear sound of the television, Chen Fan raised a smile on his face. System, I'm not at risk of going deaf again with this hearing addition to medium risk, am I? Chen Fan lifted the system ban while inquiring. Ding! Ear cancer is a terminal disease. Unless points are added to normal, the host will still not be able to escape the fate of deafness. The mechanical electronic voice immediately answered Chen Fan's question. At the same time, another line of writing floated across the electronic faceplate in front of Chen Fan. Estimated duration of host deafness, 464 days. Just prolonged deafness? Chen Fan looked at the faceplate and muttered. So my hearing will continue to deteriorate if I don't continue to upgrade? Ding! Congratulations to the host for answering correctly. He suddenly realized that he seemed a little too happy too soon. Although the period of deafness was extended from 3 months to a year and a half, but that's not exactly out of the woods. Originally, his intention was to add some vision after adding hearing to medium risk. After all, her eyesight, which hadn't changed much since she was a child, had actually deteriorated since the last time she composed. Never mind, it's better to add some sight to the next step. After all, sight is needed to write a score, and hearing, for the time being, is safer than sight. After some consideration, Chen Fan made a decision. So, he converted the remaining 1 million depression value into points and added points to his vision. Immediately, the personal attribute panel became, host's eyesight, 20 points out of 100, host hearing, 0 out of 1000. Seeing this, Chen Fan nodded slightly just before closing the faceplate. But then, as if thinking of something, he jerked back and stared. No, later? System, how did my perfect listening score become 1000? He blinked to make sure he hadn't misread it before asking the system about it. Ding! The host's attributes have increased, and the difficulty of upgrading has increased. What is it? Doesn't that mean that if my attributes go up another notch, the full score will follow suit to 10,000 points? The depressogenic value required for upgrading will reach 1 billion? Chen Fan was completely shocked. $1 billion. At this rate, add a bit of a fair awe. In his current state, he's not an international superstar. So what's he going to do to depress 1 billion people? And even for an international superstar, it's a little too difficult to depress 1 billion people. Ding. Depends on the host's own situation. In the middle of the day, the mechanical electronic voice responded to Chen Fan with such a sentence. What do you mean? Depending on the host's own situation? What a situation in its own right, Chen Fan asked to the system. But, this time, after half a day, there was no reply from the system. System? Miso in the next moment, Chen Fan directly stood up. Couldn't just sit back and wait. The difficulty of the system's mission was far more difficult than he had imagined. He's going to compose. Must compose quickly. Add your vision to the next gear. Then your hearing, and see if the system will still be upgraded for the next gear. After confirming the target, Chen Fan immediately opened the door and walked down the stairs. Breakfast place. First floor. It's 7 a.m. and the store is already full of diners. However, they are mostly middle-aged and elderly. The reason is also very simple. Young people are not used to waking up early and usually get up and go straight to work. And even fewer of them eat breakfast at breakfast stores. So, at the moment, the store is filled with quite a few voices though. The conversation was all about middle-aged people. Their topic of conversation today, however, was a little special. Old Woo. There's a pretty good song in the past 2 days. Have you heard it? What's it called, Mom? The song you said. Mom by Candlelight? Yes, that's the song. Listen to it. Old favorite. Haven't heard a song this good in years. Yo ho. You two are quite hip What fire listen to what? Alas. I will be old. Cannot keep up with the preferences of young people. No. This song is different from the ones you mentioned. It's old and good. Don't believe me? I'll find it for you. Listen to it. How about it, old Zhang? Didn't bluff you, did I? Ha. Old Chang? No bluffing. It's so good. Where can I listen to this song? All the time? I don't know. I asked my daughter and my daughter said it's not on the music platform yet. Maybe when it's on the music platform. So, when will that go live on the music platform? My daughter said that she had to get the author of the song to sign with the platform to make it work. And the author of that song seems to be called something like Chen Fan. And a young man who went to college. Pretty mysterious anyway. Says a lot of people are asking about this guy. Discussions about Moms by Candlelight continue at the breakfast place. And it is being done. The sound of a stick hitting the ground rang out. A young man wearing sunglasses and holding a guide cane held the stairs down. Next moment, it was accompanied by a nervous and anxious female voice. I saw the breakfast store owner's wife running over in a hurry. Why are you downstairs by yourself again? When Chen Yun saw Chen Fan coming downstairs, there was some reproach in his eyes. However, Chen Fan couldn't care less at this moment. Auntie, I remember last time. School sister Zhang and you exchanged contact information, right? Chen Yun's movements stiffened at his words, but eventually nodded. You're going to call her? Looking for her for what? Chen Yun pursued. She was a little worried that the last time Fan had gotten the housemates together was to write the score. It was also because of the last time he wrote that song that caused Fan's eyesight to deteriorate. Therefore, she was afraid that Chen Fan would still have to compose. Chen Fan naturally understood what Chen Yun had in mind and said, I heard that song was on fire, so I wanted to invite senior sister to come and thank her. Where did you hear that? Watching TV again? Chen Yun continued to pursue the question, some worry hidden in his eyes. Not looking, just listening to a tune I composed myself. At these words, Chen Yun fell silent. It was only a moment later that I heard her speak. Then be careful not to hurt your eyes. 2. She then pulled out her phone. Look up Zhang Xiaohan in your cell phone address book. Auntie, can I make the call later when you call? I feel like my hearing has improved and wanted to test it now. Hearing improved? Chen Yun looked up dumbfounded. She then reacted to the fact that she hadn't intentionally shouted particularly loud today. But in this way, Xiaofan was actually able to converse with himself as if he were in a flow. Instantly, Chen Yun was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Yes, of course. With that, he handed the phone to Chen Fan. And after Chen Fan took the call, he turned around and headed upstairs. And next to it, the diners who were still dining had long since ceased their discussions. They couldn't help but stare in disbelief as they watched the duo's back-and-forth conversation. Girl, what did you just call that young man? Xiaofan? And what did he mean when he said he composed the tune? This young man wouldn't be called Chen Fan, would he? An older man couldn't help but ask, though the conjecture is so bold as to be absurd. But, people said that Chen Fan was a college student and looked about the same age as the young man just now. Plus it's a little vanilla and composing. It made the thought inevitable. No, it's not. he's not that Chen Fan. You are mistaken. Chen Yun's face instantly turned red with weakness, turned around and ran back to the back kitchen. Only the diners present were left wide-eyed. This girl, what's she running so fast for? Chen Yun has of course already heard Mother by Candlelight. She also knew that the song was made by Chen Fan, but she just understood that Xiao Fan couldn't gain too much exposure right now. Because of the massive exposure, it would inevitably lead to too many singers or entertainment companies eyeing Chen Fan. When the time came, Chen Fan would inevitably hurt his eyes in order to compose for them. So, even though she herself had been moved to tears by Mothers by Candlelight, she didn't want too many people to know about Fanny's existence. At least not yet. No, it's not right. Just as he was thinking, Chen Yun suddenly realized something. Why did Van go upstairs when he called? Is it habit or? No, I've got to get up there. Chen Yun, who thought of this, directly walked out of the back kitchen, toward the second floor. Girl, 2 more drawers of buns. At that exact moment, one of the guests shouted. Chen Yun walked straight up the stairs as if he hadn't heard. The other side, inside Zhang Xiaohan's office in Magic City, Skywalk Entertainment Company. Those singers don't stay at their workstation all day like a laborer. However, the company still has exclusive offices for some of the more famous singers. It says it's an office, but it's actually pretty much the same as a normal break room. And at that moment Zhang Xiaohan in the office was on the phone. It was just that the person on the phone right now wasn't Chen Fan, but her manager, Su Hong. Aya Xiaohan, your performance this time is really great. Mom and the Candlelight is on the hot search. Participating in this competition is simply the best decision you've ever made. And you know what? Now the netizens have created a poll somewhere called something like the person who has the best hope of defeating the Yankee country singers. The first is Boss Lei, and the second is Mr. Chen Jian. You're in direct third place now, and the people who voted for both of them are just playing around. Only the people who voted for you are serious. Xiaohan, do you know what that means? It means you're now the nation's favorite of the netizens. On the other end of the phone, Su Hong was still gushing with excitement over there. Even his speech was a little incoherent. And that Zhang Xiaohan who, in normal times, often screamed along with her. This time it was surprisingly calm. Only after Su Hong finished marveling did Zhang Xiaohan slowly open her mouth, where the quality of the songs is good enough. It's senior brother Chen Fan who has made me what I am. As soon as her words came out, Su Hong across the table became even more agitated. Of course, this blowout couldn't have happened without this schoolmate of yours. Of course, I think we should buy some gifts and pay Chen Fan a proper visit. By the way, didn't you go looking for him last time? Do you know where he is now? The last time we visited him, he composed a song for us called Mom and the Candlelight, which allowed us to win the overall championship of potential singers. This time, as long as Mr. Chen Fan composes another song, it will definitely make us. Sister Red. Before Su Hong could finish her sentence, Zhang Xiaohan interrupted her. I can't let schoolmate Chen Fan compose anymore. And Mom and the Candlelight was the last piece he composed. The conversation between the two fell into a brief lull. A moment later, Su Hong's dismayed voice rang out. Why? Here, it's so hard to find such a brilliant composer. Why don't you let him compose anymore? Is it that student Chen Fan's composition costs are higher? It's fine. We can seek reimbursement from the company. The company will definitely support this kind of thing 100%. Now don't look at the revenue a song brings in. Look at the popularity each song builds for you when it's up. Sister Hong. Once again, Zhang Xiaohan interrupted Su Hong once more. It's not the money, it's Chen Fan's schoolmate. He already can't compose anymore. I, as well as the group of conservatory teachers who went with me to look for Chen Fan's schoolmate at that time, we all made a pact to never disclose Chen Fan's information to the outside world. No, even without this agreement, I can't let Chen Fan compose in order to make myself famous. That would be too selfish. Zhang Xiaohan's clouded words went down. It puzzled Su Hong to say so. However, there was one thing that she had heard clearly, and that was that Xiaohan was not going to look for Chen Fan to compose. In an instant, Su Hong was in a hurry. No, this won't do. The eyes of the entire network are now on you and Chen Fan, all counting on you to PK with the foreign country singers on the strongest singer. If Chen Fan doesn't compose for you, then what can we take on the foreign country singers? Zhang Xiaohan was also silent when she heard this. It was a long time before she spoke. I have another song. Sunrise's light language. Geez, stop it. How can that song work? On the other end of the phone, he was soon greeted by Su Hong's wildly bombarded persuasion. Zhang Xiaohan was distracted by these persuasions. Eventually, he just hung up and snapped the phone hard on the table. A song under the sea, a song Mom and the Candlelight, has been Chen Fan with all the help he can get. Chen Fan aggravated his own eye disease in order to compose these two songs. So this time, she wanted Chen Fan to take good care of his eyes no matter what. Even if she was eliminated, She would never regret it. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohan closed her eyes lightly and let out a long breath to calm down. Also at this time, Xiaohan, Xiaohan. The young assistant suddenly pushed open the door and ran in, panting. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohan was puzzled. One director. The little assistant gasped while pointing towards the door. Director Wang from The Strongest Singer is here to see you. He's downstairs now. The young assistant's expression revealed excitement as she spoke. The potential singer competition is still on right now. Director Wang Gang took the time to come to Xiaohan at this time, and it was obviously clear that Xiaohan's advancement to The Strongest Singer was a foregone conclusion. The thought that her star was about to stand in the national spotlight made her heartily happy. I know, Zhang Xiaohan answered, then stood up from her seat and walked towards the door. Help me find the sheet music for Sunrise's Light Whispering. After meeting Director Wan, we'll go straight to the studio to practice the song. I remember it was put here last time. Before she left, she instructed her little assistant again. Okay, the little assistant happily answered. Then the only person left in the office was the little assistant who was rummaging through the boxes. And so it was. For several minutes of rummaging, the little assistant still hadn't found the sheet music, and her mood couldn't help but become anxious. After all, there was no telling what Director Wang had sought to talk to Xiaohan about and for how long. If the other party has finished and he hasn't found the sheet music yet, won't he look like a failure in his business skills? The more he thought about it, the more the movements in the little assistant's hands sped up. It's not in this drawer either. Where could it be? So it's here. Finally, after some searching, the young assistant finally found the sheet of music. She then ran off, happy and slightly anxious. On his way out, he even forgot to lock the door. Half a day later, a figure appeared in front of the office door. The man was thin, with a handsome face and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. Yes, he is Mao Tianyi. After hearing that Zhang Xiaohan had come to the company today, he simply packed up and came to visit Zhang Xiaohan. By the way, would also like to ask for more information about Chen Fan, and why Zhang Xiaohan said that time on stage that Chen Fan would never compose again. These questions puzzled him. He was desperate for answers. Ahem. After standing in front of the door, Mao Tianyi first cleared his throat. At this moment, he actually suddenly became a bit nervous, though he wasn't sure what he was nervous about. Not sure what there was to be nervous about in his own company. At the moment, he just had a sudden feeling of nervousness. Xiaohan, is Ms. Xiaohan here? He started with a polite question. Just this inquiry, as if the stone sinks into the sea. A few seconds passed, also did not see a response inside. Seeing this, Mao Tianyi held his glasses suspiciously. 2 more gentle knocks on the door of the house followed. Hey Han? Still no half response. You don't think so? A flash of bad feeling arose in Mao Tianyi's heart. Someone else had just told himself that Zhang Xiaohan had come to the company. Out again so soon. Though at the moment, from what we've seen so far, this guess should be a close call. But he was still a little upset. Chen Fan, who had been looking for so long, couldn't find it. Now that Zhang Xiaohan has some clues here with great difficulty, how can she not even see Zhang Xiaohan's face? Mao Tianyi tentatively gripped the doorknob again and gave it a gentle push. The next moment the slightly tall wooden door was actually pushed open with ease. Everything inside was suddenly presented to him. Open? For a while, Mao Tianyi was also a bit stunned. It didn't occur to him that the door was actually unlocked. However, after seeing the chamber empty, the mood that was still a little bit surprised suddenly became lost again. Sure enough, still no one. He sighed and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Honestly, he was a little skeptical. From hearing the Chen Fan song Under the Sea to Mom in the Candlelight, in the past few days, he was either looking for Chen Fan or on his way to find him. He admired such musical genius. A talented songwriter like that is needed by more than just the company. As an avid music lover himself, he was very eager to sing a tune composed by Chen Fan. After all, as a musician, he sees things differently than an outsider in terms of rhythm, melody, and lyrics. An audience member may only think a song is good after hearing it, but Mao Tianyi, being an extremely strong musical vocalist, when he listens to a song, he always has the habit of breaking it down, crumpling it up, and savoring the essence of it. And these 2 songs created by Chen Fan shocked him. As a well-known singer in the music industry, Mao Tianyi has heard more than 1,000 songs. There are even more great songs in it. However, these 2 songs of Chen Fan made him feel better than any other song in this world. That's right, not the whole country, but the world. For a moment, he even suspected that Chen Fan was not a college student, but more like the reincarnation of the heavenly Wen Chu Xing. It was also with Chen Fan's existence that made him realize to what extent the geniuses in this world would be perverted. Is this just touchable but not attainable? Why had he searched for Chen Fan so many times and ended up pouncing? No, it can't go on like this. Suddenly, Mao Tianyi, who had returned to his senses, his eyes became firm. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, finally coming to some sort of resolution. He's going to call Zhang Xiaohan. At this point in time, I don't want to get into all that nonsense. What's all this talk about paying a visit? You can't even see each other at this rate. Who cares about politeness or civet cats? Let's ask Zhang Xiaohan out first. However, and just when he had made up his mind, tick-tock tick-tock, the sudden ringing of the phone almost scared him into dropping his cell phone on the floor. He looked at his phone, which had blacked out, in utter confusion. Is this evil? Your own phone is ringing before you even call? Soon, though, he reacted. The incoming call was not from his own cell phone. He looked in the direction the bell had come from. A cell phone was seen vibrating on the table in front of them. No, Xiaohan's left her cell phone in the house? Even if she called, she couldn't pick up the phone now, right? This time, Mao Tianyi is completely clamport. However, try to suppress the breathlessness in your mind. Still striding, he made his way toward the table. Anyway, now that I've seen it, I'd better tell the caller that Xiaohan is not in. It's kind of a show of hands. So, with a grimace, he picked up the phone on his desk. But, the very next moment he turned the phone over. On top of his cell phone, the note on the caller ID, however, made his eyes widen momentarily. Even his breathing became rapid. Caller ID, Chen Fan. See this note. Mao Tianyi was instantly stunned. Even the whole thing felt a bit of a trance. Chen Fan. Schoolmate? He pronounced the name dumbfounded and incredulous. The next moment, confused eyes glowed with light. The whole man was instantly thrown into ecstasy. Finally found it. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Never in a million years did he expect that Chen Fan, whom he had inquired about for so long, would actually meet so dramatically. This is simply, immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Mao Tianyi clicked on the connection with a slightly trembling finger. At the same time, he tried to organize his words in his head, thinking about what tone he should use later to try to appear as amiable as possible. And what should he say to get Chen Fan to help him compose a song as well? Less than 2 seconds of airtime passed. Sister? A voice came over the phone. There was the slightest tone of inquiry in the flat voice. 2 short words. Instantly, Mao Tianyi swallowed back the words he was just about to say. It was at this point that he reacted. One is holding someone else's cell phone in one's hand. The person on the other end of the phone thought she was Zhang Xiaohan. How can this be explained? Mao Tianyi was instantly messed up. He had never been so overwhelmed as he was today. And on the other end, Chen Fan saw that his inquiry had not been answered. And again, he asked again. Sister, are you there? Another sentence. As the words fell, Mao Tianyi's forehead followed and a few drops of fine sweat seeped out. The corners of his mouth actually couldn't help but start twitching slightly. Finally, he couldn't help himself, only to hear him clench his teeth and speak with difficulty. Ms. Xiaohan had something to do and went out. I'm Mao Tianyi. She left her cell phone in the office and it just so happened that I picked it up. Ran into it. With a few words, Mao Tianyi spoke incoherently. There were even a few stutters in his voice. After saying this, he couldn't wait to slap himself hard. Mao Tianyi, where is your usual calmness and confidence? The other party was just a college student who had composed 2 divine songs. Was there a need to be so nervous about talking to him? Out. Chen Fan was also a bit surprised to receive this reply. The voice became disappointed. Mao Tianyi heard the disappointment and said busily, It's fine, Ms. Xiaohan and I are singers in the same company. Do you have something you want to find her? I can. In the spirit of the principle of asking for something, Mao Tianyi didn't rush to make his request. Instead, he chose to adopt the approach of helping Chen Fan first to gain favor. Only, he hadn't finished the speech. Chen Fan on the opposite side asked as if he had caught some keyword. You said you were a singer? When these words came out, Mao Tianyi immediately returned, That's right. I'm Mao Tianyi. I'm in the same company as Ms. Xiaohan. I'm a singer as well as a music director. If you're in a hurry to find her now, I can find someone to contact her. Even though she left her cell phone here, she's definitely traveling with more than one person, as well as an agent and an assistant. As long as I have someone, can you, please, do me a favor? Suddenly, again, before Mao Tianyi could finish, Chen Fan spoke again. Mao Tianyi was first stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then he frantically nodded his head. Yes, of course. What do you need from me? You say? While agreeing, Mao Tianyi's face was already raising a smile. Never would I have thought that Chen Fan would actually ask for his help. That's a good thing. As the saying goes, if you do yourself a favor and then ask Chen Fan for help in composing a song, you will be able to say much better. And over there, in Mao Tianyi's anticipation, Chen Fan's voice came through. I'll compose a tune for you. Can you sing it to more people? A sentence that was like a boulder crashing to the ground. The quiet room fell into dead silence. Mao Tiany's smile froze, and his entire body was stunned in place. What did you say? He asked again incredulously. It was even suspected that he was hallucinating because he wanted to sing the tune composed by Chen Fan too much. But, on the opposite side, Chen Fan's voice came over again. I said, can you sing a tune I composed and sing it to a wider audience? I know it may be a bit presumptuous to say such things out of the blue, but you can listen to the songs that Sister Zhang has been singing lately. One is called Under the Sea and one is called Mother in the Candlelight. And after listening to them you might trust my songwriting skills. Time may be running out. I'll make it short. The location is on Education Road in the 4th ring of Mordor. Xiaoyun Breakfast Restaurant. If you have any ideas, you can come over. Come at 4 o'clock in the afternoon every day. Not too early and not too late. These words, Chen Fan almost finished in one breath. After saying that, without the slightest pause, he directly hung up the phone. Chen Yun pushed the door and walked in. What was seen, however, was only Chen Fan sitting on the seat and the cell phone placed on the table. Is the phone done? Chen Yun picked up his cell phone and asked suspiciously. Chen Fan nodded as he sat in his chair. The fight is over. What did Sister Zhang say? Sister Zhang isn't in her office. The one who answered the phone is her assistant. Auntie, let me call another day. Good. Chen Yun responded hesitantly and looked at Xiaofan. Finally, with a few simple instructions not to watch TV, take care of your eyes and so on, they went back downstairs to entertain the guests. Inside the bedroom, only Chen Fan was left behind, pondering. Mao Tiany? Sounds familiar. Should be a more powerful singer. After all, it's a music director for a big company anyhow. Based on the original owner's memories, he vaguely guessed that Mao Tiany was also a well-known singer. Therefore, this time when Mao Tiany received the call, he intended to take this opportunity to see how much depressogenic value Mao Tiany could create for himself. As for the time set for 4 p.m., it was because Chen Yun went outside to stock up on ingredients at 4 o'clock every day. Composing the song sidetracked my sister-in-law just enough to save a lot of trouble. Everything, it depends on Mao Tiany's action. Inside the office, Mao Tiany looked at the page where he hung up, eyes a little dull. A moment later, he pinched himself hard and felt the drilling pain before realizing he wasn't dreaming. Chen Fan, this genius composer who had been on his mind for days, the musical genius who was being frantically sought by the internet and the industry. I can't believe I offered to compose a song for myself. Not only did the other party not make any conditions or demands, even allowed himself to trust him by listening to Under the Sea and Mama by candlelight. Trust? That's a lot of trust, okay. The tightly clenched fists were bruised. Mao Tiany's entire body was in a state of manic joy. Xiaohan also said something about Chen Fan never composing again. That's not possible. Immediately, Mao Tiany put the cell phone back on the table, turned and walked out of the office. He tried to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth, trying to maintain his usual high-flying persona. Can't keep it down. Can't keep it down at all. He walked out from the 3rd floor of the company until he took the elevator to his office on the 7th floor. He was holding back tears from the corners of his eyes in order to suppress the excitement in his heart. The whole man was trembling all over and looked very abnormal. Mao, are you okay? Assistant Wang saw him like this, couldn't help but ask carefully. Who knew that when she said this, Mao Tiany actually violently turned his gaze toward her. Mao, what's wrong? Xiao Wang was flustered by the sharp gaze. Xiao Wang, you go? Check the Education Road on the 4th ring road of Mordor. If there is a place called Xiaoyun Breakfast Shop, check the exact route to get there. Breakfast store? Little Wang froze at the words. Brother Mao, what are you looking for a breakfast store for? Breakfast. 1 sentence. 3 words, Mao Tiany said decisively, said in the middle of the air. Director Wang, I'm sorry, if the purpose of your coming here is to make schoolmate Chen Fan the composer of The Strongest Singer, then you'd better please go back. About Chen Fan. Me? No comment. Skybound Entertainment. Downstairs, Zhang Xiaohan lowered her head and very decisively rebuffed Wang Gang's request. Wang Gang couldn't help but frown when he heard her say this. There was a moment of silence before he spoke up somewhat reluctantly. Why? Ms. Xiaohan, it's not easy for us to have a powerful songwriter in the Dragon Country music scene. It's good for fans and singers to see a little bit of hope. Could it be that you can't bear to see our Dragon Country music scene being trampled under the feet of the foreign music scene? Wang Gang stepped forward and looked at Zhang Xiaohan with some anxiety in his gaze. His purpose of organizing the show this time was to make the Dragon singers realize the gap between them and the foreign singers. The intention was that the younger generation of singers would know shame and courage. However, when he heard Zhang Xiaohan sing Mother in the Candlelight, he realized that the key factor in the rise of the music scene was not the singer but the songwriter. But now, He was well on his way to finding the crux of the problem, but never expected. The two people stalemate for 20 minutes, but Zhang Xiaohan is still not willing to disclose any information about the composer. Also, why did you say last time that Chen Fan wouldn't compose again? What does that mean? Can't it be that Mr. Chen Fan is in some kind of trouble? Wang Gang continued to pursue. The heart couldn't help but be a little worried. Zhang Xiaohan was faced with this inquiry from him, but her eyes only flickered slightly, and she eventually averted her head as soon as she could. Director Wang, you'd better, please go back. Obviously, she didn't want to answer that question. Ugh. In the face of this cold and unfeeling expulsion, Wang Gang shook his head and sighed deeply. Eventually, headed to the potential singer show. There's no way around it. This contest is still in the works. He was already taking time out of his busy schedule to come to Zhang Xiaohan, though before he left, he had handed over all matters to the assistant director to cover the shift. But an assistant director is still an assistant director, and it's still not a good idea to solve some unexpected situations. So, he can't stay here for too long. Just on the way back, Wang Gang sat in the car and couldn't help but frown straight away. Mr. Chen Fan, is it true that you won't compose again? If he doesn't compose, then what will Mr. Xiaohan sing on The Greatest Singer? If Xiaohan only sings a mediocre song, how can she beat the foreign country singers? Can't figure it out. Really can't. Wang Gang, in the face of this problem, frowned tightly. This is a little bit of motion sickness, and then such a fret. Cannot help but headache rubbing up the temples. So, enough to rub all the way. If the next edition of the tournament is also dominated by these two foreigners in the top two, how will it end? Wang Gang is fuming. After returning to the program, it was another morning of game watching. The result of the match can only be described as, it made his already cold heart that much worse. All morning, it was all about some abstract singer's god-jumping extravaganza. Slightly more decent singers are a handful, and the very few that have good talent are a million miles away from singers like Mao Tianyi Zhang Xiaohan. There was no change in the final result. It was still Zhang Xiaohan first and Mao Tianyi second. At this rate, if no one could come out on top yet, the final result of advancement would have to be the two of them. This was what caused Wang Gang the most headache. Zhang Xiaohan was able to get first place, and the song took 80% of the credit. If she insisted on not singing a tune composed by Chen Fan next time, it would 80% be a waste. As for Mao Tianyi, Wang Gang subjectively believed that his singing strength was a little stronger than Zhang Xiaohan's. Facing the hellish level of foreign country singers, is Mao Tianyi's singing level really good enough to watch? A bitter smile appeared on Wang Gang's face, and he couldn't help but worry for Mao Tianyi. Just what he didn't know. At this time, Mao Tianyi, however, was not afraid at all, to the point of being so excited that they had forgotten about the opponents they were about to face. That afternoon, at 4 o'clock, an Audi pulled up in front of the breakfast place. The car door opened and Mao Tianyi, wearing a mask, got out of the car in a hurry. The Cozy Cloud Breakfast Shop? Is this where student Chen Fan lives? The building looks a little run down. Well, I'll have to turn around and help renovate it. Mao Tianyi muttered to himself as he looked up at the sign of the breakfast place. For not understanding Chen Fan's character, so he didn't make much of a big deal out of this trip, not even with a driver. By himself, he followed the navigation route and drove right up to the breakfast place. The main one is simple and quick. It's always good to keep a low profile. After you feel what kind of character Chen Fan is, then you can decide what kind of car to drive next time. With that, after some thought, Mao Tianyi walked to the door of the breakfast place. Stand here for a full 2 minutes. After some hesitation, he took a deep breath, pushed right through the glass door, and walked into the breakfast place. The moment the door opened, a faint scent of meat hit his face. That's the lingering scent that lingers after the meal. If it happens to be in time for the meal, the aroma is expected to be even more intense. Aha! Mao Tianyi nodded appreciatively after smelling it. I can't imagine that not only is Chen Fan's classmate a great composer, this bun making is also a masterpiece. He looked around a little puzzled. Why is this store empty? Where is Mr. Chen Fan? Is Mr. Chen Fan here? Thinking about it, Mao Tianyi called out twice in confusion, but the inquiry was like a stone dropped into the sea. 2 sounds later, the whole breakfast place remained silent. Is there no one inside the store? But why didn't anyone lock the door? Mao Tianyi was confused. At the same time, the excitement and pleasure in his heart dissipated. In its place, there was a sense of loss. It can't be that unlucky, can it? It's so hard to get Chen Fan's address, but it's just in time for no one to be there? How does this work? Is it possible that we're going to come back to nothing again? Thinking of this, Mao Tianyi was a bit anxious as he cleared his throat. Ahem. Chen Fan? Is Chen Fan here? Chen Fan. A single inquiry was issued, one louder than the other. Meanwhile he walked around while screaming. By the end of the call, Mao Tiany's voice was almost a shout. Inside the breakfast parlor, there was still no reply. Seeing this, he slumped down on one of the dining stools as soon as he could, his gaze a little lost. Looks like we'll just have to come back here tomorrow and take our chances? Mao Tiany thought darkly in his heart. And also when he was about to give up, suddenly, a voice came through. I am. Perhaps it was because he was too far away. Chen Fan's voice wasn't really loud, but the sound was still captured with uncanny precision by Mao Tiany. In a flash, Mao Tiany steeply braced himself. He looked around with excited eyes and asked tentatively, Mr. Chen Fan? No one replied. He raised his voice, Chen Fan? I'm upstairs. Come on up. Soon, a familiar voice came. It sounded exactly the same as the last time I heard it on the phone. In an instant, Mao Tiany wanted to jump up in excitement. On the surface, however, it did its best to remain calm. Okay. He followed the direction of the voice and saw a staircase. Is it up the direction of this staircase? While saying that, Mao Tiany was already walking up the stairs. The second floor is much smaller compared to the first floor. There was only a narrow corridor, and 2 rooms to the left and right. Mr. Chen Fan, which room are you in? When he reached the second floor, Mao Tiany's address to Chen Fan changed to teacher. Although Chen Fan's current status was still a student, he believed that it was not too much to call Chen Fan a teacher for the achievements he had created. His words had just finished. Just a squeak, the door to the room on the right was opened. A young man with a clean-cut face wearing sunglasses and headphones was seen standing in front of the door. The youth staggered out of the way while holding the door with one hand. Come in and talk. Okay. Mao Tiany answered excitedly and walked straight into the house. He clenched his fists tightly, and in his heart was uncontrollable excitement. He now kind of knew why those fans were so excited when they came face to face with himself. Because it's such a great feeling. Chen Fan first pointed to the chair without turning his head. Please sit down. Ah, you sit first. You sit first. Mao Tiany hurriedly pushed up. Thus, under Mao Tiany's expectant gaze, Chen Fan took 2 steps back and sat on the bed, then gestured to the chair. Have a seat. Mao Tiany answered and sat down on his butt, smiling and holding up his gold-rimmed glasses. I didn't expect Mr. Mao to come today. I forgot to go downstairs to greet him. Please forgive me, Chen Fan said calmly. Mao Tiany. He remembered that name from the phone call. At that moment, Mao Tiany hastily waved his hand in a flattered manner. Greetings, greetings. I'm already very happy to be able to meet you, Mr. Chen Fan. Those 2 songs you composed are really good. To tell you the truth, I had noticed you as early as when I heard Under the Sea, and at that time, I wanted to ask for your help in composing a song. I didn't realize that you actually took the initiative to approach me. This is really. Mao Tiany kept drawing with both hands, unable to hide his inner excitement. Chen Fan smiled faintly as he heard this, and a flash of joy flashed through his heart. It seems that Mao Tiany's goal coincides with his own, so he opened his mouth. In that case, let's get started now. Get me a large red-colored pencil, and a piece of white paper, will you? Mao Tiany answered, and immediately got up from his chair and was ready to act. In the next moment, he suddenly realized something. With an odd expression, he looked at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen Fan was at his house, so why did he let himself have a pen and paper? It's not like I know where I put the pen and paper myself. Just like that, Mao Tiany stood and froze for a few seconds. Seeing Chen Fan still sitting without any movement, it was only then that he swallowed his mouth and couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Mr. Chen Fan, where is this pen and paper? I don't know. Look for it. See if it's in the drawer. Chen Fan was still looking in one direction, not even raising his head. Oh, well. Mao Tiany responded hesitantly at his words, feeling even more strange. Your own room. Don't you know where things are kept? Mr. Chen Fan, this is forgotten? The mind is puzzled though. However, Mao Tiany still followed Chen Fan's instructions and pulled open the drawer next to the cabinet and rummaged around. In the first drawer. No. The second drawer. Neither. 10 minutes passed, and Mao Tiany searched the several layers of drawers carefully for several times, and there was still no trace of paper and pencil. Mr. Chen Fan, there doesn't seem to be any in the drawer. In the end, Mao Tiany helplessly explained the situation to Chen Fan. No? Chen Fan let out a whisper and then smiled bitterly. It seems that my sister-in-law didn't want her to compose, so she deliberately hid the pen and paper. At that thought, he got up from the bed. Mr. Mao, we may have to go to the studio to compose this song. Yes, Mr. Chen Fan would like to go to which recording studio? I'll take you there, Mao Tiany immediately said with a smile. Just find anyone, as long as you can make the tune, Chen Fan said as he reached forward. As he walked, he pawed at the air ahead of him for a moment. Eventually, he touched a wall. It took a few more steps holding onto the wall before picking up one of the guide canes leaning against the wall. Ha! This! Mao Tiany's smile froze when he saw this. The next moment, his eyes instantly widened. Mr. Chen Fan, what are you? My eyes are a bit bad. Mr. Mao is laughing. Chen Fan replied calmly, smiling slightly as he spoke. Then he turned his head and, with his guide cane, took one step toward the stairs. Only left behind, frozen in place, Mao Tiany's jaw dropped in disbelief. He stared blankly at Chen Fan's young back, then at the guide cane in Chen Fan's hand and the sunglasses on his head. For a moment, the entire group felt as if they had been struck by lightning. An overwhelming truth lay before him. Mr. Chen Fan is blind? That Chen Fan, who has attracted countless fans on the internet with his 2 songs, is blind? That Chen Fan, who has been searched for by the music industry for days and is still missing, is actually blind. The brain, blank, breathing, falling into a brief stagnation. Mao Tiany looked at Chen Fan's back as he descended the stairs, his gaze lost in thought. Until the sound of a blind cane tapping on the steps rang out. It was only then that he was pulled back from his dismay. Mr. Chen Fan, beware of falling. Let me help you. In the next moment, the reactive Mao Tiany immediately darted over and carefully helped Chen Fan downstairs. Thank you, Mr. Mao. Chen Fan raised a smile and said thank you. No, it's okay, Mao Tiany answered. Instead, he felt nothing but mixed feelings in his heart. Chen Fan was already like this, but he still wanted to help himself compose. It's you who should be thanking me, isn't it? Wait, composing? Suddenly, Mao Tiany froze again. He looked at the sunglasses on Chen Fan's head and was a little lost in thought. Teacher Chen Fan had just asked himself to take a pen and paper. Naturally he wanted to write the score. But, he is blind again. And how exactly is he supposed to write the score? After this question arose, Mao Tiany became tongue-tied. He still hadn't worked up the courage to ask until the 2 of them were in the car. In the end, he just asked if Chen Fan had sat down. Only after getting an affirmative reply did he start the car and head to one of the biggest recording studios in the neighborhood. Skywater Recording Studios. On the way to the recording studio, Mao Tiany had been distracted. More than once he tried to speak, but didn't know what to say. And from time to time, he looked at Chen Fan in the back seat through the reflector. Chen Fan sat there quietly, always facing one direction, and didn't seem to have any intention of opening his mouth. That's it. No words all the way. Soon the car was traveling in front of the studio door. Mao Tiany looked at the 5 big words Tianshui Recording Studio that were flashing blue above. After brewing a bit, he opened his mouth and said, Teacher Chen Fan, we're here. After a few seconds, Chen Fan in the back seat didn't move. Mao Tiany turned his head in confusion and looked into the back seat. Chen Fan was found sitting quietly, facing one place. There were also sunglasses and headphones on his head. Mao Tiany's gaze landed on Chen Fan's headphones. Mr. Chen Fan, this is listening to music? When he thought about it, he couldn't help it. His eyes moistened. I'm afraid that for a man whose sight is obstructed, his greatest sense of the world is only his hearing. Because he cherishes this perception, Chen Fan never forgets to listen to music at any time, even when he is talking or writing in the car. And what a way for a junior to create a tune that crushes the entire music scene. In this world, how can there be any natural genius? It was just the suffering he endured that pushed him to sweat more than others. The heart was in the right place. Mao Tiany became even more reverent towards this physically disabled teenager. A few moments later, he cleared his throat and raised his voice. Mr. Chen Fan? The sound went down and Chen Fan turned his head toward him. Here we are. Oh, come on then. With that, Chen Fan opened the car door. Seeing this, Mao Tiany hurriedly got out of the car, ran to Chen Fan's side, and went forward to assist him. Recording studio, 3rd floor. Mr. Wang Lei. Mr. Wang Lei. The studio steward, dressed in his work uniform, darted through the building on his high heels. With a simultaneous look of anxiety and excitement on her face, she pushed open the door to a recording studio. Inside the door, several of the studio's most powerful musicians, led by Wang Lei, were still practicing beats in a bored manner. Seeing the steward with this anxious look, they stood up in a hurry. What's wrong, Sister Lu? Come on, the steward gasped as he pointed outside. Mr. Mao Tiany Mao is here to record a song. Go and cooperate well with Mr. Mao. At this statement, several people in the recording room were stunned in unison. It took a few seconds before one of the musicians froze and spoke up. Mr. Mao Tiany Mao? He's here to record a song? They were a little dumbfounded. What's been going on for the past 2 days? First, a gifted teenager with both visual and audio impairments recorded Under the Sea here and set the internet on fire. Then the famous singer Zhang Xiaohan won the overall championship of potential singers for her mom and Candlelight recorded here. Now, even Mr. Mao Tianyi is here? The crowd asked themselves. Although the Tianshui recording studio is big, but in Magic City, there are more high-end and atmospheric recording studios than their own. How can a famous singer look at a place as small as her own? Could it be that Mr. Mao Tianyi knew that those two songs came from here and came here in admiration? But the story hadn't been publicized yet. No one knew about it yet except for a few of them, and they only play a recording role. Isn't it the songwriter who gets the most credit for the song being a hit? This thought appeared in the minds of everyone present, but the mind was puzzled though. The movements of several people's hands, however, did not stop. Wang Lei was the first to take the lead and run out the door, following the sign number given by the steward. He found the recording room where Mao Tianyi was. "Hello, Mr. Mao, please." Wang Lei smiled and extended his hand, but in the next moment, upon seeing what was going on in the room, he froze again without even finishing his greeting. Not only him, but several of the musicians behind him were staring in disbelief and dismay. The reason, naturally, was seeing Mao Tianyi next to the teenager with sunglasses and a hearing aid on his head. Mao Tianyi didn't notice the change in the crowd's expression. He spoke to a few people. "Do you have a pen and paper? Get us a blank sheet of paper." He frowned slightly as he spoke of the pen, apparently forgot what pen was needed. However, before he could turn around and question Chen Fan, just a few of the musicians, a voice was heard, and a big red-colored pencil. Yes, yes. When these words came out, Mao Tianyi was instantly dazed. He clapped his hands in excitement, and a big red-colored pen. Just as he finished speaking, he immediately realized something was wrong. Froze a few people. "You guys." A couple of the musicians didn't say anything. Just one man suddenly stepped out of it and walked over to a table. From the drawer, he took out a piece of A2 white paper, and a large colored pen, and respectfully handed it to Chen Fan, and then, quite naturally, stood back in line. This scene made Mao Tianyi look confused, almost shocked his glasses off. And, I don't know if it was just him, he noticed that some of the musicians' eyes were bright, like they were holding tears. Now, Mao Tianyi was not calm. He looked at Chen Fan beside him and then at Wang Lei in front of him. Taking a few steps forward, he came up to Wang Lei and asked in a low voice, "You know each other?" "I understand." Wang Lei nodded solemnly and looked at Chen Fan in the distance, his eyes filled with excitement and admiration. "Mr. Chen suffers from both eye disease and is an ear cancer survivor who will soon be deaf, but has never let that stop him from his love of music. He's trying to leave his work for the world while he can still hear and see, and all of that, I get." Wang Lei's words fell with tears in his eyes. The Mao Tianyi in front of him, however, was as if he had been struck by lightning. Froze in place. Ear cancer patients? His voice murmured as he repeated the word under his breath. In the next instant, it was like a sudden realization. Jerking his head behind him, the teenager behind him had propped up his chair and sat down, still wearing that same thing as headphones in his ears. "But now think about it. I wear it when I ride in the car. I wear it when I talk to people. And I can't hear what people say from time to time when I talk. Those are not headphones on, they are clearly hearing aids." In an instant, Mao Tianyi's head felt like it was about to explode. Ear cancer patient? A teenager with eye disease? Musical genius? Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that these words would one day be brought together in one person. And, what did the musician just say? Chen Fan is going to try to create songs for the world while he can still hear and see? In a trance, he suddenly thought again of the morning. The words Chen Fan had uttered on the phone. "I'll compose a tune for you and sing it to more people. So that's how it works." Mao Tianyi mumbled like he was lost in thought. Gradually, the eyes became sore and red, and at this moment, Chen Fan had already placed the white paper on the table and took off his sunglasses, revealing his clean but somewhat lax eyes. Chen Fan composes slowly. It's slower than the last two times. As for the main reason, it was partly due to the deterioration of his eyes, which made it impossible for him to keep his eyes on the sheet music as before. On the other hand, due to the fear of scaring everyone by suddenly fainting again like last time. So he took a few minutes off for every bit of writing this time. Then refocus your vision. But, this is not going to cause sudden fainting. The severe pain from focusing the vision will be worse than before. So, his appearance would also become a bit more tragic than usual. Sweaty face, slightly trembling hands, and a white shirt that clung to his back. This scene, without fail, stimulated the hearts of everyone present. Wang Lei and the musicians had trembling lips and tears in their eyes at the moment, even though they had prepared themselves mentally. But when one really sees this scene, one still cannot help but shed tears. At this moment, Chen Fan was no longer a junior in their eyes. Instead, it's a beacon of light that radiates all over. And Mao Tianyi, it was completely frozen at this point. From coming to the breakfast place and back again, He had lost count of the number of times he had been stunned, but compared to before, this time, the impact that Chen Fan brought to him was undoubtedly the strongest, even to the point that his mind began to drift. Who would have thought that the genius songwriter that the internet is looking for is a blind man who was about to go deaf? Who would have thought that the composers of Under the Sea and Mother by Candlelight, which have depressed millions of people, went through such severe pain to create them? No wonder Xiaohan sang with such emotion when she sang on stage. No wonder Xiaohan said Chen Fan wouldn't compose any more music, because composing would be really painful for Mr. Chen Fan. Mao Tiany's heart suddenly had a very difficult feeling. The sensation made him feel suffocated and breathless. It's hard to even stand. Phew. Well, half an hour later, Chen Fan put down the red-colored pencils and leaned back in his seat and let out a breath as if he was relieved. After a few moments, he picked the sheet music up off the table and handed it out. One of the musicians rushed forward to take it, and he held the sheet music carefully in both hands. Looking at Mao Tiany and then Wang Lei, he made an inquiring look. Wang Lei nodded his head at this. Let Mr. Mao go through it first before we start recording. After all, he's the singer of the tune. That musician then walked towards Mao Tiany with the sheet music. At this moment, Mao Tiany was still staring at Chen Fan on the seat, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Mr. Mao! Mr. Mao! Ah! The tune is finished. Ah! Well, after this shout, Mao Tiany came to his senses. He took the sheet music with bleary eyes and looked at the name on it. Someone Like Me. The red handwriting, messy and streaky, resembled abstract artwork, but the moment I saw those words, his heart felt like it had been jerked by something. A sharp pain. The eyes, which were lost in thought, gradually began to move as well. Someone like me? What man? What does it look like? He followed his gaze, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. The eyes also grew wetter and wetter, until at last, the shivering hands continued to tremble, and it was almost impossible to hold the sheet music. This demeanor he continued for 2 minutes. The last infinite feelings were turned into 2 words, which came out under his trembling voice. Worthy of being Chen Fan, worthy of being a musical genius. After Mao Tiany finished familiarizing himself with the score, the group quickly began recording the song. Unlike last time, this time because Mao Tiany, the singer, is here. After the backing track was recorded, Mao Tiany practiced the song a few times on the spot. Someone as good as me should have lived a life of splendor. How did 20 years come to an end, still floating in a sea of people? The low vocals are deep, augmented by strong emotions. When the musicians in the audience heard it, one by one, they closed their eyes lightly and plunged into the song. This song, it really works. Mr. Chen, this is definitely another divine song after Under the Sea and Mother in the Candlelight. The audience will love it when they hear it. A musician came up to Chen Fan and said in a loud voice, "This is not a kindly courtesy. This is praise from the heart." The other musicians chimed in. Praise your love for this piece with words you've learned in your life. Only, as this praise went on, Chen Fan had not yet responded, but Mao Tiany had listened in. As soon as he turned up the volume on the microphone, he closed his eyes and sang the tune in a mesmerized manner. A lost man like me, the one who seeks like me, a bomb like me. How many other people have you seen? A lonely person like me, people as stupid as me. Someone like me who is not willing to be ordinary. How many people are there in the world? The deep singing was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The sound was a wave of voices but never out of tune. Due to the closed door of the house, the entire studio echoed with the melodious song. By the end of the song, Wang Gang and the other musicians clapped like crazy. Good. Mr. Mao sang well. A master with a divine song. A powerful combination. These singers shouted, hoarse, with tears in their eyes. Mao Tiany smiled and nodded in the face of these voices, but his gaze went straight to Chen Fan on the seat. The reason he sang so hard for was to be recognized by this teenager. This was a song that the other person had created through pain, and he or she could never let the other person down. Amidst the maddening cheers of the chamber, finally, he saw the corner of Chen Fan's mouth hook up into a smile. This smile is worth 1,000 words of praise. Mao Tiany, too, finally smiled from the bottom of his heart. The studio trip took 2.5 hours. It was nearly 7 o'clock when they embarked on their journey back to the breakfast parlor. It's the same as when it came. The ride remained silent, but Mao Tiany's mood was heavier than when he arrived. He kept recalling Wang Lei's words, suffering from eye disease, ear cancer patients, soon to be deaf, but never gave up his love for music. Thinking about it, Mao Tiany's eyes began to heat up. At this moment, he suddenly felt something more in his heavy heart. The car finally pulled up to the breakfast place. Mr. Chen Fan, we're here. Mao Tiany turned his head and said to Chen Fan in the back seat. Aha! Chen Fan responded. Mr. Mao, please do your best to get this song more exposure. Don't worry, Mr. Chen Fan, I will definitely sing this song on the biggest occasion. Mao Tianyi nodded solemnly. And, Chen Fan spoke again. Come find me after the song, and if you can, it's best to call Sister Zhang along. Good. Mao Tianyi was a bit puzzled by what he heard, but still agreed without hesitation. The two then got out of the car. Mao Tianyi supported Chen Fan and just walked to the door. Before I could enter, I heard a clatter. The glass door of the breakfast parlor was pushed open by a handful of people from inside. The next moment a girl rushed forward anxiously. He was so excited that he almost wanted to jump into Chen Fan's arms. Where have you been? Scared the hell out of me. Chen Yun's eyes were streaked with tears, obviously having just had a cry. However, perhaps afraid of irritating Chen Fan's mood, her voice tried desperately to remain steady. He didn't say anything about the fact that he had asked around the neighbors and almost called the police after he found out that Chen Fan wasn't there. A friend came to see me and went out for a bit. It's okay, auntie, Chen Fan replied. A friend? Chen Yun was stunned, and only then did he realize that besides Xiao Fan, there was actually another person standing. Seeing this, Mao Tianyi hastily reached out to greet him. Hello, I'm Mao Tianyi. Oh, hello, Chen Yun responded woodenly. Instead, his eyes fell on the chest pocket of Mao Tianyi's blouse. There was a piece of white paper showing to one side, and there was still writing on it that was so red that it looked like it had been outlined with colored pencils. Seeing this, Chen Yun's heart sank. You're a singer? Yes, I am a singer. Mao Tianyi responded with an equally wooden nod. His mind was in turmoil right now. It was all about the scene of Chen Fan's face reddening for the sake of composing, and an epiphany about the song People Like Me. These are the things that make his greetings become thoughtless. What he did not notice, however, was that Chen Yun's eyes narrowed after receiving his affirmative reply. The eyes actually moistened directly. Mr. Mao, thank you for sending me back. Just as the scene was about to fall silent, Chen Fan, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, it immediately caused Mao Tianyi to return to his senses and waved his hand in embarrassment. It's fine. It's nothing. It's getting dark too soon. It's time for me to go. Mr. Chen Fan, don't worry. I won't fail you. Towards the end, Mao Tianyi's eyes were filled with determination. After saying goodbye to the duo, they walked out of the breakfast place and drove away. On the way back, from time to time, Mao Tianyi's mind floated back to the scene of Chen Fan groping ahead with sunglasses on, as well as agonizing to the point of sweating profusely for the sake of composing. The scene took his breath away. He even felt that what he was carrying in his breast pocket was not the sheet music, but the hope that Chen Fan had given him. The more he thought about it, the more excited Mao Tianyi became to the point of being unable to take care of himself. So much so that several times I almost had a bumper-to-bumper accident due to distraction. How does it feel? Like I'm forgetting something? As he was driving, Mao Tianyi suddenly spoke to himself. In the next moment, his eyes snapped open a few times. By the way, composing fees. Oops, how could I forget to pay Mr. Chen Fan's composition fee? Giggling sharp brakes sounded and the car braked hard to the curb. Mao Tianyi slapped his thigh anxiously in the driver's seat. I can't wait to give myself 2 hard slaps in the face. Such top-notch tunes. Chen Fan had gone through that kind of pain in order to make this song. How could he even forget to pay the composition fee? No, we must go back. And we must give the composition fee to Mr. Chen Fan. And we must give it to the highest specifications. At that moment, Mao Tianyi didn't care if it was dark or not. He directly just turned the car around and headed to the direction of the breakfast store again. In fact, he hadn't gone far from the time he left the store to the time he reacted. This, coupled with his guilt for Chen Fan, prompted him to drive extremely fast. It took less than 10 minutes to get back to the breakfast place one way or the other. Mr. Chen Fan, Mr. Chen Fan. After getting out of the car, Mao Tianyi jumped and ran into the store. There was also a bank card in his hand, but after he rushed into the store out of breath, the empty scene inside made him freeze. But in a whirlwind, he reacted. It's not on the first floor, so it must be upstairs. So, Mao Tianyi took the bank card again and ran down the stairs, panting, to the second floor. The second floor remained a narrow hallway, and 2 bedrooms, one left and one right. Mao Tianyi stood in front of the door on the right and straightened his collar, and after taking a long breath, he was ready to knock on the door of the room. But the moment he had just raised his hand, he suddenly heard the sound of talking inside. The doctors have told you not to even watch TV, so why are you writing sheet music? I'm sorry, auntie, but I have to compose. First a loud and a flat conversation went on. A brief silence fell inside. Then again, there came a low whimper from the girls. But the doctor said it hurts your eyes. You're already going deaf. If you even have eyes, what can be done? Oh, there were a few sobs in his choked voice. It wasn't a loud sound, so I don't know if Chen Fan, who was hearing impaired, heard it or not. Mao Tianyi, who stood in the doorway, however, felt that his heart had been severely seized by something, and the whole person, like a puppet, froze in the doorway. Chen Fan is going deaf. Composing will cause him to go blind. Chen Fan is going deaf and composing will cause him to go blind. Mao Tianyi chanted in a disoriented manner. This moment was like a thunderbolt, and all he could feel was a buzzing in his ears. He did not, in the end, knock on the door of the room. This new generation singer, who was a formidable figure in the music industry, seemed to have lost all his confidence and courage in this breakfast place. He just carefully slipped the bank card into the doorway of the other room. Then he held onto the stairs and stumbled down them, one step at a time. Walking out of the store, he got into his car and sat down in the driver's seat as soon as he was paralyzed. It was as if he had lost all his strength. There was nothing but dullness in his eyes. And so it was that a full 20 minutes passed, until the dusky night took the place of dusk. Before a pleasant bell rang. Jingle bells, Mao Tianyi picked up the phone. His eyes still lost in thought as he stared at the night road ahead. Skywing? A moment later, Zhou Lan's inquiring voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, Mao Tianyi answered softly. In an instant, Zhou Lan's questions came like a raging storm. Day after day. The phone does not pick up, WeChat does not return. I'm telling you, the strongest singer has a big problem, you know? Oh, still distracted. Mao Tianyi's reply remained flat. Zhou Lan heard this but was furious. Oh, it's over? Do you know that director Wang Gang has temporarily decided to cut the competition time of potential singer and set the 2 spots for advancement as early as possible? You and Zhang Xiaohan's promotion has been finalized. As the words fell, Zhou Lan's emotions were overwhelmed. Oh, Mao Tianyi remained dumbfounded with an oh. And oh, do you know what it means for potential singer to shorten its time? It means the next installment of The Strongest Singer has to be recorded as early as possible. I've been informed by the show's side that the show starts in 5 days. 5 days at the most. Oh, and oh, can you say anything else besides oh? We're going to compete with foreign singers in 5 days, and we haven't even chosen a song yet. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Zhou Lan on the other end spoke with a dry mouth. By the end, there was a crack in the voice. When Mao Tianyi heard this, he finally replied from his stupor and said, I know, I have my measure. I'll hang up first if there's nothing else. After saying that, not waiting for the next rainstorm to arrive, Mao Tianyi directly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Mao Tianyi clutched the sheet music at his chest. Disorientation gradually converged in the gaze. Only his voice mumbled, to get more exposure for this song, to sing it to more people. To get this song more exposure and sing it to more people. 5 days is a long time to say the least. 4 days passed in the mere blink of an eye. The greatest singer also launched a Viber on this day to warm up for tomorrow's show. With the 2 kickoff guests coming in strong, will the status of the foreign singers be shaken? Who will be the winner? Tomorrow night at 7 p.m. on Clan TV. Stay tuned. Once this announcement was made, soon, the comments section below exploded like a blowout. After waiting so long, it's finally time for the show to start. Xiaohan, the world is invincible. Quickly bring the songs made by Mr. Chen Fan and give the foreign singers a little bit of Dragon Kingdom shock. What to do? What to do when you're already excited? My whole body is shaking with excitement now. Excited is right. Let them foreign countries singers so arrogant, and said what think they are here to be a judge. This time Xiaohan come will be able to snow the former shame. Give them a little love lesson. Am I the only one who's looking forward to what tune Chen Fan is composing for Xiaohan this time? It won't be another depressing one, right? To the Lush is good. To the Lush is wonderful. I just love listening to the Lush tunes. Love it +1. I've looped Under the Sea and Mom and the Candlelight N times. All I can say is Chen Fan plus Xiaohan. YYDS. You don't even really need the show to post a preview. Just by the heat of The Greatest Singer itself, there have been countless people who have been following the story. Now, when this post comes out, that is naturally a fire on fire. Heat on heat. The comments section is beyond flaming. Not to mention, the title of the post is so gimmicky. Kick-ass guest. Ocean State singer. Winner. A vocabulary that stepped on the audience's toes with complete and uncanny precision. The 2 kickoff guests, naturally, referred to Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi. It's just that, thanks to Under the Sea and Mom and the Candlelight, the discussion centered around Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Fan. As for the other kicker, Mao Tianyi, he was quite naturally ignored by everyone, except for some very avid fans who were saying that they were looking forward to Mao Tianyi. The rest, even the passerby fans, were discussing Chen Fan Zhang Xiaohan. Actually, it's no wonder. Under the Sea and Mama by Candlelight, those are top tunes. A presence that even many music industry oldtimers are ashamed of. No matter how good you are, you, Mao Tianyi, are only a little bit better among the new generation of singers. Can you compare with the old-timers in the music industry? You can't even compete with the old singers, let alone think about piking with the foreign country singers. So now, almost all of the audience pinned their hopes on Zhang Xiaohan. The heat of the post also went up and up and up over the course of a few hours. At the end of the day, it directly rushed to the top of the hot post list, and more than doubled the list too. The strongest singer program, director's room, director. The director's assistant took the cell phone and ran to Wang Gang with great excitement. A look of excitement filled his face. Wang Gang sniffed and glanced at him. What's wrong? The aide panted to calm his state. Turning the data in his cell phone towards Wang Gang, he took a deep breath and said broken record. Hits 33, 27 million. Favorites 2-1. Expectations 3-1. The combined data is 34% better than the last program. Our program has broken the total record of Clan Cigar TV. The assistant spoke exuberantly. Because of the excitement, his face was starting to turn red. However, the other side, Wang Gang saw this set of data but sked. He rubbed his brow in depression and waved his hand. I know. You go down first. Such a reaction instantly stunned the assistant in front of him. Director, it's broken the record. The data is horrible. How do you look like this? The aide wanted to say something, not knowing what to say. As a founder, isn't traffic heat what you need most? Now that the traffic and heat is up, how can this still be a worry? Alas, Wang Gang looked at his assistant, frowned and shook his head. The higher you fly, the worse you fall. Do you know why? This installment is hotter than the last? Of course it's the kickoff guest this time. Ms. Xiaohan. The 2 songs she sang sealed the deal. The assistant immediately blurted out without thinking. Wang Gang nodded. Right. Then you also know who the creator of these 2 songs is? Of course it's Chen Fan. That big 3 genius from the Magic City Conservatory. It's all over the internet now. That's right. Wang Gang nodded once again. And then, the tone of his speech became a few points heavier. But what if, this time, Chen Fan didn't compose for Ms. Xiaohan? What? Wang Gang's voice was not loud, even a little low, but as the words came out, it instantly made the delighted assistant's eyes widen. Director, this joke is not a good one. The last time you went to see Ms. Xiaohan, did she say anything to you? Wang Gang shook his head. No. Facing his assistant, he didn't tell the story of how he was whisked away by Zhang Xiaohan before he could even say a few words last time. But didn't Ms. Xiaohan say enough last time on the stage of Potential Singer? Said that on the stage of the Potential Singer? The assistant instantly remembered that the last time she was on stage, Ms. Yina had asked for information about Zhang Xiaohan. Zhang Xiaohan responded to this, but ran off the stage after saying Chen Fan won't compose again. Oops, director, you said this. The assistant was relieved to hear that the director had made a guess based on this. This matter is long past, and it has already been deduced that when Ms. Xiaohan says she doesn't compose, she actually means that she doesn't compose for anyone else, excluding herself. Yes, since the last time. The last words left by Zhang Xiaohan then caused a furor on the internet. Speculation ensued that Zhang Xiaohan's comment that she wouldn't be composing didn't include herself. Reason number 1 was that Zhang Xiaohan had found such a compositor with great difficulty and did not want to let go. Secondly, he felt that Chen Fan was so powerful and young, it was impossible for him to leave a great future and honor unattended and say he would retire. Think about it differently. Why would you hide this talent for no reason when you've already gained the attention of so many people by only making a slight move? Plus, Zhang Xiaohan has signed up for the strongest singer and is bound to make a splash. So combining these reasons above, it is impossible for Chen Fan to stop composing. This speculation immediately drew approval from all over the internet, and even many bloggers with millions of followers said it made sense. The stone in everyone's heart fell to the ground. However, Wang Gang was frowning once again. All of this is just speculation. Did Ms. Xiaohan say this herself? In person? The assistant was stunned at his words, then shook his head. That's not true. Since last time, teacher Xiaohan hasn't been active online. I think she should be practicing Chen Fan's newly composed song. Oh, practicing a newly composed song? Wang Gang laughed bitterly as if he had heard some joke. Didn't it ever occur to you that it's her who doesn't want to be online? Responding to these questions, Wang Gang said, sighing softly. He didn't dare to make a 100% judgment on whether Chen Fan would still compose a song for Zhang Xiaohan this time, but he knew that Zhang Xiaohan was by no means like what the internet said, and only didn't give out Chen Fan's information because she wanted Chen Fan to compose only for herself. The reason was simple. One had offered to let Chen Fan participate in the competition as a composer last time, and he promised not to trespass and let Chen Fan compose for other singers. But it's no use. Zhang Xiaohan didn't say a word of agreement. Just invite yourself back. So, what Zhang Xiaohan really thinks, whether Chen Fan will still compose music or not, all of these, he, the director, does not know at all. Alas, if Chen Fan doesn't compose a tune for MS Xiaohan, and if the top two of the competition are then allowed to be dominated by a singer from a foreign country, the internet is afraid to explode. Wang Gang was a little desperate, thinking of the worst possible outcome. Xiaohan, the recording time for The Strongest Singer has been moved up. Do you really not think about looking for Chen Fan to get another song? Xiaohan, the recording of The Strongest Singer will start in a few days. Are you really going to sing the song composed by Mr. Kai? Xiaohan, tomorrow is the recording time for the second installment. Count on Sister Hong to beg you. Go find Chen Fan to make a song. Now the eyes of the whole internet are on you. They are expecting you to take on the foreign country singer. This could be internet riot if you misplay. Xiaohan, where are you now? How come the company and home can't find you? Can you reply to Sister Hong's message? Xiaohan, Director Wang Gang is not the only one fretting these days. Zhang Xiaohan's agent, Su Hong, also felt like the sky was falling. From the announcement of the early taping of The Greatest Showman, Su Hong never contacted Zhang Xiaohan again. It was as if her entire person had disappeared into thin air. Her phone calls were not working, and her wires were not returning. Even the door to the house was locked. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohan had said in advance not to disturb herself for the next few days, Su Hong would have been so anxious that she would have wanted to call the police. Oops, this girl, where the hell did she run off to? After sending another message, Su Hong sighed as she looked at the green chat log on her phone. Unlike Su Hong, also an agent, Zhou Lan faced the opposite situation. With the principle of saving for a rainy day in mind, Zhou Lan went ahead and found Mao Tianyi several composers who were well known in the industry, paying high prices to have each of these guys make one or two songs. After composing the songs, Zhou Lan brought them to Mao Tianyi, thinking to let Mao Tianyi make a good pick. Unexpectedly, Mao Tianyi actually did not even look at it, only left a sentence that he already has a song, then turned his head and left. This operation could really stun her. She had thought it was Mao Tianyi's pride coming back to haunt her. Just want to persuade Mao Tianyi. This time the opponent is extraordinary, not like the previous casually win. Maybe you've been working hard for half a day and in the end you'll be out of the game. But it turns out, she thought wrong. Mao Tianyi didn't belittle his opponent. Instead, the devilish practice began. Mao Tianyi spends his days in the practice room singing at the top of his lungs. Originally, she still had some slights about Mao Tianyi's refusal to pick a tune. But, it wasn't until she was at the door of the practice room when she heard the deep, melodic singing inside, that smudge of worry dissipated. Although she is not a professional singer, she still has some ability to taste the quality of the tunes. This song, she swore, was definitely the best song she had ever heard since she had known Mao Tianyi. Maybe this song can really beat those foreign country singers in The Strongest Singer. But, who composed such a top-notch tune for Skywing? She began to get curious, and in the meantime, she also noticed that there was something wrong with Mao Tianyi's state. In the past, although Mao Tianyi couldn't be said to be much of an extrovert, he still had a cheerful personality. But now the Skywing, for some reason, it always gave her a strange feeling. First, the conversation between the two became less frequent, because Mao Tianyi has to practice his songs. He doesn't have that much spare time left. Furthermore, she noticed when Skywing wasn't practicing his song, always sitting in the corner of the practice room with a blank piece of paper in his hand. Fuming, the white paper looked like it had been outlined with red-colored pencils. She couldn't see exactly what it was, only that it was something that looked like a painting. Time flies. The following day, 7 p.m. The much anticipated, The Strongest Singer is finally official. Still hot as hell. Still a combination of online and offline viewing. This time even a portion of middle-aged people with extremely stressful jobs finished their work ahead of time and took the time to click on the live cell phone broadcast. In order to do so, it was to listen to another song created by Chen Fan. This is even true for the laborers, not to mention the music fans as well as Zhang Xiaohan's fans. As soon as the show started, the number of viewers on the air immediately reached 7 figures. Ha ha ha, finally. Excited heart, trembling hands. Xiaohan, I'm coming. Where is Chen Fan? Where is Chen Fan? I'd like to ask if Mr. Chen Fan is participating in this program? Who understands? Can't wait to see Xiaohan and the Yankee singer compete with each other at the top. Here comes the real tough guy, the foreign singer. He's going to be sweating this time, isn't he? Now that's a real music competition. I've got my popcorn ready. It's so exciting. I'm going to be unable to stand it. Oh my god, why hasn't this show started yet? One by one, the fiery pop-ups refreshed non-stop, almost filling up the screen of the live broadcast room. Everyone waited with bated breath. In front of the screen, they clenched their fists and their eyes were red, just like a look of exuberance, for no other reason than it was so exciting. Keep in mind that it's only been about a week since the end of the last Strongest Singer competition. The netizens can remember the humiliation of a week ago all too well. One program, 7 singers, 2 of the foreign country singers surprisingly won the first runner-up respectively. In other words, 5 dragon singers were blown away by 2 people in their own home, in a sound variety program held in their own home. Even after the explosion of killing, the person also said with an innocent face that he thought he was here to be a judge. How can this be tolerated by the audience? Despite being on the internet, people are flirting with it, even invented a lot of new stems for the whole job. But, joking is joking. It does not mean that the netizens of the dragon country have thrown away their dignity on this. The humiliation of being blasted and killed in their own home was like a breath of air that snailed its way into everyone's mind, just waiting for the arrival of a powerhouse vocalist who can really wrestle with the Yankees. The breath then exploded like a well. Hello to everyone in front of the TV and in the cell phone booth. Welcome to The Strongest Singer, sponsored by Lactobacillus Sheely on the air. I'm Nick, the host, and welcome. 10 minutes until the program officially begins. Nick, the show's host, was already at the front of the stage, reading the opening lines. As soon as he appeared, there was an exuberant and overwhelming cheer from the crowd on stage. Heu Han, Xiao Han, Chen Fan. A cheer of excitement went down, the sound rising in a wave of voices. It immediately brought the scene to a climax. Nick also took the microphone and announced the rules of the match with a smile to the cheers. The rules are simple. Starting with the last place finisher from the previous installment, each contestant sings a song. It went on until the 7 singers had finished. During this time, the 2 kickers can choose to make a surprise attack after each singer sings. The surprise attack fails and the kicker quits. The surprise attack was successful. The kicker stayed, and the 2 singers at the bottom of the list were eliminated. That's right. It wasn't the odd player out that was eliminated. It was the bottom 1 and 2 from the previous installment. This rule immediately ushered in a discussion among the audience on stage. No way? The challenge was successful and the 2 singers from the bottom 1 and 2 were eliminated? Doesn't that mean that if the kickoff guest defeats the winner won't be eliminated either, and the one eliminated will be the penultimate one instead? In terms of the rules, yes. Who made him the bottom of the pile? Man, this is too cruel, isn't it? The bottom 1 can't do anything but pin their hopes on others and watch themselves get eliminated? This show, it's a real underdog. Not necessarily. If the guest kicker challenges the bottom 1, wouldn't the bottom 1's fate be in their own hands? The audience discusses it, and the scene once again descends into cacophony. And at that moment, Nick smiled slightly again and said, "There's one rule that needs a special note. The fates of the kicker guests are tied to each other, and both guests have to be successful in all of their kicks for them to stay." On stage and in the live broadcast room, there was an explosion. What? What do you mean destinies are tied together? What do you mean all of them can stay only if they succeed in kicking the bucket? Come on, someone explain it to me. It can't mean what I think it means, can it? It should mean what you think it means. Xiaohan and Tianyi have to both succeed in their kicks in order not to be eliminated. If one succeeds and one fails, then they'll quit the program together. What the dong? Doesn't that mean that even if Xiaohan defeats the previous champion, if Tianyi doesn't defeat the opponent he challenged, both of them will be eliminated along with him? Yes, and the same goes for the same reason. If Skywing wins and Xiaohan loses, they'll be eliminated as well. Yet. On what grounds? What kind of netherworld rules are these? I want to protest. It's not fair to protest +1. After analyzing and understanding this rule, netizens and viewers instantly launched an outcry. However, a flurry of protests went on and did nothing. Host Nick left the stage, ignoring the audience for a second. The program is officially in a 5-minute long waiting room. During this time, viewers and netizens first protested. After seeing no use, a portion of the strong character netizens directly put up the rules of the program online, intending to join other netizens in a wave of vocal criticism of the program group. The other part of the netizens with softer personalities, on the other hand, side with sighs. Ugh, the program is not targeting Xiaohan with this mess, right? What if we get eliminated because our teammates can't do it? I don't think so. In fact, Skywing's strength is also very strong. If he challenged the last place of the last phase, it would still be a sure thing. Alas, I'm afraid that Heavenly Wing will start to be capricious again and prefer to swing his sword at the strongest. After all, Heavenly Wing didn't mess up like this before when he participated in other programs. Crap, that won't do. If he gets Xiaohan eliminated this time just to challenge the singer, I'm really going to turn pink to black. It shouldn't be. Before, when Skywing challenged the experts, He was only representing himself. This time, since he has teammates, he shouldn't intentionally drag his teammates down. The discussion continues among viewers and netizens. And at that moment, the director's room, the assistant looked at the negative pop-ups. He looked at Wangang with some caution and worried. Director, if we mess up like this, I'm afraid we're going to be cyberstormed. Well, seat. Wangang expressionless nodded his head. They are willing to scold it. Scolding. Also good. While speaking, Wangang slightly lowered his head to look at the teacup on the table, and through the water, he saw himself in the reflection. In the next moment, he could only hear him whispering to himself in a thin, inaudible voice, "Anyway, I'm such a waste of a director. It's only right that I should be scolded." He snorted and suddenly laughed after that statement. It was a general smile of self-deprecation, of hateful derision. Just yesterday, the investors gave him a call. It was demanded that some of the veteran singers of the music industry must be allowed to come and compete, so that these two foreign singers can't be allowed to kill each other any more than they already have. Some strong singers must be brought over to kill their momentum. Otherwise, but the two foreign country singers have been reigning champion and runner-up. Will make the sense of self-confidence of the nationals of the Dragon extremely low, not conducive to the sale of subsequent products. When this notice came out, Wangang initially rejected it because his purpose of organizing the show was to make these new generation singers recognize the reality and let them know the shame and courage. Instead, the investors said that if they don't do what they say, they will stop all investment in the show. There's a saying that it's hard to beat a penny. Without funding, the program can't go on. Even though he is a director, he can't get away from funding. So, after a full night of suffering, he compromised. Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi were new generation singers with limited singing skills. And without that Chen Fan composing songs, they were absolutely incapable of competing with the foreign country singers. So, he could only eliminate the duo and replace the kicker for the next installment with a really powerful veteran singer. After making that decision, he slapped himself hard at the time. He hated his own incompetence and the fact that he couldn't escape the pendulum of capital no matter what. It was also a desperate realization that it was impossible to change the music scene on your own. Under the development of the times, individual efforts are like a mantis. All he could do was watch and see the new generation of music go down the drain one step at a time. The older generation of singers? What's going to happen when they give up the ghost? Wangang let out a desperate, bitter laugh in the director's room. And at that moment, the backstage contestant room. After hearing the rules of the program, the singers and the two guests made their way into the backstage contestant room. A few of the contestants are Susan, who is black, Shay, who is white, Yena, who is a veteran singer, and several singers, including Huang Xian, Lin Wang, Mei Long, and Aki, Xiao Han. As soon as the people entered the door and looked at each other, Yena couldn't wait to open her arms, ready to give Zhang Xiaohan a warm hug. Several other players could not hide their excitement when they saw Xiaohan. As anyone knows, Zhang Xiaohan recently sang 2 hit songs in a row, Under the Sea and Mommy by Candlelight, and both of these songs were written by the same person, that junior student at the Magic City Conservatory of Music, that mysterious genius who had never shown his face in front of the camera, Chen Fan. In other words, a large part of the reason why Zhang Xiaohan was able to achieve what she was doing now was due to this talented songwriter called Chen Fan. Because of this, they had already made plans before coming here to make sure to inquire about Chen Fan's information here at Zhang Xiaohan's place, especially Yena. She'd moved on to that last time she'd heard Mom and Candlelight. Unfortunately, that time, somehow, Xiaohan actually ran straight away. So this time, she wouldn't let this opportunity go by any means. Yena. Zhang Xiaohan didn't hide in the face of the hug. It was just an equally hugging response, followed by an effort to raise a smile and a nod to Yena, before turning towards a couch off to the side. Xiaohan, don't leave in a hurry. Yena was instantly anxious when she saw this, and she hurriedly tried to catch up, but she was directly interrupted by Zhang Xiaohan. Yena, if you're looking for me to find Chen Fan composition, then it's better not to talk anymore. Yena's freshly taken steps froze instantly. Several other singers who had jumped on the bandwagon were also surprised and looked at each other. Why is this? Hey Han, is he expensive to compose or something? It's okay, sis can afford it. Saying that, Yena even ignored the occasion and took out a bank card on the spot, slapping it heavily on the coffee table in front of the sofa. She's in too much of a hurry. She needed a tune very urgently now, a divine song that is good enough to compete with the singers of the foreign countries. During this time, she has been teased by netizens that she is getting old. Her singing has regressed, and she can't compete with foreign country singers with high voices. Even for this reason, netizens jokingly called her a 50-year-old woman. But she was not convinced. On what grounds do you say that you are old? That ye can't escape the fate of being bloodied by the foreigners after all? Wasn't Susan, the winner of the last installment, also in her 50s? Why does the other guy get to be the champion? You have to be flirted with as an old lady when it comes to yourself? She thinks to herself that she is no worse than anyone else when it comes to singing. There just wasn't the right tune. What she needed was a fresh, quality original song. Chen Fan, on the other hand, gave her hope for the song. To her surprise, Zhang Xiaohan was confronted with this unknown amount of bank card. He actually didn't even look at it and just shook his head. No, it's not about the money. That's what's wrong. Let's get something straight, shall we? Yi Na was instantly anxious, and she excitedly wanted to run in front of Zhang Xiaohan and ask her face to face. It's a good thing the staff next to us pulled away from the crowd. Ms. Yena, you are now opponents. Please don't interact too much with the guests before the match starts, otherwise it will be treated as a violation. Vigilantes in professional uniforms pulled a few people away. Split the singers and guests into two teams. Guests sit on the left and singers on the right. There was a coffee table between the two sides. Just a few more words won't do? Give me some time. Yena tried to struggle a bit, but was politely pulled away by the staff. And just as the two sides were about to finish taking their seats, Susan, the winner of the previous installment, however, quietly walked up to Zhang Xiaohan. Ms. Zhang Xiaohan, your mother in the candlelight is very nice. Looking forward to competing with you on the same stage. Susan looked at Zhang Xiaohan very appreciatively and gave her a smile. Then, it was time to sit back down where it belonged. Singers and guests pull off this. Even if they were impatient, they could only wait for the program to start. According to the rules of the show, there can't be much communication between the guests and the contestants until the end of the competition. But, Susan and Shay were fine. They were from a foreign country and thought it was unlikely that Chen Fan, a junior in college, would be able to compose English songs, so they didn't have too deep of an attachment to Chen Fan as a composer. Shay had been sitting on the sidelines staring in disbelief as she waited in the waiting room. Susan, on the other hand, kept smiling at Zhang Xiaohan. She was very curious about Zhang Xiaohan because she had heard the song Mom and the Candlelight, very eager to have a PK with each other. It could be said that throughout the entire Strongest Singer program, her most sympathetic rivals were Shay and Zhang Xiaohan. That's right, Yena, despite being a veteran of the music scene, was still a bit short in her eyes. Unlike the two foreign country singers, the remaining 5 Dragon Kingdom singers were also staring at Zhang Xiaohan, but what was more in their eyes was longing to get a bit of news about Chen Fan from Zhang Xiaohan. It was just that Zhang Xiaohan kept her head down the entire time she faced the gazes of the crowd. Whether it was Susan, the singer from the foreign country, or the 5 singers from the Dragon country, she wasn't too keen on creating too much crossover. And just as everyone locked their eyes on Zhang Xiaohan, but no one noticed that the other kick-ass guest, Mao Tianyi, was also keeping his head down. It could even be said that he was even more perverse than Zhang Xiaohan. From the moment he entered the house, while everyone was still pestering Zhang Xiaohan, Mao Tianyi then sat himself down in a corner of the sofa. He just sat there, frozen, eyes lost in thought. At first glance, it looked similar to Shay's situation, with both of them fuming. But if one looked closely, one could see that Mao Tianyi's expression was clearly preoccupied with something. He was like that, staring blankly at the floor. From time to time, the inside of his mouth whispered in a voice only he could hear, to get this song, get more exposure and sing it to more people. To get this song, get more exposure and sing it to the most people. The wait is always long, and it looks like our viewers can't wait any longer. Then I declare the second installment of The Strongest Singer officially begins. The first singer to appear next, Mr. Marone, with his song, Ode to Shaking Legs. Let me welcome Mr. Marone. Finally, the waiting time is over. On the announcer in the room came the opening remarks of the host, Nick. The next moment, the singer's side of Marone walked out of the waiting room with the staff. Clank clank with Marone and his band walking on stage. Immediately afterward, a sound of banging and drumming could be heard. The audience who were still expecting a new song from Chen Fan could not help but freeze when they heard this voice. La 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 la. La 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 la. Marone actually pulled a straight up la la la. When this la 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 reaches its peak, boom, the sudden loud noise scared the audience and netizens to subconsciously blink. 3 sevens equals 21. There are tanks on the ground. There are airplanes in the sky. This is the big stage. You can come if you want to. An accent went down. And I don't know if it was intentional or accidental. Mei Long's entire body trembled all over. Meanwhile, do. The stage full of spotlights actually rang with the sound of a sham being played. Merlin's state got worse, and at first it was just shaking and shivering. Yet with the sound of the oboe, it was as if something had awakened in his body. The body actually changed from shivering to twitching. Shake your legs every day. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Passionate voices were heard in waves. The movements on his body became more and more flamboyant. The audience couldn't help but stare in shock when they saw the scene. I've got beans. What are they doing? Somebody tell me what they're doing. Seizure? Calm down. Calm down. Good atmosphere. Right? It's all about the atmosphere. Goddamn atmosphere. Laughing my ass off, ha. No. It's too abstract. My old habit of being embarrassed for others is back. No. Why do I remember that, Mr. Maylong? Wasn't this abstract in the last issue either? Ha ha. Very much in keeping with my mental state. The world is finally still upside down. The scene and the broadcast were instantly thrown into a frenzy. And the backstage contestant room. Several of the Dragon Country singers, including Yena, stared in unison. They looked blankly at the seat where Mei Long had just sat, then turned their heads and looked at Mei Long on the screen, one by one, with somewhat confused eyes. Good lord, what's going on here? They were fine when they were just sitting together. How come they're different once they're on stage? The foreign country singer, Shia, even closed her thick lips and glanced at the screen with her own dull, wide eyes, turning directly into an emoji. Even Susan couldn't help but avert her gaze from Zhang Xiaohan when she heard the singing. Looked up at the big screen. Netflix and viewers were also hard-charged for a few minutes. Mr. Marone's band is just getting to the end of the song. Ahahaha. Thank you, Mr. Marone. Thank you, Plum Band. Nick, the host, came up with a dry smile and gave the microphone to Merlin. And may I ask, Mr. Mei Long, what inspiration was it that led to the creation of such a song? Though Nick's expression was also a little strained. But as a presenter, he is professionally trained not to laugh in general. Ahem. This song, well. Marone held the microphone, and he himself was actually a bit speechless. Of course he wouldn't say he was trying to take a gamble and saber rattle for a second. After all, the opponents of this program are too perverse to fight, so they can't beat them for sure. So they simply take the sword and do something evil. Serious singing is also the bottom of the list, so maybe if you have a seizure, you can have some gimmick and get some more votes? So after thinking about it for a long time, he said, the main thing about the composition of this piece is that it's designed to give people a sense of musical diversity. Our intention is also to, hopefully, promote more niche music. At this remark, Nick, the host, laughed awkwardly. It seems that our Mr. Nylon has a great insight into musical diversity. So let's have a round of applause from our audience. Thank you, Mr. Marone, for performing for us. With Nick's words as soon as they were uttered, in an instant, the live broadcast was completely taut. Pooh haha, goddamn musical diversity. What's the difference between that and practicing law? Nice musical diversity to open the eyes of two geezers. Ha, okay, I've laughed enough. It looks like we'll have to wait for Xiaohan to sing after all. Watch this really just for fun. I can't wait to hear Chen Fan's new song. A barrage of pop-ups crossed the screen. Director Wang Gang looked at these pop-ups with a somewhat somber expression on his face. It would be nice if Zhang Xiaohan really sang a song composed by Chen Fan this time. But Wang Gang thought again of what Zhang Xiaohan had said during his last visit to the door. Can she sing? Ha ha. So our first contestant for this show, the Plum Blossom Band, is out. According to both the backstage judges and the online audience, their score is 65. Any of the kick-ass guests present want to make a surprise attack? If not, we're about to have our second singer on stage. Oh, Nick said as he spoke. The big screen image of the scene shifted to a backstage contestant room scene. And it's not clear if it was intentional or not. The program's camera actually focused on Mao Tianyi, who had his head down, like it was hinting at something. At 65, that's a very low rating indeed, and basically a 10 out of 10 if you opt for a surprise attack now. The viewers on the floor and in the broadcast room saw this. There was also a lot of uproar. Skywing, Skywing, go Skywing, believe in you, come on, Skywing, hurry up and win this for Xiaohan's sake. It's too late to lose the opportunity. It's not easy to come across a soft persimmon. So hurry up and crush him. Ha ha. Tiani, I beg you. Hurry up and win, Mr. Mei Long. Don't drag Xiaohan down. Okay? A barrage of pop-ups flew by. Of course, Mao Tianyi, who hadn't watched the live broadcast, couldn't see these pop-ups. And at this point, he wasn't in the mood for pop-ups. When he closed his eyes now, all he could see was the scene where Chen Fan was exhausted and sweating profusely in order to compose a song for himself. In particular, the musician in the studio, who handed the sheet music to himself with trembling hands, and, in the second-floor hallway, overheard this conversation. All of this scene lingered in his mind. The only thing he had to do now was to get the most exposure for the song according to Mr. Chen Fan's wishes. He's going to beat number one. Beat that foreign country singer Susan. Then shout that admirable name as all eyes are on you. Chen Fan. With no guest surprise, it's time for our next singer. A full 2 minutes passed. Seeing that Mao Tianyi still didn't move, Nick spoke one last time. The audience and netizens were anxious at this. No way? You really want to swing your sword at someone stronger? Want to see what's going on now? You still have teammates big brother. If this is going to drag Chen Fan and Xiaohan down, I'm really going to turn pink to black. Seeing that Mao Tianyi didn't say anything, the netizens and viewers' words changed. The urging in their mouths gradually changed to invective. Just as everyone's eyes were on Mao Tianyi at this moment, Zhang Xiaohan, who was as silent as he was, suddenly moved. She turned her head first and glanced at Mao Tianyi. After seeing that the latter did not have any intention of making a surprise attack, she pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and pressed the red button next to the couch. With the movement of a button, the program's backstage immediately received a prompt. At the same time, the tip was quickly fed back to Nick's side. Oops, there's a kicker coming in. Nick got the hint and opened his mouth. The incredibly anxious audience was finally relieved to hear this. Fortunately, it seems that Mao Tianyi still knows the big picture. Before they could be happy for too long, they heard Nick's slightly shocked voice come through. Here's our kickoff guest, Zhang Xiaohan, to bring you a song called The Light Language of the Rising Sun. Let's welcome, Mr. Zhang Xiaohan. Nick? Audience, crap, did I hear you right? How could Xiaohan challenge such an abstract opponent? How do you need a bull's knife to kill a chicken? Xiaohan is blasting a mosquito with a cannon. Don't. I still want to see Xiaohan with Chen Fan's song and the foreign country singer PK. Actually, it's not a big deal if P doesn't PK. Xiaohan sang earlier, just so she could hear Chen Fan's new composition earlier. That's right. Anyway, after Xiaohan sings, Susan and Shay will sing later, so we'll all have a judgment in our hearts as to which is stronger or weaker. But I'm worried that Tianyi will lose to the other singers in the surprise attack later, in which case Xiaohan will be eliminated along with them. The guest heard launching the surprise attack was Zhang Xiaohan. Viewers and netizens were skeptical, but some who couldn't wait to hear Chen Fan's new song felt that it was just what they wanted. Backstage players' room. Susan's expression, which had been smiling, suddenly froze when she learned that it was Zhang Xiaohan who had initiated the surprise attack. She was a little incredulous. She couldn't believe that Ms. Zhang, who sang Mother in the Candlelight, would actually challenge a far weaker opponent in order to advance. However, Zhang Xiaohan did not look at her, just kept his head down to himself and walked out of the waiting room. Ms. Zhang, please wait. Susan stood up excitedly. She looked at Zhang Xiaohan's departing back and couldn't help but want to call a halt. Long before she stood up, Zhang Xiaohan left the waiting room. Ha ha, Xiaohan's on, Xiaohan's on. So excited, so excited. I'm excited too, but can you stop pinching my thighs? It hurts like hell. Don't you have legs yourself? Seeing Zhang Xiaohan ascend the stage, the scene and the live stream were instantly buzzing. Every member of the audience was not overwhelmed and pleasantly surprised. Not only the audience, but the director Wang Gang, the host Nick, and Yena's waiting field contestants all narrowed their eyes in unison. Chen Fan's new song, will it debut? Happiness is like a long, colorful sky, the sun always shines on the other side of my hope. Finally, in the midst of all the anticipation, Zhang Xiaohan slowly opened her mouth. Only, as soon as it opened, the audience realized something was wrong. The track, while not exactly abstract, is a little too bland. It's not even on the same level as Under the Sea and Mom in the Candlelight, which have a strong accent right out of the gate. Could it be that the essence of the song is behind it? Well, it should be. After all, it's impossible to ask for every song to open up and be a king's ransom. So, with that in mind, the network and the audience listened patiently. But, until more than 2 minutes passed, the whole piece remained as bland and boring as ever. Now the crowd was completely taut. Holy shit, what's going on? Is Chen Fan out of his league? I can't. Maybe I didn't play well this time? Guess so. No one can guarantee that every song will be gold, but that's outrageous. In terms of quality, this song and the first two are completely different songs written by two different people. Netflix is shocked, or they were not willing to see how Chen Fan, whom they had worshipped for so long, could compose such a song. This isn't real. It must be a dream. Thinking about it, some netizens even pinched themselves hard and felt the pain before coming to their senses. Instantly, countless unwilling pop-ups floated in the middle of the screen, and only Wang Gang in the director's room closed his eyes in disappointment. Sure enough, what Zhang Xiaohan said was true. Chen Fan won't compose anymore. Not even for her. Backstage contestant lounge. Oh, no. Are you serious? Seeing Zhang Xiaohan behave like this, Susan even spiked her foreign language in a hurry. She couldn't fathom that the opponent she had managed to find was performing so poorly. She even excitedly pointed her finger at the screen and exclaimed, "This song has ruined her." This song has ruined the mess. Zhan, thank you to our MS. Zhang Xiaohan for her singing. Let's applaud and encourage her. However, as much as the audience was dissatisfied, as much as Susan was vociferous, the song has been sung by Zhang Xiaohan, there's no way to change it. In the end, Light Language of the Rising Sun scored out of 72. A strange success. The scene, however, did not descend into much of a cheer, or was somewhat quiet, with only a few scattered slaps in celebration of the uneventful surprise attack. Eventually, through host Nick's questioning, Zhang revealed the composer of the tune. It was Kato Lian, not Chen Fan. When these words came out, the entire room was instantly in an uproar. Zhang Xiaohan left and she went back to the restroom. The pop-ups on the live feed, however, blew up after she left. People are starting to realize that what she said last time she was on stage might be true. Chen Fan really won't be composing anymore. Songs like Under the Sea and Mama by Candlelight may have to become extinct. For a moment, everyone was in a hurry. They frantically swiped their pop-ups and spoke of the anxiety in their hearts. Some even threatened that Chen Fan's songs were harder to quit than DU. The music industry can't afford to lose Fan Chen, just like the West can't afford to lose Jerusalem. Backstage, the contestants' lounge. Zhang Xiaohan lowered her head and took her seat in silence. Yina and a few other singers were about to say something, but considering that Chen Fan wasn't even composing for Zhang Xiaohan anymore, the excitement in their hearts darkened again. But while they subsided, Susan couldn't calm down a bit. MS. Zhang Xiaohan, I want a reasonable answer. Why don't you let the last songwriter compose for you? I'm looking forward to going toe-to-toe with the tunes he created. Susan said excitedly as she stood up. The staff member saw this and reminded OMS. Susan, please don't interact too much with the guests until the game is over. She's done singing. Isn't it okay to be done singing? Susan asked back eagerly. However, in the face of the agitated Susan, Zhang Xiaohan didn't even raise her head. Disappointment is disappointment. The netizens can curse. She will not let Chen Fan's schoolmate compose again this time no matter what. And Susan couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment when she saw Zhang Xiaohan in this state. It's so hard to find a worthy opponent who was actually square. Who was the last composer to compose for Zhang Xiaohan anyway? Where the hell is it? The race continues. But as Zhang Xiaohan, who was highly anticipated, did not sing the new song composed by Chen Fan, so the audience's expectations were greatly reduced. Aside from the sighs of relief, the mindset of many has turned to watching a good time. Perhaps the only thing to look forward to is Shay and Susan singing. With such a mood, netizens and viewers watched numbly as one singer took the stage and left again. Aki, Huang Xian, Lin Wang. One singer goes down. Gradually, some netizens realized something was wrong. Brothers, it's time for MS. Yena to be up next. Have you guys noticed a problem? The remaining kickboxer, Mao Tianyi, hasn't surprised any of his opponents so far? With this pop-up once it floated out, soon, the rest of the internet realized the problem as well. Crap, you don't say. Skywing hasn't launched a surprise attack until now. He wants a challenger. It can't be Mr. Yena, right? Moment incredible pop-ups like Wells. Crap, no way? A new generation of singers presuming to challenge the old-timers of the music industry? This behavior of Skywing is a bit bold. At first, people's thoughts on Mao Tianyi were just for him not to drag Xiaohan down, but with Zhang Xiaohan turning into a hind leg herself, their only hope for Mao Tianyi disappears. Naturally, he forgot about Mao Tianyi, but it is only now that he reacted. Mao Tianyi's surprise attack this time seems to have waited a little too long. P.S. Sorry the author of these 2 chapters of the amount of plot predicted wrong. Originally planned 2,000 words a chapter. Today let Mao Tianyi debut. The result is too much plot. Wrote nearly 5,000 words also did not finish. Tomorrow must let people like me debut. After the excitement of anticipating Zhang Xiaohan singing, and then the disappointment of learning that Zhang Xiaohan did not approach Chen Fan to compose, the netizens and viewers then noticed that so much time had passed that Mao Tianyi had not chosen to oddly attack any of the singers. Now the mediocre ones can sing all the way through. The only 3 hellish singers left on stage were Yena, Shay, and Susan. Is Mao Tianyi really not going to launch a surprise attack? Not only did the audience have such doubts, but even in the waiting room, several singers looked at Mao Tianyi with surprised faces. This is not to see, a look to remember. Mao Tianyi, this guy seems to have never said anything from the beginning. It's not right. It's very wrong. All of them were top streams within a circle and knew each other. And they knew deep down that Mao Tianyi was by no means the kind of person with a withdrawn personality. What's going on with today? Skywing? What's this? Yena couldn't help but ask curiously. This opening was immediately met with another warning from the staff. Yena could only keep her mouth shut reluctantly. Her cry went down like a stone sinking into the sea without getting a single response. Across from him, Mao Tianyi still had his head down, staring blankly at the floor. No one knew what he was thinking. Let's welcome our MS Yena to the stage for a song called Strive Hard. Let's welcome MS Yena. Soon after, host Nick's voice rang out. Hearing that it was her turn to go on stage, Yena immediately became serious, even cleared his throat nervously. After all, Chen Fan didn't compose for Zhang Xiaohan this time, so the burden of defeating the singer from the foreign country was back on her. It was doubly stressful for her. Go nah. Fuck over the foreigners. Ha ha, Yena-sensei Tadakai. You're the best. MS Yena, go for it. A few minutes later, as Yena walked onto the stage, the scene was also filled with cheers. The next moment, as the high accompaniment sounded, Yena took the microphone and began to sing. I fought hard with all my might to hustle more hustle. I'm going to make a go of it. I'm not going to let go. I'm not going to give up. There were a few vicissitudes in the stirring voice. Although she has reached her 50s, MS Yena is still a treasure. A few lyrics down the line brought the atmosphere to a crescendo. She wanted her voice to be higher and higher. Strive to get your tone to the level of the Yankees. Only then was there any hope of defeating Susan and Shay. However, I don't know if it was nerves or what, but Yena's pitch never reached the kind of height she expected. Eventually, after a few minutes had passed, the song was over. The scene resounded with strong cheers. Good. MS Yena sang well. 50-something is the right age to break in. Support MS Yena. That voice. I'm going to be on my knees. Overall, Yena did a good job with this song. So much so that the audience, being outsiders, didn't hear the flaws and kept cheering. Only Yena herself shook her head in exasperation. She knew that she had lost again this time, and that the strongest singer program, once again, was going to be dominated by two foreign country singers who would take over the throne of the champion and the runner-up. So, after saying a few testimonials when questioned by the host, she returned to the restroom somewhat dejected. Thank you MS Yena for the song. Let's send off MS Yena, Nick added as he spoke, with a twist of words. So, do the kick-ass guests in the audience need a surprise attack? If no one has a surprise attack, we're going to have to bring the next singer on stage. The implication is clear when this statement is made. Everyone knew that MS Yena was the last dragon singer to go on stage. The one who was going to go on stage after her can be the foreign country singer who is known as the devil level. Singers of this caliber, except for some old-timers in the music industry, can only look up to them. For a moment, everyone in the lounge looked at Mao Tianyi. Even the show's cameras knew the show's effects well enough to point the camera at Mao Tianyi. However, Mao Tianyi was still sitting there dumbfounded, his lips moving slightly as if he was murmuring something to himself. Holy shit, what's going on with Skywing? Isn't he going to challenge Yena-sensei? Is he lost in thought? Someone wake him up. He'll be eliminated if he keeps this up. It's too late. Now even a surprise attack is a challenge to Yena-sensei. You can't win. That's better than challenging those two foreigners. You don't stand a chance against them. You're not just representing yourself. You're also representing Xiaohan. Aha! Seeing that Mao Tianyi still had no intention of moving, Zhang Xiaohan's fans directly collapsed. On the contrary, Zhang Xiaohan had a calm and indifferent face. Eliminated? Eliminated or not? Anyway, he had relied on Chen Fan's schoolmates' compositions to have the chance to participate in this program. In other words, one didn't belong here in the first place. It was also while Zhang Xiaohan was thinking about it. The next singer on stage is Shay and her song White Weekend. Let's give a round of applause. Nick went straight to announcing the next singer on stage. Netizens and viewers alike did a double take at this. Almost a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Finished. Wasted. The kicker is completely out of the question. I really don't know what Mao Tianyi is doing. A new generation singer trying to challenge the foreigners? Oh, I wish him success. As the crowd goes on and on, Shay makes his way to the stage, then sang his best soprano. The punchy singing voice went down so loud that everyone listening felt a pang of difficulty in breathing. As the song finished, there was an instant gasp that had never been heard before. Woohoo! Shay Bull. It also has to be from a foreign country. If you ask me, Dragonland doesn't have songs this good. That dude in front. There's no need to rise to the national level, right? It's simply just that people sing well on their own. Oh, am I wrong? The Dragon Kingdom has good songs? Don't Mama by Candlelight and Under the Sea count as good songs? Soon, the pop-ups and audience discussions began to become discordant as the Yankees took the stage. Also due to the aggravation of the conflict, the audience was able to take their eyes off of Mao Tianyi. Aside from some particularly devoted fans wondering why Mao Tianyi is like this, everyone else doesn't care about the dragon singer at all. And with Shay stepping down, along with that comes Susan, the Yankee Nation singer, a well-deserved overall winner from the last installment. still the same perfect voice and backing vocals, still the same beautiful singing voice that is so high that it goes right to the top of one's head. Many of the audience members were outright dumbfounded. So much so, that some people forgot to applaud until Susan stepped off the stage. Let's thank Ms. Susan for the song. Nick still recited the repetitive words of thanks. Only, the little smile on his face disappeared. Sparing a professionally trained host like him, his face didn't look too good at this moment. This time, the singers on the Dragon countryside performed so poorly. So many people and not even one able to fight. The champion and the runner-up were once again re-elected by the foreigners. And it doesn't take much thought to realize that after today, the internet is bound to cause another uproar. It was also just when he was losing his mind inside, but he suddenly heard a voice coming from his headset. That's a notification from the back office staff. The notice, which is only one sentence long, kickoff guest, Mao Tianyi, chooses the strange attack singer. One sentence, a few words, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting Nick in the heart. Mr. Mao, still really want to challenge the foreigners? Kickoff guest has chosen to make a surprise attack. Kickoff guest chooses surprise attack. Next on stage is Mr. Mao Tianyi and his new song People Like Me. Let's welcome Mr. Mao, as Nick's excited voice spoke. In an instant, the audience and netizens were jolted. Nice guy, Mao Tianyi? He's really planning to challenge Susan. After the baptism of two soprano songs by Susan and Shay, they almost forgot that there was a Mao Tianyi who didn't sing. But the difference between Mao Tianyi and Susan was a bit too big. They're not the only ones who think so. Backstage lounge. The several other singers other than Zhang Xiaohan were all staring at Mao Tianyi with wide eyes and shocked faces. Is this guy crazy? Yi Na was shocked. Huang Xian's eyes widened. And Wang Qinglong, Mei Long, and Amu also looked stunned. On the contrary, Susan, who was downcast because she hadn't found an opponent, looked at Mao Tianyi with interest. It seemed as if he was trying to see through what this man who had been silent from the beginning was about. Her most prized opponents at first were Zhang Xiaohan and Shay. The person in front of me is really a little strange. Oh, Mao Tianyi didn't care about the strange looks of the people around him, not even that he noticed the others looking at him. At this moment, he only had one goal in mind, and that was to try to make himself attract more attention, so that Chen Fan's song could be heard by more people. It's as simple as that. That's enough. From start to finish he didn't see anyone as an opponent. He just wanted to sing the song as hard as he could. That's all. Mao Tianyi walked away, leaving behind a stunned crowd in the lounge. He lowered his head and took one step onto the stage, taking the microphone, as if brewing some sort of emotion. At the scene, skepticism was mixed with cheers. In the live broadcast room, a pop-up screen was frantically swiping. It's just that all of this, from now on, will have nothing to do with him. All he cared about was the song written in bright red-colored pencils and saying the name that should be remembered by all after the song was sung. T-thump thump 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 bam. The prelude sounds. Faintly. There was no passionate bravado like Shay's or the straight-to-the-sky dynamics of Susan's. There was just a gentle and low, as if the calm and lightness of being gently spoken after a laborious day. Upon hearing such a contrasting style of song, the audience and netizens who were still pointing at the song froze. This prelude, it's not highly tuned, but it sounds like it's okay. A smart guy like me farewell to innocence long ago. Why are you still using a love story? Go change a bruise. After the prelude, Mao Tianyi spoke up. The low voices matched with lyrics that are pulled together with a sense of mood. It instantly got the whole crowd into it. Even the group of singers in the lounge, who had finished their songs, as well as the director Wang Gang, who had already lost hope, all looked up with shocked faces. Accompaniment and melody. It's as if it was born with a faint sense of sadness all its own. This sense of sadness is again accompanied by each lyric sung, layer by layer, until it finally explodes completely. It's a feeling that's just too ingenious. However, that's not all. Just as the thoughts of the entire crowd were still lost in the sadness of what had gone before, Mao Tianyi's singing voice was suddenly a few points higher. How many others have you seen? It's exorbitant, but not too exorbitant. Everything about the singing was just so right. Mao Tianyi stood on the stage like a lone monument. The audience on the stage, however, was already dumbfounded. Mao Tianyi is still singing hard. The sound of the tune was getting higher and higher, and before we knew it the song had come to a climax, peaceful without losing the emotional ups and downs. The whole song reveals a faint sadness. After the song was finished, Mao Tianyi still had his eyes slightly closed. Lost in this song, can't get out. Lonely and lost like me. Did Mr. Chen Fan write these lyrics for himself? What kind of loneliness, what kind of confusion does a blind person experience as he grows up? Mao Tianyi didn't know, because he hasn't experienced it firsthand, but he was doing his best to reverie the experience of Mr. Chen Fan. The stage, a long silence. The scene, plunged into dead silence. Everyone was so engrossed in the song that they couldn't help themselves, until Nick, the host, walked up to Mao Tianyi with a microphone in hand, asked how the song was. The choked cheers only rang out off stage. These voices were one more excited than the other, and some even clapped their palms red in order to applaud. Good. Oh, this song is just great. Just the tune alone makes me want to cry so much. 27 years old. No car, no house and no friends, and all my former schoolmates are out of touch. This song really triggered a deep resonance in me. How many other lonely people like me are there in this world? Yes, I think back then we were also unwilling to be ordinary, thinking that we were that legendary son of destiny, and as a result, when we came out of society, we still had to be defeated by the cruel reality. This song is just so fucked up. Skywing, tell me who wrote the lyrics and who composed the music. I'll send him some souvenirs. No wonder Skywing is so calm. No wonder Skywing dares to challenge Susan. So he has such a song held in his hand. Who was the one who just said that there are no sacred songs in the Dragon Kingdom? Where did that person go? The audience cried about how much they loved the song. One resonating pop-up after another floated across the airwaves. Backstage in the contestants' room, several of the singers were equally wide-eyed. Especially the several Dragon Kingdom singers felt shocked in their hearts. Since the show kicked off, they've all been working hard to improve their voices, striving to achieve the same heights as the foreign country singers. The song came along and suddenly made them realize that it was actually possible. Turns out it's not just who has a big voice that proves who can sing well. A tune that resonates strongly with the listener is far more useful than a competition for the voice. For a while, Yena and the other guests became short of breath. They began to wonder who the creator of the tune was. Since Zhang Xiaohan wasn't willing to name Chen Fan, it shouldn't be too hard to contact a composer from Mr. Mao, right? The singers weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even Susan and Shay, and even Zhang Xiaohan stood up. Susan and Shay could tell from the tune that it was a good one, so their eyes at that moment carried a strong sense of appreciation. Zhang Xiaohan, on the other hand, felt that the tune was a bit familiar. It's still heavily depressive, with lyrics and tunes that are so top-notch. That, in turn, made her think of someone very disturbingly. Thank you, Mr. Mao Tianyi, for bringing the song. I wonder what kind of mindset you had, at that time, to create this song? Host Nick followed the daily process and asked about Mao Tianyi. That was one of the things he wanted to know, because for a moment, he too was struck by the sad tune. No, it's not a tune I composed. However, in the face of this question, Mao Tianyi shook his head decisively. Something seemed to be moist in his eyes. Oh, Nick sniffed quizzically. So is it convenient to introduce us to the songwriter? Not even waiting for the audience on stage to get up in arms, he saw Mao Tianyi holding the microphone tightly in his hand and shouted out that name without hesitation. Chen Fan. His name is Chen Fan. It's the author of Under the Sea and Mom and Candlelight. Mr. Chen Fan. Mr. Chen Fan. He really. As he spoke, Mao Tianyi suddenly couldn't go on. I don't know what came to mind, but his voice became choked, and his eyes glistened with tears. Mao Tianyi sang Someone Like Me in front of a packed house. Only when it came to Chen Fan he couldn't go on. Somehow, at this time, he felt a soreness in his throat, and even though he had 1,000 words in his heart, he could not say them again. And with the name Chen Fan appearing on the scene again, the scene, as well as the live stream, instantly blew up. Crap, Chen Fan? It's actually Chen Fan. This song was actually composed by Chen Fan as well? Nuclear reasoning. It's so damn reasonable. I told you that such a melancholic style of music sounds like déjà vu. So it's from the hand of an old friend. Whoa, Chen Fan really deserves to be the god of depressing tunes. Every tune he creates is such a knife. I said how Skywing dared to challenge Susan. It turns out that it was aided by the tune composed by Chen Fan. It's just that wasn't Chen Fan composing for Xiaohan before? How come it's changed to Skywing now? It looks like when Xiaohan said she wouldn't compose before, she meant she wouldn't compose for her. So other singers are still okay. What's this for? Why? Who knows why? Who cares? As long as I can still hear Chen Fan's compositions afterward, I'll be satisfied. That's right. A tune of this quality would be just as well sung by any rival with a passable singing voice. Woohoo! Chen Fan! Chen Fan! YYDS! The audience discussed and cheered, one after another. Almost everyone was screaming with excitement. This feeling of hope, then disappointment, then finally a desperate turnaround is just too good to be true. Inside the lounge, the other singers were also completely dumbfounded when they heard that the one who composed the music for Mao Tianyi was actually Chen Fan. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaohan, as Chen Fan's schoolmate and also a singer who had successfully sung 2 of Chen Fan's songs, would not be able to get Chen Fan's compositions this time? And it seemed that Mao Tianyi, who was not even close to Chen Fan, had actually sung his tune. What the hell is going on here? For a while, Everyone couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Zhang Xiaohan. However, only Zhang Xiaohan's expression was also stunned. At this moment, her mind was blank. Hanging heart also in this moment, completely dead. How can? Zhang Xiaohan whispered incredulously. Could it be those teachers from the Magic City Conservatory? However, in order for Chen Fan to take good care of his eyes, he had made a pact with them that he must not let Chen Fan compose anymore during this period of time. Moreover, those teachers all knew Chen Fan's current situation. How could they allow Chen Fan to compose for Mr. Mao Tianyi? Unexplained, puzzled, shocked and other emotions lingered in Zhang Xiaohan's mind. Gradually, she began to worry that the last time Chen Fan composed a tune for himself, he fainted directly after doing so. And how will this composition jeopardize him? As soon as this thought arose, Zhang Xiaohan's heart couldn't help but thump up. She even wanted to leave the program and couldn't wait to see Chen Fan's current state. It wasn't just Zhang Xiaohan and a group of singers who were shocked. Director's office. Wang Gang was also too surprised to speak. From the time I first heard Susan sing, no, I should say from the time I heard Shay sing, he knew this installment was going to be over again. The two foreign country singers will surely dominate the charts at no. 1 and no. 2 again. Dragon singers are still the only ones who can barely hold the country's door for a bit. Yena. Public opinion on the internet will surely expand again. Just when he was filled with despair like this, Mao Tianyi stepped forward. The song Someone Like Me brings Wang Gang's crumbling mindset right back up. It was also just as he was getting lost in the faint melancholy of the song. Mao Tianyi's final sentiment instantly caused his pupils to quake. Chen Fan. Yeah, right. Such a tear-jerking song is actually from Chen Fan again. But if you think about it, in today's music industry, the only person who can pull a song to some unattainable heights with just the composer alone is indeed this junior student. For a while, Wang Gang's breath caught. His eyes were bright and something seemed to flow in them. That thing is hope. The cheering continued. Stage. As Mao Tianyi's paragraph was uttered, Nick, the host, froze. Mao Tianyi couldn't speak with a sore throat. Nick froze in surprise. And so it was. For a few moments. Until the scoring at the end of the song comes up. Nick received the prompt and only barely reacted. He raised a smile and announced the score with glee. The backstage judges gave a combined score of 100. The online poll has a rating of 98. The final overall score was 99. A full 7 points higher than Susan, who had scored the highest prior to this song. The kickoff guest completes a surprise attack and successfully advances, officially becoming a contestant on The Strongest Singer. This result came out. The scene, in an instant, was in ecstasy. Cow pie. Chen Fan is awesome. Ha ha. Finally drying out the foreigners. The dragon music scene has finally produced a capable singer. Ah no, it's a songwriter. Anyway, well done. Woohoo Chen Fan. Chen Fan. I'm really going to be in tears. This is going to be on the hot search, isn't it? The title will be called Junior Dropout Youth Fighting Grammy. Ha ha. Say, what exactly does Chen Fan look like? And why has he never shown his face in front of the camera? I don't know. Skywing explain it to everyone. I really want to meet Chen Fan and see what kind of talent can make such a pleasant tune. Rows and rows of pop-ups floated by on the live feed. Many of the audience's curiosity even changed from the song to curiosity about Chen Fan as a person. As a host, Nick naturally understands what the audience is thinking. At the same time, perhaps out of selfishness, he himself was curious to know what kind of person Chen Fan really was. So after the scoring was over, he asked Mao Tianyi again while the other party was still off the stage. I wonder if Mr. Mao could tell the audience about Chen Fan? Why is every song by Mr. Chen Fan such a tearjerker? Or rather, under what circumstances did Mr. Chen Fan compose such an emotionally charged tune? The still noisy scene suddenly fell silent. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room forgot to channel pop-ups at this moment. Everyone was holding their breath, looking towards the figure on the stage with great anticipation. What kind of context created this piece? Mao Tianyi whispered to himself, repeating Nick's question in a daze. In an instant, the image of Chen Fan composing the song that day resurfaced before his eyes. What's the scenario? Is it the teenager in sunglasses, holding the wall to get to the recording studio to feel for his guide cane? Or was it the studio musicians, each silent and very tacitly handing the teenager red-colored pencils? It's the blushing while writing the score. Or perhaps, the choking of a teenage loved one breaking down in a deserted place? You're already going deaf, if you even have eyes. The cry of the woman in the breakfast store was like a steel needle, deeply piercing Mao Tianyi's heart. The conversation he overheard echoed in his mind like a nightmare every now and then. This kind of scene, which he felt heartbroken and bilious just by witnessing it just once. But, this was Chen Fan's life. Context? Does Chen Fan's composition require a specific context? No. Special experiences have made him a masterpiece on Earth just by writing off the top of his head. Mao Tianyi suddenly understood. He understood why the tunes made by Chen Fan were always so tearful. He understood why Chen Fan endured the severe pain and insisted on composing even at the expense of damaging his eyes. Because he's so bitter. It's also too lonely. He couldn't tell his family and friends about this pain for fear that they would worry. There is nowhere to talk about the pain. Then I can only put all the sadness in my heart into a song and sing it to more strangers. He was trying to tell the world that in this world, there was still a person named Chen Fan alive. A lonely teenager that not many people care about, struggling to prove his existence to the world. Mao Tianyi's originally blank eyes gradually glowed with light. Gradually, these eyes with their light became more and more determined. He decided, he's going to tell the world where these tear-jerking sounding songs come from, to tell them that there was still Chen Fan in this world. This song, by Chen Fan. Mao Tianyi took a deep breath and raised his eyes to the stage, just as he was about to tell Chen Fan's situation in one breath. However, he suddenly realized that Wang Gang, the director of the Strongest Singer program, had appeared on stage at some point. Wang Gang, standing at the very front of the seat aisle. He, like many of the spectators around him, clenched his fists with deep anticipation on his face. Just for a moment, he locked eyes with Wang Gang. Mao Tianyi, however, suddenly thought of something, and the whole person was struck by lightning. The words that were about to come out instantly caught in his throat. Is this decision, yourself, really the right one? Speaking Chen Fan's whereabouts was indeed fulfilling Chen Fan's heart's desire. But, what are the consequences of this? Wang Gang had always wanted to invite Chen Fan to be the composer after hearing Mother in the Candlelight. That's something he's heard about. So having learned where Chen Fan is, what action will Wang Gang take? And those singers in the waiting room of the show, what would they do? Even the singers in the music industry who are short of songs, and the composers who are depleted of inspiration, how will they beg Chen Fan to compose? Once composed, Chen Fan's eyes were bound to suffer great damage. Yes, maybe it's the obsession with music. This hurt Chen Fan himself may not care. But what about his family? What about friends? The choked conversation on the second floor of the breakfast store reappeared in Mao Tianyi's ears. The moment dawned on him. It was then that he finally understood why Zhang Xiaohan had said something like Chen Fan would never compose another song after singing Mother in Candlelight. It's not that Chen Fan doesn't compose music. It's that Zhang Xiaohan won't sing the tunes composed by Chen Fan anymore. Xiaohan had known about Chen Fan's situation as early as the last time, but she, herself, had connected Chen Fan's call when she didn't know. How worried should she be about Chen Fan when she hears the song she sings? A strong feeling of guilt surged through him. Stiffly, Mao Tianyi swallowed back the words he was about to say. Mr. Mao. Perhaps it was sensing that Mao Tianyi had paused for too long. Nick, the host, asked suspiciously. Aha. Mao Tianyi let out a long breath and nodded, reorganizing his language again. He said, this song was created by Chen Fan only very seriously. Part of the lyrics in there could be true to him. Of course, I'm not asking for it. I just hope that all of you who like Chen Fan, when you're not doing anything, you can listen more and listen to the tunes that Chen Fan has composed. After all, well, thank you all. Tears flashed in Mao Tianyi's eyes. After saying this and bowing deeply to everyone, he turned and walked off the stage. He, in the end, still didn't say the words after all. This might be the last song that Chen Fan composed. Only left, the scene of the great audience, one by one, wide-eyed. No, it isn't. That's the end of it? It's been brewing for so long. I thought I'd say who Chen Fan is and where he is now. How did Skywing learn to play dumb too? What did Tianyi mean when he said just now that the lyrics could be a true reflection of Chen Fan? Are there any gods out there to analyze a wave? There's no need to analyze this. Isn't there a line in there about someone as good as me? Isn't it Chen Fan who's talking about it? Crouch against the bull's arm. Sleuth. Well, so play it right. Just that one line, right? Hey. Shouldn't the focus now be on the content of the match? This one, our dragon singer beat the Western singer. Chen Fan, you are my god. As the scene murmured, a pop-up screen also floated up in the live broadcast room, the content of which was not far from the discussion of the live audience. It basically centered on the two topics of Chen Fan and the first victory of a dragon singer over a foreigner. At the scene, Wang Gang couldn't help but be a little disappointed to see that Mao Tianyi didn't even tell Chen Fan's whereabouts in the end. Still, he was going to ask in the lounge himself, so walked around the stage and went to the lounge. And backstage, an operations director eyed the director as he walked into the lounge as well. Hastily, he directed the crew in charge of the camera. Quick, turn the camera to the singer's lounge. The staff sniffed. Shouldn't we be giving Nick the view now? It's almost time for the host to read the closing remarks. What do you know? The director of operations slapped the staff member on the head. Where's the closing statement that there's a program in the lounge? It's the same whether that thing is read or not. The director went to the restroom, surely to ask about Chen Fan's whereabouts. That Chen Fan is on a hot streak right now, so as long as their conversation is filmed, it'll definitely heat up the program another notch. It adds heat and fulfills expectations, so it's the best of both worlds. Oh, the staff nodded plausibly. Then should we ask the director for permission first? No need to ask for permission. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong, the operations supervisor said without thinking. He was also supposed to be someone the investors put in place and wasn't really afraid of the director. So that's an immediate statement. The staff sniffed and had to do the same. On the other hand, after the song, Mao Tianyi returned to the restroom. The singers inside instantly stood up to greet each other. Skywing, you have Chen Fan's contact information, right? Can you? Skywing, listen to my brother. My oldest brother really needs a tune. Skywing. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohan had no chance there, everyone put their hopes on Mao Tianyi. Even Susan and Shay came over. They also appreciate great songwriters, and even if they don't know how to write their own English songs, they still want to visit them. Mao Tianyi was distracted by the yelling. There, he exclaimed, and the room fell silent for an instant. Don't think about it, teachers, and I won't be looking for Chen Fan to compose songs in the future. It instantly made a few people stare. No, why? Isn't the song pretty good? And so successful. That's right. Why are you also like Xiaohan? Is there some secret at Chen Fan's place? Just when a few people were in a million pieces, Mao Tianyi directly and rigidly broke through the crowd. Only, the next moment after breaking out of the encirclement. Instead, he met a set of eyes across the room that glittered with crystallized tears. This song was really composed by Chen Fan? With Zhang Xiaohan asking this, facing the crowd has been tough on Mao Tianyi. This music director of Skywalker actually lowered his head in shame like a child who had made a mistake. Facing Zhang Xiaohan's questioning with tears in her eyes, Mao Tianyi lowered his head full of guilt. His lips twitched slightly as he tried to speak, but he didn't know how he was going to explain. At this point, all he could feel was a soreness in his throat. There's one problem I don't understand. Seeing that Mao Tianyi didn't say anything for a long time, Zhang Xiaohan asked again, how did you contact Chen Fan? Was it through one of the teachers at the Magic City Conservatory? Or? Flustered, Mao Tianyi raised the head he had just lowered. His moist eyes rolled back and forth as he explained, at the time, I was looking for you in the office, and you weren't there, and I was going to leave, but my cell phone rang. As soon as I saw it was him, in one word, Mao Tianyi stammered. As he explained, he gestured in panic. The word hand-to-hand is the best word for him. At the end of the last, he bowed his head in some shame and said, I'm sorry, I really didn't know at the time. Seeing him in this state, the singers who had just been rushed away stared wide-eyed. Mr. Mao was just sparingly playing dumb riddles. How come he's even stuttering now? You even apologized to Zhang Xiaohan? Is a music director so humble in the face of his own artist? And in the meantime, the camera on the live feed as well as the big screen on the set just switched over. The somewhat confused audience came up to this amazing scene. Misty grass. What is this? Why is Skywing bending over and bowing? What the hell is this? A script? It's too fake to be a script, isn't it? This isn't practicing the daily etiquette of the Sakura country, is it? Makes sense. Suggesting that the 3 generations of Skywing's ancestors be severely scrutinized. Ha ha ha. Viewers and fans haven't realized the extent of the problem. Still making immodest jokes there. Only a small portion of the audience realized that something was wrong, but didn't know exactly what. And, on the other side, Zhang Xiaohan's pupils instantly shrunk after hearing Mao Tianyi's explanation. She then remembered the day she left her cell phone in the office. Afterwards, he froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. It turned out that the person who leaked out Chen Fan's information was actually himself. How is he doing now? After a short silence, Zhang Xiaohan asked that long-worried question. Mao Tianyi was stunned for a moment at his words, but in a whirlwind, he realized what the other man was talking about and said, I sent him back to the store. That's it. Just what? Mao Tianyi wanted to say something. He wanted to tell the conversation he heard that night, and yet, I don't know how to say it. Zhang Xiaohan's heart sank when she saw this. Incredulously, she murmured, did he faint again? The words, Zhang Xiaohan said in a not-so-loud voice, but it was accurately captured by Mao Tianyi, who was closest to her. Mao Tianyi instantly looked at Zhang Xiaohan in shock. Xiaohan, what did you say? Zhang Xiaohan, however, did not answer his question. The tears contained in her eyes grew as if she was about to burst into tears. At the same time, her heart grew more and more excited and impatient. Chen Fan's information was leaked from himself. She couldn't imagine how anxious those teachers at the conservatory would be when they found out. It was also impossible to imagine how devastated Chen Fan's sister-in-law would be. It was even more unacceptable to accept what the deterioration of Chen Fan's condition would bring. So, the next moment, she actually turned and ran to the door of the lounge in full view of the crowd, regardless of the occasion. With intense guilt, she couldn't hold back. She had to hurry up and leave the program and go to the breakfast store to see for herself how Chen Fan was doing now. Xiaohan, MS. Xiaohan. Mao Tianyi also panicked. His guilt was actually no less than Xiaohan's, if not more prevalent, because Chen Fan's last song was written for him. It was also him who made Xiaohan's heart, which had been quiet, lift up again. And what did Xiaohan mean by that just now? What fainted? So, seeing Xiaohan go out, Mao Tianyi didn't hesitate to chase after him. With that, the show's two kickers actually ran out of the waiting room together before the show was even completely over. On the way out, they even bumped heads with director Wang Gang. First, Zhang Xiaohan's sudden rush caused Wang Gang to be startled for a moment. Then before Wang Gang could say anything, he saw Zhang Xiaohan running towards the front without looking back. However, before he had time to wonder, he saw that Mao Tianyi had similarly fled and brushed past him, running in the direction of Zhang Xiaohan. Mr. Mao, Mr. Xiaohan, where are you going? Wang Gang shouted. This sentence, however, received no response like a stone sinking into the sea. The only thing that responded to him was two figures running further and further away. Crap, over the top. This script is overacting. The foreigner is still present. Is that how you act out a script? How do I feel that this is not a script? Tianyi and Xiaohan are just singers and not actors, but their anxious look acted more real than a movie star. Where did they go? They didn't really go out, did they? And what were they talking about just now? Why does it feel like both of them are going to break? The audience in the live broadcast room instantly exploded when they saw this. They began to talk about it. It was just that these discussions could not be heard by Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan. Even the group of singers in the lounge at this time were wide-eyed and confused. Why? After a full half-minute, it was only then that Susan cocked her head and spread her hands in disbelief, breaking the calm. No! What's all this? Yena reacted at this point. What was the meaning of the conversation between Tianyi and Xiaohan just now? About Chen Fan? After the depression. She then saw director Wang Gang walk into the chamber. Wang Gang's expression was similarly filled with doubt, only to see him walk directly to Yena and the others, asking anxiously Ms. Yena, what's going on with Tianyi and Xiaohan? Why are they running so fast? I was just wondering too. Yena frowned. Listening to their conversation I felt like they were talking about Chen Fan, but they ran off after chatting. Skywing ended up apologizing to Xiaohan. Apologize? Why is Mr. Mao looking for Xiaohan to apologize? Wang Gang was even more puzzled at his words. For a moment, Wang Gang looked like he had thought of something. Could it be that the song was actually composed by Chen Fan for Xiaohan? And it was Mao Tianyi who stole Xiaohan's tune? So just now when Xiaohan ran out in tears and Mao Tianyi chased him out, he actually wanted to apologize to Xiaohan? After making an effort to deduce something, Wang Gang reluctantly came up with such an answer. Having arrived at this answer, however, he did not say so. The reason for this is simple: undetermined things are rumors if they are spoken of. So he could only envision the answer in his own mind. Zhang Xiaohan ran out of the race. It had even run out of the building where the game was being taped, just as she was about to run to her car. Behind him, however, Mao Tianyi's voice rang out. Heu Han, MS. Xiaohan, wait. Hearing the shout, Zhang Xiaohan turned her head and stopped in place with teary eyes. In the night, Mao Tianyi also quickly ran to her. Ms. Xiaohan, what did you just say about fainting again? Has Chen Fan ever fainted before? Mao Tianyi held her shoulders and inquired eagerly. Facing the inquiry, Zhang Xiaohan nodded gently, but it was this gentle nod that caused Mao Tianyi to feel his heart twitch. Is fainting because of composing? Mao Tianyi asked again. This sentence, as if it was a piece of nonsense, but he just couldn't resist the urge to ask. Zhang Xiaohan didn't speak immediately upon hearing this. Everything, but long ago in the unsaid. How did this happen? Mao Tianyi said in a daze. He never expected that composing would actually bring Chen Fan so much harm. I would have thought a sweaty face would have been bad enough. I would have thought impaired vision would have been the limit. Fainting, doesn't that mean that composing not only damages the eyes, but also other organs in the body? Did he not faint when he composed for you? It was while Mao Tianyi was lost in thought. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohan spoke. No. Mao Tianyi immediately shook his head. Can you say that quickly? Zhang Xiaohan pursued. She was really in a hurry now. This is a situation where regulating the tone has long been forgotten. But I ran into his sister-in-law after I dropped him off at the breakfast place. Then I left, only to return again because I had forgotten something. And on my return I heard the two of them talking. His sister-in-law is crying. Maybe it's tugging at some kind of memory. Mao Tiany's eyes became moist even as he said this. His sister-in-law says you're already going deaf. And what if your eyes were to break in? The conversation between the two fell into silence. All around, there was nothing else but the whistling of the gusty night wind. The second installment of The Greatest Showman is over. This episode has unsurprisingly caught fire online in the slightest. #happy news. Great news. Chen Fan and Mao Tiany join forces and reach a milestone victory in the defense of the National Gate. #a 50-year-old woman guarding her country's door? A 20-year-old songwriter will help. Who says there is no songwriting god in my China? #Oceania singer Shay blogs that it's more important to be a songwriter than a singer. #Why champion Tiany bowed and apologized. Why teammate Xiaolan cried and fled. Is this all a distortion of human nature? Or is it a moral degradation? Juniors stepping up to save the day. There's a new hope for the Dragon Nation music scene. Chen Fan. A real man. A highly gimmicky topic has dominated all the platform's hot searches in just half a day. It also made people notice Chen Fan again. Take note of this. The musical genius who composed 3 depressing god-awful songs in a few days. Oh my god. It's Chen Fan again. He really stepped in to save the country. I'm going to cry my eyes out. He actually defeated Susan. And still let Mao Tiany defeat Susan. Oh my god. Susan, that's Grammy's singer. Tiany, a new generation singer under 30 years old, can actually beat Susan. Crap. This Chen Fan is too divine. Confidence up, familiars. I feel like if you give me a Chen Fan, I can go and take on Yena solo. Honestly, the tunes that Chen Fan creates, even the me in the shower has to back off 3 times. I'm going crazy. Chen Fan's song is really super good. My ears are going to get pregnant from listening to it. I'm really getting more and more curious about what Chen Fan looks like. With so many people on the internet, doesn't anyone know Chen Fan? Is there any information on Chen Fan? I'm willing to pay for it. More and more people are joining the discussion. Strange enough, The Fire is obviously the strongest singer. But people's discussions have all coincidentally gathered on Chen Fan. There is even a forum dedicated to this. The name is also very plain and simple. It's called Chen Fan Forum. The main point was to discuss about the sighting of Chen Fan. And of course, it's not just Chen Fan who's on fire with this show, but also the song Someone Like Me, One Short Night, Net Yoon, Penguin Music, Cool Meow, and other major music platforms have been rushed to the top of the charts by this song. Of course, because of the lack of copyright, even if the song had stormed the charts, the only version that would have gone live would have been the live version with a lot of noise. But even so, there were still a lot of people grabbing for it despite the murmurs. This has led these music platforms to find business opportunities. There are so many people listening to the live version alone. If you buy the rights from Chen Fan, wouldn't that be rich? So, the major music platforms have moved on. Query up Chen Fan's trail. The next day, 8 in the morning. The morning sun is shining and the summer breeze is rising. A middle school in the Magic City. Today is the day Zhao Jun came here to preach. 1 hour to go before the preaching time. Everything was ready at this point. The bored Zhao Jun was sitting in the principal's office, drinking tea and chatting with the principal and leaders of our school. The speakers on the table played music from song list after song list. And so, 10 minutes passed. A different song suddenly played over the speakers. Unlike other joyful songs, this one seems to be born with a strong sense of sadness all its own. And yet, you can't help but be mesmerized. Sounds like the live version though, but a low voice, a flat melody. The two are stacked on top of each other, but they give you a special desire to listen to them. When Zhao Jun heard this, his originally playful expression suddenly froze. Coming from a songwriting background, he already has a special sensitivity to music. Now after hearing this kind of emotionally full song, Zhao Jun actually also suddenly, unconsciously drifted off. He remembered the confusing period of his youth. At the time, he wanted to study music himself, but his parents insisted against it. In the context of the time, the cognitive level of the two old men was not high. I just think it's better to farm well and get a wife. At that moment, he had been confused and had bitterly doubted himself. It was a song that brought him back to that state of mind again. It seems like Dean Zhao was very enamored with this song, just as Zhao Jun was mesmerized. The principal's bright laughter broke the silence. Other leaders in the school were also laughing. Principal Pei is amused. Zhao Jun smiled in embarrassment. The principal on the opposite side of the room quickly waved his hand. Where? This unforgettable dedication to music of Dean Zhao. It's too late for all of us to rush and learn from it. And I really like this song too. Otherwise I wouldn't have put it in the set list. After all, any more than that, it's the song that beat the singer from the foreign country in the new installment of The Strongest Singer. Isn't it? Oh, Zhao Jun was taken aback at his words. This song beat the foreign country singer? Learned that the song actually beat the foreign country singer. Zhao Jun instantly became agitated. You know, as early as after the incident of Yi Na guarding the country's door, many people in Longguai had already launched a whine on the internet. Even a lot of netizens have been playing crazy stunt online to make fun of themselves. Ordinary people still find it so humiliating, not to mention the insiders of their music industry. Zhao Jun, as a music creator, felt even more of a fiery pain on his face, but it couldn't be helped. The two singers who came from the foreign country this time were too perverted in their strength. To be no better than is to be no better than. Even if it is hard in their hearts, they have to endure and suffer. It is also because of the knowledge of the gap between the two sides, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind. Zhao Jun did not watch yesterday's live broadcast on the internet. Granted, this move is rather a bit of a cover-up, but it does work, and at least the mood is better now than it was when I watched the first installment of The Greatest Showman a few days ago, just when he had quietly resigned himself to his fate, only to suddenly learn that the song won the Ocean State Championship. How could he not be surprised by this unexpected pleasure? For a while, Zhao Jun, who already possessed a strong sense of collective honor, had goosebumps. His eyes were fixed straight on the other principal, and in them was an uncontrollable surprise. Yeah, this song is awesome. Not only did it win over that foreign country singer, but it dumped her by a full 7 points. Dean Zhao, this is still not known? The principal on the opposite side was also a bit surprised to see him with this look. 7 points? When Zhao Jun heard this, he was even more mind-blown. Keep in mind that even the first-place finisher, Susan, was only 5 points higher than Yena in the last tournament. It's enough to see how small the gap is between the top singers. And this song, it actually managed to score 7 points higher than Susan? Susan is a singer who has won a Grammy Award for music in Oceania. For a moment, Zhao Jun's breath caught in his throat. He forced himself to hold back his inner excitement and asked the principal, I was too busy yesterday to watch the live broadcast. I really didn't expect that our dragon country had actually produced such a song. I wonder what the name of the song is. Who wrote the lyrics? Who composed the music and which singer sang it? As a music fanatic who cherishes talent, Zhao Jun subconsciously wanted to find out all the information about a good song after hearing it. At the same time, he picked up the teacup on the table, trying to cover up the joy in my heart with a cup of tea. And with that he asked. The principal, as well as the group of leaders within the school, all smiled and looked at each other. The next moment, a burst of hearty laughter erupted in the office. Zhao Jun was a bit puzzled at the sight. What are you teachers laughing at? Is my question funny? Dean Zhao, you're overjoyed. One of the teachers spoke with a smile. Oh, Zhao Jun queried. What do you mean? The song is called Someone Like Me, sung by Mao Tianyi, and as for the lyricist and composer, it's none other than a student from your own school. As soon as this teacher finished speaking, another teacher then added, it's that Chen Fan student who created Under the Sea and Mother in the Candlelight. That Chen Fan student who was called a musical genius by many fans online. Snap! Zhao Jun's entire body stiffened, and the teacup in his hand even fell directly to the ground. The school leaders in the room laughed even harder at this. Ha ha, look, Dean Zhao is so happy he can't even hold his teacup. Come on, don't talk about others. If it were you who knew you had such a brilliant student, would you still be able to hold that teacup steady? Ha ha ha, that is certainly not stable. To change for me, not to mention the students to beat foreigners. Is out of a provincial essay competition champion have to be happy I cannot sleep. That said, Dean Cho is pretty calm. That's for sure. Don't look at how many excellent students have come out of Magic Sound. Our high school definitely can't compare with other universities. I reckon. With Mr. Chen Fan as a role model, there will definitely be more students enrolling in Magic Sound for next year's college entrance exam. The not-so-small office was soon filled with laughter. Although everyone seemed to be chatting, they were all explicitly and implicitly congratulating Zhao Jun. What no one noticed was, Zhao Jun wasn't as happy as everyone thought he was at this point. Instead, his eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The pose with the empty glass in hand was even more frozen for half a minute. Only then did he open his mouth somewhat incredulously. The creator of this song is Chen Fan? He was still holding on to the last vestige of the suspicion that he'd heard wrong. But a teacher's words instantly doused that fluke of his. Right, Dean Zhao, your school is really good at teaching. Actually teaching such excellent students. The speech later also hope that you can Chen Fan students as an example. Good to this group of children. That teacher rambled on and on. Zhao Jun, however, couldn't hear it. He can't hear you. All he felt at the moment was like his head was going to explode. There was a buzzing in his ears. Zhao Jun stared at the floor with his eyes lost in thought, and muttered openly with dull eyes. The scene of Chen Fan fainting directly after composing a song last time was still fresh in his mind. The old doctor's medical advice still echoes in his ears. Isn't it true that overexertion of the eyes can lead to pressure on the trigeminal nerve? Wasn't it said that student Chen Fan's eyesight as an adult was several times more fragile than it was before he became an adult? Didn't you say you were going to heal and not even watch TV until then? Why? Why did you let him compose another song? Who is it? Last time, it was clear that we had agreed to let Chen Fan's classmates heal well. Who revealed the address of Chen Fan's classmates? Thinking of this, Zhao Jun suddenly remembered what Principal Pei had just said. The song is performed by Mao Tianyi. Mao Tianyi, the music director of Skywalk Entertainment, was a singer in the same company as Zhang Xiaohan. It's Zhang Xiaohan. Suddenly, after some brief reasoning, Zhao Jun came up with this answer. He then stood up from the front of the couch as soon as he could, under the shocked gaze of a group of teachers, ran straight out of the office. Dean Zhao, where are you going? The teachers called out, but the cry was as if it were a vain one. Perhaps Zhao Jun was too preoccupied to hear it, or perhaps he heard it and didn't have time to pay attention. In short, the office door, leaving only Zhao Jun aback. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The pleasant ringing of the phone sounded in the empty hallway. Zhao Jun held the cell phone with trembling hands. The entire body was trembling uncontrollably from excitement. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. He chanted it over and over in his mind. Reddened eyes were glued to the phone. Is Chen Fan's classmate's address actually spoken out by Zhang Xiaohan? How did Mao Tianyi get to sing songs written by Chen Fan? The most important thing is whether or not Chen Fan's condition worsened after composing the song. These were questions he desperately wanted an answer to. Soon, with an ethereal sound, the call was answered. Ms. Zhang Xiaohan. At that moment, Zhao Jun shouted without hesitation. Over there. A soft answer came from Zhang Xiaohan. The conversation then lapsed into a brief silence. Zhao Jun opened his mouth and rolled his throat, but all he felt was a burst of hairy bitterness and astringency. After trying to adjust his emotions, he forced himself to ask, Mr. Chen Fan composed a song for Mao Tianyi. Do you know about this? There was another soft answer, as thin as a fly, as if it had come out as a light hum. Hearing this response, the excitement that Zhao Jun had tried to force down could no longer be contained. Then do you know how Mao Tianyi knew the address of Chen Fan's classmate? Once again, there was silence on the other end of the conversation. Zhao Jun stared intently at the screen, waiting for an answer. Inside the empty hallway, there was nothing else but the sound of Zhao Jun's rapid breathing. Ms. Zhang Xiaohan? And so it was. After a long time, Zhao Jun asked again. The next moment, as if touched by something, it was like a floodgate opening. Zhang Xiaohan on the other end of the phone howled. Woohoo! I'm the one who leaked out information about schoolmate Chen Fan, and it's all because of me that Mr. Mao got the call. Senior Chen Fan has composed so many songs for me. Yet the sudden loud cry scared Zhao Jun. He instantly felt at a loss for words. It came in a questioning tone. Whoever thought? In desperation, Zhao Jun had to pacify Zhang Xiaohan first. Ms. Xiaohan, don't cry first. Can you tell me what's going on? Tell me what's going on with Mr. Chen Fan right now. So it's like this. Chen Fan's student didn't faint again, did you? Teacher Mao said no. I didn't dare to go to the breakfast store to check it out myself. I was afraid that when the time came, schoolmate Chen Fan would pull me into composing again. Zhang Xiaohan's voice choked as she recounted the general course of events to Zhao Jun. Zhao Jun rubbed his brow distractedly. Then Mr. Mao sighed. He also knows that composing will cause very great harm to student Chen Fan? Zhang Xiaohan on the other end of the phone nodded. He knows and blames himself. He was crying during all the singing this time. Well, the words came out, and Zhao Jun paused. Then he said, in that case, then I hope that Ms. Xiaohan will convey to Mr. Mao that during this period of time, let Mr. Chen Fan recuperate well and let him compose anymore. Is that okay? This of course, we don't even dare to go to schoolmate Chen Fan now. Zhang Xiaohan blamed herself. Then, after a couple more brief chats, the two hung up. Zhao Jun sighed as he stood in front of the hallway, looking out the window. His mind was mixed. In the light of what happened, both Ms. Zhang Xiaohan and Ms. Mao Tianyi acted unintentionally. However, he still couldn't help but worry about Fan Xian. Worry about yourself as a student. Such a musical genius who would do anything to compose. He just couldn't bear to see the other person suffer. Make sure to take some time in these few days to go and have a look at Mr. Chen Fan. After thinking about it, Zhao Jun made up his mind. And while the duo were on the phone, someone like me was still festering on the internet. Countless viewers and netizens were infected by the song, have sent their feelings about the song. Magic City, Peter's Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel with a combination of Chinese and Western styles. At this moment, inside a room on the 4th floor of the hotel, singer Shay is lying in bed on a video call with her late husband. Hey baby, How's life in the Dragon Kingdom? A blonde woman on the other end of the line asked with a smile. Her name is Jenny and she's Shay's cousin, also a very strong singer. Not only do they have a huge fanbase in Oceania, but their compositions and vocals are top-notch. She has won a full 6 Grammy Awards herself for the highly coveted Grammy Awards alone. Very good. The dragon's food is very tasty. Jenny, you can come over and try it. With that, Shay smiled and stood up, walking over to the table, aimed the video camera at the unfinished portion of dumplings on the table. And the dumplings are very good too. Oh, you know Jenny, this thing called dumplings are literally the best food in the world. Better than steak. Saying that, Shay even made a very exaggerated expression. Seeing this expression, Jenny burst out laughing. Jesus, Shay, you're exaggerating. Other than the food, are things going well? That music competition you entered. What place did you get in this installment? Did you pass Susan? Jenny was still more concerned about Shay's growth. For their musical family, Shay has a lot to live up to right now. Shay sniffed and rolled her eyes. Oh Jenny, don't bring that up, okay? Yesterday's game was literally the worst I've ever been ranked. Oh, Jenny raised an eyebrow. Not only did you not beat Susan, but you were overtaken by the dragon singer? To be exact, Susan and I were both defeated by the dragon singer, but it wasn't the foreign singer that beat us. It was the song, and the composer of that song was so good that he was able to make a singer who was supposed to score 50 points score 200 points. Shay answered her question immediately. Susan's all beat up? Jenny gradually shifted from her earlier curiosity to shock. As a top singer in the same foreign country, she naturally knew Susan's strength. A song that would beat Susan to the punch. Curiosity was growing in her mind. What was the song that beat Susan to the punch? Can I hear that song? Jenny asked instantly. Sure. Shay tapped her phone and searched for a live version of the song. It's not just people like me. The songs Under the Sea and Mama by Candlelight. Shay didn't fall short. After assembling the 3 tracks, she immediately hit play. Listen, all 3 of these are songs written by that songwriter. He's a genius. It's just a shame that to this day I don't even know who he is, Shay said as she spoke. The twangy tune had drifted out of the phone. It reached Jenny's side. Jenny had originally been just curious. However, as the sound of the song reached her ears, she drifted off, wide-eyed. Your black hair flooded with frost flowers. 3 songs were played one after the other. Jenny froze directly across the screen as she listened. Although her Chinese is not very good, the tunes of the songs are similar. As an extremely professional singer, she can tell whether a tune is good or bad on first listen. Songs like this one, not to mention Dragon Country. Even those songs at the top of their oceanic country might not be able to beat this song, or even dare to say that they could equal this song. The song is still playing. In this way, a full 10 minutes passed, and when all 3 songs had been played, she only gradually eased out of her obsession. Shay looked at her and smiled smugly. Well, these songs are good, aren't they? Jenny nodded dully. It took a few seconds before 2 words came out in shock. These songs, they're divine. Susan lost. No offense. Shay's smile widened at her words. That's why it's not really my fault that I came third this time. It's the opponent's fault that they're too strong. Of course, even though it's true that the opponent is very strong and I'll seriously improve myself in the future, a song of this level really isn't something that the current me can defeat. After saying those words, she even spread her hands with an innocent face. And across the table, Jenny sniffed, but was silent. That's right, she's silent. This kind of talk would have been met with a stern reprimand from Jenny in the old days. What do you mean the song is too strong? What do you mean it's not something you can beat? A really great singer is one who needs to be fearless of challenges and brave enough to swing his sword at the stronger ones in order to become stronger. This time, upon listening to all 3 songs in their entirety, Jenny fell silent. In a rare moment, she agreed with Shay. These songs are, indeed, strong. Just because Shay was afraid to challenge it didn't mean Jenny, wasn't. Since her debut, she has never been afraid of anyone. Challenging stronger musicians one step at a time is exactly what she aims for and what makes her happy. And so, for a moment, Jenny's eyes lit up. I'm not too busy myself these days anyway, so why not? Shay, what's the name of this Dragon Kingdom program you're on? I kind of want to be in this program. Shia, who had just looked innocent, suddenly widened her eyes. Jenny, you're going to be in the program too? Oh, this is just great. This program is called The Strongest Singer. I'll send you the director's contact information. Jenny, come on over. I'll treat you to dragon dumplings when you come to Dragon Country. Hearing that his cousin was going to be in the same program as himself, Shay was instantly excited. After all, no matter what, Shay is just a newly minted 00. Being in a foreign country and unfamiliar, it would be simply awesome to have a loved one here with you. And Jenny smiled slightly after she got the director's contact information. Just wait, baby. No surprise, I'll be on the next show with you. Oh good. This is just great. Jenny jumped for joy straight away. It was a long call. The two chatted for another half hour before Shay reluctantly hung up. Subsequently, Jenny, after hanging up, immediately, he dialed the international number according to the contact information given by Shay. Hello, is this Mr. Wang, the director of Dragon Kingdom's strongest singer? I'm Jenny, the Yankee Nation singer, and I'd like to. Noon, 12:30. The blazing sun scorched the earth. The entire Magic City seemed to be in a steamer. Wang Gang sat in his office, blowing on the cool air conditioning, but his tightly wrinkled brow did not stretch for a moment. Director, what's wrong with you? The assistant director of the greatest singer came over at this point. He was holding a teacup in his hand and couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw this look on Wang Gang's face. Wang Gang shook his head and sighed. Jenny just called me about the next installment. The assistant director's tight grip on his teacup couldn't help but stiffen. It was only after a moment that he opened his mouth a little incredulously and asked, Who? Jenny? Is that Jenny from Oceania who won 6 Grammy Awards for music? Wang Gang stiffened and glanced at the assistant director. Who else could it be if not her? The assistant director's eyes widened at that. He then slammed his teacup down on the table and clapped his hands together and exclaimed, a good thing. A great thing. A world-class singer like Jenny is more than anyone else can hire. She would actually offer to be on our show? This is like a big happy event in the sky. And whether it's domestic or foreign, she has a huge fan base. If she comes to our program, it will bring in ratings and click rates simply. It's unimaginable. The assistant director's eyes rolled, and by now he was feeling a little dreamy about things. He asked again with some uncertainty, a director, is it really that Jenny? She came to our program and didn't ask for anything? It doesn't say how much participation fee is required? Hiss. Being asked like this, Wang Gang instantly became even more annoyed. How is it that all you have in your head is the participation fee? Jenny said that the main purpose of her participation in this program is to challenge MS Zhang Xiaohan and MS Mao Tianyi. She wanted the show to post a video just for that. There are no requirements for participation fees. That would be great. The assistant director jumped straight up. It just so happens that Mr. Mao and Mr. Zhang are also very popular right now. Jenny challenging these two teachers is exactly what the audience wants to see. Director, this time our program is really going to take off. The more the assistant director talks, the more excited he gets. By the end of the day, there was a sense of hand-wringing. Wang Gang looked at him and somewhat helplessly chanted in a low voice, but I don't know if the two teachers will still ask Chen Fan to compose music for the next competition? That's right, Chen Fan. It's the name that Wang Gang loves and is anxious about. That's what worries him. As a music director, he knows better than anyone. Neither Mr. Mao nor Mr. Zhang could have gotten where they are today without Chen Fan. It was because of Chen Fan composing music for them that their overall strength surpassed that of the older singers in the music scene and the foreign country singers. In other words, without Chen Fan composing the music, the two of them would have been, at best, new generation singers with a little more strength. This time Jenny challenged the duo. It was bound to make a lot of viewers in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the Ocean Kingdom, set their eyes on this competition. If the two teachers used their true strength to meet Jenny, the sensation caused by the end result was simply something he couldn't even think about. But, after all, Jenny is a diva singer in the foreign country. The other party came to the program of their own accord, and they certainly shouldn't have refused. What can be done about this? Honestly, as an audio variety director, Wang Gang was also very eager to see what kind of sparks would erupt when Chen Fan, a talented composer, took on Jenny, a diva singer from a foreign country. However, the fear was that Chen Fan would no longer compose music for Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan this time. He was sure that once the duo lost Chen Fan, then the next phase of the competition would definitely be a one-sided crushing of the foreign singers against the Dragon singers. When the time comes, it won't be a matter of how much pride Dragon internet users have. It's possible for the netizens' minds to just fall apart. The next phase of the competition has a huge impact, and with Jenny's addition, it will definitely attract the eyes of many foreign viewers. That's why it's not even an exaggeration to call the next installment a world-class music competition. Thinking about this, Wang Gang felt doubly pressurized. Layers of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and under the tension, he even felt the temperature in the room rise a few degrees. However, while he was worried, the hand-waving assistant director actually came right over. Director, what are you thinking? Hurry up and post the promo video like Jenny wants. Promoting videos? Yeah, our show is so hot. If we post a promotional video, the netizens will definitely know that Jenny is coming. It's going to attract many times more attention than it does now. And Chen Fan is a college student. There's no way he can go a whole day without going online, right? It's impossible to go a day without swiping short videos of Duyun and P-War. right? As long as we post this war declaration video online, and then create an atmosphere that the singers of the foreign countries are coming on strong, and that no one in the great dragon country can fight. Oh yeah, it's best to change the rules of the program again and make it a competition between the two countries, the dragon country singers and the foreign country singers. Increase this conflict. In this way, it will definitely maximize the collective sense of honor of the netizens of the dragon nation, and their desire for victory will definitely be even more urgent than before. After all, it's Jenny. And what happens when Chen Fan's classmates swipe the video? From helping Mr. Zhang compose in the potential singer auditions, as well as helping Mr. Mao compose in the last phase of the competition, we can see that Chen Fan must have wanted the dragon singer to win as well. Mr. Chen Fan must be a very positive and patriotic young man. As long as we put this strong conflict atmosphere to create, Chen Fan students will certainly be more vigorous compositions, the power to fight the foreign singer or director. At that time, when the tune composed by Chen Fan is pitted against the diva song King Jenny, TSK, 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 I just can't imagine how big that kind of heat will be. The assistant director's words were passionate and impassioned, and he himself was as excited as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. On the other hand, as these words were exited, it immediately froze Wang Gang's ears. Wang Gang looked at the assistant director dumbfounded. In the next moment, the tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and the cold sweat on his forehead decreased by a few points. Half-heartedly, he narrowed his eyes and nodded. There is some truth in what you say. But, judging that student Chen Fan will definitely make a move based solely on composing a song for one of the two teachers is a little too arbitrary. Wang Gang is still a little worried. After all, people are not machines. It is impossible to follow the path you envision. However, as soon as he said this, the assistant director slapped his hand heavily on the table. Director, you mustn't forget that Mother by Candlelight and Someone Like Me were sung at our music competition. Student Chen Fan has made a total of 3 compositions, and 2 of them were used in our place. Doesn't that speak volumes? He must really want the Dragon Kingdom to win, you know. Moreover, taking a step back, even if Chen Fan doesn't compose this time, the program will likewise raise the heat because of Jenny's arrival, allowing more people to see how decadent the current dragon music scene is. Isn't tearing down the veil of the music industry your ultimate goal in recording this program? Seeing Wang Gang still hesitating, the assistant director was a bit anxious. After all, this show was so hot, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, so he had to persuade the director to agree to Jenny's request no matter what. And his words are not without merit. Even almost every sentence possesses a rational explanation. As expected, Wang Gang's heart was moved after hearing these words, especially the last line, his original intention in starting the program. Though there were some uncontrollable reasons that caused him to have to find a way to make the dragon singer's loss not too ugly. But that's just the investors pushing. As someone who really wants to make the music scene better and better, he still wants the musicians to know the shame of the situation. This Jenny challenge brought huge heat to the show, and Jenny has a lot of fans in the Dragon Kingdom. The dragon singers losing to Jenny won't make it too hard to sell the investors' merchandise, so this time, he could really be a bit more capricious. After figuring this out, Wang Gang's eyes gradually widened. He stared at the desktop and took a long, deep breath. The next moment, with a flourish, he slammed heavily on the table. In that case, send. An hour later, microblogging, the official microblogging of Clan Cigar TV, a highlights post from The Greatest Showman. When world-class singers come to the strongest singers, what kind of sparks will erupt? When the dragon singer with beautiful tunes takes on the foreign singer with top-notch vocals, who will be the real champion? Stay tuned for the next installment of The Greatest Showman and the strong newcomer, Jenny Anna. Big paragraphs of headlines go down. Between these titles, however, there is not a word of nonsense. Every headline is highly gimmicky. The content of the post even included a video. That's the video Jenny took herself. In the video, she spoke fluent foreign language, and the subtitles underneath were dubbed in the dragon language. Something along the lines of, "Hello friends of the Dragon Kingdom, I'm Jenny Anna. I'm participating in the next installment of the Strongest Singer program, Dragon Kingdom Singers. Wait for my challenge." At the end of her words, Jenny even made a fighting gesture. It was also the moment this post was made. 10,000 hits. 50,000 hits. 100,000 hits. After just 5 minutes had passed, the number of hits on the post had directly exceeded 500,000. The number of retweets is a staggering 100,000 more. See this video of the netizens. Directly. Fried pot. Holy shit, Jenny, it's really you. No kidding? Which internet user spoofed this? People have officially blogged about it. Spoofing the hell out of it. People, Jenny is really coming. Holy shit. Against all odds. I originally thought Susan was already invincible, but I didn't realize there was someone even braver than her. Whose ministry is this? If I remember correctly, this is Jenny, who is Shae's sister, right? Is this a case of the youngest coming for the oldest? Crap. Why is this so much like a metaphysical novel? Ha ha. Shae was defeated by Chen Fan. Now it's straight to the whole inviting the old ancestor to come out drama, right? Shae, it's okay for you to beat me, but you have to remember. 30 years of river. 30 years of river. Ha ha. I can't. I'm going to die laughing at you guys. Seeing Jenny blogging about it, the internet instantly went into a rapture. Everyone even playfully played Terpsichorean. However, as the saying goes, the internet comes in all shapes and sizes, and there's always a constant stream of stupidity emerging from it. Watching the video of Jenny's challenge, some people who didn't know whether they were brainless fans or reverse blacks immediately came on board. Oh, it's over. Jenny made a move. The dignity of the dragon singer can't be preserved again. It was already lucky for the dragon singer to win against Susan. Now that Jenny is here, the dragon is sure to be finished off. That's right. Genes determine everything. The genes of the dragon people are very backward. This inferior gene's doomed to sing than the foreigners. The voice gap under even with the best song is useless. Others? As soon as these bombastic three-pronged comments were made, a crowd of netizens were instantly confused. It's fine if you say that the dragon singers are currently inferior to the foreigners, but how does this even rise to genetics? In an instant, the counterattacking pop-ups followed like a tidal wave. The foreigners are so powerful. How come they still lost to Skywing? A song, Someone Like Me defeated you foreigners. Who gave you the nerve to be so arrogant? Ha! Chen Fan beat Susan with just one song. If it wasn't for the fact that Mother in the Candlelight had already been sung and couldn't be on stage again, you foreigners wouldn't even get second. What's with the arrogance? As these pop-ups fell, the Jets were instantly anxious. It's not even if they're having a bad time in real life. It's not easy for them to brag about the foreign country on the internet, but they're still getting so much backlash? How can this be tolerated? They would never allow the Dragon Nation to defile their uncharted homeland. So it was quick. The spammers then operated the keyboards in their hands very fluently and spewed furiously. Chen Fan is so powerful. How come he didn't have any response when Jenny initiated the challenge? Is it scared? Can he compose to win over Susan and still win over Jenny? And Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan singing, I don't even want to say anything. If they can win against Jenny, I'll just go straight to live broadcasting and eat Shang. The exasperated internet spammer went so far as to lay down the gauntlet directly. The rest of the group of netizens also did not expect. Jet's heart is bad even if it is bad, but actually cheated to eat and drink up. Okay, that's what you guys said. If Xiaohan or Tianyi wins against Jenny, you guys live stream and eat shit. I say so, but if Jenny wins, I want you all to get down on your knees and apologize to the Oceania singer. Yes. So, a scolding came down, and an agreement was quickly reached between the two sides, and the next moment after the bet was promised, netizens immediately swarmed under Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan's personal accounts, asked for help in their comments section. Skywing, look at the VCR. The Jets are writing their faces and jumping big. Can this be tolerated? Quickly go and ask Mr. Chen Fan to come and compose. It'll be too late. Tianyi, although I don't know why you and Xiaohan left the stage early in the last one, but that's all a small matter. Now our goal is to fight the same enemy and deal with the foreign enemy together. So Tianyi, go and ask Mr. Chen Fan to make a move against the foreigners. Skywing, can you answer everyone's questions? Mao Tianyi's comments section quickly became more liked than the video. Those who don't know at first glance think they're being scolded, but a closer look reveals that it's all about encouragement and expectation. After all, Mao Tianyi was, right now, counted as the person who had the most hope of getting Chen Fan's composition to defeat Jenny. Of course, Zhang Xiaohan's comments section is no different. It's all about the strong expectations of the netizens. But since she publicly said she wouldn't be looking for Chen Fan to compose any more music, and she really didn't sing the tune composed by Chen Fan in the last match, so compared to Mao Tianyi, the netizens are still expecting slightly less from her. There was no doubt that it was due to Chen Fan. The two have now become an internet sensation. The hue and cry has even thrown off the music industry's oldtimer, MS. Yena, by many blocks. The rumors about Jenny's participation in The Greatest Showman are spreading more and more. You know, the raptor speed of a thing that hits the internet is terrifying. 4 or 5 hours passed. The blazing noon faded into dusk. Dinner time followed at the same time. And Mordor, the mouth of the alley. Inside the Cozy Cloud breakfast shop, a number of patrons had already come in for dinner. Wearing sunglasses, Chen Fan sat in front of a flour-stained dining table, and was kneading the white flour in the basin according to the technique taught by his sister-in-law. Originally, Chen Yun didn't want him to work, But Chen Fan insisted on learning how to knead a bit so that he could help his sister-in-law some when he became proficient. In desperation, Chen Yun had no choice but to place him at one of the dining tables to practice kneading, because the kitchen was too small to accommodate 2 people working, and at this moment, Chen Fan inside the hall was kneading the dough in the basin little by feeling. But suddenly, in a blur, I heard what the customers at the neighboring table behind me seemed to be discussing. What do you guys say? That mysterious man Chen Fan, will he compose again this time? Who knows? I really hope he'll go on to compose songs. His compositions are really good. It's a shame there's only 3 of them. It's just not enough. Che, look at you. A few songs got you hooked like that. Alas, I do think that this time, Chen Fan will most likely not compose again. The man next to him paused for a moment. How? Look guys, Chen Fan has 3 songs in a row. Each one is a heavyweight. 3 in a row. All heavyweight songs. Don't you think it's too magical? And have you noticed that the people who sing to the songs are what? What people? The one who sang to Chen Fan's song is Mao Tianyi and the other is Zhang Xiaohan. Wait, they're all artists from Skywalk Entertainment? A man reacted violently. Upon hearing this from him, the man who had asked the question snapped his fingers. That's right. So I deduced that there is probably no such person as Chen Fan in reality. Is it possible for a junior college student to make 3 consecutive depressing songs that shocked the music industry? It's outrageous to even think about it, right? So, the so-called Chen Fan is most likely created by one of Skywalk Entertainment's gold medal composers. Together, they crafted dozens of sacred songs, from which they chose one to be sung by their own family artists. At the end of the day, then crediting the song to someone who doesn't exist. This could very well be Skywalker Entertainment's god-making program. A few people at the table sucked in a breath of cold air. That's unlikely, bro? You think this is a movie? What's with the whole conspiracy theory and the god-making program? Alas, that's just my guess as well. But I think that's a guess that will soon be verified. Jenny, the king of foreign songs, came to the strongest singer to challenge Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi. And if Chen Fan is really created by the entertainment company, then he will definitely not compose music for the 2 of them. After all, Jenny is notoriously strong, and there is no songwriter in the world who can guarantee to beat Jenny on the basis of tunes alone, without looking at the quality of the singer. Chen Fan is a created god and can't have any defeats, so the entertainment company's optimal choice is to keep Chen Fan out of the game. In other words, as long as Chen Fan has made a move this time, it must be a real person. After these words were uttered, the others froze. Is this so arbitrary, bro? But now the eyes of the entire network are on Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi. If the so-called Chen Fan doesn't make a move, doesn't that mean the 2 of them will have to meet Jenny with an ordinary song? That would be a tough loss. It might even get sprayed all over the internet. Isn't Skywalk Entertainment punking their own artists by doing this? That can't be helped. The person who asked the question shrugged. Businessmen emphasize profit, and it's wise to abandon the car and protect the pawns at critical moments. Who would have thought that Jenny would launch a challenge? We can only condemn Mr. Zhang and Mr. Mao. The customers at this table talked a lot, even a lot of the time. They're a little too analytical. But Chen Fan, who was kneading the dough, was sitting down anyhow, so he simply kneaded the dough while listening to the end of their analysis. Though hearing is not quite enough and some of the lighter sounding sentences were not heard, but still, I heard the general meaning. At the end of the day, as a table checks out and walks out, Chen Fan sat on the dining bench and pondered. Jenny? Powerful foreign country singers? Although it was said that the guests at that table had just thought a little too much, but Chen Fan still got some useful information from them. Summarized in a few words, the Yanghua singer came on strong, threatening to challenge Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan. The Dragon Country viewers were fervent and ran to Mao Tianyi's and Zhang Xiaohan's comment sections to pry out their own information. And as public opinion on the internet festers, the greatest singer has become more than just an audio program. It has gradually evolved into a contest about the honor and disgrace of the nation. There's people like me beating Susan to the punch. Now everyone on the internet is expecting Chen Fan, himself, to make a composition. After analyzing the matter briefly, Chen Fan had already roughly understood the basic situation of the outside world. His heart couldn't help but flash with joy. That's really helpful. Immediately, Chen Fan opened that system faceplate that only he could see. The 2 scores, vision and hearing, remained prominent right in the center. He whirled around and put his eyes on his vision. Host's eyesight, 92 out of 100, 8 points to go. Chen Fan chanted in a low voice. That's right, just one song. Someone like me. It had already raised his bottom scoring eyesight right up to the level of imminent advancement. And once he advanced, it represented an improvement in his vision. Improved vision also means that the next step in writing the score will become a little clearer than it is now. Composing is also much more efficient afterward. All it takes is one more composition, any one of them, and the vision will advance. And with the growing popularity of the show The Greatest Showman, songs are sung on this stage, and it's a way to salute a wider audience. If I were to compose a song for both senior sister Zhang and teacher Mao, the amount of salutogenic value that would be gained is simply unimaginable. There may even be hope of advancing to a full 1,000 points of listening. After figuring this out, Chen Fan was instantly excited. The kneading motion in his hands also became faster and faster. Without realizing it, the dough in his hands had been kneaded to a hard stone. However, despite the excitement in his heart, Chen Fan still forcefully suppressed this excitement and didn't get carried away by the joy and go straight to his sister-in-law to make a call. The reason is simple, it's too late in the day. That it was getting dark was evident from the growing number of diners coming to dinner. It was necessary to wait for a suitable time to get everything ready before calling the two men to come. So, after accompanying my sister-in-law to get busy, Chen Fan returned to his bedroom on the second floor and had a sleepless night. The next day, 10 a.m. The sunrise gradually drew in from the center of the day and turned into a sunrise, as the breakfast place dwindles in diners, until finally, the store is empty. Chen Fan put down the noodle basin in his hand, leaned on his guide cane, and went to the back kitchen. Chen Fan called out. At this time, Chen Yun was lowering his head and mixing the filling, preparing the buns to be sold at noon. Hearing this shout from Chen Fan, she immediately raised her head up. What's wrong, Fan? Did you have another problem with the noodles? Chen Yun asked in a gentle voice. After saying this, a gentle smile was also raised on her face. The smile was from the heart, and it didn't matter if Xiao Fan could see it or not, because, lately Xiao Fan was really different. He was no longer as lifeless as before. All I can think about is getting it over with. Instead, it's like a spark of hope for life. He began to help himself every day with kneading, washing the dishes, and even telling the occasional joke he'd never heard before as we talked. This relaxed state of living is almost like being a child. All of this is a precursor to the fact that Xiao Fan has come out of the haze and intends to face life bravely. So in the last few days, Chen Yun was in a good mood. However, just as she smiled at Fan, thinking that the other woman was having trouble with the whole noodle thing, Chen Fan's next words, however, caused her smile to freeze directly. Can you let me call MS? Chang? I think, this time I'll have to go on to compose. 2 sentences. 2 short sentences. However, it was like 2 heavy hammers that struck Chen Yun's heart solidly. She immediately felt a huge shock in her heart and soul. The movement of mixing the filling in her hands stopped, and her entire body directly froze in place. But composing will hurt your eyes. The doctor said not to even watch TV for a while. Last time you already helped that Mr. Mao compose a song. If you compose again this time, your eyes. After his dismay, Chen Yun immediately became worried. She thought Fan was already going to face life bravely. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would actually have to compose again. How can this be? The last time Xiao Fan had taken advantage of his absence to compose a song for Mao Tianyi, how much damage he had done to his body was still unknown. This time, she would never allow Fan to hurt her body again. However, the next moment, Chen Fan, however, spoke again. Anyway, if I can't use my eyes anymore with the vision I have now, it's no different from being blind, is it? Chen Fan's sentence in a calm tone was like a gust of wind that blew back what Chen Yun had just said. The words she was about to say were even more stuck in her throat as if she were choking. She looked at Chen Fan with a complicated expression. Within the watery eyes, crystalline tears slowly surfaced. Yes, Xiao Fan's eyesight was already bad, and now it's even worse that he can't even overuse his eyes. There is really not much difference between this state and a truly blind person. There is a difference after all. At least Fan could still make out the general outline of the person. He could also make out some brightly colored things. But if you really lose your sight, you won't be able to see anything at all. Thinking of this, Chen Yun wiped his tears, was trying to then persuade Xiao Fan. Chen Fan, who was on the opposite side, however, suddenly spoke again. Help me, sister-in-law. Composing is more important to me than blindness. He's right about that. Composing restores hearing and sight. It is indeed much more important than the blindness that we are currently facing. As long as you can compose quickly, all the crises of the moment will be solved. But these words fell into Chen Yun's ears. Yet again, she was left in stunned silence. Is composing more important than being blind? Chen Yun's voice muttered the words. At this moment, she only felt a trance. She suddenly realized that Fan's recent gradual optimism seemed to have begun with the creation of the song. Since making Under the Sea, Fan has been like a different person. The character is no longer low, no longer that lifeless. Could it be that it was the composing of the song that gradually improved Fan's psyche? Thinking of this, Chen Yun's heart faltered. Indulging Fan in composing music will gradually bring his personality back to cheerfulness. But the body is harmed. Without letting Van compose, The eye may not deteriorate any further. Will Xiaofan once again change back to the previous one who was not moving and is determined to seek death? For a moment, Chen Yun's heart wavered. Her whole being was in deep conflict. And so, a full 5 minutes passed. She sighed and pulled out her cell phone with some concern. The internet is now full of voices about Chen Fan's classmates. 2 teachers, are you really not going to reveal Chen Fan's whereabouts? Magic City, the top floor of Skywalk Entertainment. Inside the president's office, the president of the company, Fu Bochong, sat in front of his desk, looking at the two of them with a grave face. Across from him, there were Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi, who were sitting with their heads bowed. As Fu Bochong's words fell, the two remained silent. Two teachers? Seeing the duo in this state of mind, Fu Bochong tapped his fingers on the table somewhat impatiently. With this knock, Mao Tianyi on the opposite side slowly raised his head. His gaze locked with Fu Bochong for a moment before he finally shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, Mr. Fu, other things are negotiable. But about Chen Fan, I have no comment. Hey, once these words came out, Fu Bochong was immediately depressed. As the president of Mao Tianyi, he knew the guy's temper. In a word, stubborn. 3 words, very stubborn. Some words, once spoken, really do speak for themselves. The nobody's good kind. Mindful of Mao Tianyi's temper, Fu Bochong somewhat helplessly shifted his gaze to Zhang Xiaohan, but after seeing that Zhang Xiaohan still had her head down and didn't even look at herself, the glimmer of hope in his heart dissipated. He sighed and leaned back in his chair as soon as he could. Rubbing his brow, he spread his hands out again with a difficult look on his face. If you don't tell us the whereabouts, it's fine for you guys to find Chen Fan to compose another song. It's Jenny who's here this time, not anyone else. If 2 teachers took ordinary songs against Jenny, that, considering the duo are both top streamers in the company. Fu Bochong did not finish his sentence in the end, but the meaning, obviously, is clear enough. Jenny, the world-class singer-songwriter, both the vocals and the technique are among the top in the world. Against an opponent like this, it would be nice to not have a song of sufficiently hardcore quality to back it up. Absolutely abused to the core. Mao Tianyi was obviously aware of this and said at once, it's okay Mr. Fu, I'll take the consequences of losing to Jenny myself. I also take the consequences of failure myself. Zhang Xiaohan hurriedly followed. But, when these words came out, it was as if they had touched some reverse scale. Fu Bochong, who had just been helpless, instantly launched a cold smile. Take it on yourself? Can you afford it? The anger that Fu Bochong had been trying to suppress completely exploded at this moment. As soon as he rose from his seat, he pointed a shaky finger out the window. Strongest singer, do you guys know how hot this episode is? And think of it as a regular audio variety show? Do you know what Jenny's arrival means? It means that a lot of Jenny's fans overseas, the overseas viewers, will also be watching this competition. It's not a show anymore. It's a competition. An international type of competition, you know. Do you think it's only your popularity that you're dropping when you lose the game? The interests of the company, the ratings of the program, the dignity of the country, all of this, what are you taking on? Fu Bochong pulled his voice and asked sternly. He, who had always been relatively smooth, was rarely moved to real anger at this moment. Indeed, because of the incident of the first phase of the 50-year-old woman guarding the country's door, the heat of the strongest singer has reached a height that no other variety show can match. And with 2 divine songs, Mom and the Candlelight and Someone Like Me, making their debut on this program, the show is even hotter. Now comes Jenny, an international superstar with huge traffic. It can be said that no one can even estimate how terrifying the heat of the next installment of The Strongest Singer will be. In such a huge arena, even one wrong step can lead to a fall into a bottomless abyss. Not to mention, Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan were the only 2 singers who had met Chen Fan. They have now become the hope of a national audience. Take the expectations of a national audience and arrive on stage to lose? It doesn't take much thought to realize how serious the consequences are. Hearing these words from Fu Bochong, Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi, who had been silent all this time, glanced at each other. The dark eyes were ancient. Such was the state of the two now. However, as the wave of stares were exchanged, the pair's faint gazes gradually became firm. Eventually, as if they had a heart-to-heart, they tacitly turned their heads to look at Fu Bochong. Sorry, Paymaster. I know I may not be able to afford this consequence, but I will do my best to bear it. If I fail in this competition, I will voluntarily resign from my position as music director and release Vibe to voluntarily take all the faults. But of course, I may not be able to bring benefits to the company after my reputation has been stigmatized. But the company is perfectly capable of firing me as a bad singer, and I have absolutely no complaints about that. A word as broken as a boat. But Mao Tianyi said this without any hesitation. After saying that, he even directly stood up from his seat and turned towards the door. I will also take all the faults and have no complaints about being terminated by the company. Zhang Xiaohan said this with the same firmness. After saying that, he also stood up like Mao Tianyi and turned towards the door. They turned around and walked away without any hesitation the entire time, because they knew deep down that they could not let Chen Fan compose again this time no matter what. His eyesight couldn't take it anymore. From Under the Sea to Mom and the Candlelight, Chen Fan has helped them enough. They couldn't be like vampires who turned to Chen Fan for help whenever they met an opponent. Watch with your own eyes as that young teenager gets tired and cold and sweaty and weak and trembling in order to compose a song for himself. Anyone would not be able to bear it. Anyone would have a bad conscience, despite the fact that the opponents this time were foreign singers, and despite the fact that the eyes of the national audience were on them. But so what? What qualifications do they have to make Chen Fan damage his body to compose a song for himself? So, after figuring this out, the two of them walked away. Inside the office, only the president, Fu Bo-song, was left with a stunned face. Not, two teachers, don't leave yet. The anger he had just ignited was suddenly dissipated by this whole operation of the duo. And outside the office, Zhou Lan, Mao Tianyi's agent, and Su Hong, Zhang Xiaohan's agent, had long been waiting impatiently. Now that he saw the two men walk out, he hurried over to them anxiously. Skywing, what did you guys say? Why is the president yelling so loud? Zhou Lan asked very anxiously. Mao Tianyi, however, just looked at her with a complicated expression. Then ignoring Zhou Lan, he directly walked straight out. Anymore, after working together for so long, there is a camaraderie between stars and agents. But it's better to distance yourself from your agent when you're not a singer anytime soon. Otherwise, when you leave, you'll involve your previous agent. Not only did Mao Tianyi think this way, Zhang Xiaohan's thoughts were similar. She looked at Sister Hong, pursed her lips, and walked straight over. Skywing? Skywing, Xiaohan, where are you going? Zhou Lan and Su Hong were somewhat at a loss when they saw this. Watching the two of them walk further and further away, they also stomped their feet anxiously. In the end, they looked behind them at the president's office and decided to ask the president anyway. So, with the door to the office pushed open, the two immediately asked in unison, Mr. Fu, what exactly happened? On the other side, the Maozhang duo who slammed the door. Silently, he stepped into the elevator, descended the stairs, and left the office. They walked side by side, silent, until you get out of the office door. It instantly caused an uproar from the paparazzi and fans outside the door. It's Skywing. Skywing. Xiaohan, look over here. Will Xiaohan still invite Chen Fan to compose music this time? Can you reveal where Chen Fan's home is? The duo's fame is exceptionally hot right now. Enthusiastic fans had been waiting for a long time when they learned that the duo was at the company. Fortunately, there were quite a few security guards at the entrance of the company, and they immediately turned into a human wall to block these fans, keeping fans from advancing a fraction of a second. Seeing this, Mao Tianyi's firm gaze couldn't help but milden a few points. Soon, it became a bit of a downer again. He sighed softly. It's about to be a bust, and these passionate fans will soon become black fans. That's a pretty bad feeling. Saying that, he shook his head with a bitter smile. It's kinda hard to give up. Zhang Xiaohan, who was on the side, sniffed and her eyes moved. However, the eyes quickly became determined again. No matter what, this time I will definitely not let Chen Fan compose for me again. Definitely not. She murmured something in a low voice, but the next moment, the cell phone on his body rang. The cell phone rang in Zhang Xiaohan's pocket. It also attracted the attention of Mao Tianyi on the side, and Zhang Xiaohan's pupils trembled slightly after receiving this call. This, naturally, could not escape Mao Tianyi's eyes. Is that Chen Fan's caller? Mao Tianyi immediately stepped forward. At this moment, other than Chen Fan, he really couldn't think of a second person who could make Zhang Xiaohan wrong. Zhang Xiaohan nodded lightly. At this point, it was also hard to know what to do. This call is coming in. It's probably going to compose us. Can't answer it, Mao Tianyi said immediately. But he still remembered that last time, Chen Fan had asked himself to take Ms. Xiaohan to the breakfast place again after he finished singing. Combined with what happened last time, he had already guessed Chen Fan's intentions. What should we do if schoolmate Chen Fan is having some other important matter? Zhang Xiaohan was vaguely worried. The one who called her was schoolmate Chen Fan. She couldn't help but worry when she thought about the state of schoolmate Chen Fan. She is blind and soon to be deaf, and co-owns a breakfast store with her sister-in-law. It's easy for a family like this to run into things that can't be resolved. And although her note to the contact was Chen Fan's schoolmate, her cell phone number was Chen Yun's, so it's also very likely that the call was from Chen Yun. If they need help with something and they hang up on themselves, the more she thought about it, the more uneasy Zhang Xiaohan's heart felt. Seeing the look in her eyes, Mao Tianyi quickly understood what she was thinking. Instantly, he said, "Then take it. Let's see what kind of thing they're calling about." Saying that, Mao Tianyi glanced at the clamoring fans and paparazzi in the distance. Turning to Zhang Xiaohan, she said, "Let's go into the company first and find a place where no one is around to answer the phone." Zhang Xiaohan nodded at his words. The two then returned to the office together. "Find a corner and pick up the call. Sister Zhang." On the other end of the phone, Chen Fan's voice came. Zhang Xiaohan answered softly. "Schoolboy, is there something you want to see schoolmate about?" Zhang Xiaohan asked. At these words, the conversation fell into silence. Zhang Xiaohan took a deep breath, and Mao Tianyi's breathing became rapid. "They're ready for it." As soon as Chen Fan offered to help him with his compositions, he immediately shrugged it off, even though only Chen Fan could save them at this moment. But it required Chen Fan to pay a heavy price himself. Chen Fan had helped them enough. They must not be too selfish. However, as Zhang Xiaohan's words fell, with the duo ready, there was silence on the other end of the line. A full dozen seconds passed before Chen Fan's puzzled voice sounded over there again. "Sister Zhang? There was a hint of doubt in the familiar voice. Hearing these two sentences, Mao Zhang and the two of them suddenly reacted. They stared at each other wide-eyed for a moment. The next moment, the eyes grew moist. Zhang Xiaohan's voice was too low just now, so that Chen Fan, who suffers from hearing impairment, did not hear it. They just thought that they couldn't let Chen Fan's compositions damage his eyesight. But they forgot that Chen Fan was still a person who was about to lose his hearing. I am. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohan responded loudly. There was a catch in his voice. Mao Tianyi also blinked a little hard and looked away. "Can we come to the breakfast place for a meal?" Chen Fan's voice sounded again. Zhang Xiaohan froze for a moment at his words. "By the way, why don't you ask Mr. Mao to come with you, just to thank you both for singing my song out? After all, if it wasn't for you guys, these songs might never have come out." Chen Fan was still over there, speaking without haste. I don't know if I heard Zhang Xiaohan's after the Mao Zhang duo heard these words from Chen Fan, but it froze instantly. Chen Fan actually wanted to treat himself to a meal to thank him? That's not the point. The point is to thank yourself for getting the song out there? But what is there to be thankful for? This kind of top divine song, even if it is not yourself, if any other singer sings it, it will be able to burst into flames as well. How many singers are now doing everything they can to get a song from Chen Fan? There were companies, again, that used every means possible to hire Chen Fan as a songwriter. He hadn't even had time to thank Chen Fan for composing music for himself. Chen Fan actually thanked himself first. For a while, Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan actually didn't know what to say. Busy? Just as the two of them were feeling a lot of emotions, Chen Fan's voice once again came over. No. I happen to be here as well. Mr. Chen Fan, you say, when to eat? I have time. Mao Tianyi, who was on the side, hurriedly answered Chen Fan's question. It was as if they were afraid that slowing down a bit would make Chen Fan sad. Chen Fan was instantly delighted at his words. In that case, do the two teachers have time at noon today? Of course. Mao Tianyi looked at his watch. It was already 10:30 in the morning. We're going over there now. After a brief chat, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Zhang Xiaohan looked at Mao Tianyi and said with some concern, "What should we do if after we go there, senior brother Chen Fan composes us again?" Mao Tianyi sighed. "If that's the case, I definitely won't want it. I insisted that I didn't want it, and Mr. Chen Fan couldn't do anything about it." Mao Tianyi eventually went soft. What happened last time made him feel very guilty towards Chen Fan. He also wanted to make sure that Chen Fan was alright or not. So the duo got ready and put on their sunglasses and masks. Quietly, he walked out of the office through the side door and around to the car again. Eventually slowly started the car and drove in the direction of Xiaoyun's breakfast place. P.S. From the book review heard I got cancer. Here rumor. I personally do not know this. I do not know which reader's big brother got it wrong. But thank you for your concern. But also thank you for caring about my other readers. But I'm sorry. You guys cry the wrong grave. The author not only did not get cancer but also the body twice as good. The whole body in addition to a little bad kidneys have no other shortcomings. Thank you all for your concern. Cozy Cloud Breakfast Shop. Chen Fan hung up the phone. Long before he called, his sister-in-law, Chen Yun, had already gone to the door and put up a sign that business was suspended. After all, Zhang Xiaohan is coming later. Due to the heat of the greatest singer, the other side is now well known. It wouldn't be good if she was seen coming to the breakfast place after all. Chen Yun was a little worried that Zhang Xiaohan would be photographed and then certain netizens with strong reasoning skills would follow the trail to find the location of the breakfast store. That way, Fan would probably fall into a state of composing madness. The compositions in this situation were simply too much for Xiaofan's eyes to bear. After posting the signboard, Chen Yun once again went to the back kitchen. She looked at Chen Fan, who was leaning on the sink, and asked. She didn't say this in a not-so-small voice, considering Van's hearing problems. Aha! Chen Fan nodded and handed his cell phone to Chen Yun. Finished typing. Auntie, what did school sister Zhang's side say? Chen Yun immediately asked as he took over the cell phone. Senior sister Zhang said she would come later. Chen Fan said truthfully. Chen Yun's heart seized violently, despite being prepared. However, when she learned that Zhang Xiaohan was really coming, she still couldn't help but feel panicked. Fan says he has no regrets even if he goes blind in order to compose, but as a family member, she didn't want Fan to go blind after all. However, before she could think more, Chen Fan on the opposite side spoke again. Auntie, give me the colored pencils and white paper. I want to make the tune first. Hearing this, Chen Yun was first stunned. Spinning around, she busily asked, don't you want to wait for senior sister Zhang to come before you make it? Chen Fan shook his head. Compose first. According to the plan, he was planning to compose the song first, and when Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi came for lunch, he would pull out the tune and present it to the duo after eating. In this way, the duo could not be dissuaded even if they wanted to, and it can't be uncollected. Not to take it would be a waste of so many two tunes. So after some consideration, Chen Fan still decided to write the score first. Over there, seeing Chen Fan shaking his head, Chen Yun pursed his lips, his face torn. After a mental struggle, she turned around and left the back kitchen. But just as she was about to go upstairs to get Chen Fan a pen and paper, the locked door of the breakfast parlor was a gentle knock. Chen Yun was stunned. Only a few minutes had passed since the call was made now. Did Ms. Zhang Xiaohan come so quickly? With doubts, Chen Yun changed direction. She headed straight for the door. Coming to the door, she got a good look at the person coming from across the room through the glass door. Tall, short, fat and thin. 7 figures in total. Seeing these 7 people, Chen Yun was busy taking 3 steps and unlocking and pulling open the glass door. That's right, the people who came were none other than Chen Fan's 7 housemates. Auntie, Lao Chen-he. As soon as he entered, Zhang Lin was the first to inquire. His gaze revealed worry, and there was a pause in his speech before he continued to ask old Chen-he, composed again? Once these words were uttered, the other housemates similarly looked at Chen Yun with worry. There's no doubt they've heard someone like me before. It was also known that the song came from Lao Chen. It's actually no wonder that, as conservatory students, they can't possibly not watch music competitions, especially a competition like The Greatest Singer where the heat is at an all-time high. So upon seeing Mao Tianyi say on stage that the song's creator was Chen Fan, several people were confused on the spot. They couldn't understand why even Sister Zhang didn't sing Lao Chen songs. Mao Tianyi but sang? Where the hell did that kid come from? And how did he contact Lao Chen? Does he know that old Chen can't compose in his current state? The few people who watched the live broadcast didn't look so happy that the old Chen song was on stage. Instead, they arrived at the breakfast place with worry and anger. Worry, naturally, about old Chen. As for the anger, it wasn't towards his sister-in-law, but Mao Tianyi. They came here to figure out how Mao Tianyi and Lao Chen were connected. Chen Yun fell into silence as he faced the gazes of several people. After a moment, she nodded. Yes, Fan composed another song. Why? Zhang Lin immediately asked. Why did old Chen compose for Mao Tianyi? Does Mao Tianyi know how much damage a song can do to old Chen's eyes? He doesn't know. Chen Yun shook his head, but he knew after Xiao Fan finished composing the song. At these words, the scene fell into silence. One of the housemates was about to speak, but he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from the back kitchen. A familiar voice, still as calm as ever. Su felt that my sister-in-law had been gone for a bit too long. Chen Fan leaned on his guide cane and walked out of the back kitchen. Then, in the blurry darkness, he saw several people standing in the doorway, but because of the distance, he did not recognize several of his housemates. Hey, old Chen, what's up with you, kid? Can't even recognize your righteous, always handsome housemate? When Chang Xingyu saw old Chen, he hurriedly ran over happily, but halfway through his words, he swallowed back the word righteous father. When he reached the front, he patted Chen Fan's shoulder and joked, our teacher Chen is on fire and doesn't remember his old roommate, old Chang? Seeing that it was Chang Xingyu, Chen Fan was instantly delighted. It's a good time to be here. Let's have dinner together. It's just as well that we agreed to have a drink last time. A few of them sniffed and looked at each other, then at their sister-in-law. After seeing that my sister-in-law had nothing to say, one of the housemates smiled and said, that's good. Let's all make something to eat. That's fine. It just so happens that it's been a long time since I've developed food. So today, I'll let you all see my handiwork. Che, you're still crafty? Just don't give everyone food poisoning. Hey, what do you mean? Old Wang. You kid? That's right, Old Wang. How can you guys not trust Aming's craftsmanship? Aiming is the best craftsman in our dormitory with the best craftsmanship. Well, it seems that it is still Xiao Zhang who is sensible. Wait, what do you kid mean? As the topic arises, the breakfast place was abuzz with activity. Zhang Lin looked at this scene and couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. It was as if he had seen that dormitory atmosphere back then. The dormitory when old Chen hadn't gotten near cancer yet. As Chen Yun watched the lively scene, a rare smile lifted up on his face. What a good friend! Xiaofan has such a good group of friends, can be really happy. With that, a few people bantered with each other for a few minutes. In the end, it was Zhang Lin who made the decision. Why don't we have dumplings? As the head of the dormitory, Zhang Lin's words still worked. As he said this, the housemates nodded their heads. It looks okay to me. Agreed. It's been a long time since I've had dumplings stuffed with leeks and goji berries, so it's just the thing to make up for it. Old Chen, come along too. Don't think that sick people can eat off the shelf. Ow. Does Auntie have any vegetables? I'm going to mix the filling now. Let's wrap dumplings. Smash. Dumplings, a common staple food similar to noodles and rice. Not exactly a great meal, but the process by which it is made gives it a different meaning. Foods that can be made by a group of people sitting in a circle and making them together often symbolize reunion. So with the goal finalized, the crowd moved immediately. Under Chen Yun's guidance, the crowd kneaded the dough, mixed the filling, and set the basin aside. Just about to get on the clutch, outside the door, yet again, there was a knock. Since the housemates had just come in, Chen Yun had forgotten to lock the door. So soon after, the glass door was slowly pushed open from the outside. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, Zhang Xiaohan Mao Tianyi appeared. With the arrival of Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi, everyone's eyes were looking from the doorway. The scene then turned into a non-still picture. Mao Tianyi looked across the room at a few strangers, a little confused. The housemates stared at him, one by one, with complicated looks. Just now, while mixing the filling, my sister-in-law had whispered to them the general story of what had happened. So for Mao Tianyi, they no longer had the anger they had at the beginning. But, to say that there is a good feeling, but not to that extent. Zhang Xiaohan, who was beside Mao Tianyi, even lowered her head in shame, not daring to face the gazes of several people. She was still reeling from leaving her cell phone behind, so the two sides were at a standstill for a long time. Next to him, only then did Chen Fan's voice ring out. Are Mr. Mao and Sister Zhang here? After he sensed that there wasn't a single sound around him, he made a guess in his mind. As the words fell, the housemates reacted to the fact that it was old Chen who had invited the duo to come. One of the fastest reacting housemates busily said, "Yes, it's senior Sister Zhang." Then, he looked at Chen Fan with an odd expression. "Old Chen, you." Several of the other housemates also looked shocked and wanted to speak. They've watched The Greatest Showman. Fans and netizens all over the internet were now expecting Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi to go on to sing Chen Fan's song, and it was at this time that old Chen called all of the duo. It's hard not to call for more than a few thoughts on the meaning of it. Didn't the doctor say that old Chen should not even watch TV during this period? And how did he know about The Greatest Showman? Thinking of this, several people all looked at their sister-in-law Chen Yun again. Chen Yun's eyes moved slightly and he was just about to speak. Next to him, Chen Fan took the lead again. Sister Zhang and Mr. Mao helped me sing, so it's only right to treat someone to a meal. The housemates were first stunned at this statement. One of the housemates then whirled around and laughed. Ah, so that's how it is. Senior Sister Zhang, Teacher Mao, please come in, please come in. He smiled while waving his hand in greeting, signaling the two to come in quickly. Just a smile on his face, more or less forced up. Meanwhile, several of the housemates looked at each other. Then through eye contact, there was a heartfelt understanding. That means Lao Chen probably doesn't know about the greatest singer right now. In that case, it must not be revealed to him, and he must not be allowed to continue writing the score. What's going on here? Soon, Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi walked in. Entering the store, Zhang Xiaohan changed her previous sadness and immediately changed back to the lively and cheerful girl. Dumpling smash. Sister Zhang, Mr. Mao, sit over here. The housemates responded, and as they spoke, brought two benches for the pair. Can you wrap it? If you can, we'll come together. If you can't, we'll wait for the food. Of course I can. I can mix stuffing and knead dough and roll out the skin. What else do I need to do? Speaking of which, they turned their inquiring eyes towards Chen Yun. There's still one rolling out and one choosing vegetables missing, Chen Yun said. Zhang Xiaohan smiled playfully as she turned her head to look at Mao Tianyi. I know all of these, so Mr. Mao will pick one first. Mao Tianyi scratched the back of his head and smiled sardonically. In that case, I'll choose the vegetables. Mao Tianyi's family is very favorable. Food is never eaten chef to do. As a child only seriously studied to participate in various competitions. Wasn't exposed to much housework. The skill of choosing vegetables is still something he learned when he participated in a variety show 2 years ago, so right now he only has the option of choosing vegetables. And compared to him, Zhang Xiaohan was different. Although they are all stars, Zhang Xiaohan became one by her own efforts. Coming from an ordinary family, she had learned to cook a variety of meals as early as her teens. Rolling out the dough is not a problem. Naturally, soon, with the division of labor complete, everyone was on their way. Even Chen Fan, a blind man, was kneading the dough using the method he had just acquired. An hour passed. All work has been completed. After this hour, Mao Tianyi, Zhang Xiaohan and the two of them had also gotten acquainted with their housemates. After realizing that Mao Tianyi had actually been invited here purely for dinner, that hostility from a few people disappeared. Finally, as Chen Yun poured the dumplings into the pot, the time was officially mealtime. Next it's just a matter of waiting for it to open. The crowd cheered, sitting around, laughing and chatting. Brother Mao, how many concerts do you usually have a week? Do you really have no time for rest and recreation at all like the internet says? You listen to the internet boast. I myself do not know that I have such a bull. If it is really not even a little time to rest, people shall not die? After entering the entertainment industry, there are more things to do when you first enter the industry, and after you get your footing, you can just sing a song for a few days, and the rest of the time you can just play around. Crap, is that so cool? Perhaps it was because the good feeling towards Chen Fan was linked to these housemates. Mao Tianyi gradually opened up. The whole breakfast place was in a cheerful mood. This atmosphere produces a feeling of happiness that can't be matched outside. It's a coziness that's unique to this little store. It gives everyone peace of mind. The vibe didn't last long. The jingle bell of the phone rang right out of Mao Tianyi's pocket. Mao Tianyi pulled it out and the expression on his face changed. What's wrong, mister? Mao, the housemate asked when she saw it. Ahahaha, it's fine. It's fine. It's just a nuisance call. It's irrelevant. Saying that, Mao Tianyi directly hung up the phone call from the docket named Zhou Lan, tucked the phone right back into his pocket. The group was talking and laughing again. However, it's only been less than 5 minutes. Zhang Xiaohan's cell phone also rang. Zhang Xiaohan pulled out her cell phone and glanced at it, then hurriedly hung up. She smiled a little awkwardly in the face of several puzzled gazes. That's a lot of harassing phone calls lately. They're all coming to me. The crowd was a bit speechless, but they didn't take it too seriously. Keep joking and laughing. However, it wasn't long before Mao Tianyi's phone rang again. Now, everyone felt something was wrong. This nuisance call, how come it's still playing on a loop? I'll complain about him later. Mao Tianyi chanted a paragraph in front of the crowd and directly turned his cell phone off. Where were we just talking? Oh yeah, speaking of Mr. Chen Fan played soccer with you guys sophomore year, right? He smiled broadly with the intention of opening the conversation. Yet, none of them picked up. Everyone was silent. Combined with the recent events, and Mao Tianyi's panicked expression just now, they've all made a guess. For a while, everyone looked at Chen Fan with some concern, worried he'd find something unusual. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiaohan's cell phone also rang again at this time. Zhang Xiaohan instantly panicked, busily planning to follow Mao Tianyi's example of turning her cell phone off. However, he heard Chen Fan, who was beside him, suddenly speak. Senior sister, if there's anything important, it's better to answer it first. Everyone looked stunned. Chen Fan had indeed discovered the anomaly after all. What can we do about this? If Chen Fan knew what was happening now, he would definitely disregard his body compositions. Beads of bean-sized sweat traced across everyone's foreheads. Just when everyone was at a loss for words, here come the dumplings. Auntie's voice rang out as Chen Yun placed 2 large plates of dumplings on the table. Auntie, is that all that's cooked? Chang Kugyu asked. Of course not. There's more in the kitchen. There's enough for a plate for one person anyhow. At those words, Chang Xingyu immediately scurried up from his seat. Then I'll serve the dumplings. I'll go too. Schoolteacher, come along. A housemate hinted at it. Zhang Xiaohan immediately understood. Coming. With that, she turned off her cell phone without moving and followed the crowd to the back kitchen. Everyone pretended to be relaxed. Everyone seems to have forgotten about those 2 phone calls. They served the dumplings on the table and started chatting again with Chen Fan at the center. The table was reoccupied by merriment. It was just that Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan had become a little hard to bear because of the 2 phone calls just now. Although the determination to take the consequences has been made, it was ready to lose the game though. However, when they thought of the disappointed faces of their fans a few days later, they still couldn't stop feeling bad in their hearts. But the lost look only lasted a moment. The eyes of the 2 men became determined again. No, even if anything else, I can't let Chen Fan compose. Chen Fan has already helped himself enough. This time, we must let Chen Fan heal properly. The 2 made up their minds. Da, 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 Duh. Just when the two had made up their minds, but suddenly another voice was heard. It was the sound of chopsticks hitting the plate. The voice was coming from Chen Fan. The two followed the sound and instantly widened their eyes, only to see that Chen Fan, at this moment, was using his chopsticks to insert the dumplings in the plate. One. Insert it into the gap of the dumpling and it will make a soft tapping sound. Inserting the dumplings, Chen Fan would put them in his mouth. Seeing this scene, the corners of the two men's lips trembled slightly. A look of disbelief was directed at the others. Mao Tianyi, who was farther away from Chen Fan, asked in a low voice, "Isn't Mr. Chen Fan able to see something? Why does it feel?" Chen Yun and a few of his housemates, however, are used to it. Fanny's eyes, to be exact, can only see vague outlines from a patch of darkness. There are too many dumplings on one plate, and when they're blurred again, it's easy not to see the gaps. Speaking here, Chen Yun paused and spoke in a small voice. If it's any worse, his eyes, they might just be left dark, and he won't even be able to see the outline. The sounds of laughter at the table fell suddenly silent. A few of the housemates froze on the spot. Mao Tianyi's heart clenched. It was only after a few moments that Zhang Lin's whispered opening broke the silence. There won't be that day. As long as Lao Chun heals properly, his eyes will recover. For sure. The merriment waned. The crowd finished their lunch and grabbed help with the dishes. After completing everything, a few housemates were the first to choose to leave. "Why don't you sit down for a while? You're leaving so soon?" Chen Yun asked. "No, auntie. We have class this afternoon. If we don't go back it's time for the teacher to take away the credit." Zhang Lin smiled back. Afterward, he walked to Chen Fan and gently patted Chen Fan's shoulder. "You kid, be good. Hang in there. A few more days. Brothers treat you." The heavy words fell. Zhang Lin gave Chen Fan another emotionally complicated look. "Turn your head and leave." The other housemates similarly looked at Chen Fan for a long time. Only then did he slowly turn his head and follow Zhang Lin's footsteps. They were relieved to learn that the two singers had no intention of looking for Chen Fan to compose music. This time, Lao Chen was finally able to recuperate at ease. "Be careful on the road." Chen Fan looked at a few fading silhouettes and spoke to himself. Afterward, inside the breakfast store, only 4 people remained. Zhang Xiaohan, Mao Tianyi, his sister-in-law and Chen Fan. "We should go too." Mao Tianyi looked over at Zhang Xiaohan and let out a long sigh of relief and a general sense of emotion. Zhang Xiaohan nodded, turned on the cell phone that had just been turned off. "As soon as I turned it on, I saw 10 or 20 missed caller IDs. There were also a ton of texts and tweets left." "Hey Han, where are you now? Can you pick up the phone? I don't know what happened to your conversation with the president, but it was posted online. The internet is blowing up right now. Everyone is worried that you guys will lose to Jenny in the next match, and many people are worried that they won't be able to hear the tunes composed by Chen Fan. Oops. Anyway, now your Vibe account is about to fall. Is Xiaohan there? Xiaohan? Please return a message to Sister Hong. Can we first find Skywing to dispel a rumor? Now the company alone to dispel rumors is useless. Hey Han, are you there? Xiaohan? Big news. All from Sister Red. And then there are those that come from friends who are also singers in the circle who care about themselves. Anyway, her Twitter feed is completely blown up right now. Looking at these messages, Zhang Xiaohan's heart was also annoyed and turned off her cell phone once again. She looked up at Mao Tianyi. The latter's expression at the moment was also full of strangeness. Apparently, he learned pretty much the same information, though I don't know how those people outside got wind of this conversation when the president's office is on the top floor. But think the greatest showman is so hot that everyone is scrambling to dig up the big stuff. It's understandable that there are some artists out there who can create the impossible in desperate situations for the paparazzi to capture. Since Netflix knew about it ahead of time, it's a good idea to know. Anyway, sooner or later, it's time to face it. After figuring this out, Mao Tianyi similarly turned off his cell phone and looked at Zhang Xiaohan. The two nodded to each other, walking up to Chen Fan and Chen Yun. "Auntie, Mr. Chen Fan, we should go too." With that, the two of them smiled and waved their hands as they prepared to leave. Just as they turned around and were about to walk out of the store, behind him, but Chen Fan's voice rang out. "Mr. Mao, Sister Zhang, I would like to, please, give you another song. Teacher Mao, Senior Sister Zhang, I'd like to, please ask you for one more song." As Chen Fan's calm voice slowly fell, in an instant, the two people who had just turned around to leave had their footsteps lurched and froze in unison. The next second, no, we don't want it. Almost in unison, the duo immediately rejected Chen Fan's invitation. But then, perhaps sensing that his emotions were too strong and abrupt, they looked at each other, adjusted his emotions a bit. Zhang Xiaohan took the lead and walked to Chen Fan, speaking in a gentle voice. "Chen Fan, I appreciate your feelings, But you heard what the doctor said last time, so take good care of your eyes during this period of time. Never engage in intense eye use again. So, it's better to wait until your eyes are healed to help me compose, and I promise you, no matter what your song becomes, I'll make it into an album and sing it out, okay? Facing Chen Fan, Zhang Xiaohan showed characteristic gentleness. The tone of his voice was even laced with the flavor of a pacified child. Mao Tianyi nodded along. Teacher Chen Fan should still take a good rest during this period of time. Your tunes are very good. As long as you settle down for a while longer, you will definitely be able to go to the next level. So the most important thing for you right now is not composing. It's building up and settling down. This statement, of course, was also a well-intentioned lie by Mao Tianyi. In fact, now Chen Fan's strength has long been counted among the top of the music industry. Only, in order to not let Chen Fan compose, Mao Tianyi had to say so. Both of them used all their words to try and get Chen Fan to feed his eyes properly. The next words Chen Fan uttered, but it made them stare again. What song should we sing on the stage of The Strongest Singer? Have Sister and Mr. Mao thought about it? The two men froze in unison. It was as if his mouth was stuck, and he didn't know how to speak in response. How come? Although The Strongest Singer was very hot, Chen Fan's eyes and ears couldn't access the internet, and he couldn't even watch it on TV. How did he learn about the outside world? The only possibility is that, for a moment, the two of them raised their heads in unison and looked at Chen Yun, the sister-in-law next to Chen Fan. The eyes were filled with disbelief. However, upon seeing Chen Yun's expression also filled with shock, they dispelled this speculation. Ha, 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 nothing can be hidden from Mr. Chen Fan. Ah, thank you Mr. Chen Fan for your concern, but Teacher Xiaohan and I have already chosen the songs. They are songs written by the company's gold medal composers, and they are all very high in quality, so there's no need for Teacher Chen Fan to worry more. It was too late to think. Mao Tianyi was busy forcing a smile and replied. When he spoke, he was worried that Chen Fan couldn't hear him, and he even deliberately took 2 steps forward and came up to Chen Fan. His words had barely finished when the dinging ring of his cell phone rang from his pants pocket. The scene, for a moment, fell silent. Mao Tianyi hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, panicked and busy with the intention of hanging up. He kind of regretted that he had turned on the computer so early. He should have waited until after he got out of the breakfast place. However, the more hasty you are, the more likely you are to make a mistake. After feeling out his cell phone from his pants pocket, his trembling hands wanted to press the red hang up button, but he accidentally clicked to connect. An instant later, Zhou Lan's urgent voice came out from inside. Skywing, you're finally willing to answer the phone. What's going on with you and Xiaohan? Are you ready for the song you're going to sing on the show? Do you know? Without waiting for Zhou Lan to finish, Mao Tianyi hurriedly hung up the phone. He then looked at Chen Fan, his face filled with embarrassment. Chen Fan sighed. Auntie, help me bring the paper and pen over. When these words came out, Mao Tianyi was instantly anxious. No need Mr. Chen Fan, my strength is already here. This kind of program is not something I can participate in, and I was able to win the last edition thanks to you using the tune to bring me to heights that don't belong to me. This time, how can I trouble you again? Just let me be eliminated in peace. Okay. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohan also hastened to persuade. Mr. Mao is right. It's also thanks to my schoolmate's tune that I can stand on this stage. I'm already very happy to be able to come for a while, and I don't need your song either. For Chen Fan, there was already too much indebtedness in their hearts, especially Zhang Xiaohan. Schoolmate Chen Fan endured severe pain and composed 2 divine songs for himself. A full 2 songs. These 2 tracks have directly doubled her fan popularity. This was already a great favor. So how could she shamelessly ignore her schoolmate's situation and force the other party to compose for herself? In that case, is it still human? So, at this moment, both of them were firmly resolved, firmly not going to sing a tune composed by Chen Fan. It was only shortly after this determination was established that it was shaken by Chen Fan's next words. It is precisely because I sent you to that stage that I am all the more responsible for you. A word. Still in that calm tone. It seemed that from the time he had known Chen Fan, he had always been that calm. Yet, the words he uttered were always chilling in their calmness. The more you are sent to the stage, the more responsible you should be. Yes, responsible. I can't believe I'm in charge. Chen Fan did not feel that he was doing the 2 a favor by composing for them. Instead, it feels like the other person is doing them a favor. If one sends them to a bigger stage, but then ignores them after sending them up and lets them fail, this was a sign of irresponsibility to Chen Fan. The breakfast place, with its lingering wisps of smoke, fell into dead silence. Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan fell silent. They don't know what they should say. To be precise, at this moment, their eyes had long been filled with tears. The stinging in their throats triggered by the emotion had prevented them from making any sound. Seeing this, Chen Yun also sighed in his heart. Eventually, with hesitant steps, he went to get a pen and paper for Van. Honestly, she wasn't sure if she was doing the right thing or not, although she was also worried about Fan's health. But she preferred Xiao Fan's current appearance to the raw and unlovable Xiao Fan from before. In order to prevent Xiao Fan from turning back to her previous lifeless appearance, all she could do was to try to obey Xiao Fan as much as possible. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, Chen Yun came over with a pen and paper. Chen Fan also took off his sunglasses at this time, revealing his eyes. Still have those big beautiful eyes. It is a pity that such a good-looking pair of eyes belongs to a blind man. Chen Fan creates at a fast pace, because he was worried that Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi would change their minds temporarily. In case they changed their minds, their own depressogenic value would be lost this time. That's why he didn't even take a break in the middle this time. It's a straight-up, desperate attempt to right the score. Cold sweat surfaced on his forehead once again, and Chen Fan's breath caught. When Chen Yun saw this image, she covered her mouth tightly with heartache, tears welling up in her eyes. Zhang Xiaohan clenched her shell teeth, and a faint mist of water similarly surfaced in her eyes. Mao Tianyi clenched his fists from start to finish, the backs of his hands rippling with veins and bones creaking. Seeing the image was like a reminder of his time in the recording studio a few days ago, and what the musicians said out loud that day in the studio. Mr. Chen Fan, who is trying to create more excellent works for the world while he can still see and hear. His current work will be extinct in the near future. And so, with tears in their eyes, the three watched in silence for 10 minutes, as Chen Fan let out a long breath. He also finally cracked a smile. He handed the bright red sheet music to Zhang Xiaohan. It's written a little sharply, so try it, sister, and see if you can read it. It can be seen. Zhang Xiaohan's voice lurched, took over the sheet music. With Under the Sea and Mom and the candlelight in front of her, she was already roughly comfortable with Chen Fan's handwriting, so it doesn't seem too difficult. Invisible Wings, whispered the name of the song. Zhang Xiaohan's eyes gradually widened. Obviously, it had not occurred to him that in such a short period of time, Chen Fan was actually able to ensure such a high quality of creation. You should know that it took Chen Fan, the younger student, nearly half an hour to compose Mother in the Candlelight in the first place. And now, 10 minutes. It's amazing that the resulting tune is not inferior to Mom and Candlelight. Just as Zhang Xiaohan was fuming, Chen Fan on the seat spoke again. Auntie, is it okay to get me another piece of paper? When these words came out, Chen Yun was instantly stunned. You still have to compose? Xiao Fan, listen to my sister-in-law's advice. Composing one song is enough. This time for school sister Zhang, and next time for Mr. Mao. Okay? Seeing this, Mao Tianyi also hurriedly advised, that's right Mr. Chen Fan. With your current eyesight, composing 2 songs in a row would do too much damage. It's okay for me to work on my song next time. I won't be eliminated if I lose this time. There's a resurrection round. Wait for the next one. Mao Tianyi advised with an anxious face. But before he could finish, Auntie, get me another piece of white paper. Silence, a dumbfounded silence. It was as if Chen Yun realized that Xiao Fan wouldn't listen to other people's advice, so she finally sighed again helplessly and turned around, walking towards the stairs with a heavy pace. Mr. Chen Fan, Mao Tianyi wasn't willing to give up yet. I know you don't want me to make a fool of myself on stage, but you also have to live within your means. If you keep disregarding everything like this, then I won't want the song even if it's created. In one word, Mao Tianyi spoke firmly. He's just a little weak when it comes down to it. After all, it was a tune that Chen Fan had composed with great effort. If he really didn't sing, it might chill Chen Fan's heart, but said he definitely had to say this because it was the only way to scare Chen Fan. But Chen Fan just smiled. When Chen Yun brought the paper, he began to create again. This time, Mao Tianyi erupted into a voice of near despair. Mr. Mao, if you do lose the match, the person who just called you should be very sad. Chen Fan wrote while suddenly speaking calmly. When these words came out, Mao Tianyi was stunned. Is the person on the phone talking about Zhou Lan? She's my agent, so naturally she's more concerned about my interests. But Mr. Chen Fan, you have to think about yourself too, Mao Tianyi persuaded bitterly. Chen Fan over there, however, had already started his own creation. Having just written the song already, it was inevitable that I would feel tired after composing it again right now, but having written it all, it's natural to write it hard, and invisible wings had already been given to Zhang Xiaohan, so even if Mao Tianyi ran away he'd still have a bailout. At least this time the vision is definitely advanceable. After figuring this out, Chen Fan began to create without any distractions. Mao Tianyi looked in his eyes and heard in his heart. He was just about to open his mouth again to say something, but he was suddenly snatched by Chen Fan. Mr. Mao. How do you think the netizens and fans in Dragonland would feel if you lost to a foreign singer this time? Anger and disappointment. Of course. That's right. There are times when one can't just look out for one's own interests. The words that Mao Tianyi was just about to say suddenly gave way. He looked at Chen Fan, his gaze a little dull. People can't just look out for their own interests? What does that mean? Is Mr. Chen Fan talking about himself? The hearts of thousands of spectators were in their throats as the foreign country singers came to town. So Mr. Chen Fan wants to fight for the Dragon Kingdom even if he doesn't care about his own safety? Thinking of this, Mao Tianyi took a deep breath. Chen Fan, the teenager wearing a hearing aid, became more and more magnificent in his heart. Is this the pattern? For a while, large, hot tears filled Mao Tianyi's eyes, and the other side. Chen Fan secretly sighed in relief. It seems to have completely convinced Mr. Mao Tianyi. This is great. Two sons, on a stage the size of the greatest singer at the same time. It's just a matter of time before you get your hearing and sight back on your own. Chen Fan's heart was slightly agitated. It was also becoming more and more laborious to focus the sight. Fingers were trembling. 10 minutes later, a tune neared its end. Just this eyelid. Why is it getting heavier? This déjà vu. Not good. As the last stroke fell, Chen Fan was still squeezing the sheet music tightly. In the next second, he fainted directly with both eyes blackened. 3 cries of alarm came in unison. The same scenario plums. Chen Fan lost consciousness again. What's going on? What have the patients done? A gasp erupted from within the hallway of the aisle. The old doctor in a white coat with gray hair looked over the case list. The more you look, the more surprised you are. The more he looked, the more his brow furrowed. And across from him, Chen Yun, Mao Tianyi, and Zhang Xiaohan were bending over and apologizing. I'm sorry, doctor. It's me. It's my fault for not taking care of Fan and letting him continue to use his eyes. It's all my fault. No. Mao Tianyi interrupted Chen Yun with one hand. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for the sake of composing for me, if it wasn't for the fear of disappointing my fans, there was no need for Mr. Chen Fan to compose at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen Fan. Zhang Xiaohan lowered her head guiltily. Actually, it's all my fault. The source of the composition started with me. Doctor, how exactly is schoolmate Chen Fan? His eyes. Mao Tianyi and Chen Yun also looked at the doctor with worried faces. Several people's entire hearts hung in the air, waiting for the doctor's answer with both anticipation and fear. The doctor in the white coat grunted at the sight. He abhorred such patients and families who did not listen to medical advice. But the doctor's status prompted him to say somewhat unkindly, and worry about the eyes? The patient's trigeminal nerve is severely damaged. Along with the entire sympathetic system has been disorganized. And if it continues like this it will cause cardiovascular disease. Didn't I tell you to go back and take care of your eyes? Is this how you families care for your patients? A rhetorical question immediately caused the three to choke on the spot. I'm sorry, doctor. Mr. Chen Fan is doing this all for us. We really, Mao Tianyi explained to him handily. Humph. The doctor sniffed and let out another cold grunt. For you guys? Then why are you saying sorry to me? I'm not a patient. You don't have to tell me you're sorry. And if you want to, go tell it to the patient. Cold words fell. Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan instantly froze in place with no place to go. With those words, the doctor slowly turned around and was ready to go back to the hospital room. Doctor! Just then, Chen Yun's voice rang out with some crying. In an almost pleading tone, she cautiously asked, Please, is there a cure for this? Toward the end, Chen Yun's eyes had glistened with tears, listening to the girl's inquiries with a sobbing voice. The doctor's stern expression loosened a few moments and he sighed darkly. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said, Thoroughly recovering to the previous fear is impossible, but we can't watch it deteriorate like this. First increase the dosage of medicine and observe it for a few days. See if we can contain the condition. With that, the doctor walked slowly to the hospital room. But the moment he was about to open the door, he suddenly turned his head and droned uneasily. Next, never, ever use your eyes again, okay? Yes, good doctor. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Thank you so much. Chen Yun kept bowing, a snotty response. It was then accompanied by the doctor walking into the hospital room. The hospital aisles were instantly quiet. There were not many people in the hospital at this time, and on this floor of the corridor, there were even only a few of them. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. We, Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi walked up to Chen Yun, guilt to the point of no return. It's none of your business. Despite the grief in his heart, Chen Yun endured his grief and sat down on the seat by the wall. It was Fan who volunteered to compose the song. His whole life has been so bitter and lonely that perhaps the only way to hide that loneliness is to compose music. As he spoke, Chen Yun's gaze dimmed a few points. She stared blankly at the floor. As if in a daze, and as if remembering something. Look at her like this. Zhang Xiaohan covered her mouth tightly, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her fingers to the ground. Mao Tianyi, however, had some doubts. Chen Yun said it was too bitter and too lonely, which was too bitter, and he could probably understand what that meant. It is true that a person who was born with an eye disease suffers more hardship and inconvenience than normal people, but lonely. When he reached here, Mao Tianyi suddenly remembered that it seemed like he had never met Mr. Chen Fan's parents since he knew him. Guilt and curiosity drove him to resist asking, "Auntie, can I take the liberty of asking where Mr. Chen Fan's parents are?" The ghostly phrase was uttered. After saying that, Mao Tianyi couldn't wait to give himself a big mouth. In this case, asking such presumptuous questions. If the question happens to be asked on the pain point of others, is it not rubbing salt into their wounds? That's why after saying this sentence, Mao Tianyi's face turned red in a moment. Red with shame. But Chen Yun did not feel offended. Instead, he answered the question. Xiao Fan has no parents. When these words came out, Mao Tianyi's entire body tightened. Over there, however, Chen Yun looked like he was recalling a certain happy time, his eyes gradually curving into a crescent moon. A rare smile lifted his face as well. The first time I saw him was when I was 5 years old and my sister at the time brought him home. My sister became a foster mom and I became his sister-in-law. A little blind boy who doesn't know anything, just mama. Sister-in-law. He follows my ass day in and day out. And whatever I do, he follows. And whatever I play, he follows me. In the alley at that time, there was a Grandma Lee whose 2 granddaughters were my playmates and often followed us around. An old acacia tree at Grandma Lee's house was our secret base. And it was such a happy time. The most common phrase I hear every day is, "Come play at my house after dinner." It's just that Xiaofan is a boy after all. And there are many games that girls love to play that he can't get interested in. And whenever this time comes, Xiaofan sits alone on a wooden bench, listens to the music coming out of Grandma Lee's radio, and looks up at the sun in the sky. When I asked him what he was thinking about, he would always say that he wanted to fly up to the sky, to fly higher and farther, to take my sister and me to a wider sky. Grandma Lee's granddaughter and I laughed at him for being silly. How can people fly? Instead, he always said that the reason people can't fly is because they don't have wings, and when they grow wings, they will naturally fly higher and farther. Then my sister knew, and my sister laughed and said she waited for Fanny to take the fly. Fan said it would be. Speaking of this, the smile on Chen Yun's face faded away, and the eyes darkened. Years later, when Grandma Lee was gone and her 2 granddaughters had been taken elsewhere by their parents, the old acacia tree was still there, but it no longer belonged to us. Through the crack of the locked wooden door, we could see that the front of the old tree was overgrown with weeds, but no one was taking care of it. Little Fan also really got into the conservatory and became the pride of my sister and me. Only, sister, but not so long ago. Chen Yun's voice gradually choked, and 2 tears swirled in her eyes. On the day of the funeral, Van shut himself in the house and came to the door, and I heard his soft whimper. He was secretly chastising his sister, questioning her why she wouldn't wait for him when he was about to sprout wings. Then, those wings of Van's were broken, and there was no cure for the ear cancer. His dream of making music was going to end before it even started. Chen Yun finished his remarks. Beside them, Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi had long been crying uncontrollably. They were going to tough it out, but the tears always flowed uncontrollably from their eyes. The more you rub, the more you can't get it off. Seeing this, Chen Yun smiled again with relief. Actually, I should be thanking you all. If it wasn't for you guys, Fan's musical talent would have to be buried. It's possible that any of his songs could never be known. With you guys, at least you helped him fulfill his dream. No. The 2 men sniffed, and waved their hands in dismay. It was Mr. Chen Fan who made us what we are. A song of this caliber could be a god song for any singer. But we will be nothing without Mr. Chen Fan's songs. The 3 were sniveling. It was at that moment that the door to the hospital room was opened. A nurse stepped forward. The patient is awake now. Which one of you is called Mao Tianyi? The patient says he wants to see you. When she finished, the nurse was still a little surprised that someone had renamed a star. I am. Mao Tianyi sniffed and raised his hand in response. Wiping the tears from his face fiercely, he walked to the door of the hospital room. And the little nurse, after meeting Mao Tianyi, snap, the report card in his hand fell straight to the ground, and his entire body was stunned in place. Mr. Chen Fan, you're looking for me? Inside the ward, the doctors and nurses had already exited in unison. Only Mao Tianyi and Chen Fan were left. Mao Tianyi looked at Chen Fan and tried to suppress his emotions. At the same time, he had already made up his mind that he would try his best to fulfill whatever Chen Fan mentioned later. Chen Fan just slowly handed a piece of paper to Mao Tianyi. It was a bright red, unmistakable sheet of music. Just now, I composed a tune and fainted before I could teach it to Mr. Mao. So I make Mr. Mao laugh. P.S. Class is a bit much today. One shift first, or else I really won't even have time to relax. How could Mao Tianyi not expect that Chen Fan had called himself over to actually hand over his song sheet? He looked at Chen Fan in a daze, his eyes lost in thought. It took a puzzled voice from Chen Fan to interrupt his stupor. I'm in. Mao Tianyi received the sheet music in a muddle, and at this moment, he didn't know what to use to describe his mood. Mr. Chen Fan fainted. In a crunch like this, at such a critical time, he opened his eyes, and surprisingly the first thing he did when he came to his senses wasn't to rest first. Instead, he gave the score to himself. What the hell is this for? Is it because composing music is his dream? Or was it the line? In a trance, the words Chen Fan had uttered earlier echoed in his mind once again. Mao Tianyi, however, was too late to think about it in detail, for either of these two reasons really and truly saved him from the fire. Chen Fan, this young man who was several years younger than him, was the benefactor of his life? The more he thought about it, the more excited Mao Tianyi became. I wonder if Chen Fan, who suffers from eye disease, can see it. However, at this moment, his hands that were holding the sheet music had begun to tremble slightly. Mr. Mao, let's see if the song is still appropriate. Chen Fan, who was lying on the bed, said calmly. Well, Mao Tianyi answered briefly, but did not dare to say anything more. This was because he was afraid that if he spoke, he would let Chen Fan hear the choking in his voice. Mao Tianyi's gaze went straight to the score. The moment I saw the name of the song, I couldn't help but murmur out, "Where did the time go?" The name needs no introduction. Another song with a strong sense of melancholy. It seemed as if Chen Fan's style of song had always been this depressive style since he had known him. But it's no wonder that those who live in a sea of suffering naturally create suffering far more than normal people. Maybe that's why these songs cry to so many people. While thinking, Mao Tianyi looked at the lyrics again. Following the bright red handwriting and the chunky tune, he couldn't help but hum softly. The old tree in front of the door grows new shoots, the deadwood in the yard blooms again. Semi-survival is a lot of words hidden into a head full of gray hair. When he reached this point, Mao Tianyi couldn't hum anymore. He can't hum anymore, for he suddenly realized that the more he sang, the more choked up his voice became. He was worried that if he sang any more he would lose control of his emotions. He was afraid that he would worry the Chen Fan in front of him. But just because he's not humming doesn't mean he's not watching. From the moment he saw the tune, his eyes never left the score. Half a minute passed. Mao Tianyi trembled. Hands, moreover, shivered continuously along with the sheet music. He's trying desperately to control it. Control yourself not to cry out. Don't let Chen Fan find out how you look. It's just that with the infection of extreme sadness, emotions are not so easy to control. But for a moment, drop by drop, hot tears fell onto his glasses. The tears slid back down his eyes, downward, and gently hit the top of the sheet music. The white paper was drenched and the bright red score became more and more dazzling. Reacting, Mao Tianyi electrically put away the sheet music. He would never allow this score to be damaged in any way. Mr. Mao, is this song still appropriate? Chen Fan asked in a calm voice. Well, it fits very well. Mao Tianyi wiped his tears and nodded fiercely. Mr. Chen Fan, this is definitely the best piece of music I've ever seen. Better than any of the previous capitals. He wasn't being polite when he said that. It's really heartfelt praise. He was even sure that with this song in hand, he would no longer be afraid of any foreign country singers. Fit is good. Chen Fan smiled faintly in relief. In that case, please, with the word please exiting. Mao Tianyi froze again. He then lowered his head and clenched his fists. At this moment, it was as if he had made some sort of determination. A determination that was unshakable. After Chen Fan handed over the song, Chen Yun and Zhang Xiaohan also came in. They asked Chen Fan about his health with concern. Chen Fan just shook his head slightly and smiled, saying that he was fine. Later, after some examination by the doctor, he focused on increasing the dosage of medicine for Chen Fan. The crowd was then discharged. That's right, although Chen Fan had fainted, his condition was not to the point of being hospitalized. So after prescribing the medication, a few people went back to the breakfast place. Alright, thank you two teachers. Xiaofan is fine. You two should go ahead and get busy if you have something to do. In the breakfast store, Chen Yun said to the hesitant and confused duo, is it really okay? Zhang Xiaohan had some worry in her eyes. Or I'd better ask a doctor in Kyoto to take a look. Saying that, Zhang Xiaohan took out her cell phone and intended to make a call. Chen Yun waved his hand. It's really alright. That doctor is not very good-tempered, but he is still very famous in Konghe Hospital. I trust his medical skills. A little pushback. Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan left the breakfast place. Before leaving, Chen Fan said the same thing to Zhang Xiaohan. I'm counting on you, Sister Hokage. For this song. Zhang Xiaohan was also stunned. Then her eyes grew moist and she pursed her mouth. Along the way, neither Zhang Xiaohan nor Mao Tianyi spoke. The duo each drove their own cars, sailing into the distance, driving to the place called Specialized Recording Accompaniment, called Tin Shui Recording Studio. Mr. Chen composed 2 more songs? Tin Shui Recording Studio? Wang Lei tremblingly took the sheet music handed over by the duo. A look of disbelief. One of the scores, with a hint of a crease. It's as if 2 drops of water were gently dripped and then left to dry. The other musicians watched with the same pang of horror. They know how Mr. Chen composes. How much it must hurt to create 2 tunes at once. Facing Wang Lei's astonishment, Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan just kept their heads down and were silent with each other. The crowd of musicians saw this and understood. And so there was no more talking. And the pleasant accompaniment was recorded as it should be. Evening, 7 o'clock. The top floor of Skywalk Entertainment. Still no word from Mr. Mao and Mr. Zhang didn't bother to look in their homes. The company's president, Fu Bokong, propped his hands on his desk, puzzled and puzzled. He asked. Across from him were Zhou Lan, Mao Tianyi's manager, and Su Hong, Zhang Xiaohan's manager. No, Mr. Fu, this girl Xiaohan isn't even at home, and she doesn't answer when I message her, and no one answers when I call, and sometimes it shows the phone off. Alas, this girl capricious really. Su Hong sighed while saying helplessly, if the phone doesn't work then keep calling. If her cell phone is off, she calls a different number. Does she just have one cell phone and one phone number? Fu Botsong did not hesitate to ask Su Hong in return. As he spoke, his chest was heaving and his breath was nearly out of his mouth. As an artist of our company, a top-tier singer, how can these 2 say they can play disappear? It's not a joke. With the first 2 ceiling songs, the eyes of not only the entire internet, but even a lot of people in the foreign countries were now on them. What do you want those people to think when you're invisible at a time like this? A top-tier singer from Skywalk Entertainment chooses to be a shrinking violet and run away without a fight in the face of a challenge from a singer from a foreign country? And it's easier with you guys gone. What a mess you've thrown at yourself as president. Just a couple hours ago, the unpleasant conversation between himself and Zhang Xiaohan Mao Tianyi was edited and posted online. It was only afterward that I realized that there was a paparazzi mole inside the damn company. Bad employees are dealt with instead. But now, at this particular time, any breeze about Chen Fan would cause an uproar on the internet. What's more, it was still a matter of the 2 singers no longer looking for Chen Fan to compose music. For a time, it could be said that a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and this matter spread all over the internet in just half an hour. It was a big deal. This is despite the company's hasty disinformation post. But without these 2 parties to testify, the company's rumor is completely pale and empty paper shell. Completely unconvincing. No, even Jenny, the foreign country singer who came to challenge her, didn't believe it. And Jenny had just called herself. Indicates that it's okay for Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan not to compete. She came here to challenge the strongest. As long as she got that Chen Fan for her, these fans online wouldn't say much. At that time, Fu Bochong heard this, almost exploded with anxiety. Chen Fan? Do I look like Chen Fan to you? If I knew Chen Fan, would I be in such a hurry? If Laozi knew Chen Fan, would he still be in such a hurry to find Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan? All in all, this afternoon has certainly been a crashing one. As the president of the company, Fu Botsong had a face of raw emotion. He even regretted a little bit if he didn't get so mad at the 2 of them during the day. Will they not be so bad now that they can't even find anyone? The paymaster. Seeing the sweat on Fu Botsang's head was almost wetting his hair. Jolan couldn't help but reveal a message. I called Skywing this afternoon, and 1 call went through. Fu Botsang's eyes lit up. His entire body leaned forward. Mr. Mao, what did he tell you? Rather than being impatient already, Fu Bochong's voice still tried to remain as gentle as possible when he mentioned Mao Tianyi. There's no way around it. The current Mao Tianyi is just too important to the company. He didn't speak. Jolan shook her head helplessly. I gave Tianyi a word about the current situation, and before I could finish speaking Tianyi hung up the phone. Buzz. Hearing this, Fu Botsong was immediately struck by lightning. There was a buzzing in his head. The whole thing slumped right back into the chair. Knowing the situation but just hanging up. By the looks of it, it's not going to be resolved. The only hope, and now completely dashed. Mr. Fu. Just when Fu Botsong thought it was completely over, one of the company's assistants ran in at once in a hurry. In the heat of the moment, he didn't even knock on the door. He just pushed it open. The bang startled the 3 of them. What for? Fu Buchong was already annoyed, and was instantly more annoyed by this scare. He darkened his face. What do they usually teach you? Don't you know how to knock first when you come in? Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Fu, the assistant gasped. But what? Fu Botsong gave him a blank look, but still casually brought him a glass of water. Take your breath away before you talk. Thank you, Mr. Fu. The assistant gulped and gasped for air. Then he said, Mr. Fu, Mr. Mao and Mr. Zhang have returned to the company. Oh, back to the company. Then, Fu Bochong gave an oh-so impatient look, but the next moment, his eyes snapped open. Who did you say came back? Hearing this, Su Hong and Zhou Lan on the side couldn't help but widen their eyes. Third floor of the company. In the break room, Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi were each staring at the sheet music in their hands. They each sat in a corner of the room, humming the above track in a low voice. Each does not disturb the other. Just in his eyes, there were hidden glimmers of tears. Every time strong and wandering loneliness, every time even if I'm hurt. I don't flash tears, I know I've always had invisible wings, take me flying, give me hope. Zhang Xiaohan sang, her voice choking. Tears gradually blurred her vision. Strong and wandering loneliness, with invisible wings. Listening to that story of my sister-in-law, Zhang Xiaohan more and more feel. This song is exactly Chen Fan's school brother childhood self. Boo! The two were being moved to the depths of their respective songs. The sudden sound of the door opening interrupted their devotion. In an instant, the two men raised their heads and looked grudgingly toward the door. Teacher Mao, Teacher Zhang, you guys, you're here, Fu Botsong exclaimed. He was on the verge of tears at this point. It was only after seeing the two that he was suddenly stunned. How does this feel? As if it has a murderous aura? Mr. Fu, what is it? Zhang Xiaohan asked without being hot or cold, while quietly putting away her sheet music. Xiaohan. Fu Bochong immediately ran to her. Please, quickly find that Chen Fan student to compose a song. Otherwise the online public opinion really can't suffer this time. Saying that, Fu Bochong raised two fingers. How about $20 million? As the company pays for you to pay Chen Fan's classmate for the song? Fu Bochong looked at Zhang Xiaohan with an almost pleading gaze. Afraid she'd say no. $20 million? Zhang Xiaohan dully chanted, obviously also not expecting Mr. Fu to be so generous this time. However, she was still happy to be able to help schoolmate Chen Fan get some more song fees. After all, before she left the breakfast place, she quietly left a bank card. That card, however, only had $5 million in it. Now with the $20 million from Mr. Fu, it was barely enough to afford the two divine songs created by Chen Fan's schoolmate. How is it, Xiaohan? Fu Botsong was a bit anxious and hurriedly asked after her. When he saw Zhang Xiaohan thinking, he thought the other party was going to refuse. In that case, Zhang Xiaohan reached out. Mr. Fu will just take the money. Xiaohan, you're agreeing to this? Fu Bochong immediately brightened up. Then, without hesitation, he dialed the finance department. As the arrival reminder goes off, before Fu Bochong could say anything, Zhang Xiaohan walked over to Su Hong. Sister Hong, arrange a quieter soundproof room for me. Su Hong sniffed. A soundproof room? Xiaohan, are you going to practice the song? Hearing that Zhang Xiaohan actually wanted to directly practice her song, Fu Botsong instantly exploded. Ms. Xiaohan, we can just agreed. You are not going to find Chen Fan. Before the words were finished, Fu Botsong stopped talking, because he suddenly realized a problem. The song you're going to practice is by Chen Fan's classmate? Fu Botsong asked tentatively. Zhang Xiaohan glanced at him, then her eyes dimmed and she gently nodded her head. Then again, it was straight out of the lounge. Hiu-han, where are you going? Seeing this, Su Hong hurriedly followed. On his way out, he even glanced at Fu Botsong as a sign. Zhang Xiaohan and Su Hong are gone. Inside the lounge, only Mao Tianyi, Zhou Lan, and Fu Bochong remained. Fu Botsong also didn't react until now. Just now Xiaohan had gone to ask Chen Fan for a song. In other words, Xiaohan would have sung on the strongest singer even if he hadn't offered the $20 million song fee. After thinking about this, Fu Botsong smacked his lips. It's a loss, but while the loss was a bit of a loss, he didn't regret it. $20 million might be a huge amount of money for an individual, but it wasn't a huge amount for their leading company, Skywalk Entertainment. Problem solved. Just fine. A little loss is a little loss. Fu Bochong took a long breath and revealed a smile like he was relieved. Immediately, he looked at Mao Tianyi. Wait. Suddenly, Fu Bochong suddenly froze. A bold conjecture arose in his mind. Ms. Xiaohan and Ms. Mao came back together, which means you went to the same place. Then Mr. Mao you. Fu Bochong's eyes widened and his heartbeat sped up. Mao Tianyi, however, just glanced at him and faintly said, "What? Is Mr. Fu planning to transfer $20 million to me as well? That's good. Mr. Chen Fan will be able to get $40 million, and it's not in vain that he composed these two songs." Fu Boatsong no longer knew what to say. At this moment, his mouth had opened into an O shape. Mao Tiany's salty few words contained too much information. He even now wanted to immediately call the chairman to properly report the happy news. Two tunes At the quality of Chen Fan's compositions, one song would be enough to break bread with Jenny. Now that the two tunes are on the same page, this is really. Fu Boatsong felt like he was dreaming. If Zhou Lan and Mao Tiany weren't present, he couldn't even resist wanting to ruthlessly pinch himself to verify it. Originally, he was worried that without Chen Fan's song, the Mao Zhang duo would lose big, and along with it, the company's honor would be damaged. Now, what Jenny? What's Susan? Fear no more. Come on, all of you. If anything, Fu Boatsong was in a relieved mood after Zhang Xiaohan got Chen Fan's song. Then with Mao Tiany getting the tune, he is truly ecstatic. At the end of the day, Fu Boatsong also transferred $20 million to Mao Tiany, and it was turned willingly and happily. Though at market rates, it's a big deal for songwriters to reach $1 million for a single track. But that's Chen Fan. How can a tune that can help defeat a foreign singer and flaunt the country's power be compared to a normal song? Fu Boatsong is gone. Come in a hurry and leave in triumph. He left this quiet space to Mao Tiany. You go too. Wait until Fu Boatsong leaves. Mao Tiany looked down at the sheet music and said to Zhou Lan without lifting his head. Zhou Lan sniffed and hesitated for a moment, looking at Mao Tiany with some reluctance. After such a big incident, don't you have anything to say to me? I'm sorry for making you worry. Mao Tiany's eyes still didn't leave the sheet music, but it's too late now, and I have to practice my song, so go ahead. Zhou Lan froze, then walked towards the door. When she was about to step out the door, she suddenly turned back again. You practice first, and wait for me to arrange a professional practice room for you. Say it. The door slammed shut with a bang. Inside the lounge, only Mao Tiany was left alone. Quietness that fills the place. It was a long time before a low sob sounded in the lounge. Mao Tiany's hands trembled, along with the sheet music in his hands. Gradually, cries of pain arose. When he was in front of Chen Fan, he didn't cry, because he was afraid of being worried by Chen Fan. He didn't cry when Zhou Lan and the others were here. He's going to try to keep up appearances in front of people. Now that he was alone in the quiet room, he was finally able to let out a cry. Mr. Chen Fan, don't worry. Mao Tiany sniffled twice, and with tears in his eyes, he looked at the blurred sheet music. Where has the time gone? Must be the overall winner of the strongest singer, and there is no shaking the overall champion winner. Time passes quickly. The third installment of The Greatest Showman is about to begin. The internet is also buzzing again. Some good people even held a poll with the title of predicting who the winner of the next installment would be. The newest singer from the foreign country, Jenny, is unquestionably at the top of the list, way ahead of all the singers. Below her is singer Susan. And then, there was Shay. A total of 3 singers came from Oceania, with the first, second and third support. The fourth-ranked singer, Yena, is even a quarter of the size of the first-ranked Jenny. You asked why there was no Mao Tiany or Zhang Xiaohan. Of course it's because of that conversation that came out the other day. Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tiany, in order not to go to Chen Fan to compose music, even had a big fight with the president of the company, and finally had a bad ending. When this news came out, the internet was a blast. There were a lot of fans who didn't believe it at first. Think it's a rumor. However, Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tiany were not seen posting to dispel the rumors until the start of the race. Everyone was then vaguely convinced that it was highly fucking likely to be true. And so it was. The internet can be a sudden panic. Those who were rooting for the dragon singer because of the mom and the candlelight and someone like me have simply given up hope. Those who were originally staunch supporters of the dragon singer became disillusioned in their hearts. Hey, who do you guys think is going to be the winner of the strongest singer this time? It's either Jenny or Susan. And it can't be the dragon singer anyway. You don't have to ask. It's got to be Jenny. That's a 6-time Grammy winner. How many times has Susan won? Ugh. I can't be happy anyway, whether it's Jenny or Susan. Ooh-hoo. Sometimes being a Rokoku is really quite helpless. Chen Fan's student come to the rescue. It's been established that he's a student of the Magic City Music Academy. Don't any of his classmates know him? A random Chen Fan student's Weibo number or Douyin number would be fine. At least let me have a place to press for more. Do you guys think it's possible that Chen Fan might not have Vibe and Douyin? How is that possible? As a college student, how can you not even swipe a short video? But if he brushes short videos, why doesn't he post videos now? After all, according to his current hotness, even if he becomes a Netflix to bring goods, he can sell an 8-figure sum. The netizens on the internet quickly started a heated discussion against Chen Fan. After all, this mysterious songwriter was about the dignity of the entire dragon music scene. And also at this time, the sickly Mumus caught a glimpse of the moment of entry and barked in quick succession. I've told you before, Yanks are naturally more musical than dragons. Is that clear now? That's right. What's more Chen Fan? What's more musical genius? Now that he's seen a really powerful foreign country singer come, he's immediately too scared to show his head. I see nah. Those songs he composed before were also copied from other people's backing tracks from other countries. It's impossible for a Rococo man to produce a tune of that quality. With the mumus popping up in droves, all sorts of counterintuitive comments pollute the comments section. The netizens couldn't stand it at once. When one says that dragon can't win, it's a hateful comment, an angry comment about dragon singers and songwriters. But what's with this direct generalization that Ryukyuans don't have musical cells? Isn't that pure vitriol? At that moment, one of the dragon's netizens couldn't stand it. They started to fight back. Muyang dogs come out to jump at this time. How come I didn't see you guys open your mouths to talk when Chen Fan beat Susan in the last installment? High quality works, created by the people of the foreign country, is a masterpiece. Created by the people of the dragon country is copied from the foreign country. Are you people from the dragon country? It's not someone from the cold country, is it? Looks like it to me. After all, Cold Kingdom likes to copy so much. Push yourself and others. How about a test? Does anyone have that holding gesture? Picture. Is this it? Pax brother. Yes, 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 that's the picture. Let's see if those moochers are in a hurry. And if they are in a hurry, they're cold countrymen. As the saying goes, you're not afraid of being scolded, but you're afraid of being scolded just where it hurts. The unnamed netizens on the opposite side of the screen suddenly turned red in the face when they saw this picture. Looking at the comments section, netizens are still heckling themselves as if they were jokes. They held back their anger and typed down 2 sentences. That's all you Ryukans know how to pull your punches. Wait until the charts are dominated by foreign singers. Having said that, for fear of being scolded, these people simply exited the comments section. And within the comments section, the crowd of netizens, who had just won a scolding battle, lost their minds a bit. What can be done about it? Without Chen Fan, it seems like Skywing and the others can't really beat the foreigners. When it comes down to it, we'll have to bring out our come out MS. Yena, being in your 50s is the right age to break in. Let's guard the country's door one more time. Come on, stop it. Yena sensei had a hard enough time beating Shay. She's not even good enough against Jenny. Okay? Then what else can we do? The only one who can fight on this show is Yena. Aren't there still Mr. Wang Feng and the others? The strongest singer is so hot. There are many singers who want to participate. Since Jenny can participate halfway through the program, then we can also invite a few powerful old singers to hold down the stage. Crap, cowboy brothers. It still seems that way. With that comment just sent, a group of netizens were immediately as if they had been enlightened. The heartbeat is better than the action. A few minutes, a slew of netizens ran to the comments section of the strongest singer and initiated comments. Program. This is going to be a big disaster. Jenny, the king of foreign songs, is coming strong, but the strongest singer doesn't have a single one who can fight. At this rate, do you still want to lose your majesty? That's right. Program group, you quickly think of a way. Even if you invite 2 old-timers from the music industry to come and calm down the scene, it's okay. Otherwise it will really become a situation where 3 foreign singers dominate the top 3 of the charts. Not to mention the foreigners. I feel ashamed for the program. That's right. Agree +1. Bring in some music industry old-timers to hold down the fort. Hurry up and invite some music industry old-timers to the show. The clamor for something like this is growing. It quickly flooded the comments section. The taping of The Greatest Showman. Wang Gang's brows were furrowed as he paced back and forth anxiously. Director, stop spinning. Sit down and take a break. I'm getting dizzy watching you spin around like that. The assistant director spoke somewhat helplessly. Ugh. Wang Gang sighed. With heavy steps, he sat down next to the assistant director. Then he pulled out his cell phone and scrolled through the messages from netizens in the comments section. You said, now in this situation, should we continue one way or should we invite the 2 old singers? Wang Gang asked to the assistant director. Of course we're inviting 2 veteran singers to compete. The assistant director replied without hesitation. Oh, Wang Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. Why? This is not the time to talk about tearing the cover off the music singer? Director, you're wrong about that. The assistant director pushed his own glasses and said, our program was initially held to uncover young singers who have no strength and no singing ability, but only care about hype. Bringing in older singers doesn't stop people from seeing what certain singers are capable of. On the contrary, it would be a real shame for the adults if the foreign singers dominate the charts again. Besides, after the first few contests, The remaining singers on our program don't seem to be those who don't have any singing ability at all, do they? The assistant director's words came out. Wang Gang was instantly contemplative. Several of the singers on the show now really don't have the same singers who don't care about their vocals and just hype their fans. At best some of them are just barely strong enough. And this so-called power differential is only in comparison to the Oceania singers. So the priority now is still to hire some powerhouse singers to preserve Dragon's success. At least it can't make the record too ugly. After all, the internet rumors about that Chen fan, Wang Gang didn't know if it was true or not, so he could only prepare for the worst. So, after some thought, Wang Gang heavily tapped the table. Then let's invite 2 more powerhouse singers to the competition. Time passes quickly. It's getting closer and closer to the start of the 3rd installment of The Greatest Showman, and just under 2 days before the show starts, finally, a post was sent under the official account. The 2 powerhouse singers of the music industry are coming to town. When the powerhouse singers face off against the foreign singers, who will be the winner? Saturday night at 7 p.m. on Clan TV. Stay tuned. The title of the post is plain, simple and straightforward, easy to understand. It even comes with a picture of 2 singers, a male and a female. By the end, these 2 singers, one is called Han Lan and the other is Sun Chang. See photos of these 2. The comments section of The Greatest Showman was, in an instant, blown up. Holy shit, did I read that right? Han Lan. It's actually Han Lan. Mr. Han Lan is going to participate in the competition? That's a powerful singer who's been selected for the national team. Oh my god, the strongest singer is saved. And Mr. Sun Chang, I really super like the songs sung by Mr. Sun Chang. I didn't realize that Mr. Sun Chang actually competed as well. This is something to see. With the post going out afterward. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, the number of hits reached 7 figures. The netizens who had originally lost faith in the Dragon singer because Chen Fan did not compose music were also rekindling a point of hope. The reason for this? Simply because these 2 singers come from a very unusual place. Sun Chang stepped into the music industry at the age of 20, and in the first year after his debut, he sealed the deal with the song Don't Want, taking the Dragon country music industry's annual Song King Award. In the years that followed, it was a back-to-back music chart hit. Until 30 years have passed, Sun Chang in his 50s has sung countless golden songs, and it is no exaggeration to say that he is one of the best of the power singers. And Hanlon needs even less to say. The diva of the Dragon country music scene, the power-level singer of the national team. These 2 identities, take out any one of them at random, is a goal that many singers can't reach even if they struggle for their whole life. But on the contrary, she takes both. The terror of its strength was evident. Now, these 2 are actually going to compete together. This is like 2 candle lamps in the dark night, so that the confused audience of the Dragon has seen the fire of hope. For a while, both the netizens who were still holding out and those who had given up hope before all held out. Some people even rushed specifically to praise Sun Chang and Han Lan under their personal accounts. The entire comments section was filled with rapture. As for Mao Tianyi, the winner of the previous installment, and Zhang Xiaohan, who sang Under the Sea, the heat quickly plummeted. Even by the end of the day, the comments section was completely devoid of calls for both of them. The reason for this is also simple. They don't even look for Chen Fan to compose anymore. So what's the point of paying attention? Everyone knows that Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi sing beautifully, but the song itself takes 80% of the credit for this good sound. Even more bluntly, the reason why Mao Tianyi won Susan in the last installment, basically because of Chen Fan, the composer. Now that Chen Fan wasn't composing for them anymore, they naturally lost their only advantage in this competition. Let's not talk about defeating the Yokozuna. It's good enough to not take the bottom of the rankings. So at the moment, fans and netizens have basically lost hope in the duo. Just what they didn't know was that for this competition, the Mao Tianyi duo would still be participating with Chen Fan's new song. And unlike before, this time the tunes are 2, 1 for 1. Magic City, a soundproof room in a recording studio. Each time is strong and wandering alone every time even if it hurts. It doesn't flash tears, a pleasant song echoed from it. You can tell by the lyrics that this is a very inspirational tune. When the song came out of Zhang Xiaohan's mouth, it carried a strong sense of sadness. This sadness carries with it an extremely strong and infectious feeling. Sister Hong at the door couldn't help the tears from the corners of her eyes glistening even after hearing this. Confirmed. It's a tune composed by that Chen Fan. Still as melodramatic. Still as sad. A tune that makes you want to cry just listening to it. This terrifying creative ability. Even when she, an agent, heard it, she couldn't help but want to exclaim genius. Just, such a talented musician. Why, however, has it never shown its face? And why is it that every time a tune is created, It's so unpleasant? Suhan's mind couldn't help but produce such a question. Soon, however, this doubt was replaced by joy in his heart. Why is it any of your business what other people do? Anyway, as long as the other person is still willing to compose for Xiaohan, that's enough. Xiaohan is saved for the next installment of The Greatest Singer. Thinking of this, Suhan's face showed joy. She opened her cell phone to Twitter, clicked on the comments section under Xiaohan's account. Inside, it was basically full of comments from the other day kneeling down and begging Xiaohan to go find Chen Fan and compose a song quickly. And now, with the content of that conversation being released, the internet has given up hope. Many people even cursed in the comments section, though there were some Xiaohan fans who jumped to the defense of their idol during this period. But those spammers were all found through The Strongest Singer. How can a singer's popularity be compared to the program The Strongest Singer? So at the end of the day, the fans gradually lost ground. Xiaohan's comment section was gradually taken over by curses. These curses were basically blaming her for ignoring the big picture and burying the dignity of the dragon music scene for her own face. There are even some extreme people who suspect that Mao Tiany's failure to seek out Chen Fan composition was infected by her. Looking at these comments, Su Hong was speechless. Her fists grew tighter and tighter, to the point where she finally grunted in indignation. Just wait. In 2 days, Xiaohan will definitely amaze all of you with her new song. It's not just Zhang Xiaohan. The comments section of the Mayatinii isn't much better. He just wasn't paying attention to that. He spent the past few days in the practice room trying to practice the new song Chen Fan had given him. Desperately practicing. Even occasionally, he puts on sunglasses and dresses up as an ordinary person to visit strangers in the homes of some empty nesters, while bringing some material necessities to the elderly. On the other hand, it's also about getting a better sense of that emotion. That feeling of time passing, of time flying by, can only be felt from these old people. He is going to be at his best to sing such a divine song. Mr. Chen Fan, I will definitely not fail your trust. Magic City, an old mansion in a rural area. Mao Tianyi hummed the song and looked at the dead tree in front of him, his tears flashing and his eyes determined. 2 days later on The Greatest Singer, he sang what is sure to be the best song of all time. It must be Magic City. Saturday, 6:30 in the evening. Only 30 minutes left until the show officially kicks off. The crew turned on the live stream as usual. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, countless excited netizens in front of their cell phones instantly flooded in. Ha ha, here it comes. Ow. I heard that mess. Hanlon is coming this time. Is that true? Dude, are you just getting through the net? This has been on fire for days. Crap. MS. Hanlon is on the national team. If MS. Hanlon really came, wouldn't that be the national team versus Grammy? This is something to watch. More than that, there's also Mr. Sun Chang who came this time. Although Mr. Sun Chang isn't a singer from the national team, his own strength may not be worse than some of the singers from the national team. Ilu ago, Sun Chang Hanlon teamed up to save the scene. This is not stable? Ha ha, Yena-sensei finally doesn't have to guard the country's gates anymore. Sun Chang, Nana, I know you're a woman who wants to be strong, but now you don't have to be strong anymore because your strong is coming. Yina Sun Chang Hanlon, the three of them together can take on the Yanghua Trio. As the live feed opens, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, a million. With the arrival of Jenny, an international superstar who was born with her own popularity, and the heat from the show's crew as well as the major singers themselves, the real-time online number of people in the live broadcast room had actually directly reached a terrifying 7-digit number. You know, since the birth of this live streaming thing, there are only a handful that have reached a million volume. This one is now in 7 figures. Just after the start of the show, even though the crew was mentally prepared, they were taken aback by the popularity. The program, the director's room, worthy of being a foreign diva-level character. The popularity brought by this Jenny is really terrifying as hell. The assistant director smacked his lips as he looked at the number of people online in front of him. A slight look of excitement and thrill was hidden in his eyes. For the first time, it was the first time in his long life that he had recorded a program with such an explosion of popularity. It seems that decision made was right, and so was the choice to invite Han Lan and Mr. Sun Chang to the show. The riches of this granny's day. It's finally your turn. Unlike the excitement of the assistant director, Director Wang Gang looked at the terrifying popularity and the pop-ups floating all over the screen. A somber look filled his tightly furrowed brow. Let's hope nothing happens. Suddenly, Wang Gang whispered, I don't know if I'm talking to myself or to the assistant director next to me. That's right, accident. As the director of the program, he was still more worried about accidents. Everyone was now pinning their hopes on Sun Chang and Han Lan. In the event of a slip-up by both, or a less-than-stellar ranking, the incredibly enthusiastic netizens are likely to change their faces in an instant. And even spreading their anger to the show's crew is a possibility. The wrath of millions of people. That's not something they can handle. The two teachers, Sun Chang and Han Lan, are only singers after all. And singers are about going on stage and performing. A nervous lapse while singing can cause irreparable damage to the final score. That's why, more than the singer, a good tune is extremely important. If the quality of the tune is high enough, even if the singer misses the mark, a certain floor is guaranteed. And where does the dragon music scene get so many quality tunes? Thinking of this, Wang Gang couldn't help but think of Chen Fan again. For some reason, from the moment he heard Chen Fan's tune, he had been hoping that Chen Fan would come to the rescue, with the last victory over Susan in mind. Even if Sun Chang Han Lan, the two giants of the music industry, personally came down, he always felt less reliable than Chen Fan. Is this, in fact, the charm of songwriters? While thinking, Wang Gang looked at the table in front of him. On the desktop was the list of singers for the current edition, which had just been lifted. His gaze crossed over Han Lan and Sun Chang and rested on the duo of Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi. Last time I said no compositions, but you guys surprised me. This time, will it bring the same unexpected surprises? Is it possible that the online segment is really a rumor? Wang Gang thought darkly in his mind, but then he withdrew his thoughts. As the saying goes, the more you hope, the greater the disappointment. He wouldn't dare to ask for too much now. The crew, backstage lounge. Jenny, weren't the dumplings very tasty yesterday? Yes, it's delicious, but I still think the thing called pork shreds with Peking sauce is better. What about the beef noodle? The beef noodles were so spicy that I felt unable to put them down. As if the chef had intentionally added chili from my noodles. Jenny and Shay walked in. The two walked, laughing and chatting. Shay's naturally dull face also showed a rare smile of genuine happiness. Two teachers, the program is about to begin. After it starts, singers can no longer communicate with each other. Oh, a staff member said with a smile, at the same time politely inviting the two to the couch. Okay, Jenny made an okay sign. When you come to someone else's place, you naturally have to follow the rules of the place. That's something Jenny still understands. As the duo arrived, a few minutes later, the other singers began to arrive. The first to come were Sun Chang and Han Lan. They smiled and nodded as a polite greeting when they saw the two Jennies. Then came Susan. Susan saw Jenny as if she were an old friend and they embraced and kissed each other. After that, it was Huang Xian, then Wang Lime. As soon as Wang Qingliang entered the door, her mind instantly collapsed when she saw this room of bigots. A far-fetched, bitter smile crossed his face. This guy, I didn't say there were so many fairies when I signed up before. Think about what the program said back then. Say what you will. This program is an international competition for friendly exchanges of musical art with international friends. And now, even if there's Suzanne Shay, Jenny, the queen of foreign songs, has been invited? On the Dragon countryside, there was again Sister Na, Brother Chang, and even Mr. Han Lan from the national team came to compete. Wang Qingliang really wanted to ask at this moment, you call this a friendly exchange? You call this a friendly exchange? He wanted to cry at this point anyway. I just hope that I can be eliminated in a hurry in this installment. It can be really too torturous to play with these masters at the top of the board. Lime Wang walked to the couch in a state of disorientation, one paralyzed beside Huang Xian. At this moment, only Huang Xian's strength was similar to his own. Just when Wang Qingliang was in a state of lifelessness, suddenly the door to the lounge was pushed open again. Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi walked in. As the two of them arrived, the next moment, an amazing scene occurred. Inside the lounge, both the king of the foreign country songs like Jenny, or a veteran vocalist like Hanlin Suanxiang, or maybe it's a new generation standout like Huang Xianwan Lime. Actually, they all stood up unanimously. Xiaohan, Tianyi, you guys. Yena wanted to say something. There were so many questions she wanted to ask at the moment. Are the rumors on the internet true? Why would they prefer to quit rather than find Chen Fan to compose? She thought it should be true because she vaguely remembered that Mao Tianyi had said this in front of a group of singers the last time. But it's not right. First Zhang Xiaohan, then Mao Tianyi. It seems that as long as they have sung Chen Fan songs, they don't want to sing any more tunes composed by him, but the tune composed by others, Chen Fan, was obviously very good, and the response it brought after it was sung was horrible. Songs of this quality, if given to yourself, you'd hate to kowtow to the other songwriter. Why did Tianyi and Xiaohan say they would never sing again? Yena was puzzled, and also at that moment, Jenny, the foreign country singer, smiled and walked up to the two of them. She smiled and held out her hand. Hello there, Mr. Mao Tianyi, MS. Zhang Xiaohan, it's a great honor to be your opponents. Zhang Xiaohan reached out to shake his hand, nodded and tried to smile. Then it was going to sit on the couch. However, she had only just started to move when she heard Jenny ask again, "Can I ask if the song the two of you sang this time was written by that composer named Chen Fan?" It's not just Yena, Susan, Shay, and even the newcomers, Sun Chang and Han Lan, couldn't help but look at them. That question, too, is what they all want to know. Susan and Shia wanted to know. Naturally they wanted to meet this Chen Fan again. Having lost from him last time, he certainly wanted to get back this time. Sun Chang and Han Lan, the two music nerds, need even less to say. A junior in college, he composed 3 depressing songs in a row, one of which even beat out the Grammy singer. Any one of these pieces of information would be enough to shock these two giants of the music industry to the point of no return. They also became more and more curious about Chen Fan, the teenager who lived in legends. Both the man and the songs he created were of great interest to them, whereas, the two of them, Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi, fell into silence in the face of this question. Mr. Mao, M.S. Zhang? Jenny saw this and asked again. At the same time, her heart grew a little anxious. By the looks of it, they shouldn't be looking for Chen Fan to compose. How's that work? He had traveled a long way by plane to come to the Dragon Kingdom. In order to do so, he wanted to meet the mysterious songwriter. What's the point of coming to this program if one can't go toe-to-toe with it? Gradually, as Jenny asked a question, the scene became anxious. However, before Zhang Xiaohan could reply, the staff member in the room looked at the time and spoke. "Teachers, our time has now come to 7 o'clock. Please take your seats and stop communicating with each other." The staff member's words exit. Jenny sighed at once, sat back down on the couch. Mao Tianyi, Zhang Xiaohan and the two of them also found an empty place to sit. The crowd then looked in unison at the large screen in the room. That's a live feed. Stage scene. The audience on stage was boiling, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were cheering. Nick, the host, had also stepped onto the stage and read the rules of the program. This time, it was because of the arrival of Jenny as well as the 3 masters, Han Lan and Sun Chang. There wasn't any kick-ass guest set up. No guests, which means no going on a surprise attack. Plus there are more new singers, so the order of appearance this time is not based on the ranking of the previous edition to participate. Instead, it was decided by a name shake. Whoever shakes it, goes on. Upon hearing this rule, the audience in the live broadcast room and the scene instantly heated up. The order of appearances is all messed up, and whoever is shaken is up? Crap, doesn't that mean the singer doesn't even have time to prepare? Originally the singer knew ahead of time how many times he was going to appear and was able to be mentally prepared. This is really playing with his heart. Heart the singers for a second. Lounge. Holy shit, are you kidding me? This is? Yena instantly panicked a bit when she heard this rule. Not to mention her outgoing personality over the decades of her career, but stage fright on the big stage has been a disease that has been with her for years. Used to go to shows, even if you knew what number you were coming out first. It's also inevitable that you have to do some mental building before you take the field. But now, random appearances. It's not going to kill you. That's not. Is that rule a non-issue? Can't it be changed? Yena asked to the staff in the room. I'm sorry, MS. Yena. The staff smiled in a difficult way. We are only responsible for maintaining order. As for this rule, see them like this. Yena wasn't going to ask any more questions. Straight away, he just sat paralyzed on the couch, rubbing his brow in depression. Ugh, what a lot of this is going on. It was already a difficult installment of the game. But now, it's even more difficult. Unlike Yena, Wang Xingliang heard this rule but her heart was happy. Yeah, random shakes are good. Hurry up and eliminate yourself. When the time comes to be the first one to shake yourself, you can hurry up and leave this torturous program after you've been eliminated. Yeah, but, how does it feel that even in the previous order, he was the first to go on? Why? What the hell? It's good to get out of the show anyway. In the face of this first rule, the minds of the people were divided. Nick, the host, looks at the script with a microphone. A second thing was uttered. One more piece of good news. Since we don't have a kicker this time around, we won't be doing an elimination system for this tournament. Just the rankings. In other words, a total of 10 singers present, no matter how poorly they sing, will remain here for the next installment of the competition. The stage was instantly abuzz. Good lord. It's all about rankings and no eliminations. This show is finally not as weak as the last installment. This is my favorite kind of match. No one gets eliminated. Everyone is happy. There doesn't seem to be any downside to this, except that the lower-ranked singers are more humiliated. Ha ha, Lemon Essence is ecstatic. I was worried that Lime would be eliminated this time. Now I can finally go on to watch my favorite bean sing. I simply love the show. Mua. The audience and fans were heckling. In the restroom, the secretly delighted Wan Lime instantly became unhiki when she heard this rule. You're a bitch. Labor just wants to be eliminated. Is that so hard? And what a ranking only without elimination. Wouldn't it be even more humiliating to get a 10th place finish in one installment and then be eliminated for being the bottom of the pack in the next installment? Lin Wang is desperate. He was a bit raw. But, suddenly, he thought of something else and looked at Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi, who were sitting diagonally across from him. These two did not seek out Chun Fan to compose this installment. That means entering this contest on your own true merits. Their true strength should be about the same as their own, right? That said, there is still a chance to surpass these two if you work hard. Not too bad to lose at the bottom of the table yourself? Well, yes, that's it. One must work hard. Wang Qingliang secretly made up her mind in her mind. At the same time he got a little sorry for himself. Chen Fan, what a great songwriter. It can double a singer's strength. Why was she not so lucky to meet Chen Fan? Nick's narrative continues. Just now, he recounted the third rule. This one rule is simple, and the song scoring format has changed slightly for this installment. Emotional songs are more likely to get high scores. So what do we mean by moody songs? Simply put, it's a song with one of the emotions of joy, anger, sadness, or happiness. Make an effort to bring out that one emotion. The better the presentation, the higher the score. Hearing this rule, all the singers in the lounge laughed softly. Apparently, there's such a thing as emotion, and it's all over their songs. Then all rules are now declared. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, our name-shaking moment has begun. Who will be the first singer to compete in this installment? Scene. As Nick's words opened, the audience was mobilized. One viewer, holding his breath, looked at the big screen behind Nick. On it, the names of the participating singers began to change back and forth. Eventually, with a clang electronic sound, the name of the first contestant appeared on the big screen. Oh, it looks like our first singer on today is Shay. Let's welcome MS. Shay to the song The Strongest God. As Shay's name appeared on the electronic screen, host Nick's excited voice rang out. The netizens, as well as the audience, were stunned, and then, instantly exploded. Holy shit, the first one on stage is actually Shay? How can the singers behind us play? A bombshell in the opening. Not bad for you guys on the show. The showrunners do understand the effects of the show. First put a Shia to beat the world, and then finally a Mr. Sun Chang or Mr. Han Lan to defeat her. It's just that has the program team ever thought about what can be done if Shay plays too well this time and Sun Chang and Mr. Han Lan can't beat them? It shouldn't be possible, right? The two teachers are here, so it wouldn't be appropriate to let the foreigners dominate the list again, would it? The netizens are buzzing. It's even suspected that this is a ranking that the show has intentionally made up on purpose for effect. It's just that the program team is suffering in their hearts, knowing that the draw this time is using a fully intelligent AI, which is completely incapable of human intervention. Whoever is drawn is whoever is drawn. And they didn't expect to draw a foreign country singer in the first place. In the lounge, all the other singers were smiling at Shay. Jenny made a cheering gesture to encourage Shay. Shay then walked onto the stage in front of all the attention. I don't throw in the towel. Say never. Very brave. Shay spoke up. This time she still sang one of her best strong emotional English songs, and it's still a plain, unadorned soprano. When the high notes came out, the whole room was shocked. It ended with the line, I'm incomparable. They're all talking about water, so I'm skimming over the others singing. The scene and the broadcast instantly went into cheers. Burning. It's so hot. Although most of the audience did not understand the foreign language, the human emotions were interchangeable. The excitement, the high emotions, made everyone feel lit up to the point of explosion. Shay eventually walked off the stage to thousands of cheers. When they returned to the lounge, Jenny and Susan smiled approvingly. Sun Chang, Han Lan, and Yi Na also nodded at her, their expressions becoming grave. This performance of Shay's is making them feel a lot of pressure. Huang Xian and Wang Lim are wearing pain masks. This kind of intensity right off the bat. Thank you MS. Shay for the song. Then it's time for the second singer to come on next. Oh, who is the next singer? Let's please look at the big screen. So it's MS. Lin Wang. Please give a round of applause. Host Nick's voice resumed. Lin Wang had just taken a sip of water at this point. When he heard this he froze in his seat and spewed out all his saliva. He looked incredulously at the live broadcast screen on the scene, and the three big words Wang Lim that stood out on it made him almost vomit blood. That's so sad. You have to compare yourself to Shay right off the bat. The mind is raw, but it's time to get on. Lin Wang walked onto the stage lost in thought and sang his song. The results were also unsurprising. With Shay Pearl in front of him, he didn't make much of a splash with this one. In fact, if you go by strength, Lin Wang's strength isn't that bad, especially when it comes to love songs. His skills are at the very top of the new generation of singers. But who made the bad luck of scheduling these monsters? Putting down her microphone to very few cries, Lime Wang returned to the lounge. He sighed. Several other singers, casting reassuring glances. Lime Wang responded with a bitter smile. His gaze, however, fell on Zhang Xiaohan, Mao Tianyi and Huang Xian. In this kind of occasion where the gods were fighting, only these three, who were slightly less powerful, could snatch the penultimate place with themselves. The show goes on. After Lime Wang comes Huang Xian. It was uneventful and didn't make any waves. And then Yena. Originally, Yena sang okay, but due to a bit of nervousness when she went on stage, she misplayed, which resulted in not overtaking Shay in the end. Viewers and netizens instantly tensed up at the sight. It's okay if the first two lose, but Yena is one of the singers they have high hopes for. Now that it's mailed, doesn't that mean that only Sun Chang and Mr. Han Lan are the most capable fighters? So what if these two slip up again? The good thing is, this concern of the netizens didn't last long. Susan came on stage after Yena, but because Shay played well this time, Susan didn't get a shout-out over Shay, but she still finished second. Shay, Susan, two singers from the foreign countries, became the first and second of the moment. Pentecostal Yena was honored with the third. Such a déjà vu scenario has caused some disappointment among the netizens of the Dragon. But soon, Sun Chang and Hanlin are on stage. Sun Chang sings a struggle type of song in which the emotions are uplifting. Hanlin, on the other hand, sings a song with a love theme. The lyrics are so cleverly designed that they could even make up a story. After a song is heard, the deep story of the song is also imprinted into the audience's mind at this same time. The touching story instantly brought tears to the audience's eyes. It ended up getting calls, even surpassing Susan and even Shay at one point. Oh, all I can say is that it's worthy of Hanlin Sensei. The singing is so strong. And this song is also very good. Although it's not as sensational as the one composed by Chen Fan. But the lyrics, they're something. Alas, mentioning Chen Fan makes me feel resentful. Why he's not composing anymore. Now that the show is so hot and he's so strong, he could do a crushing job by composing a song for any random singer within the show. Maybe, is having a hard time with something? It's better to forget about what the others are doing for a while. Shouldn't we be cheering at the current situation? MS. Hanlin's song won over the foreign country singer A. What about those moochers who were jumping around everywhere before? Show them what it means to say that dragon singers are inherently incompetent? What do you mean dragon singers can never win against the foreigners? When MS. Hanlin comes out, who will compete? Ha ha, all I can say is that it's worthy of the national team. Worthy of Mr. Hanlin. I remember who said that if the dragon singer wins, he's going to eat one of those things. Where's the guy now? Dumb? Due to Hanlin's outstanding performance, it makes viewers and netizens feel self-confident. It had even taunted the previous group of moochers. With all this language being sent out, some of the netizens came sniffing around. Don't get too excited, some people. Jenny's not even out yet. Dang. The singer from the Nationals is getting so carried away with her win over Susan and Shay? Very much in line with my fantasies about some people. These words instantly drew cannonball greetings from netizens. But it's also a wake-up call for the internet. Jenny wouldn't really be able to sing and beat Miss Hanlin, would she? Should not. After all, MS. Hanlin played so well this time. Knock. Oh, and next up is MS. Jenny. As a diva singer in the music industry of Oceania, how strong is MS? Jenny? Next, please let's enjoy the new song Coffee on a Rainy Day by MS. Jenny. Let's welcome MS. Jenny. Jenny walked leisurely onto the stage. There was a calmness and confidence in Jenny's stride. She would have been a very loose singer as well. Now, under the gaze of thousands of channels of spectators on the floor, Jenny stepped into the spotlight with aplomb. The next moment the pleasant accompaniment sounded. Jenny showed a look of sadness, opened her mouth and sang at a leisurely pace. I know it very well, you won't leave me, you mean it to me. True to her status as a diva of the foreign music scene, Jenny stepped on the rhythmic points with great precision in every cadence and every key. A faint sense of loss also traveled through her singing voice to everyone's heart. The song is actually a tune written by Jenny herself. She had gained some new insight into the emotion of sadness after listening to Chen Fan's 3 songs the last time, so she tried to compose a song about her feelings. As a result, the quality of the tunes caught her eye. As a musician, she vaguely felt that she had only learned a little bit of Chen Fan's skin, far from learning the essence of it. But it was this bit of skin that made her realize that her ability to compose had gone up a notch. To be honest, she was very surprised. At the same time, he became more and more curious about this Chen Fan. Is this composer named Chen Fan really from this world? Why does it always feel like he has a natural descending blow to all songs? The feeling of plunging into the sea of music, as if looking up to God, is just too desperate. Jenny is still singing. The tune went from an initial loss to blatant sadness. The layers are building up and the mood is building up. At the end of the day, I don't understand. I don't understand. Why do you want to do? I don't understand. The accent was steeply drawn to its highest pitch. Jenny was hissing hoarsely. Countless spectators were simply numb when they heard this roar. Scalp in the physical sense. What song is this? Why do you want to cry and burn? It's so fucking topsy-turvy. Jenny finished her song with a long, high, resonant note, and, unable to finish, she finally closed her eyes to savor the experience. Inside the lounge, with the exception of Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi, the group of singers were suddenly wide-eyed. The tune, the vocals, it's just perfect. Let's just say it's worthy of a foreign diva who has won 6 Grammy Awards for music. Yena couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself after hearing the song. Susan and Shay were also dumbfounded and shook their heads straight in disbelief, muttering, "Oh my god." Hanlan and Sun Chang even sat up straight with serious expressions. Huang Xian and Wan Lin need no further explanation. What should be lifeless is still lifeless. Crap. This nigga. Is this what Jenny's strength is? The real strength of the singers of the foreign countries. I have seen it today. It is really not comparable to the domestic singers. And the tune. I thought the strength of foreign singers was their vocals, but I didn't realize the songs were so strong too. Tisk, TSK. When will our Dragon Kingdom produce a singer with this kind of strength? The netizens were overwhelmed with emotion. Jenny's performance left them dumbfounded. The netizens who were previously sprayed jumped in at the opportune moment. Who was it that said the Dragon Kingdom won just now? Keep screaming. I've told you that other foreign singers have a genetic advantage and are inherently better than you in terms of musical attainment, but you still don't believe me. With these people jumping up and down, the vast number of netizens in the live broadcast room was a rare silence. Yes, they are silent. Although they know that these people are provoking, the netizens no longer have the courage to fight back. Jenny's song is truly flawless. Even MS Hamlin's songs don't compare to hers. But, what if it's the guy? Suddenly, the general public coincidentally thought of someone. It's like a child whose first thought after an injury is his mom. It is human instinct to think of the first person who can solve a problem. Yes, all they could think of was Chen Fan, that genius kid from the conservatory, the composer of 3 consecutively depressing and divine songs. Would he have won if he was the one composing for the singers? The question sprang up in people's minds. It's just a question that's obviously not going to be answered. Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi, who left their entertainment companies in order not to find Chen Fan to compose music. The 2 people with the most hope of reaching Chen Fan have made it clear that they won't be singing his tunes. Without Chen Fan, who could defeat Jenny now? The answer is no. At this moment, the audience's hearts were in their mouths. Meanwhile, director Wang Gang's mindset is different from theirs. He still had a glimmer of hope for the 2 now. What if, just in case they did get Chen Fan to compose another song, even one would do. Thank you MS Jenny for the song, and let's welcome our next singer to the stage. Let's see which singer it is. Nick's voice rang out, pulled back the crowd's thoughts. It occurred to everyone that there were still 2 final singers who hadn't made it to the stage. Then, after a brief moment of reflection, they instantly reacted. These last 2 singers were actually Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan. Sometimes it's such a coincidence. These last 2 singers, surprisingly, were all singers who were somewhat related to Chen Fan. Just this without Chen Fan compositions, they can play a few % of the strength it was thinking. Thud. The names surfaced on the screen. The next singer is MS Zhang Xiaohan. Let's welcome MS Zhang Xiaohan, and her new song Invisible Wings. Inside the restroom, Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi looked at each other. The 2 men had a heart-to-heart. Zhang Xiaohan then stood up in silence. With heavy steps, he walked out of the room and onto the stage. 5 days. In order to sing the song Invisible Wings, in order to live up to that request of Chen Fan's schoolmate, she practiced day and night for 5 days. Even just now, while waiting for the stage, she had replayed the tune over and over in her head. Now is the time to see the real thing. Seeing Zhang Xiaohan on stage, the audience had mixed feelings. This is the same person who sang Under the Sea and Mama by candlelight. It brought them to tears a few times, but this was the same person who took the lead in not looking for Chen Fan to compose. So for Zhang Xiaohan, viewers can love and hate her. Even, some people suddenly had an unrealistic idea. Will Zhang Xiaohan, this time, still sing the tunes created by Chen Fan? Although with that rumor on the internet, it makes this seem less realistic. But what if that rumor on the internet is really false? After all, the company has debunked the rumor. It's a one-sided rumor debunking, but it's a rumor debunking nonetheless. They couldn't help but think that it was really that Jenny was doing so well, and the situation at hand was so desperate that they just couldn't help having such unrealistic fantasies. Lounge, despite already knowing about that rumor online. However, the group of singers still sat up straight when they saw Zhang Xiaohan on stage. They naturally harbor such fantasies. After all, right now, only Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi had yet to go on stage, and in the matter of defeating Jenny, they were the only ones who had a chance. Jenny clenched her fists equally tightly, one eye glued to the screen. Although she was a rival, she wanted to hear Chen Fan's new song more than anyone else. It was Chen Fan, the composer, who had attracted her to travel thousands of miles and take a plane to come to the Dragon Kingdom. So even as a rival, she very much wanted to take on the tune composed by Chen Fan. Zhang Xiaohan naturally did not know these thoughts of the crowd. Right now, in her heart, apart from Chen Fan, there was only this song, Invisible Wings. At this moment, the stage scene, standing in the glittering spotlight, faced with thousands of gazes cast around, Zhang Xiaohan lowered her head and slightly closed her eyes, lightly biting her lips. The scene that Chen Yun had told her earlier also flew through her mind like a slideshow. It was a moment of sadness that peaked in her mind. Thump 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 with a pleasant accompaniment. Zhang Xiaohan, who had been keeping her head down, slowly raised the microphone. In the next moment, a clear, cold voice with a hint of choking reached everyone's ears through the microphone. Every time Take Me Flying Fly Through Despair. Zhang Xiaohan opened her mouth. The voice is crisp and the song is loud and clear. As soon as he opened his mouth, he caused the entire stage to fall into silence. Even the pop-ups in the million-strong live broadcast room had been reduced by a large portion. All those Moyang dogs that were still provoking, all shut their mouths at this moment. Everyone froze. Their eyes were wide, their mouths open. Everyone's expression was characterized by varying degrees of disbelief. This lyrical tone, this tune, and this vague sense of sadness and heartbreak. It's too familiar. It's almost too familiar. It was just a few lyrics, but almost everyone was excited. It's the man. The creator of this tune must be that man. Only that man could make a tune of that quality. That's the only person who can do that by opening his mouth and causing depression. Don't think about them having a beautiful sun. I see that every day the sunset changes. Take me flying, give me hope. While everyone was shocked by the tune, Zhang Xiaohan is still singing. Another pleasant bit of singing goes down. The listeners finally got into the song as well. In fact, it wasn't originally considered a particularly depressing song, but more of an inspirational type of song that blossoms anew in the midst of despair. However, through the previous system enhancements and the original body's memories, Chen Fan already knew a lot about music theory, so when it came time to write the song, he tweaked a few tunes a little without changing the core of the song. It makes the whole song a couple degrees stronger in terms of depressiveness. Plus, Zhang Xiaohan was also touched when she sang the song. With the two on top of each other, the whole song has become as depressing as Under the Sea and Mom in the Candlelight. At this very moment, hear the tune of the song and these gripping lyrics. A different scene came before the eyes of each listener. Some people visualize an orphan whose parents have died and don't envy all the other children who have parents who are there for them and love them. He was alone and thrived with the expectations of his late parents. He knew that there was a pair of invisible wings that were always with him, taking him strong and making him fearless against all odds. Some visualize, on the other hand, a disabled person. He may have a congenital defect in his body, yet he did not give up hope for life. Nor do they wonder why everyone else has a sound body and they don't. Disabled and determined. This disabled person shines in his own field, and even does some things more perfectly than normal people. What Zhang Xiaohan sang, however, was the sum of these people's imaginations. A teenager who lacks a close relative and also lacks a sound body. Almost all the sufferings of this world have come to him, but he didn't give up. With this crippled body, he has performed miracles that are often unimaginable. He has made work in his naturally vulnerable area that has taken the breath away from experts in the field. His name is Chen Fan. A teenager who wants to swing his wings with his crippled arms and soar freely in the sky. A crippled body could not trap his freedom-seeking soul. He will turn into a ray of sunshine on the way to fulfill his dream, shining up everyone who is in the same confused predicament. I finally see all dreams blossom. The year of the chase. How loud the light song is. I'm finally soaring. Gaze with your heart and not be afraid. Fly as far as the wind will take you. Singing this, Zhang Xiaohan's vocal tone snapped up. The choking sound at the beginning was gone. In its place, the song was loud and clear. She clutched the microphone tightly in both hands, a few tears escaping from her tightly closed eyes. What uplifting lyrics! What a wonderful imagination! Invisible wings that carry a teenager over difficulties. Finally, the dream in your heart blossoms. Finally, he was able to soar freely in the sky. How wonderful! In fact, he did manage to make the dream blossom. Everyone in the current music scene already knows his name. I'm afraid I won't be able to do free soaring. This dream had just blossomed, but it was about to fizzle out. It's a brutal, inescapable truth. At this moment, even the materialistic Zhang Xiaohan could not help but cry out in her heart. Why? Why did the heavens rack their brains to stifle such a genius? Could it be that this is the legendary heavenly jealousy? A song. Zhang Xiaohan took 4 minutes to sing, but it was just 4 short minutes. The listeners, however, were on a roller coaster ride of constantly changing moods, until finally, the song ended. The whole room was stunned in place. Inside the lounge, Yenna and Sunshine froze. Shay and Susan's mouths dropped open. Hanlon's eyes widened as he listened to the song while becoming thoughtful. And Wang Qinglu and Huang Xian were completely skeptical this time. Didn't you say you won't sing Chen Fan's compositions? Why are you playing so hard when you said you'd be at the bottom? Lin Wang dully slapped her face, her whole body shattering. And Jenny was even more excited and stood straight up. That's great. That's a great song. That was the tune she wanted to take on. Although she knew the moment Zhang Xiaohan opened her mouth that she might not win this hand. Yet, she had no regrets. Only by challenging stronger opponents can one become stronger and stronger. As long as she kept improving like this, sooner or later, one day, she would stand at the same height as Chen Fan. 2 minutes passed after the song was sung. The stage finally boiled over. An audience, who applauded and cheered indulgently. At this moment, the sound of the whole room reached its peak. It was the pinnacle of more enthusiasm than just after Jenny finished her song. Oh, so good to cry. This song reminds me of a Paralympic athlete, disabled and always radiating an upward glow. The first person I thought of was also a person with a disability. And I can only say that the creator of this song just knows so much, empathizes so much, and he seems to really understand what it's like to be disabled. Is the song's creator Chen Fan? I guess so. There doesn't seem to be anyone else besides Chen Fan who can create such an infectious tune. I guess it must be Chen Fan. Great. It looks like Chen Fan is still composing, so we'll be able to hear the tunes he creates in the future, right? That's all well and good, but with such great songwriting ability, can you stop composing such knife-like tunes all the time? I'll really be unable to hold back my tears. This guy must be like a certain writer who likes to keep sadness for others and happiness for himself. Oh, this kid better not let me catch him in real life, or I'll make him realize what it means to really want to cry. Hey, brothers, the topic is a bit off topic, right? This is the strongest singer program. It seems like our dragon singer won. Crap, yeah. We won. Where's that group of Cupid dogs? Come out and get beat up. The audience on stage became noisy. Row after row of pop-ups floated up on the live feed as well. And also at that moment, Nick, the host, walked onto the stage. Thank you MS Xiaohan for the song. So MS Xiaohan, conveniently, there's a question about this song. Nick was saying before the words were out of his mouth. Zhang Xiaohan then nodded and said softly, "It's Chen Fan." This tune was again composed by senior apprentice brother Chen Fan. Spare me the mental preparations that have been made. The stage was still in a bit of an uproar. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. One of the lines, "Who plays the Dragon Kingdom without a singing god? Dason Crush's Grammy," has received tens of thousands of likes. The singers in the lounge heard this. The moment perked up. It's Chen Fan. Chen Fan composed again. At this moment, they had long forgotten about the news on the internet, and what Zhang Xiaohan said before. They were overwhelmed with excitement and their whole being was enveloped in joy. As long as Chen Fan is still composing, as long as there are still people looking for Chen Fan to compose, it would mean that they also have the hope of begging for the song. In the director's room, Wang Gang also clenched his fists at the words. The whole thing was exhilarating. The previous feeling was right. Chen Fan had really come to the rescue. It seems that this Chen Fan student of ours is truly gifted. Then I wonder if it's convenient for MS Xiaohan to reveal under what kind of circumstances student Chen Fan composed this song. And why is it that the quality of each track is so depressing? Nick asked a few more questions. That's what the backstage director just authorized and agreed to. A song like this is worth spending more time asking about. However, Zhang Xiaohan did not fail to say so. She was silent for a long time with only a light pursing of her lips. Then he picked up the microphone and said in a voice with a few choked words, "Every song that Chen Fan's schoolmates compose is an outpouring of true feelings. There is no one who knows more about grief than he does. And no one knows more about suffering than he does." 2 sentences down. A few words, but it caused the stage to explode directly. I'm going. What does Xiaohan mean by these words? How come this sounds like an illusion that the other party has experienced a lot? Alas, youngsters nowadays just love to pretend. They are only in their 20s. They grew up in fine clothes. How much suffering can they go through? Chen Fan has experienced less suffering? Do you want to see what you're talking about? If he really didn't understand suffering, how did he create so many depressing songs? The stage went into an uproar, and Zhang Xiaohan walked off the stage at that moment and returned to the restroom. The few dragon singers in the room instantly did a double take when they saw her. Obviously couldn't wait to say something. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohan directly turned her head away. Looking to Mao Tianyi, he gave him a wink, signaling him to cheer up and not to let down senior Chen Fan's expectations. Mao Tianyi nodded heavily at once. He covered his chest with his right hand and felt his heart beating extremely fast. Eyes, too, have become heavy. Is it almost my turn? While everyone was focusing on Zhang Xiaohan, Mao Tianyi tightly covered his chest and spoke in a whisper in a thin, inaudible voice. It was like asking someone else, or asking yourself a question. And in that chest pocket of his jacket was quietly clipped a bright red sheet of music. Where has the time gone? This is the upcoming song by Mao Tianyi. It was also the song he had practiced hard for 5 whole days and felt most deeply about. Deeper than any song he's ever sung before. Including the song, Someone Like Me. Time is running out. The trees want to be quiet but the wind does not stop. The children want to be raised but their parents do not. This is his interpretation of the song. But it must also be Mr. Chen Fan's emotion for his late mother. He would never forget that plea from Mr. Chen Fan. And it would definitely not fail Chen Fan's expectations. Invisible wings give us hope and carry us through despair. Invisible wings accompany us when we are lost and lead us to fly in the right direction. Let's thank again 4 Invisible Wings by MS, Zhang Xiaohan as well as Chen Fan. On stage, Nick is still talking. Due to Zhang Xiaohan's excellent performance this time, Nick couldn't help but add a couple extra words of acknowledgement. And with those words, the stage and the broadcast room became boisterous once again. But just as the crowd was cheering, Nick's words changed again. Next time it's time for another participating teacher to take the stage. So who is our next participating teacher? Nick let out a questioning tone. Gross. 10. Wings. Instantly, the neatly harmonized shouts of the audience under the stage exploded like thunder. Answered Nick's question. That's right, there's no need to shake the name at this point. 9 of the 10 singers were already on stage. So naturally it was time for the last one to come up next. Nick smiled, looking very pleased with the interaction. He whirled around and made a gesture of invitation. In that case, let's welcome our Mr. Mao Tianyi and the song Where Did the Time Go to the stage. Let's welcome Mr. Mao Tianyi. As the words fell, the atmosphere once again reached a climax. Nick walks off the stage, closely followed by Mao Tianyi coming out of the lounge. Ah! Skywing! Skywing! Really like the song Someone Like Me by Skywing. Go Skywing! Fans, at the top of their lungs, screamed in horror. The audience, likewise, applauded. With Zhang Xiaohan's song Invisible Wings in the lead, the audience was no longer so worried about whether Dragon Nation could defeat Ocean Nation. Invisible Wings relieves their nerves. It also became tolerant of the upcoming Mao Tianyi. Live, there were still some viewers who asked their doubts. What do you guys say? This next song from Skywing, will it also be composed by Chen Fan? This question doesn't really arise out of thin air. It was because recently Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan's actions were basically tied together. And, again, both had sung Chen Fan songs. Plus, Zhang Xiaohan had just sung another new Chen Fan song. The combination of all these factors makes it hard for the viewer to avoid such a thought. But, it's such a seemingly logical question. Instead, it was immediately greeted with outright negativity from the others. No way. Forget it. What kind of daydreams does a dude have all day long? Layman may not know this, but as a professional musician I can tell you that it's completely unrealistic. A normal songwriter composing a decent quality tune would take 10 days and a half months from conception to completion anyhow. A more powerful one might only take 7 or 8 days. But that's about it. And this show, it's only been a few days since the end of the last installment. In such a short period of time, it's already remarkable that Chen Fan was able to create a song of such high quality. Now that that song is over, you guys actually want to hear another one? Dude is so insatiable, dude. This way. Damn it, since it's like this, okay, let's let Skywing off the hook and allow him to be mediocre for a while. Let's hope that we'll be able to sing Chen Fan's new song in the next installment. Hearing this answer, some of the audience lost their minds, but this loss was swept away in a whirlwind. It takes that long for the average songwriter to compose. With tunes like Chen Fan, there's even less to say. You can't treat people like asses in the production team, can you? It's good enough that this installment has Invisible Wings, a song that can hold its own against Jenny. To ask for too much more would be a bit much. After figuring that out, basically all the viewers watched the show with a normal mind. Even the director Wang Gang leaned back in his seat in a rare leisurely manner and breathed a sigh of relief. The singers in the lounge, moreover, all set their eyes on Zhang Xiaohan. But just as this everyone was relaxing. Live, Mao Tianyi stepped onto the stage. Dozens of spotlights converged on him. His shadow was gradually lengthened against the light. Thud 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 thump a lilting. Vicissitudes. Self-contained accompaniment with a strong sense of storytelling kicks in. Mao Tianyi gently closed his eyes as if he had fallen into a memory. The old tree in front of the door grows new shoots in the yard, the deadwood blossoms again. Semi-survival had a lot to say, hidden in with a full head of gray hair, a soft voice, like a whisper. But this murmur, aided by the sound, reached every ear. Hear these lines of song. The put-upon netizens froze. The cheering live audience. Silent. Wine gang. As well as the group of singers in the lounge. It was more like they had been summoned by something. Their whole body froze and looked at the big screen in disbelief. This lyric. How does it reveal a familiar sense of sadness? Even more so, the sense of mourning is stronger than in the previous song. A bold idea was born in every mind. They stared at the stage with wide eyes and faces full of shock. On the stage, Mao Tiany's figure stood straight. Something seemed to trickle down from the corner of his lightly closed eye. Memories of little feet, meaty little mouth, a lifetime of giving love to him. Just for that mom and dad, the vicissitudes and very immersive singing voice also brought all the audience to a piece of the picture. It was a cozy, painting-like scene. Inside the small courtyard, in front of the main gate, the sound of a tender baby crying resounded through the courtyard. Underneath the big, thick tree, the young woman, holding her baby, sat quietly in a wooden chair, using her arms as a cradle, and gently called out that the doll was good. And so it goes. Shake, shake, shake. Keep rocking until the baby falls asleep. Keep rocking until the loud little yard becomes quiet. She set the baby down and looked at the fleshy little mouth and the tiny feet that were less than the size of her hands. A gentle smile appeared on the woman's face. No, not just the women, but all the listeners who saw the picture subconsciously smiled. This is a cozy picture with the most original flavor. It's the little yard that exists in everyone's head. Here all the worries of the moment are forgotten. All of them went back to that original starting point, to the depths of their memories, that most cozy and happy time. Mom! The scene shifts and years pass. What started out as a baby has grown into a child. The little boy and his buddies romped, fought and played in the small yard. Every time it gets dark, the partners break up and go their separate ways. The child would always yell out in excitement and jump into his mom's arms. Hearing the mom, the woman smiled in relief. She would straighten up and touch the boy's little head. In this moment, all love seems to make sense. The smiles on the faces of the listeners grew even wider at the sight of this image. It was as if they saw themselves as children. So cheerful, happy and carefree. Just as everyone was immersed in warm memories, the scene shifts again. This time, it seemed like years had passed. The stout old tree grew pale, and new shoots grew around it. The cozy little yard became dilapidated. The small courtyard, which had just been cheerful, noisy, and filled with bustling activity, all of a sudden became excessively cold. Everyone froze at that moment. They can't figure it out. They can't believe it. How did it come to this? Is this still the same small courtyard from earlier? And just as the crowd was confused, squeak, the wooden door to the small courtyard was slowly pushed open. Mom! A familiar voice rang out. From mom to ma, a voice that became less childish. Instead, it carries a steadiness that has never been seen before. And as that voice rang out, a female voice answered. It was just that this female voice was very vicarious and old-fashioned. Then the door of the house opened and an old, decrepit old woman appeared in the courtyard. From the face, it looks a lot like the beautiful, generous woman from before. But she doesn't look like that woman. She was on crutches, her waist becoming less erect. She has gray hair, and her hair has become less beautiful. She had always looked at the boy with clear eyes and laughed before. This time, however, the eyes were like a gray mist, looking left and right, never finding his son. The man called out again, his voice choking as he ran to the old woman. As when I was little, I trotted into my mom's arms. It's just that the yard that seemed like it was too much to run through when I was a kid is now 3 steps away from my mom. When I was a kid, I always loved to jump into my mom's arms. Now he was left to hold his mother in his arms. Time becomes still in this moment. It's clearly a heartwarming image of the reunion of the closest relatives. All of them, however, only felt a sore throat and an indescribable pang in their hearts. Where exactly is it hard? The next song gives the answer. Where has the time gone? Before I can feel young, I'm old to have children and raise them for the rest of their lives, full of children crying and laughing. Haven't gotten a good look at you yet, eyes are blurry, faggotry, half a lifetime. All that's left in the turn of an eye is a full of wrinkles. Sing here. Mao Tiany's originally low voice suddenly rose a few points higher. He was chanting at the top of his lungs. It seems to chant the relentlessness of time. Again, it seems to be chanting about the injustice of fate. Why? Why did God take away the life of Chen Fan's adoptive mother? Suffering from an eye disease, he chose to become a songwriter. Mr. Chen Fan has been working very hard to fight against fate. Why would heaven even deprive him of his most important hearing and go away? God, you have no eyes. Time, you are relentless. I'm getting old before I can feel young. I haven't gotten a good look at you yet. And my eyes are blurry, faggotry, half a lifetime. All that's left in the turn of an eye is a wrinkled face. A high chant that fades to a whisper. The whole song is articulated so naturally as the tune goes from low to high and back again. Toward the end, the song becomes lost. Everything seemed like a dream. Everyone followed the dream. The dream was incredibly real and incredibly uncomfortable. Time. What an indestructible thing. From birth, its hands begin to turn, step by step, pushing one towards death. There's no way for you to struggle, to escape. One can only go with the flow and watch everything come from nothing and eventually become nothing again. Mao Tianyi was silent after the song. He gripped the microphone and began to glow, all the way to the end of the accompaniment. On the stage, the same terrible dead silence fell. Not even Nick, the host, got out of the middle of the song. The backing tracks were all played and he didn't come on stage to take the microphone from Mao Tianyi. Just let Mao Tianyi stand there, against an equally silent and speechless audience. This song is so desperate, so sad, and has a, well, indescribable feeling. Someone off stage said something. Instantly, it drew the approval of all the audience. Yet, all of these viewers are just agreeing in their minds. Sour throats made them unable to speak. They could only turn this recognition into applause and give it back to Mao Tianyi one by one. Snap, snap, the applause grew. By the end of the day, intense applause was heard throughout the room. The whole scene, thousands of spectators, only applauded and did not speak. No one was surprised by this anomaly. Director Wang Gang watched the live broadcast dumbfounded. There were actually tears in his eyes. Inside the lounge, the singers, who have far more empathy than normal, were crying until they couldn't stop sobbing. The three foreign country singers all know a little bit of Chinese, so they understood the song as well. Because of this, they were moved and at the same time their hearts were even more shocked. Is this, truly, the top divine song of the Dragon Kingdom? Nick, what are you doing? Why aren't you on stage yet? I don't know how much time has passed. The voice of the backstage steering group came over host Nick's headset. It took him a moment to react from his disorientation. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she replaced them with a blooming smile. Ha, Mr. Mao's song really brings tears to your eyes. With Nick exporting, the applause on the floor fell away. Everyone was fully focused on Nick, waiting for his next sentence. And true to form, Nick asked about the song's creator. Mr. Mao, such a tear-jerking tune. I'm sure its composer. Again, is this Chen Fan's student? Right? P.S. That's it. I'm not in the best shape to write that sadness today. Ugh. Tonight's competition was arguably the most shocking since the inception of The Strongest Singer. Jenny's arrival has caused a lot of despair to set in. But just when everyone was losing hope, Zhang Xiaohan, with Chen Fan's new song, managed to steadily overpower Jenny. And right after that, Mao Tianyi brought the sadness of the room to its peak with an even more emotional and tear-jerking song. The audience didn't know what to say at this point. Dragon Nation crushed the foreign singers this time. It would have been a happy event. But on the scene, there were no cheers or shrieks. Is it because you're unhappy? No. On the contrary, they're happy. But the song Where Did the Time Go is so tear-jerking. There's too much backbone. The crowd just wiped their eyes after hearing the song, their sore throats preventing them from cheering and screaming right away. Host Nick took the stage and asked a question that was very close to everyone's heart. May I ask Mr. Mao, is the creator of this song against student Chen Fan? This is a very ridiculous question, because whether you extrapolate from clues or rely on your senses to guess, it has all the obvious answers. Apart from Chen Fan, which other composer could have created a song of such high quality and such a tear-jerk? Even if the answer is already known in the mind, the audience still wants to hear it from Mao Tianyi himself. After all, the feat of making 2 songs in a row in a few days is still more powerful when you hear it in person. For a while, both off stage and on air, almost all eyes looked at Mao Tianyi. Mao Tianyi, too, spoke up after a brief silence. Yes, the song's creator is Chen Fan, but Mao Tianyi slightly lowered his head and immediately raised it again. And I don't know if it's because of the hot tears in my eyes. Some of the audience clearly saw that Mao Tianyi's eyes were flashing with tears. But to me, he's not Mr. Chen Fan. He's Mr. Chen Fan. Even though he's a little young, there's no one in the music business, in the world, who deserves the word teacher more than he does. He works harder than any singer-songwriter and is more tenacious than any other. In one sentence, Mao Tianyi spoke with incomparable seriousness and firmness. The silence was broken after this definitive answer was given live and on air. Shouts, cheers, and a flurry of pop-ups rolled in like cannon words. The audience was completely abuzz at this moment. Crap cow pie. Chen Fan is cow pie. Invisible Wings cow pie. Where did all the time go cattle prod? To be called a teacher by Skywing. I can only say that Mr. Chen Fan does have the strength. That's too powerful. Okay? Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, all the composers, who can be more powerful than Chen Fan? Who just said that Chen Fan couldn't create 2 songs in a few days? Stand out. Quickly apologize to my fan Tian D. He, Of course it takes a normal composer a few days to compose a song, but Chen Fan is not a normal person. He's a genius. Genius. Do you understand? But since he's a genius, why did Tianyi just say that there's no one who works harder than Chen Fan? And he said it so seriously, as if he had really been touched by Chen Fan's efforts. Yeah. I thought it was weird too. Skywing just shed a tear. Did you guys see that? Why do I get the feeling that he's not shedding tears because he hasn't gotten over the song yet, but rather like it's because of something else? And. Did Skywing just say that Chen Fan was tenacious? Why do I feel weird? Why use the word tenacious? Gradually, some of the more delicate-minded netizens began to analyze the meaning of the passage. Just before those questions could be answered, they were buried by a torrent of cheering praise. However, the strongest singer program, Zhang Xiaohan in the restroom was tightly covering her mouth after hearing this. 2 lines of tears followed, and she began to sob silently. Others might not know what Mao Tianyi meant by that, but she did. Schoolboy Chen Fan is a genius, yes, but he is indeed also the hardest working and most tenacious genius. Live, all the singers have finished singing. Following the flow of this episode, these singers came out of the lounge and onto the stage. They stood in a line on the stage and waited for the program to announce the rankings. At this moment, everyone, be it the audience or the netizens, held their breath. Although it was said that Zhang Xingguang and Mao Tianyi's performance was very satisfactory, but Jenny's performance wasn't as bad. Being from the Dragon Kingdom, the audience still felt that Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi were better on a subjective level because they couldn't understand the lyrics that Jenny was singing. But that's just subjective. They were not professional musicians and had no idea what the adjudicating panel was thinking. While possessing confidence in their hearts, each and every one of them was a little worried. Will it win? Can the dragon singer really beat Jenny, who has won 6 Grammy Music Awards? They don't. But there's no doubt that if we win, then this competition will mean a lot to the entire dragon music scene. Chen Fan, a junior composition student, would also become a historic figure who would lead the Longhua music scene to take a big step forward. The waiting time passed quickly. After a few minutes, the current rankings were presented one by one on the big screen. From low to high, one by one, they appear. The last place was Wang Qingliang. After learning about this ranking, Wang Qingliang gave a bitter smile with a destroy-it-I'm tired expression. And then after that, there's Huang Xian, then Yena, Sun Chang, Susan, Hanlin, and Shay. One by one, the rankings of the singers appeared, and when it came down to it, the rankings were much the same as the crowd had guessed, and no one squealed. It's just time to reveal the top 3. The room went suddenly quiet. Everyone stared, held their breath, and some even clenched their fists as they stared at the big screen. They were waiting for this historic moment. It seems that our viewers are also very nervous. So next, we'll be receiving the 3rd-ranked singer of this period. Winner of our 3rd place in this edition is Ms. Jenny, a singer from the foreign country. Let's give a round of applause to Jenny. The next moment, Nick spoke. As he spoke these words, what replaced them was a stupefied gaze on the stage and in the live broadcast room. Perhaps because there were no words for the great joy, no one was even cheering at this moment. What Jenny's 3rd place means is obvious. 2 singers from the Dragon Kingdom, with the help of Chen Fan, surpassed Jenny at the same time, finished 1st and 2nd, respectively, in this issue. To put it another way and more bluntly, the Oceania Diva, a world-class singer. He participated in a music program in the Dragon Kingdom and was surpassed by 2 new generation singers together. This is really something that countless viewers, even in their dreams, cannot imagine. Until Nick finished announcing the runner-up of this installment, Zhang Xiaohan, as well as the winner, Mao Tianyi. The audience didn't express too strong of emotions. After a few minutes had passed, the singers bowed. We'll be stepping down. It was only then that the stage erupted into maddening heat and cheers. But it wasn't these singers they were shouting about. Rather, Chen Fan, Chen Fan, Chen Fan. Teacher Chen Fan is bullish. Long live Teacher Chen Fan. Musical genius, god of Chinese song. Mr. Chen Fan. Well deserved. Yes, both live and on air. The audience shouted for Chen Fan, a character who has never appeared on the show, but has made the dragon singer bounce back and even managed to vaguely crush it. P.S. Today Amor, with the cell phone to write. The computer does not know what happened to the card does not move. You make up for it. Maybe a little too many typos, crap. NB. The dragon singer won Jenny. We won Jenny. The dragon music scene is finally on its feet. It was Chen Fan who won over Jenny, and it was actually Chen Fan who led the music scene to stand up. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't imagine. Chen Fan is actually a student of our school. We are all classmates. Why is the gap so big? Because he's a genius. A 1 in a million genius. 1 in a million? 1 in a billion is right. He won Jenny. Just through songs, he made two ordinary singers beat Jenny. The monstrous cheers resounded throughout the campus. It was the most exciting night for all the students and teachers. It was also the most exciting night for the entire school. You know, as one of the best music academies in the Dragon Kingdom, everyone here is someone else's kid on the outside. All of them are the proud children of heaven in general, and they are about to enter the music scene. All of them also have their own understanding of the current state of the music scene in the Dragon Kingdom, especially the new generation. Garbage is in the air and spit songs are everywhere. That's pretty much everyone's first impression of the music scene. With regard to this distorted status quo, these outstanding young people with great ambitions have also thought of making changes. I have also thought of carving out a wider world with the music scene when I graduate. But, after graduation they will realize, let alone change the music scene, not to mention changing the music scene, without a background or a face, you probably wouldn't even qualify to sing spitballs in front of a screen. And because of this, many people have blamed capital for the corruption in the music industry. But as the greatest singer kicked off, the two singers, Shia Susan, crushed the old-timer Yena. It was then that the students finally realized that apart from capital, the gap between dragon singers and foreign singers was still not to be underestimated. Even an old-timer like Yena may not be a match for the foreigners. Upon seeing this fact, these young men with their chests full of retribution despaired, because they asked themselves, with their present strength, even without the suppression of capital, they are never a match for the singers of foreign countries. Their vocals, as well as the melody between the words, are so great. Definitely not something the dragon music scene can catch up with in a short period of time. Just when these aspiring young people were feeling lost and desperate, a man appeared. This man just came out and cried the entire school with his song Under the Sea. He then went on to give Mao Tianyi a win over Susan with Someone Like Me. That's not all. Just a few days passed. It's amazing that he created two more top-notch masterpieces in a row. Invisible Wings and Where Did the Time Go? With these two divine compositions, he actually allowed the singers Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi to beat Jenny. You know, Jenny is a foreign diva who has won 6 Grammy Awards for music. Even in Oceania, Jenny was a near-ceiling-level presence. But, it was such an existence that lost to two new generation singers from Dragon Kingdom because of their songs. The composers of these two songs are both named Chen Fan. It's a junior at the Magic City Conservatory of Music, and it's their classmate. For a while, the whole school was abuzz. Chen Fan's appearance was like a guiding light on a lost road, guiding their way forward. Chen Fan was like the ray of sunshine sprinkled in the mouth of a pitch-black hole, allowing them to see hope. This moment, when seeing the program announce the rankings, everyone is cheering. Everyone was screaming. Even some extreme people were carrying bright red flags and running wildly around the campus playground for getting their own. They shouted Chen Fan's name inside their mouths. There was a great sense of ecstasy that the war of resistance had finally been won. Bang! Crouching depend on Lao Lin. This Chen Fan in your dormitory is really Nyobo Iya. Yeah, it's just so empowering. Say, why hasn't he shown his face now that he's so hot? Is he unaware of his influence? I heard that Chen Fan had bad eyes before, is that true? No? By the way, is it true that you can't swipe your cell phone with bad eyes? So it's not that he doesn't want to show his face but he doesn't know he's on fire? It's really possible. Aya, old Lin, you guys are going to be rich. Don't you guys know the address of Chen Fan's house? Quickly, now go and tell Chen Fan about this. You guys follow and get rich. When the time comes to get rich, don't forget the brothers to remind you. Old Lin, Lao Lin, listen to me tell you. Geez, get out of the way. I was obviously here first. Get lost. There are so many people crammed into one dormitory. Do you still let people study? Get out. All of you. Let me talk to these guys first. Boys' dormitory. Chen Fan's dorm room. Almost everyone who had ever crossed paths with this dormitory room all scrambled to squeeze in. Although it is said that college students are more socially introverted, but there are a lot of people in there too. Not to mention the fact that something as big as this is coming up now. The classmate next to him, who helped the star win the world-class singing title, became the subject of attention all over the internet. Forget about being an introvert for such a big deal. First hurry to climb the relationship to hug the thigh is the king and it doesn't matter if you can't hold a thigh. Afterwards to mention to friends and family, labor classmates are Chen Fan, that are very powerful thing At this moment, all the students were full of excitement. Breathing heavily, he squeezed into the tiny dormitory. The temperatures inside are a bit oxygen deprived, yet surprisingly, in the face of all these people yakking and yelling, inside the dormitory, Chen Fan's several roommates did not display a look of joy. Instead, they looked dismayed. There were even a few housemates whose lips were trembling. How? Zhang Lin stared blankly at the computer on the side. It was showing the crowd of singers standing on stage, receiving applause and cheering from the stage. Among them, the eye-catching word Chen Fan on the electronic screen stimulated his nerves even more. Obviously, last time, I had already cleared up the misunderstanding with MS, June and the others. Obviously, they have reached a consensus. Why did they let Chen Fan compose the tune again? Why does still sing old Chan songs? Not only Zhang Lin, but the other housemates also had worry and unnaturalness written on their faces. One housemate's face was even red and her fists were clenched. That looks like repressed anger. Egu, what do you students seem to be doing? Hurry back to your own dormitory. Don't let there be jangling people in the house. Not a moment too soon. Several hostess aunts rushed to the scene. In their own fluent dialect, they educated the group of students who had suddenly swarmed into someone else's dormitory. Hey auntie, just be accommodating. Let me talk to old Lin for a few more minutes. Auntie, we are good people, great people. I know these guys in the dormitory. They're hardcore buddies, so don't kick me out. Auntie, these people were chased away by the great aunt. Instantly, he was in soft-spoken mode. Only the long-suffering great aunts obviously don't eat it up. Get out of here. If you know each other, the school will be in chaos if there are more than one person in each room. Under the pressure of the great aunts, all the students returned to their dormitories with their heads hanging down. Inside the dormitory, there were only 7 Zhang Lin people left again, with the great aunt bringing the door to the room for the crowd. One of the housemates immediately couldn't help but speak up. Why? I don't understand. Why did Sister Zhang and Brother Mao accept old Chen composing again? Before we left, we all clearly agreed not to let old Chen hurt his eyesight again. Clearly, we all agreed. As she spoke, the housemate's voice became choked. I don't know if it was because I was worried about Chen Fan's state, or for being deceived, or maybe it's both. What's the point of saying yes? Old Chen's music is so precious you do not know. Showbiz is always the word of prophet first. Verbal promises have no fucking use. Another grumpy housemate went straight into a foul-mouthed tirade. Don't say that. Hokage, they're not like that. How do you know they're not? You've only met them a few times and you think they're not? Let's not worry about whether it's for profit or not. At least Lao Chen's tune beat the foreign singers, didn't it? Crap. Are you fucking talking like a human being? In order to win a tournament, so it's justified for old Chen to deplete his body? I don't mean that. What I mean is that old Chen's dream was to become famous, and now these 2 songs fulfill his dream. Isn't that what old Chen wanted? Listening to a few people arguing, Zhang Lin directly droned out, instantly silencing the entire room. That thing about Sister Zhang and Teacher Mao breaking up with the company for old Chen must not be a lie. It must be because of Lao Chen that they continue to sing his songs. It was old Chen who convinced them with his ability. Through his own understanding of Chen Fan, Chamberlain did some analyzing, whether Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi sang these 2 songs for profit or not. But one thing must be beyond doubt. If Chen Fan didn't want to compose, no one could force him to do so. These 2 songs must have made it to the stage because Chen Fan insisted on composing them. Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi couldn't stop them, so they were forced to accept. Thinking of this, Zhang Lin let out a long sigh. Honestly, he had some regrets. In the beginning, he was the one who brought Lao Chen's sheet music and gave it to Zhang Xiaohan. That's what led the 2 to befriend each other. It gave Lao Chen the avenue to take his songs to the next level, thus opening the way for songwriting. If, at that time, when Lao Chen asked the bottom of the sea to himself, he had simply refused. So will things become different than they are now? It seems that we need to find some time to go to the breakfast place and enlighten old Chen. In the end, Zhang Lin made this decision. The decision was quickly affirmed by several housemates after it was presented. The 3rd installment of The Greatest Showman is over. Zhang Xiaohan Mao Tianyi, the 2 of them, didn't stay at the program much longer, even before the director, Wang Gang, had appeared, before Yi Na and the others had opened their mouths, and they left the scene. Shay, Jenny, and Susan, the Yankee Nation singers, also returned to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Jenny backhandedly watched the replay, recorded all of the songs Invisible Wings as well as Where Did the Time Go. She has always been a very eager singer to improve. Listening to Chen Fan's tunes earlier had given her some insight into composing. Now she made sure to observe Chen Fan's compositional thoughts through these 2 new songs that were freshly released. She tried to see through this one mysterious composer. But, looking at it in conjunction with the other party's 5 existing songs, she realized that she couldn't see through it at all. Because all 5 songs are in the depressing genre though. But in terms of creative approach it is quite different. Generally speaking, both singers and songwriters have a unique style of their own. This makes it so that no matter what type of song they write, they can't get away from this songwriting style that is etched in their bones. The songwriting style, which is the core of a creator, is something that those behind want to learn to emulate. It also all starts on top of the creator's songwriting style, and Jenny, naturally, wanted to imitate Chen Fan's style of song. thus trying to find a way to stand at the same height as Chen Fan. But, after some careful study, she was suddenly shocked to realize, this Chen Fan doesn't seem to have a tune. No, to be precise, Jenny found 5 different tunes from these 5 songs. The discovery simply nearly shattered Jenny's worldview. It nearly broke her Tao heart. How is this possible? A creator who can actually change his tunes at will. Or 5. No, it's not changing genres. It's pioneering 5 genres through 5 songs. For a moment, Jenny felt like she was in a dream. After thinking hard for a long time, she could only exclaim, a monster like those other singers. Genius. It's just genius. A music composer of terrifying strength. After marveling, Jenny's gaze became rare and serious. It was unknown what this genius creator called Chen Fan actually looked like in reality. I'm sure it must have been a musical genius with a torch-like gaze and sword-like eyes, as well as an absolute sense of sound. This time, we must meet this Chen Fan in person before returning home. Gradually, Jenny made up her mind. The program is over, but the impact generated by this episode of The Greatest Showman has only just begun. No more than an hour passed. A post titled hashtag what caliber is it to create 2 songs in less than a week washed up, and with it, hashtag why it's harder to write a depressing song than other songs, hashtag there's a world of difference between a sacred song and an ordinary one, hashtag how hard is it to add up 2 depressing divas, hashtag what does it amount to when a new singer from the Dragon Kingdom beats a Grammy diva, hashtag where can I listen to Where'd the Time Go on loop, hashtag these, blah, blah, blah. A list of words and phrases almost dominated the Viborg hotspots, and all of these phrases, which seem to mean different things, coincidentally reflect one thing, or rather, they all pointed to one person in unison, Chen Fan, a junior at the conservatory, a genius song god who made 2 new generation singers win over the divas of the foreign countries just through the quality of their songs. Just 2 new generation singers, beating Jenny, that's quite something. It's the equivalent of having freshly minted pros win world-class championships with weapons in their hands at a weapons fighting tournament. And that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is the significance of this victory. This victory has managed to make those viewers who were so disappointed with the dragon music scene once again see the hope of the rise of the music scene. The name Chen Fan is also remembered by more music fans. Young, strong and gifted. Nothing less than the protagonist templates labels brought together in one place. It makes more and more music fans idolize Chen Fan, treating him as the only ray of light in the nascent music scene. Late night, Chen Fan Forum. This was a forum that fans had started specifically for Chen Fan after his songs had previously exploded in popularity. It is obvious that the forum is so unpretentious even in its name. And now, as the impact of this episode spreads, the number of fans who liked Chen Fan became more and more. Until now, the forum has actually reached 10 million active people. You should know that the average singer with 1 million followers is already considered a big singer. As for the 10 million level of fans, it is even more so that only proper first-tier stars are worthy of it. But now, Chen Fan, a composer, had reached the 10 million level just from the fan-run forums. It's almost unimaginable the number of fans that would have been attracted if they had actually created Doing Vibe. It was 12:30 in the middle of the night, at a time when even night owls are already going to bed. The atmosphere of the forum, however, became unprecedentedly hot. Crap, guys, did you all listen to the 2 new songs from Vantianti tonight? It's fucking amazing. Ooh, I heard you. Of course I heard you. All I can say is that Vantianti continues to play steadily. Oh my god. 2 songs? It's only been a few days since the last edition of the competition, and in just those few days, even conceptualized and composed 2 divine songs? The speed of creation is just a bit too fast, isn't it? What kind of monster is it to create on the fly and still maintain quality? To not say it's the Van Tien Emperor, a musical genius. In the field of music it can simply be called a dictator of the ages. Alas, I'm a middle-aged music fan of nearly 50 years old. I had already lost all hope for the current music scene. I never thought, in my most desperate moments, it was actually a kid still in college who saved me. I've listened to all the songs created by this child, and it's hard to imagine that such tear-jerking songs have come from an unborn child. What has this child gone through? It was in the middle of the crowd's discussion. A large conversation posted by a middle-aged man in the forums instantly caught everyone's attention. Yeah, the songs created by Chen Fan are really good. But when you think about it, all of these songs are tear-jerking to the point of being depressing. Every capital is, and each one is still a masterpiece. The birth of a masterpiece must be accompanied by a sense of life. You can never create a masterpiece without experiencing it firsthand. And Chen Fan, starting with Under the Sea and ending with Where Did the Time Go? In total, I've composed 5 masterpieces, 5 depressing sacred songs, created in less than a month. What exactly has Chen Fan been through? On top of that, He's a junior in his early 20s. What can a student who is not even out in society experience? For a moment, everyone within the forum froze. Then, after a few seconds, it took a speculative comment to surface. Brothers, I have a bold idea. I don't know if you've noticed, but from the creation of Under the Sea until now, Van TND hasn't even shown his face. Now that Van TNT is so hot, he's so hot on the internet. Do you guys think a normal college student wouldn't see his own heat? Chen Fan, a normal college student, will not see his own heat? With these words, a crowd of netizens were startled back to their senses and launched pop-up inquiries. Crap bro, you're making a lot of sense. According to normal logic, the mortal heaven emperor really should have known he was on fire. But why hasn't he shown his face until now? Yeah. Can you elaborate? The netizen's curiosity was instantly piqued. That same netizen replied instantly, the reason is simple, the real Van Tianti is, in fact, a depressed man who is also a musical genius with an absolute sense of sound. And the purpose of his compositions is precisely to hold on to the last dignity of the dragon music scene. Is Chen Fan, who composed 5 depressing masterpieces, actually a depressive? His purpose of creating songs is just to hold on to the last vestige of dignity in the dragon music scene? With this article, speculation arose. In an instant, the crowd of netizens within the forum froze in unison. I'll go. Dude, you're not kidding, are you? A depressed person? A person with depression can still compose? Where did you deduce that Emperor Van Tien suffered from depression? Just because he writes all depressing songs? That's a bit arbitrary, isn't it? Yeah, cripes. How does this buzz all of a sudden involve depression? The frequency jump was too fast for me to react. After being stunned quickly, this speculation was questioned by a coalition of netizens, and the netizens who came up with the conjecture were not the least bit flustered when they saw the challenge. He was seen typing rapidly. The first reason why I'm guessing like this is of course because all of the ones created by the Van Sky Emperor are depression-causing divine songs, and they're all extremely infectious. But besides that, there's the reason for not showing your face. Brothers and sisters, didn't we just say that? Van Tianti is so hot right now. There's no way he doesn't know his share as a college student who can't live without his cell phone. But the reason he still chooses not to show his face even though he knows how influential he is because he just doesn't have the time to stand in front of the screen and feel everyone's love anymore. He's got depression, and now he must be in a position where he needs to fight this mental illness on a daily basis. According to my precise search on the internet, I have concluded that people suffering from depression generally have low energy, insomnia and sleeplessness, and in severe cases, they are unable to maintain normal socialization, as well as proper interpersonal relationships. Imagine someone who doesn't even want to socialize. How would they want to be in the public eye? And I don't know if you remember, but although Van TND is a college student, he is a college student who took a break from school. Why would someone with such good grades take a break from school? In your shoes, would you choose to take a break from school if you had such good grades? Of course not. There must have been something very wrong within himself that he could not properly regulate before he chose to take a break from school. So, with these clues above, we can come to the conclusion that Emperor Van Tien has depression. As for a certain person earlier in the thread who said why depression is still able to compose, I'd like to say, who says that depression prevents you from being creative? Isn't a certain well-known writer in our Dragon Kingdom also a moderately depressed person? And it said that 70% of people who suffer from depression do so because they are too nice. Now that the Grammy singers are coming, they have suppressed our dragon music scene so much that we can't even raise our heads. This is why the kind Van Tien Emperor endured his lack of energy and worked hard to compose. Are suffering from depression, still trying to create for the dignity of the dragon music scene. He really, I cry, with large chunks of comments sent out by netizens. A small essay of extraordinarily long length has just appeared throughout the forum. A full 10 minutes passed. It took this webmaster to finish all of his analysis. Toward the end, it was surprisingly emotional. Other netizens looked at these analyses, and gradually, their eyes became clear from their initial disbelief. Seems like, kinda makes sense, haha. Dude, bullshasterisk T, that reasoning ability, it's making me look stupid. So it's true that the Van Tien Emperor has depression? Is he pushing through his lack of energy and continuing to write songs for the sake of the music industry? That should be the case, right? After all, there are no holes in what this man said, are there? So great, worthy of the song god I'm looking at. After a wave of discussion, the afterthought netizen reacted. Their voices became choked, and even their eyes brought tears to their eyes. But, just the whole forum, about to burst into collective tears over this truth. Another comment was sent out, instantly causing people to hold back the tears they had just shed. Bullshit depression. Why don't you just curse that the fan T&D is about to die? A top-ranking rich second-generation man is alive and well, and a bunch of people curse him every day in the name of his fans. Really? It's annoying. Do you know that's rude? Crowd, what do you mean by that? Brother? Holy shit. There's actually a reversal? There are still masters? With the netizens in disbelief. The person who had just guessed that Chen Fan had come up with depression also froze, turning, however. He said with some disbelief, "Oh, am I wrong? If he's not suffering from depression, why is Van Tiente so knifed with every song he creates? And why is he slow to show his face? Yeah, why? This old man, can you tell us something?" As netizens questioned it, other netizens began to help, wanted to see what exactly this person could say to disprove the logic since it had all been stated. And this person who claimed that Chen Fan was a top rich second generation immediately typed, "You guys are inferring that Van Tiente is depressed by two things, the type of song, and the delay in showing his face. But I have a question for you guys. With all the heat that Van Tiente is in nowadays, is it possible for him to stay out of the limelight just because he wants to? Chen Fan is so hot nowadays. Is he the one who can stay out of the spotlight if he wants to? See the problem." The millions of netizens on the opposite side of the screen all froze for a moment, then tapped their heads as if they had thought of something. Yeah, reclining against. Almost forgot such a realistic one. That would be the current media reporters, and the associated traffic teams such as paparazzi. This is an era where traffic is prevalent. An ordinary person who does something out of the ordinary that gets spiced up and uploaded to the internet is bound to have a wave of internet storms. Not to mention public figures, like the kind of entertainment stars who have millions or even tens of millions of fans. They have a team of professional bodyguards. For that matter, it's all inevitable that the paparazzi will sneak a private shot, which will be uploaded to the internet. You can see how crazy the current filming crew is. The trees are big, so to speak. As long as you are a focused public figure, as long as you are online, there is a high probability that your computer will be hacked by someone with ulterior motives. This results in privacy breaches. And Chen Fan, the man who had been on fire on the hot search for a long time, a mysterious creator that almost the entire internet is following. No semblance of a personal message has been leaked until now. Until now, his identity was only partially speculated. Is that possible? A regular guy, a high-heat regular guy with no one to protect him, who can't divulge a single bit of personal information. Is this possible? The netizens who reacted were very confused. They also finally realized something was wrong. Are you saying that the reason why Van Tiente didn't leak his privacy was because his background was strong enough to have a professional team to deal with privacy leaks? There was a long silence. It was only then that the netizen who guessed that Chen Fan was a depressed person slowly opened his mouth to ask. That's right. In such a moment of attention, there are bound to be some paparazzi companies hiring a large number of hackers to rack their brains to find out some information about the Van Tien Emperor. And Van Tiente was able to make sure he didn't even get his picture out in this wanting situation. I can't really think of anything other than a team of professionals protecting his computer. To have a stable group of security systems like that, you certainly can't do it without some financial muscle. So to summarize, I deduced that the Van Tien family must be some kind of hidden tycoon. The netizens were shocked. Musical genius? Hidden billionaire? Dude, are you writing a novel? But, when you think about it, there doesn't really seem to be a problem with what he said. But since it's a rich family, it must have grown up in very favorable conditions. And where did Van Tiente create so many depressing songs? Soon, another question was raised, but no sooner had the question been asked than it was immediately answered. Dude, depressing is just a style. Every creator has a different style that belongs to them. Look at those singers in the music industry. There are many others who specialize in ancient songs, but do they really live in ancient times? With the replies sent out by the webmasters. For a moment, the people in the forum seemed to have figured something out, instantly tapping their heads and enlightening themselves. Yeah, the types of creations that creators create are generally because they have had the same experience. That's why it's possible to create infectious work. But if the talent is good enough, you don't really have to experience it firsthand to empathize with it. Isn't that what happened to a certain very optimistic literary writer? Keep your sadness for others and your happiness for yourself. Some hateful authors just love to create something very melodramatic, then stand aside and watch with a smile as the audience cries until they die because of the work. When the audience cried, he laughed. And there are not a few authors who make fun of this sort of thing. So, Chen Fan is one of them? In an instant, the netizens who had just planned to shed tears were suddenly red warm. Good. I can't see that this kid Chen Fan is actually playing like this. Grandma, he's actually a jerk who takes pleasure in knives too. I was worried that he was depressed and might not be able to get out of his mind. But I can't believe that he's actually a second-generation rich kid. the idol you thought you were, losing hope in life, trying to heal yourself, and sticking with creativity for the sake of your fans. Practical idol, left-hand wine, right-hand girl, singing DJ in a Ferrari. Damn it, this brat Chen fan is truly damned. So the reason he doesn't show his face is because he's afraid his fans will send him razor blades, right? Does this guy think it's over if he doesn't show his face? Sooner or later, I'm going to find him and make him compose a song to compensate me. That's right. This kid actually knifed us like that. We deserve more songs. Everyone in the forums unite. As long as we work together, we will eventually find Chen fan one day. When the time comes, make sure you educate the kid well and make him compose a few upbeat songs. There are other types of songs to be written, too. How can you write depressing songs with such a great talent? The crowd within the forum quickly finished adjusting their mood, half-jokingly making common cause. They also gradually increased their efforts to find Chen fan. It's imperative to out this kid who only knows how to knife fans and eat and drink himself. And in the end, a consensus was reached on Chen fan's real situation with the joint deduction of the netizens. Growing up, he was born into a wealthy merchant family and was well off. As a child, he was extremely passionate about music and had a great talent for songs, with an absolute sense of sound. The family then hired the top music teacher to tutor him. Eventually, Chen fan thought it would be fun to create songs in the sentimental genre and make listeners cry their eyes out. It then sets the tone for his own compositions. Until now, the learned Chen fan began to let singing stars sing the songs he made. Then, it became what it is now, rising star of songwriting, the hope of the entire dragon music scene. But those don't have much to do with the fans. Their biggest goal now was to find Chen fan in the pile of people. For this reason, even some netizens with technology have come forward. And at the moment, Magic City, inside a luxurious villa, nearly 100 years old, Lu Bochuan, chairman of the Haofeng Group, is already strolling through the forum. See the netizens' analysis of Chen fan's life. A rich kid who likes to keep a low profile and doesn't like to show his face? Lu Bochuan frowned, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his own nose, and fell into deep thought. As a character who has made it onto the Frost's rich list, Lu Bochuan is considered one of the country's premier billionaires. What no one just knows is that he's also a veteran music fan. From the time he was a teenager, still in elementary school, he was hooked on listening to songs. The music scene at that time still had a strong flavor of Hong Kong style. That breath of music is also etched into his bones like DNA. I don't know when this music became less and less common. In its place, there were songs he couldn't understand at all. At first he thought it was because he couldn't keep up with the times. It's being old. On that occasion, a song called Mom in Candlelight came on TV. It made that heart of his, which had been dusty for so long, feel moved for the first time. A different kind of emotion flooded him at that moment. He couldn't help but think of his late mother. When he was a child, his family was small and his mother always left the white ones for him and ate the yellow ones herself. At that time, he secretly resolved that when he grew up and earned money, he would let his mother taste white too. Then he really caught the fever. Stand to the winds of the times. Except that my mother, by then, was long gone. The smudge of regret in this debt he owed to his mother was also deeply hidden in his heart, never shown to the public. Normally, he had also been presenting himself with a dignified appearance, hiding that vulnerability and sensibility in his heart deeply. But, until that time, that night, he wept when he heard Mama by candlelight from his home. For the first time, the man who had spent half his life on the business battlefield cried like that. This longing for his late mother was also reawakened. That day, he very rarely dreamed. I dreamed I was back as a child. My mother was still as young as ever, embroidering her winter cotton clothes by candlelight in the log cabin. It seemed to sense his arrival. His mother's movement of embroidering the dress stopped and she turned her head to give him a gentle smile. Mother's smile is as comforting as ever. In the presence of a mother, it is as if all worries have ceased to exist, and there is only a cozy to the extreme sense of security. Mother, he ran into his mother's arms then, against all odds, and wept bitterly. In reality, he's a mall magnate, a company owner, a father to his daughter and a husband to his wife. He's a strong backer for all. It is the attachment of every man's heart. But where is his backing? What does he, in turn, have to fall back on? There is no one higher above him. He is the sky in everyone's mind. So even if the sky was falling, he could only clench his teeth and hold his own. This does seem to be imposing, but also exhausting to live with. How he wanted to go back to his childhood, to the time when he had only a cabin for a home, to that carefree childhood. This dream was realized in the medium of Moms by candlelight. In the dream, the usually cold and unfeeling man cried like a child. The pressure that had been building up for so long was also released at that moment. After waking up from the dream, he also deeply remembered the name Chen Fan. P.S. I can't believe there are still so many people reading this. So let the author finish this book first. At first Lu Buchuan really thought that he was too old to keep up with the preferences of young people. But it was only after he heard Mama by Candlelight that he finally realized that it wasn't him. Rather, it's today's music scene that's gone terribly wrong. Singer-songwriters of this era have begun to drift away from their audiences. For the warmth and all the sweet and sour that the audience experienced, the guys responsible for producing the songs don't even get to experience it. What could have been a very good mood comes off as sickly and contrived once it's in the hands of these producers. Of course, this did not include Chen Fan. Chen Fan, a music creator who rendered sadness to the extreme, managed to attract Lu Buchuan's attention. When Lu Buchuan first heard the songs he composed, he thought the other party was also a man over 100 years old. But it wasn't until a quick check on the internet that I realized that this Chen Fan was actually a student who hadn't even graduated from college. How is it possible for a student who has not yet graduated from college to compose a song that is that contemporary? He didn't believe it and checked out Chen Fan's other works with a skeptical attitude. The result was a mere search for the song Under the Sea at the time. It was also the song Under the Sea that completely convinced him after listening to it. As it turns out, this Chen Fan doesn't just write period songs. He's equally at home with the more popular styles of the day. This is a talented songwriter with extremely scary musical talent. Lu Buchuan came to this conclusion at the time, and it was at that moment that he got excited. As a more seasoned music fan, he had a hunch. That would be Chen Fan, the young man who will most likely bring the music scene back from the fire. This was followed by Someone Like Me, Invisible Wings, and Where Did the Time Go? One touching song after another was created from Chen Fan's hands. Lu Buchuan also became more and more convinced of Chen Fan's strength after hearing this. Until the last song, Where Did the Time Go? Lu Buchuan listened to it and completely tensed up. That feeling of trees wanting to be quiet and children wanting to be raised without their parents sweeping inside again. If anything, Mama by Candlelight was a song that unsealed his long-dusted heart. The song Where Did the Time Go? Then, is a complete and infinite amplification of that sentiment. It made him want to bawl his eyes out. Yeah, where did the time go? He also wanted to ask where in the world the time had gone. When he first came into the world, a single parent had no father and only one mother. My mother was young and gentle, quiet and relaxed. Back then, he was just a heel behind his mother. On New Year's Day at my grandma's house kowtowing to my mother and grandma for red envelopes. The whole house was a joyful and full of atmosphere. But, why turn your eyes? And he turns out to be the one giving the red envelope? Why in the blink of an eye has it become someone else kowtowing to themselves on New Year's Day? When one tries to kowtow to one's mother again, why is it that the response is the cold mound? And where did the red envelopes, which are often wrapped in just a few coins, go? Time. What a killing machine. Even Lu Buchuan, the mall giant, felt his heartache so much that he couldn't breathe. It was also after listening to the song that Lu Buchuan became enamored by Chen Fan. That's right, he's a man in his late teens, thoroughly enthralled by a song made by a 20-something kid. He had to find Chen Fan. He had to. This young man is a breath of fresh air in the current music scene. It's also the only hope for the rise of the Dragon's music scene. A more low-key rich kid? Lu Buchuan whispered, slightly contemplating. As a top figure in the business world in the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Buchuan didn't know many rich and powerful people. There are many of the more low-profile tycoons among them. It's not unheard of for a tycoon to have both a Chen surname and a low profile. How come I've never heard of anyone's son with that name before? Though puzzled, he took a chance. Asked in a group chat populated by business bigwigs. Wanted to see if Chen Fan was really the son of a certain friend's family in his circle. As a top figure in the business world, Lu Buchuan is still well liked. The message that was just sent out quickly received a sea of replies. Only, those who replied to his message were at a loss. They were concerned and asked Lu Buchuan why he wanted to find Chen Fan. There were also many people who heard that he was looking for Chen Fan and positively offered to help look for him together. In response, Lu Buchuan just said thank you, but then puzzled. One's friendship circle is so large that it almost encompasses half of the business world in the Dragon Kingdom. This Chen Fan actually really wasn't in this circle? Looks like this talented songwriter is really keeping things on the down low. Thinking of this, Lu Buchuan was a bit unwilling. He was really eager to meet Chen Fan and see what such a talented and sensationalist person was like in reality. Why don't we start with the ordinary people and rely on the power of the ordinary people to pay a visit to Chen Fan? This thought came to mind. Lu Buchuan acted immediately. He started by logging into his account on the online platform. Being a well-known entrepreneur, he still has quite a few followers under his personal account. After logging into his account, he was seen tapping his fingers and quickly editing a copy. I am the chairman of the Haofeng Group. Lu Buchuan is willing to contribute 50 million to seek information about the genius composer Chen Fan. The majority of friends around the country. If there are clues, you can contact the phone 175-6873. Anyone with a strong lead can be paid. Once edited, Lu Buchuan was ready to send it out. But just the moment he was about to click send, it was like he suddenly thought of something. Hastily, he stopped moving. Carefully, he edited another string of text underneath the original copy. This search does not have any malicious intent. It is really Mr. Chen Fan is too mysterious. There is no channel to communicate with you before this plan. If this post has caused distress to the teacher himself, Mr. Chen Fan can contact me immediately and this post will be deleted immediately. After the deletion of the post, we will also stop accepting any leads from people. Only after this paragraph was typed did Lu Buchuan nod in satisfaction. Then, clicked send. Let's hope this works. After doing this, Lu Buchuan leaned back in his seat. He looked out the window into the deep night, and more than a hint of anticipation crept into his rippling face. Lu Buchuan had gone so far as to post something like a missing person notice in order to find someone. The move instantly caused an uproar online. It's just that the heat of this text is still quite inferior compared to Chen Fan's own heat. It didn't squeeze into the top 10 of the Hot 100, but that's okay. If he can't squeeze into the top 10 of the hot searches, he can buy hot searches. At that time, Lu Buchuan called and ordered his subordinates to drop some small money on the hot search. So, the next morning, the news immediately took over the top 3 hot searches. On the internet, netizens who had just woken up saw the news and thought it was a deliberate gimmick created by some marketing numbers. But when clicked on, the jaw was dropped. Even this sliver of sleep that I had just woken up was scared out of me. I'm going. I can't believe it's Mr. Lu himself posting? Is it really Lu Buchuan, the president of Ho Feng Group? For a while, the comments section instantly became lively. Crap, Papa Lu. I'm not mistaken, am I? It's actually Papa Lu himself who sent out the search post? What are you doing upstairs? Day in and day out. One mouthful of dad. Is dad so worthless in your mouth? That's it. Really don't have any dignity at all. Don't have a face even if it's not. And actually snatch my father from me. It's really too humiliating. Okay, let's not play the stunt in the comments section for a minute. Aren't you all surprised? Lu Buchuan. He's an entrepreneur who actually wants to find Chen Fan. What's going on here? The business world and the music world don't seem to have much to do with each other either. The question came up. The crowd in the comments section was also confused. Yeah, why? Could it be that he wanted to pull Chen Fan into his company? However, although there are many industries in the Haofeng Group, there are no industries that are related to the entertainment industry. Even if the songs created by Chen Fan were good, they couldn't bring much revenue to the Haofeng Group. A confused netizen is very confused. Soon, though, speculation was raised. Could it be that our Mr. Lu wants to play with the internet, and is doing this because he wants to rub off on Chen Fan? 666. Chuanzi is also out of her element. She's even able to rub off on Chen Fan's hotness, isn't she? Upstairs, inverted Big Dipper. Oh my friend, you know what? Mr. Lu wanting to play with the internet is the equivalent of a fish wanting to ride a bicycle. 5 words, not at all. No sooner had this wise idea appeared than it was greeted with scorn from the general public. But without that guess, they were completely out of leads. The question of why Mr. Lu was looking for Chen Fan seemed about to become a permanent mystery. Just then, perhaps I saw the questions in the comments section. Lu Buchuan has posted again. Unlike the last time, when it was all about discretion, this time it could almost be described as unpretentious. Godlike song. I'm proud as an audience member that the young people of the dragon music scene can make this song. A sentence that doesn't even go beyond the computer line. The quote ends with the accompanying songs Mom and Candlelight as well as Where Did the Time Go? And when the comments section saw this, even the most unenlightened netizens reacted. Afterward, only deep astonishment remained in their hearts. Even is shocking. This time, Lu Buchuan spent $50 million on a reward for a clue, but he was actually simply impressed by Chen Fan's song. There are no other interests at stake. Just to get a clue about Chen Fan, a reward of $50 million was offered. In an instant, the comments section, which was already incredibly hot, was about to explode. Too awesome? I can only say that Chen Fan is really too awesome. I can't believe you're even listening to Kawako as a fan. As expected of you, genius songwriter. That said, with a character of Chuanzi's caliber making an appearance, Chen Fan should be found soon, right? After all, that's $50 million. $50 million. If I were Chen Fan, I'd definitely take the initiative to show my face myself. The fat doesn't flow to outsiders. How comfortable is it to take this money myself? No. This difference in words upstairs. Don't forget that Chen Fan is also a rich second generation. This kid spends his days drinking, and when he has nothing to do, he makes another song to knife cry the audience. Such a person may not look at $50 million. So what? Even if he can't see it, won't we? Chuanzi, Still be able to find it by using his own connections? Makes sense. The comments section is on fire. The matter of Lu Buchuan spending a lot of money to look for Chin Fan is even similar to the song Where Has All the Time Gone? Extranet, an international video platform. About the latest installment of The Strongest Singer was also uploaded here by some of the viewers from the foreign countries. In the first place, these foreign country viewers were supposed to be there for Jenny. Wanted to see how his family's idol crushed those singers on the Dragon Show. In fact, the show's first episodes have been going in the direction they had in mind. The Dragon Nation singers were underpowered and were crushed by the trio of Jenny Susan Xia in turn. There might be some older singers among them who can compete with them, but when Jenny, a true diva-level singer, took the stage, all of the previous singers' performances have been eclipsed. And just when Jenny's fans were thinking that Jenny was going to secure the title this time, those two songs that came up, the first song, Invisible Wings, caused the smiles on the faces of these foreign country viewers to stiffen. The second song, Where Did the Time Go?, completely and deeply shocked them. Though not many of these foreign country spectators knew the language of the dragon, but listen to that sad to the core tune, and the kind of emotion that looms as if it has some kind of magical power. These Yankees are completely convinced. Despite the language barrier, anyone with a little bit of clarity can hear that these two songs are really far superior to Jenny. So, after listening to the song, the viewers of the foreign countries silently exited the live broadcast. Some of the spectators, among others, videotaped the match, as well as the two songs, on the morning of the second day, which is now sent to the extranet where netizens from various countries are mixed. And just as this video was released, less than 2 hours later, the video alone has had tens of millions of views. Netizens from all countries were all surprised. Oh my, is this really a song sung by a dragon country singer? Isn't it always said that the dragon music scene is decadent? Why is there such a pleasant song in the dragon music scene? It seems that people's legends are all false, and the real strength is still something you have to see with your own eyes to know. That's right, the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom is really beyond our imagination. My God, these two songs are just divine. Yossi, very wonderful song. Listening to the last song I felt like I remembered my hometown and had a feeling that my childhood memories were coming back. The cherry blossoms in my hometown should be blooming soon too, right? The moment the video was uploaded, it was greeted with competing compliments from netizens in various countries. As the saying goes, art knows no boundaries, and almost everyone with an appreciation for music thinks this is a great song. There are exceptions to everything. ACI bar. What divine work. This kind of song can also be sung by people from the Dragon Kingdom? They must have copied this. Copied it. The rhythms of these two songs are very similar to two songs from our great cold underworld kingdom. The despicable Dragon Nation has stolen our cultural heritage. Some ill-timed voice rang out. The songs Where Has the Time Gone and Invisible Wings caught fire on the extranet, just as all the foreigners were mesmerized by the song. Some anachronistic comments came up instead. The foreign netizens were first stunned at the sight, and then they looked at the posters of these comments. And when they saw that the names of these people were all composed in the Siba language, their minds, again, became instantly enlightened. Turns out, no wonder. So you're from the Wacken country. Cold country. A country that is not very big in terms of places. The extranet however is very notorious, infamous. One thing about this country is that although they are not known for many works of art, they have a rich entertainment industry. This has led to a country with a very large number of actresses, teenage groups, and movie and television writers, novelists, and all sorts of other professions. The first two are nothing special, just a tool for the pleasure of the plutocrat's father and the resident cold mold. But the oddity is in the latter two. They also have a large number of movie and television writers and graphic novelists. And the number of people in these professions has created a very rich history and culture. Almost every country's history can be tainted with a bit of their history books. Maybe it's having these history books as a backbone. It makes these cold countrymen who skulk around on the extranet all day long think that whatever they see is good enough for their family. Being a thief, in turn, you spend all day branding others as plagiarizers. In this regard, the cold countryman's place in everyone's heart is self-evident. And now, upon seeing this group of international clowns jumping on the bandwagon once again, upon seeing the things take the song that had just been uploaded to the extranet and once again claim it for themselves, the netizens of various countries really can't stand it anymore. What a comical statement. What is contained in these two songs is the unique mood of the Dragon Kingdom. Even I, a foreigner, can feel it. This level of music, how can it be something that you, the cold kingdom, can touch? How dare a worm-like country be so arrogant? Who gave you the courage? Oh, I'm more inclined to believe that an ant made a big hole in an elephant's brain than that the two pieces of music were copied. Some righteously indignant foreign netizens immediately stepped forward. they were outraged at the Cold Kingdom's anticlimactic statement. But anger aside, it's clear that the quality of these people leaves something to be desired. However, there are some netizens who have been very forceful in their attacks. Oh, what? The Dragon Kingdom songs have stolen your cultural heritage? Do all the cold countries have cultural heritage now? As we all know, in the eyes of the people of the Cold Kingdom, the universe is a branch of the Cold Kingdom's culture. Years later, the Cold Kingdom dug up the skeletons of the rice army stationed in the Cold Kingdom, so they claimed that whites originated in the Cold Kingdom. Obviously, even the cold country with a face as thick as a city wall could not withstand the bombardment of the multinational coalition. As comment after comment is sent out, the faces of the netizens of the cold country became bad-looking. Only their faces reddened and they typed through clenched teeth, "These two songs are just copied. You're in cahoots and in cahoots," though already shaking with anger. But slander out of thin air without evidence makes their dislike pale in comparison. And this time, before the many foreigners could reply, the appearance of a single person caused the incredibly lively comments section to become instantly silent. Before slandering someone, at least show proof. You said these two songs were copied. May I ask which of your songs were copied? I've been in the music business for so long that I've listened to most of the world's well-known music at one time or another. So why is it that I've never realized that there are songs that are very much like this one? The person who said that was Jenny. As a Yankee diva singer, she is well known all over the world. The cold country netizens who were jumping on the bandwagon were also not expecting that a normal internet spraying each other would actually lead to Jenny. See this great god go down, one by one. They were all silent in an instant. Jenny's musical ability is evident to the world. Debating with someone like that on a musical level is no different than looking for death. And over there, seeing the cold country's netizens dumbfounded, Jenny went on to dislike. If two songs will be slandered by you, then are the third, the fourth, and even the fifth, to be slandered by you in turn, said Jenny, actually in full view of everyone. A super long audio was posted in the comments section of the extranet. Seeing this, countless foreign netizens on the sidelines immediately clicked in. Scattered moonlight went through the cloud. For a moment, a tune sad to the core came from it. Those who had just been depressed by the two songs "Where Has the Time Gone" were once again immersed. A full 10 minutes had passed. It took these extranets to snap out of their grief. That's right, 10 minutes. That's because this extra long audio contains the songs Under the Sea, Mama by Candlelight, and Someone Like Me. Foreigners who listened to the three songs, all of them stared in disbelief and shook their heads one after another. Oh my god, Jenny, where did you find these songs? They are fantastic. Yeah, Jenny, these three songs are nothing less than masterpieces than the first two Dragon Country songs. No, why is it so familiar? Are they somehow related to the previous two songs? People who listened to the songs had long since left the group of cold country singers behind. The only thing they want to know now is the connection between the songs. Such an amazing piece of work, and it's actually a Dragon Country song as well. So all that talk about the Dragon's music scene not working is actually a rumor? Is the Dragon Kingdom now so strong in the field of singing? And with the questions asked by the out-of-towners, Jenny instantly replied, "Yes friends, these three songs, they're really connected to those first two songs. They're deeply connected." With these words from Jenny, instantly, the netizens on the extranet were holding their breath, looking forward to Jenny's next reply. Over there, Jenny continued to these three songs, and the initial 5 songs, all by one songwriter, their creator, the same person. This songwriter is also one of the most powerful songwriters in the Dragon Kingdom, if not the world. In my opinion, 3 sentences, 3 short sentences, but it caused an instant earthquake in the comments section. So much for the best songwriter in the Dragon Kingdom. The world's greatest songwriter? Isn't Jenny afraid of offending people by saying that? And with all the people in the world, wasn't Jenny afraid that one would suddenly come out of nowhere that was even more fierce than he was and punch her in the face? Oh Jenny, my baby, those are not words to be spoken. While I admit that this person is very strong, saying the strongest composer in the world is a bit much. Some of Jenny's fans immediately counseled, try to save your idol from drawing fire. Yet Jenny had not the slightest idea of going down the steps. I meant everything I said. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, there's a term in the music industry called crank. No creator, no matter how good a piece of work they produce, can get away with a songwriting style that is their own. It's something that's like innate, etched in the genes of every creator. However, this songwriter has created a total of 5 songs, which are in the same category but contain 5 different genres. It's like nothing the music industry has ever seen before. Toward the end, Jenny even used the word miracle to describe it. And when they heard this, one of the foreign netizens on the opposite side of the screen had their mouths open. Songs? 5? Miracles? This information puts their brains in a state of limbo. Just then, however, Another world-class singer spoke up. Yes, Jenny is right. These 5 songs, they do contain 5 different tunes at their core. It's just that Jenny was wrong about one thing: the change of songwriting styles is not unprecedented in the history of music. 100 years ago, there was a musician who achieved the feat of switching tunes, who clung to hope despite the beating of disease. Nirvana in a desperate situation, successfully navigating 2 songwriting styles. And the name of that musician is Beethoven. A user with a singer's logo on the back of her account like Jenny popped up. This user's username is Gaiden, a true world-class superstar, hailed by today's music industry as one who will go down in music history. P.S. There's one more chapter to be written during the day. I must get over my laziness this month and try to work my way up to full attendance. What? Gaiden? Oh God. Gaiden's actually here? Just how many other songwriters are secretly diving in this comment section? The appearance of the king of song, Gaiden, instantly brought the comment section to an even more intense climax. Netizens from all countries are commenting in great shock, but soon, they suddenly reacted. The surprise instantly shifted from Gaiden to what he had just said. Gaiden, what did you say? Even Beethoven, the composer, mastered only 2 styles? Amazed, shocked, strong emotions hit their brains. It made the countless foreign netizens in front of the screen. All of them opened their mouths in unison. As amateurs, they don't have any concept of the genre. So when Jenny said that this songwriter could do 5 styles of music, they just thought that this person was very good. But more than that, it's the fact that the songs sound good that counts. People recognize this mysterious songwriter, and only for the pleasant songs he made. When it was heard that Gaiden copped out that even Beethoven only knew 2 styles of song, foreign netizens were utterly shocked. Who is Beethoven? That's the musician who has been recorded in history textbooks in many countries around the world. It's someone who really went down in history. Grab a random kid on the street and ask them. Even kids know about Beethoven. This kind of household name celebrity has long since transcended the realm of music. In the 100 years since his death, the music industry has also been full of talent, but there has never been anyone who dared to say that he was a stronger being than Beethoven. Now, a songwriter from the Dragon Kingdom has crushed Beethoven from the aspect of songwriting? No, I should say it crushed the world. Because Gaiden had just said that before that Beethoven was the only musician in the world to have composed 2 styles of music. Yes, Gaiden answered everyone's questions right away. Even the esteemed Mr. Beethoven has mastered only 2 different tunes, and it is said that Beethoven, because of the exacerbation of his condition, made it so that in his later years, when he was approaching deafness, he could always hear 2 different voices in his ears. It was only by this coincidence that such a feat that shocked the music world was made. Prior to this, the music industry, both creators and singers, agreed that one could only adapt to one style of song in one's lifetime. It was Mr. Beethoven who pioneered the change of tune. That being said, netizens in various countries have been too surprised to type, and typing Gaiden, he became emotional. He asked Jenny rhetorically, Jenny, are you really sure that these 5 songs were written by the same person? Why do I get the feeling it's a song written by 5 people? One creator mastering 5 different tunes is truly amazing. Jenny immediately responded, Gaiden, this is so true. I was very surprised at first, but when you think about it, 5 such excellent songs, if not by a single genius, must have been written by 5 separate composers. I'm more willing to believe that there's only one perversely gifted musical genius in the Dragon Kingdom than there are 5 such excellent songwriters in the Dragon Kingdom. The whole room was shocked. The entire comments section was in an uproar. Across the screen, Gaiden was also shaken. He gulped excitedly and typed with trembling fingers, who is this composer? Have you seen him? No, I haven't seen him in the flesh. The creator's name is Chen Fan, and he is said to be a junior at a conservatory. A very mysterious songwriter. Even in the Dragon Kingdom, not many people have actually seen him. Jenny quickly replied to Gaiden. The words once again surprised the crowd of onlookers to the point where they couldn't close their mouths. Not many people have seen it even in the Dragon Kingdom? Gaiden sniffed and was even more surprised. With a creator this good, doesn't anyone want to find him? The singers who perform these songs would have recognized him. Hasn't anyone ever asked these singers for information about this musician? Gaiden was right on the money with that statement. Asked the question that everyone in the room wanted to know. With such a powerful composer, hasn't anyone in the Dragon Kingdom ever been curious about him? Of course I have. However, this time Gaiden finished asking, before Jenny could answer. An extranet blogger with the username Susan spoke up. Yes, this Susan is which black singer Susan from The Greatest Showman. Seeing that Susan had actually appeared in the comments section as well, a group of netizens from the Outer Limits network were completely numb. And the singer? First Jenny, then Adam, and finally a Susan. Is this video attracting the entire foreign music scene? Ignoring the shock of the netizens, only Susan typed, Word for word. Gaiden, you know? This Chen Fan is actually a songwriter who has only recently appeared. Those are the only 5 songs he's written so far in total. That's right, 5 in total. And every one of them is high quality. And all these songs, he wrote them all in a month's time. Now the music fans in the Dragon Kingdom have gone crazy. They are frantically searching for the composer. As early as a few days ago, someone asked Chen Fan's singer for information about him. But neither of those 2 singers have any intention of revealing information about Chen Fan. Susan's words came out. Jenny followed by sending a smiling emoticon in reply to Susan. It means that Susan is right. Seeing this, netizens from various countries were completely confused. A songwriter who's only been in the public eye for the past few days? 5 songs in a month? Is every song a masterpiece? At this moment, there are only 2 words left in the minds of netizens from various countries. Monster. Gaiden over there sniffed and instantly fell silent. I don't know if I was too shocked to know what to say, or if I was doubting the veracity of the event. Anyway, a full 5 minutes passed before he typed out a sentence. How do I find him? At these words, Jenny and Susan looked like they had heard something interesting. There were emoticons of harumphing laughter. I don't know about that. We also very much want to find this Chen Fan now, but so far it's been nothing. However, if you want to hear him sing his next song, you can take a look at Dragon Kingdom's Strongest Singer program, where he currently writes 1 or 2 songs for his singers in each episode. Strongest Singer? Gaiden sniffed. Is that the music program you guys are currently participating in the Dragon Kingdom? Yes, that's right. Jenny replied. That's the program. Only, this answer of Jenny's had just been uttered. Gaiden's next off-the-cuff inquiry caused the entire comment section to go wide-eyed. This program, is it still hiring singers? In an instant, netizens from various countries were so surprised that they couldn't keep their mouths shut. When Gaiden asks that question, then it's obviously self-evident what he's going to do next. As a world-class top vocalist, Gaiden actually wanted to participate in a music program in Dragon, a country with a regressive music scene. That sounds a little too dreamy. However, the thought that there is a songwriter in the Dragon Kingdom who is even better than Bedouin, everyone suddenly felt reasonable again. I don't know about that, Jenny replied, but I can give you the director's contact information so you can ask him yourself. When this was said, Gaiden immediately replied, thank you very much. Netizens from various countries? However, before the netizens could let out a gasp of surprise, the next moment came an even more shocking scene. Only Jenny's comment was followed by this. Reply after reply came in like a tidal wave. Ocean State singer Flanders at Jenny. Baby send me contact info too, please. Jack, the Clock Country singer, at Jenny. And me, look at me. Sakura Nation singer Fujinkong, at Jenny. Can Jenny Sauce have a private chat? One by one, singers who are famous in their own countries and in the world have come out. Even among them, there were quite a few people who recognized that there was their family idol. In an instant, the heads of netizens from all countries were filled with black question marks. No, just how much was there in the sneak dive just now? Chen Fan's 5 songs set off a different kind of shockwave on the extranet. Even Gay Sky King, who has a great reputation in the music industry, has plans to participate in The Greatest Singer. Famous singers from some other countries were equally eager to learn about Chen Fan. All of this was unknown to Chen Fan himself, who was the originator. Morning, 10 a.m. The sunrise spills over the earth. The whole Magic City looked peaceful under the sunlight. The alleyway entrance to Magic City's Education Road, plumes of smoke wrapped around the less than obvious breakfast place, giving the storefront a bit more of a mysterious look. Remember when The Strongest Singer seemed to be recorded last night? So by now, those 2 songs should have acquired me quite a bit of depressogenic value, right? In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Chen Fan woke up from his daze. A clueless man was a little confused. Last night he learned how to mix stuffing, and surprisingly enough he was actually quite talented at it himself. It's one of those things that you learn as soon as you close your eyes. Thus, Chen Fan disregarded his sister-in-law's discouragement and incidentally mixed all the meat fillings to be used today. This was busy until 2 in the morning. I am talented, but I am a novice, so I am much slower than my sister-in-law. So after last night's busy day, Chen Fan fell asleep. He woke up with a start and his whole body was confused. What time is it? Chen Fan scratched his messy hair in confusion. It then opened the system faceplate regardless. Eyes go to the depressing value in the lower right corner. The next moment, his eyes instantly widened. 1,000,000 depressing values? Chen Fan rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. System, is there any mistake? Is the depressing value only this much this time? Chen Fan unlocked the system ban. He had some suspicion that the system had gotten it wrong. Last time, just one song from Mao Tianyi alone had added 7,300,000 depressogenic values to himself. This time it's 2 songs by Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaoan, Plus there's the popularity brought by the foreign country singer. How can there be only a million depressing values? Ding! Congratulations to the host. The guess is correct. The system quickly answered Chen Fan's question. Chen Fan was even more puzzled when he heard this. Is that a good guess? What's that supposed to mean? Meaning the system really got it wrong? Ding! Before Chen Fan could ask again, the electronic voice of the system once again followed. Due to the fact that the host's current acquisition of depressing values is too large for the system to load, the remaining large amount of depressing values will be slowly returned to completion over the next 10 days. What do you mean? The depressogenic value is too large? Will be returned in 10 days? Chen Fan's mind went blank. Ding! It is that the system is overloaded and cannot instantly produce these depressogenic values. It is necessary for the host to give the system 10 days to slowly pay it back. The system explained it more bluntly. Hearing this explanation, Chen Fan completely understood. Then, his expression began to look odd. Good lord, you're not even a system pitcher, but now you're even talking about credit? Carrying an overload? Doesn't that mean you're too good? The mechanical electronic sound faded right out. It seemed that Chen Fan had spoken to the sore spot, and a full few minutes had passed without any reply from the system. So how many people did I depress this time and how much depressing value did I gain? That you should tell me, right? Ding! The host is currently depressing 270, 842, 323 people, and the depressing value gained is equal to the number of people being depressing. The system's voice sounded again. Chen Fan was directly taken aback when he heard this number. More. Sees less? Ding! It's now 82708712. In the space of 2 sentences, a few hundred more were added. In an instant, Chen Fan's mood changed from initial dissatisfaction to surprise. 80 million people? $10 million? What the hell is this, The Greatest Showman show doing? A program that actually attracts tens of millions of people? This isn't right, is it? How many netizens are there even in all of Dragonland? Is this a case of depressing all the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom or something? Or did the singer from the foreign country promote his song to their country? Countless possibilities appeared in Chen Fan's mind, but he can't even understand the outside world in his current condition, so it was all down to his personal guess. But it didn't matter what exactly the reason was. What mattered was that with the depressogenic value he had gained now, he was perfectly capable of advancing his eyesight. It is even said that advancing your vision or hearing to low risk is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Chen Fan was in a good mood. Again, he couldn't help but think of the blurry figure that cried out in pain because of Chen Fan's suicide. Thinking of that, the family member who took Xiao Fan everywhere to seek medical treatment in order to cure Xiao Fan's ears. If she saw Chen Fan's eyes and ears get better, it should be very happy, right? There's old Lin, Kodyu, these housemates, and Dean Cho. All these people who are concerned about themselves, they should be very interested in seeing their organs recovered as well, right? The more he thought about it, the more Chen Fan was longing for the future. He even suddenly felt that it was fine for the system to be so delayed, just enough to achieve a slow recovery. People on the outside will see it and think it's a little more normal. Otherwise, it would be scary to blink and have one's sight and hearing back as good as new. Chen Fan looked at the system faceplate again suspiciously. He was a little less trusting of this spell Yusu system. After all, this one's a regular pitcher. Thus, Chen Fan once again asked, "System, you said that you would pay me back the depressogenic value owed to me within 10 days. What if you don't pay it back?" Ding! Please ask the host to trust the system's loyalty. The system belongs exclusively to the host, and if the host suffers, the system will also suffer. Hear that? The corner of Chen Fan's mouth twitched. You say you belong to me? You'll suffer if I suffer? Then why did you screw me over so many times before? However, when you think about it, the system's previous pitfalls against itself were at best an informed failure to report. As for why the system does this, it's still afraid that you'll find it too difficult and back out. So it seems that the system is actually trying to help itself? Never mind. Since the system has said so, let's believe it one more time. If the bastard doesn't pay back the depressing value after 10 days, then Chen Fan would really have to open them all and take a good look to see if there was anything that could sanction the system. After all, the previous banning spells had all worked on the system, so it was evident that the system was not immune to the damage done to it by mall props. After some internal reflection, Chen Fan clicked on the faceplate and converted 800,000 of that 1,000,000 depression value into points. The remaining 200,000 was saved. He added the points to the sight column. The vision showing high risk was then converted to medium risk. In the next moment, the things in front of Chen Fan's eyes changed. Host's vision, 0 points out of 1,000. Host hearing, 0 points out of 1,000. The current data content was displayed in front of Chen Fan. The body's grade status from high to low is high risk, medium risk, low risk, normal. Hearing and vision are both zeros right now though, but the good thing is that the status of both came to the medium critical bracket, counting all those depressing values the system owes itself, and the steady stream of listeners now being depressing. In 10 days, one might be able to advance one of the two again without much trouble. As for whether or not the advancement points required after advancement would be raised by another 10 times, Chen Fan didn't know that, but he had left it behind. Just now, he had found something in the mall called large system electrocution. It only takes 1,000,000 depressing values to make the system experience the general pleasure of scorched numbness. Chen Fan had already made up his mind, but whenever this bastard system dared to raise the difficulty for himself again, then he would make sure to let system taste what burnt numbness felt like. Thinking of this, Chen Fan put away the faceplate with satisfaction. He took off his sunglasses and looked around. Wanted to test what it was like to see things with medium-risk vision. He looked first to the wooden table not far away. Only the original outline of the table in the black blur is still the outline. It's just that the outlines are clearer than they used to be. Then there was the level of darkness in the eyes, which slowed down a few moments from before. That's it? He had thought that Critical's vision was dispelling the darkness. Either that or it didn't dispel the darkness, but cured the blurring of seeing. As a result, none of them were eradicated. Did it really just slow them down a little bit? This boost doesn't seem to improve your daily life at all. However, Chen Fan's lost mood had just risen. He then walked over to the desk, pulled open a drawer, and casually removed a note of bookkeeping from a book. Then he was suddenly surprised to realize that he couldn't read the items himself though. The sensitivity to fonts, however, seems to be heightened, although it was still difficult to read the words now. Before, for the black font he could not see anything at all. Now, however, the black lettering on the note was vaguely recognizable. If the black letter is still true, then the red letter. With this in mind, Chen Fan immediately rummaged through the drawer, trying to find notes or books with red font. It's just a shame that the books in general are in black font. Those bills that my sister-in-law had previously used to keep track of, and now had no use for, were also in black lettering. Seeing this, Chen Fan frowned slightly, but the next moment, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. It seemed as if something was guiding him or her, causing a memory somewhere in the back of his or her mind to open up. Diary? When I was a kid, I kept a diary? Dusty memories open up. Chen Fan immediately came to the side of the bed and burrowed underneath it. After a bit of rummaging under the bed, he had a thin diary in his hand. Flipping through the journal, the bright red handwriting caught my eye. Chen Fan also finally realized what he felt when he looked at the red font. Still need to focus your vision, just not as hard. It's not true to say that it's not hard on the eyes at all. It just feels a little sore. That's just how it feels at first. I don't know what it's like over time, but this level is clearly enough. This means that one will be much more efficient in composing. After reading the diary, Chen Fan did not put it back. Instead, they put it on the table, so that you can test your vision at any time. As for the contents of the journal, he had just read it. It's hard to imagine that the original owner, a small child at the time, could actually write something like that. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for himself. What a nice person Chen Fan was in life. But by a quirk of fate, he chose to end his life. It's just that now this Chen Fan of himself has crossed over to this world. In his place, he stubbornly survived. So that Chen Fan, did he also cross over to his own world? What about becoming a sound, safe and healthy person? He could only hope for that in his mind. After all, if that were true, it would be redemptive for both parties. The Chen Fan of that world, if he had his own life, then he must be a lonely, healthy man, and himself now, although there are some mutilations in the organs of his body, but having housemates and sister-in-laws, people who care about them, to make sure that the rest of his life is not spent in darkness, and to make sure that these people who care about him stop worrying about him, he must hurry to regain his sight and hearing. It's just that it's not like having a system can be explained to these people. 2 consecutive fainting spells of her own had caused her sister-in-law to regard the compositions as a flood. I guess I won't be providing myself with a phone and pen and paper again anyway. So, how should he or she reach out to Sister Zhang before the next installment of The Strongest Singer begins? No, even Sister Zhang won't let herself compose anymore. Chen Fan was in deep thought. A moment later, in a voice only he could hear, he muttered to himself, "For my vision isn't improving as much as I'd like right now, but if I take a cab to the studio by myself, I should be able to make it, right? As for school Sister Zhang, you can call her directly after writing the song. Those musicians in the recording studio have met with school Sister Zhang so many times. They should have school Sister Zhang's contact information. Most importantly, these musicians didn't realize that composing would cause damage to my entire body, so they should cooperate with my actions." Chen Fan raised his head and put on his sunglasses again. He stood in the bedroom. The sunlight shone through the narrow window, stretching his silhouette to a slender length. Another half-day passed. Chen Fan's deeds were still spreading. Invisible Wings and Where Has the Time Gone are also getting hotter as public opinion adds to the mix. More and more people are crying out in pain because of these two songs. Those who heard these songs agreed that Chen Fan, this young man, had already stood at the pinnacle of the music scene in the Dragon Kingdom. What they don't know, however, is this: the legend of Chen Fan has just begun. Application letters from singers of various countries who wanted to participate were sent to the Strongest Singer program team by means of computer mailboxes, while all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were shouting and cheering for Chen Fan's achievement. A wave that is about to shake the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the world's music industry, is quietly coming. Magic City, the Strongest Singer program. Director's Lounge. Director. Wang Gang's assistant stumbled in. Something big is going on. P.S. Try to resume 2 shifts from today. As for the protagonist's condition, you can rest assured that it will be miserably exposed to the audience. I have my own measure. At this time, Wang Gang was sitting in front of his desk, drinking tea while flipping through the program replay from his cell phone. The playback was playing the music that Chen Fan had created. However, the AIDS shriek broke the peaceful atmosphere. Wang Gang raised his eyes to his assistant, frowned slightly, and said, "Big deal? What's the big deal?" "It won't." As he spoke, Wang Gang glanced at the song playing in his cell phone on the table. "It's not connected to Chen Fan again, is it?" This was the thought that popped up subconsciously in Wang Gang's mind. After all, since the program started, Chen Fan had created too many miracles as well as brought in too many surprises, and it was true to his expectations, only to see the assistant running to him in a panic and gasping for breath. "It's about Chen Fan. This Chen Fan student has really given our program a good scare." With that, the assistant took out his own cell phone and handed it to Wang Gang. Wang Gang took it suspiciously. The next moment, even though he had already prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The content on the phone was the very same video from the extranet. The video now has more than 100 million views, and the comments section has more than 10 million comments. And the most liked of these comments is none other than the conversation between Gaten Jenny and others. What followed was an etude to Jenny by a familiar singer from each of the Blue Star countries. It's amazing that the reason they're all at Jenny is because they want to be on the next installment of The Strongest Singer. This, Wang Gang's face turned white in an instant. His breathing became rapid, and his hand holding the cell phone was shivering uncontrollably. He's seen all these names of singers who want to compete. What Cherry Blossom Country famous singer Fukuda Ikijin, Fu Quan Air. Then there's Amy, who's won 4 Grammy Awards for music, and Oceania diva Kula, Gina. These, bit by bit. There's even the world-class singing god Gaten. Wait, Gaten? What a joke! With Gaidang's strength, not to mention in Oceania, even in the entire Blue Star is considered to be one of the top singers. This level of singer actually want to participate in their own organized program? This is simply. Wang Gang felt dizzy in front of his eyes, and all of this was very unreal. His dream is indeed to see the dragon music scene awaken from its decadence. He does long to see dragon country singers on top of the world's music scene. It was a goal he wanted to strive for. But this dream is coming true a little too quickly. Obviously I'm not even ready. No, I should say that the current dragon singers have not even raised their strengths up to ascend to the Blue Star's music industry. Now the comprehensive strength of the singers of the Dragon Kingdom only were to wear off by the world's music fans' singers' united attention? If this really goes against the foreigners, the dragon country music scene will lose adults. Wang Gang stared at the cell phone with his eyes motionless, murmuring in a daze. It was like he suddenly thought of something, hurriedly logged onto his email address and did a double take after seeing the incoming mailbox. Sure enough, email after email was full of messages from singers in various countries. In these messages, the singer's tone is polite and ingratiating. Before the birth of The Strongest Singer, these singers were singers that Wang Gang couldn't even hire if he wanted to. But now, they are all begging to participate. Such a dramatic scene, but it made Wang Gang's expression extra mixed. The atmosphere in the director's room fell into an eerie silence. "Go, get the assistant director to come to my office." It was only after a long time that Wang Gang's heavy voice slowly sounded. Wang Gang's mood was now mixed. First of all, he was very grateful to Chen Fan, because it was this young man who, in just a few days, helped him realize a dream he wanted to work for his whole life. After being grateful, he couldn't be happier. Or maybe he's simply afraid to be happy, because the eyes of the world are now on the greatest singer. He couldn't think of how to deal with these world-class singers in the next installment of the competition. By Lin Wang and Huang Xian? Stop it. What about Mr. Sun Chang and Mr. Han Lan? They were the mainstay of the Longguo music scene, but if they were put into the international type of singers, they were only at the upper middle level. And the singers who sent the message this time are the best of the best. Chen Fan composing or not is another uncertainty. That said, if it is agreed that these singers will participate in the competition and there is no Chen Fan composing in the next installment, then the dragon singer will be crushed to the dregs by these foreigners under the watchful eyes of fans all over the world, and still being crushed on Dragon's own turf. Thinking of this, Wang Gang frowned. He leaned back in his seat helplessly, rubbing his brow over and over. Director, you wanted to see me? The assistant director, who has always had a lot of ghost ideas, walks in. When Wang Gang saw the other party, he handed him his cell phone without saying a word, then said, "Check it out. You were the one who had the idea last time, and you ended up betting right. Give another idea this time." The assistant director listened to Wang Gang's words and looked at the contents of the cell phone. In the next moment, his eyes also snapped open. The assistant director was seen stumbling a few steps and slumping into the nearest seat. He held his glasses with a trembling hand. 2 thin lines of sweat ran down his forehead. The room was silent. This assistant director let out a long breath and his face gradually became normal. Got an idea? Wang Gang looked to the assistant director. Aha! The assistant director nodded heavily and took a deep breath before blurting out, "I think it's perfectly fine to agree to these singers' request to participate in the competition." Wang Gang's heart sank. Disregarding the surface but not moving, he asked, "Why?" "Because it's already common knowledge that these singers have sent requests to the program." The assistant director said back, "Once damn they didn't participate in the next installment. It meant that the show rejected them, and it also meant that the show wimped out." Representing the dragon music scene goons, the dragon singers surrendered without a fight, and this news will not sound good at all when it reaches foreign countries. Wang Gang nodded slightly after hearing this. That's true, but if we let these singers compete, won't it be just as disgraceful to the entire music scene if they completely crush the Dragon Kingdom singers by then? The assistant director smiled slightly. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, director, we also have 2 teachers, Mao Tianyi and Zhang Xiaohan. The 2 of them, as Chen Fan singers, haven't performed badly at all in these installments. If they make a move, the Dragon Country music scene won't lose face, and will also make our program's popularity even higher. Ms. Zhang Xiaohan Mao Tianyi, Chen Fan singer? Hearing this, Wang Gang smashed his mouth in depression. TSK, I certainly trust Chen Fan's composing ability. If their singing is still at the same level as the previous 2 times, they can really fight with Gaidong. But just be afraid, Wang Gang said with an ugly expression. I'm just afraid that Chen Fan won't compose anymore this installment. It's now just under a week away from the next installment of the tournament. In total, a week to go from conception to completion of the composition is something a songwriter should be able to do by all rights. But Chen Fan has already composed 5 songs in less than a month. It stands to reason that one's inspiration should be at the depletion stage as well. As fellow music industry professionals, you and I should know what it means to run out of inspiration. It means that this creator needs a few days of cushioned rest. Go tweak your brain. Go gather inspiration. But this is the time when foreign singers come to the program. If it happens to coincide with Chen Fan's inspiration dry spell. Having said that, Wang Gang did not go any further. But his concern was clearly evident enough. The assistant director listened but shook his head. No. Director, I think your worries are unwarranted. Normal composers may need to rest and adjust, but Chen Fan is different. Chen Fan is a musical genius. And the fact that he was able to compose 2 depressing masterpieces in 5 days is proof that he is equally gifted in terms of innovation. Let's not forget how many miracles he has performed. A small dry spell of inspiration may be a problem for others, but it's definitely not hard for him. A statement that the assistant director made with firm determination. He himself didn't know why he trusted Chen Fan like this, but having witnessed Chen Fan's strength in the first few issues, he just felt that Chen Fan wouldn't be overwhelmed by these small problems. Then, Wang Gang frowned again. Do you still remember that Mr. Mao and Mr. Zhang said that Chen Fan would not compose again? Is the director worried that what Mr. Zhang and the others are saying is true? The assistant director smiled. Mr. Zhang has already said more than once that Chen Fan no longer composes music, right? But what? Doesn't every time still sing the songs written by Mr. Chen Fan on stage? Wang Gang's expression obviously changed. He lowered his head slightly, as if contemplating something. Seeing this, the assistant director shouted again. If you still feel uneasy, I do have a way to make Chen Fan participate in the next installment 100%. Oh, Wang Gang raised his head as soon as he sniffed. What method? The assistant director said. Didn't we talk about this before? Based on previous inferences, Chen Fan should also be a songwriter who wants to revitalize the music scene in the Dragon Kingdom. So, we might as well publicize this a little more. Make this clash between the Dragon Kingdom and the world music scene a little stronger. Make this conflict a little stronger? Wang Gang's already puzzled mood became even more puzzled. He narrowed his eyes at the assistant director, wondering for a moment what the hell the kid had up his sleeve again. That is, we can change the rules of the program. Isn't there a total of 7 dragon singers and 3 foreign singers in the program now? These 10 contestants will compete against each other, and then the rankings will be announced at the end. This is really the way a normal game should be modeled. But that also takes away the collective honor from the audience. Or rather, this will not bring the audience and singers to the highest level of collective honor. Oh, Wang Gang asked, do you want to change the rules of the program? That's right. The assistant director slapped the table excitedly. He pulled his chair and leaned over from Wang Gang's side and said, I think we can recruit 4 more foreign singers for the competition. That makes 7 of the foreign country singers as well. Then, we'll divide those 14 players into 2 camps. 7 against 7. A duel between 2 camps. Boom. The words came out. It's like 5 thunderbolts. Wang Gang's eyes widened steeply. You mean, completely designing the Yanghua singers in opposition to the Longhua singers? A blatant competition between 2 singers from 2 countries? Are you guys crazy? In an instant, Wang Gang's entire body was breathing heavily. Just getting these singers to compete is enough of a headache. Fearful that they would push the Dragon Country contestants down. This guy actually wants the 2 singers to have a complete cutthroat competition? In that case, wouldn't it be obvious that the dragon singer would be disgraced in front of the whole world? However, the assistant director said with great seriousness, even affection, as the saying goes, put it to death. Only in this way can we completely inspire a sense of collective honor in the Dragon Nation audience. Such a rule going forward is bound to cause an uproar online. Netizens will also be the first to think of having Chen Fan step in when they are in this desperate situation. By then, the major short video platforms, too, will surely be dominated by this kind of video, and it's only once Chen Fan swipes this video that he'll decide to act as a composer again. A powerful statement from the assistant director. Even clenched his fists in his excitement. He was so eager to see this scene. Dragon Nation's new supreme talent takes on 7 world-class singers. The scene makes my blood boil just thinking about it. And most importantly, the buzz, the heat, and the quality itself add up. It will definitely bring the entire show's popularity soaring again. This is simply 20 minutes passed. The assistant director persuaded Wang Gang for 20 minutes. Finally, Wang Gang's apprehensive heart was persuaded to shake a few points. Are you sure this can really make Chen Fan compose? Wang Gang finally asked again uneasily. The assistant director immediately patted himself on the back. Don't worry, director. When has my idea ever gone wrong? Packed for composing. Day 2. With the bright sun rising again, the Greatest Showman also made an official post. The singers from the foreign countries are coming in strong? Who will be the winner of the summit showdown between singers from home and abroad? The post is pretty straightforward. What that means specifically is that there are a lot of foreign singers who want to come to the show. The program eventually chose the 4 most famous, who would compete in the next game, along with the trio of Susan Janicia, to form the Ocean State singing team. It will be with the Dragon Nation team led by Han Lan, Sun Chang and Mao Tianyi, have a fair 7-on-7 PK. The final score is graded through the team's overall comments. This post is out. In an instant, the country's internet was nearly paralyzed. The show group of The Strongest Singer, which is expected by millions of people, has surprisingly released a post just now, the content of which actually wanted the foreign singers to have a fair 7-on-7 PK with the Dragon Singers. After seeing this news, netizens thought they had read it wrong, but as they rubbed their eyes and continued to look, they almost jumped in shock. I'm going to. Crap. Holy shit. Flanders, Jack, Fountain Hollow, Gaydon. Wait, Gaydon? Is this the fucking Gaydon I thought it was? Did the show make a mistake? What's a world-class songwriter doing here? Is this a case of which singer has renamed Gaidong? Or is it a deliberate gimmick by the program? When seeing a familiar singer appear on the program, netizens couldn't believe their eyes. And when they saw that Gai Tianwan was actually among the list, the crowd felt that the world was having a seizure. But the skepticism has just emerged. A screenshot from the extranet was then passed up by informed users. It's confirmed. It's the same Sky God Gaydom everyone thought was there. And it's the same show Gaydom actively wanted to be a part of. Enough that nearly 10 million people fell into dead silence on the internet. It was a long time before a netizen broke defense and spoke. What is this Gilbert show about? How can you put Guy Dang in this kind of program? Isn't this the same as putting a glory player into a diamond game and killing randomly with his eyes closed? This comment was followed by countless netizens chiming in. And even if Gaydang came, how did he unite all the Yokocho singers, setting up these singers in opposition to the singers of the Dragon Kingdom? Isn't this meow like the old man eating poison, posing as a clear case of looking for death? What a dragon singer versus foreign singer. This son of a bitch program group is too embarrassed to finish the dragon music scene, right? some hot-tempered netizens directly cursed. What's more, it actually escaped the full scrutiny of the site and sent out something with a telegram type of message. And the other part of the netizens are not idle. They changed the whole living in the vast comments section. It's okay da brothers. It's okay, da. They have gaydom. We have Gaia. Gaia Ultraman JPG. Dude, Gaia Ultraman is also foreign. Sorry for the mistake. This one then, Sailor God of War Gaia JPG. Is this Gaia from the Dragon Kingdom? Not enough, I have more. With that said, that user posted a short video. Paratrooper 1, Benny Law, requests permission to fight. Hey ya, crowd. Will you stop messing around and get something practical all day? The whole practical thing? Yes. My uncle is a chef at a 5-star hotel. So I'll have my uncle add more chili oil to Gaydon's rice when he checks into the hotel. Hey, Gaydon won't have a voice to sing then. What kind of practicality is that for you? Is that a voice problem? With Gaydon's skill, he could win a match with his eyes closed even if his voice was muffled. The netizens are desperate. Gaydon is a world-class songwriter. Even the amateurs know how strong this guy is. It's not an exaggeration to say that when you look at the world, it's the entire blue planet. None of the singers dare to say that they can beat Gaydon 100% of the time. But now Gaydon showed up, appeared on a music program in the country of Dragon, where the singing industry is not well developed. It's the equivalent of taking a cold country kimchi and going up against the full house of the culinary world. Yokel can't even win. What do you guys say? If Chen Fan comes, can he win over Gaydon? Just as everyone was filled with despair, the appearance of a comment sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chen Fan? Between the panic, I almost forgot that there was such a great god in my house. Actually, I don't blame the netizens of Dragonland for this. It's really because the dragon music scene has been so indisputable for so many years. This led to a subconscious assumption of losing after seeing so many powerful people come to the Dragon Kingdom. It's a different time. It's not the same anymore. This Chu god called Chen Fan had only appeared for a month though. But yet, he composed 5 songs in a row and beat the foreign country singers twice in a row. If the dragon singer has Chen Fan's help all words, maybe it's really possible to take on Gaydon. At the thought of this, the netizens' heartbeats suddenly sped up and became nervous. What would it mean for the dragon music scene, which has not been favored by the outside world, to arm wrestle with Gaydang? Soon enough, though, the idea had just bubbled to the surface when some calm netizens became lost once again. It won't work. The type of program this time is a team PK, and the final result will most likely be an average of the team scores taken. No matter how powerful the mortal emperor is, he's still a human being, and it's considered good if he can create 1 or 2 divine compositions at a time. But how can 2 songs possibly carry the remaining 5? Once again, people have been knocked back to reality with a stick. But there were still people who said reluctantly that's still better than Fan Tion D not composing, right? If Chen Fan makes a move, at least 1 or 2 songs can be guaranteed to be on par with the other party's top combatants. Plus the several teachers in the back, Sun Chang, Han Lan, and Yi Na, aren't too bad and won't be too much of a drag on the mortal emperor. At this rate, losing isn't too ugly. Don't forget that the Yankee singers camp can be full of songwriters from different countries. The fact that we can go through with them is already a good indication of the strength of the dragon music scene. A few words fell. The crowd of netizens was as if they had been enlightened. The other side can be considered the kings of song organized by different countries. Such a luxurious lineup. Not to mention in the music scene slumping Dragon Nation. Even if you put it on other national competitions, absolutely no one wins. In this situation, to be able to do not lose ugly, it is already very able to show the strength of the music industry. When you think about it, the internet has changed its mind again. They clenched their fists in unison and suddenly became agitated. How many years has it been? Starting with the last generation of older singers slowly fading out of the music scene. The Dragon's music scene is in shambles in the world of music. The Dragon Kingdom is to civic status what the Eagle Kingdom is to the culinary world. Despised by all. As music fans, they watched, and the humiliation was deeply rooted in their hearts. Now that Chen Fan had appeared, could it really be that the time had come for the Dragon Country music scene to turn around? Could this mysterious songwriter really lead the entire music industry out of humiliation with the power of one person? Because the idea just sounds too pie in the sky. But it was the young junior who gave them a slim hope. On the internet, nearly 10 million fans of the Dragon Nation song quit the official blog. It came under the comments section of Zhang Xiaohan and Mao Tianyi's accounts. They were posting comments like last time about please let Chen Fan compose. Don't know if that helps though, but it's all they can do. They, really, want to try. Half a day passed. Just half a day. The tawdry antics of the greatest showman just went viral and caught on fire. Also accompanied by decisions deliberated out in the comments section. It also drew frequent retweets from netizens. Chen Fan, an already familiar name, once again became everyone's hope. And that afternoon, it was about 4:30, a cab slowly pulled up in front of Skywater Recording Studios. Out of the car stepped a clean-cut teenager wearing sunglasses and a hearing aid and leaning on a guide cane. He took one step toward the door of the recording studio. Old Wang, even Gaidong is here this time. Do you think that Mr. Chen can win against Gaidong? At this point, the musicians were chatting with each other in one of the studio rooms. A musician asked a very sharp question towards Wang Lei. However, before Wang Lei could reply, another musician beside him suddenly spoke firmly. It will work. We all know how much gold Mr. Chen's songwriting contains. Everyone has heard of Gai Dang Wang's songs, and from a professional analysis, I think Mr. Chen should be above Gai Dang. That's true, but another musician spoke up with some difficulty. It's too tough for Mr. Chen to create every single one of them, and besides, he's been creating them far too often lately. I do think that Mr. Chen should take a well-deserved break. At these words, several of the musicians in the room all nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's so hard for Chen Fan to compose songs, but it was under these difficult conditions that he created 5 sacred songs in less than a month. More difficult conditions than anyone else's have led to accomplishments that no one else has been able to achieve. The musicians have seen all these things. They also felt that Chen Fan should indeed take a good rest. However, in today's situation, given Mr. Chan's character, will he really take a break? The arrival of foreign singers is a matter of honor and disgrace for the entire music scene. Mr. Chen's character would certainly not stand idly by. What's more, so many other people are now banking their hopes on him. Thinking of this, Wang Gang sighed with a heavy heart. I don't know what the mood is. Mr. Wang, a staff member trotted all the way to the room. She pointed to the door and spoke a little anxiously. There's a special client who wants to see you. And your band. It's downstairs now. You see, special clients? At the sound of the word, the group of musicians glanced at each other. A figure emerged in his mind at the same time. Was it a young man wearing sunglasses? Wang Gang asked. Yes, a very good-looking young man. But he seems to have some hearing problems. The receptionist spoke to him several times and he only heard one sentence. The staff member replied in a hurry. When the words came to this point, the hearts of the people were completely clear. Not bad for Mr. Chen. Wang Gang took a long breath and smiled bitterly at the musicians. Go on. Get down there, he said, and then turned his head to the female staff member. Who came with him this time? The staff member shook his head. No one. He came alone. What? What? The musicians instantly widened their eyes at this statement. Come alone? Recording studio, first floor. Wang Lei and a group of musicians ran downstairs in a hurry. The first thing I saw was the familiar figure. He sat alone and quiet on a seat by the wall, wearing sunglasses and facing one place. Mr. Chen. Wang Lei immediately called out. The crowd then ran to Chen Fan. Upon seeing Chen Fan's surroundings and confirming that no one was traveling with him, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Where's Zhang Xiaohan? Where's Mao Tianyi? It wasn't like everyone didn't know Chen Fan's condition. Even walking needed assistance. Mr. Chan composed so many songs for them. How could they be assured of letting Chen Fan come alone? What if something happens and you get hit by a car on the road? Although they have only met a few times, through contact, the musicians have long since developed an admiration for Chen Fan. So after seeing Chen Fan's appearance, he couldn't help but feel worried for him. Brother Lei. Chen Fan seemed to have heard Wang Lei's voice and stood up from his seat. He faced Wang Lei and grabbed the other party's sleeve and said, I need to record a couple more songs. Don't worry Mr. Chen, I understand everything. Wang Lei heavily patted Chen Fan's shoulder. Then turning his head to look at the stairs, he turned his head again and said softly, let's go upstairs and talk in the studio up there. After saying that, a group of musicians came forward to assist Chen Fan. The group clustered and made their way upstairs. Mr. Chen, where are Mr. Mao and Mr. Zhang? Why didn't they come? After going upstairs, Wang Lei couldn't help but ask. In order to ensure that Chen Fan could hear him, he purposely spoke extra loud. Chen Fan, however, did not answer Wang Lei's question. Instead, he said, can I ask a question first? Of course. Wang Lei nodded. Last time, the song I composed for Mr. Mao and also senior sister Zhang was just on a program? And by what means were they heard afterward? And by how many? Yes, that's his problem. Through the 80 million depressogenic value he had learned earlier, he probably felt that things were not that simple. Plus the last time it was a foreign country singer who came to compete and caused a furor, so he deduced that his songs might have caught fire to a wider audience. And with this he said, the musicians froze. Several people looked at each other, and they all saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. Please also answer me truthfully. Perhaps sensing the other party's silence, Chen Fan said, I have my measure. Wang Lei was at the moment torn between whether he should weave a well-intentioned lie to give Chen Fan a break, or should I just tell it like it is. Chen Fan's sentence of having a sense of proportion instantly caused him to favor the latter. Good, then I'll say it. So then, Wang Lei put together everything that had happened in the outside world after Chen Fan had finished composing his song last time. It was all said out loud at the top of their voices. So that's how it is. Chen Fan slowly nodded. So now I'm on fire? The outside world is looking for me? They all want me to write a song to take on foreign singer Gaiden in the next installment? Pretty much the same thing. Wang Lei nodded. Then he said with some concern, "But, Mr. Chen, you can't just listen to what the audience thinks. Take care of yourself too. You look so miserable every time you create a song. You can't disregard your own situation for the sake of the dragon music scene." "Thanks for the concern. That I know." Chen Fan's reply was still as calm as ever. "But Lei, can you do me a favor? You say, I'd like to borrow your social account and make a post for me about my home address. The address is on Education Road, 4th Ring Road, Magic City, Xiaoyun Breakfast Store, and any singer who wants to find me composing can go there and find me." That's right. This was Chen Fan's next goal. Now Mr. Mao and Sister Zhang are not quite able to accept their own tunes, so since everyone is looking for themselves, it would be better to just expose yourself to the outside world. Let more singers who want songs come forward to compose their own. What's not to like about something like this that both parties are willing to do? Yet as he said this, the musicians, however, turned pale at once. "You're going to expose yourself and have to help more singers write songs?" Hearing this, it wasn't just Wang Lei. All the musicians around them had their mouths open in shock. According to the current situation, the Dragon Country music scene really needs Chen Fan. If this news was really released, the singers who came to visit would not be just one or two singers like Zhang Xiaohan Maotiani. Basically all the singers who know Chen Fan will come, because now Chen Fan had become synonymous with divine works. Everything that is a song written by him will be a myth. That's the default fact for everyone. And it's not just the singers, those online, the audience, tens of thousands of music fans, as well as fans of Chen Fan, will also be sure to visit their idol. If this post had actually gone out, the uproar it would have caused online would have been simply unimaginable. It was very difficult for Chen Fan to even walk now. And could his state really support him in creating so many songs? For a moment, the musicians were silent. They looked at Chen Fan, who was wearing sunglasses, and their moods became extraordinarily heavy. "May I?" But at this moment, Chen Fan opened his mouth and asked. There was actually a hint of a request in the flat tone. The expressions on the musicians' faces were, naturally, invisible to him. Despite the enhanced vision, it was only marginally better than before, and it was still impossible to carry on a normal life. "Mr. Chen," Wang Lei hesitated a bit. "It's not that I won't help you. It's just that you have to realize that there are hundreds of singers in the singing world who want to find you to compose. If you do post your information online, those singers will definitely come to you. In your current state." As Wang Gang opened his mouth, the other musicians persuaded. "Yes, Mr. Chen, you have no idea of the influence you have now. It's not just the singers from the Dragon Kingdom. Even Gaidong and the others came to the competition because they heard your songs. They don't know about you, but we do. You've done so much for the music industry since the original Under the Sea. You've already composed 5 songs in less than a month. So take a break this time, okay?" The musicians' voices carried throughout the studio. Every one of them was worrying that Chen Fan's hearing couldn't hear them, while purposely pulling their voices to persuade them. And just like that, a voice went on, until a few minutes pass. It took a moment for the room to fall silent. "Mr. Chen." When one of the musicians saw that Chen Fan didn't say anything, he probed his head and asked tentatively. Everyone also looked at Chen Fan with unblinking eyes. Chen Fan, on the other hand, slowly nodded his head in full view of everyone. "I know, thanks for asking." Upon hearing this, at once, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that Chen Fan had listened to the suggestion. However, in the next moment, he heard Chen Fan speak again. "But could you all please help me this time? The fans of dragon music are waiting for me. I'm running out of chances." It was like a bolt of thunder that exploded heavily in the minds of the people. Everyone in the Dragon Country music scene is waiting for me? Chances? Not much left? So up until now, he was concerned about winning or losing the Dragon Kingdom and put his own pain aside? In an instant, Wang Lei and the musicians stared wide-eyed. They had mixed feelings. They didn't realize that Chen Fan's songwriting would cause his eye disease to worsen. All they knew was that Chen Fan would be in pain and sweating profusely when composing songs. So they didn't want Chen Fan to be like this for the sake of the music scene. But it wasn't until Chen Fan said the last sentence that his chances were running out. They just reacted. Chen Fan is not only a blind person, but also a hearing-impaired person who was about to face deafness. So, Is he trying to take this opportunity to help the music industry win another round before he goes deaf? So Chen Fan's dream has always been to compose songs in the few moments he has? At the thought, the musicians fell silent once again. After a long time, it was only then that Wang Lei's helpless voice came from the recording room. Well, I can send the information online for you. But Mr. Chen, you know, we're just ordinary people too. We don't have many fans online. It was obvious what he meant by that. It's not very easy for ordinary people to see what they post online, unless it's rubbing it in. As it stood, Chen Fan had a certain amount of heat himself, so there was a high probability that he would catch fire and be seen with this post. But there is also a certain probability that no one will ask for it. It's a matter of probability. I know. Chen Fan nodded. Please. 6 simple words. Not much of a mood swing to be heard. Wang Lei sniffed and nodded heavily without further ado. Founded the content of Chen Fan's pleas into a post and posted it on his personal account. Wait until the release is complete. Wang Lei put down his cell phone. The crowd then tacitly handed Chen Fan a pen and paper. They watched Chen Fan create the song. It was just that what was unexpected this time was that Chen Fan's state when composing was actually a bit sharper than before. The first song was finished and he was sweating just a little. Only after the second song was completed did Chen Fan appear tired. Satisfied, he put down his pen and picked up the sheet music to read it. Mr. Chen, is this your eyesight becoming stronger than before? One of the musicians couldn't help but ask. You could say that. Chen Fan nodded. But this vision is limited to writing. If you're looking at anything else, there's really not that much difference from before. Is that so? Hearing him say that, several people were relieved. From the bottom of his heart, he was happy for Chen Fan. That's good. You know, the thing Chen Fan is most obsessed with right now is composing music. The songwriting community also needs Chen Fan very much. The cost of composing is mitigated just enough to solve this burning problem. Moreover, with Chen Fan's current state, they didn't feel so disturbed. Everything, it's all looking up for good. Brother Lei, if I remember correctly, you and Mr. Mao and the others added each other's contact information, right? Just then, Chen Fan opened his mouth again and asked, right. Wang Lei nodded and blurted out, Mr. Chen, do you want me to send these 2 songs to them? Is it okay? Chen Fan said, of course. Wang Lei immediately picked up his cell phone again. I'll call them right away. After saying that, Wang Lei did some searching in his address book. After finding Mao Tianyi, he dialed. In a place in the magic capital, 4 people stood together and knocked on the door of Han Lan's house. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Who? It's me. A familiar voice rang out. MS. Yena? Hearing that it was Yina's voice, Han Lan immediately opened the door to the room. Han Lan opened the door to his room when he heard Yena's voice. As a result, when he opened the door, he was surprised to find that Yena was not the only one standing outside. Lin Wang, Huang Xian, and even Sun Chang are among them, together with Yina. It's almost as if everyone in the strongest singer except Zhang Xiaohan Mao Tianyi has arrived. MS. Yena, what are you guys? Hanlin asked with a frown. Oops. MS. Hanlin. Yena stepped into the room first. A few others followed close behind. Then, Yena was seen pulling out her cell phone and rummaging through it for something. After a bit of maneuvering, she clicked into a thread. Check it out. It's the latest announcement from the program. Guidong is coming. And this time there are 4 top foreign singers coming to fight us in a team battle. Yena said, and handed over her cell phone. Hanlin took it suspiciously, then frowned. It's something I know. You know? Yena blinked a little confused. So you thought of a way out? Several other people also turned their gazes to Han Lan. They were both originally singers from the Dragon Kingdom and had been teased by netizens about guarding their country during the competition. Now with this maneuvering by the show's crew, it's safe to say that it's a completely united front. Ways? What could be the solution? Hanlin shook his head and sighed. Just harden your heart and try to get on. As a singer in the music industry, she knew how strong Gaiden was. Though her singing prowess is quite impressive, she is still the one who was inducted into the national team by Dragon Nation. But to be honest, she didn't think she could win against Gaiden. A few other heavyweight singers, though, could have been touched on. Hard on the head? Egu, can you stop making that international joke? Yena held her brow in pain at her words. Wang Qingliang and Huang Xian also looked at each other with a raw look on their faces. At the critical moment, it was Sun Chang who stepped forward. He said to Han Lan, Teacher Han Lan, truth be told, we have actually discussed a solution. Oh, Han Lan looked at Sun Chang with some doubt. What method? Right now when Guidong came to attack, she really didn't know what else to do other than to fight hard. Is there really a decent way to help them beat Gaiden? For this, Hanlin never believed it. While over there, Sun Chang was spitting out 2 words with a serious expression. Chen Fan. Sun Chang nodded and said with a serious face, Only Chen Fan can save us in the current situation. Everyone has seen the strength of this songwriter, who can make a singer perform several times over his or her own strength through the quality of the song alone. Because of him, Mr. Mao and Mr. Zhang have won several times over the foreign country singers. That's why I think that if Mr. Chen Fan gives us the compositions, we may not be unable to fight against Gaidong. In one word, Gaiden spoke with a firm and incomparable seriousness. However, Han Lan did not have any emotional fluctuations when she heard the words Chen Fan and composer. Instead, he lapsed into silence as if he had thought of something. In fact, she had noticed the name Chen Fan back when Under the Sea was a big hit. She, Hanlon, was more than a singer. Even though she was a singer, behind the scenes, she is also a charity ambassador, often helping poor children who have lost both parents. Just a few days after Under the Sea hit the big time, there was an accident at the famous tourist attraction. The cable car on the side of the scenic mountain suddenly snapped and fell off its reins at noon. At that time, the car was packed with more than 30 people. In that instant, from a height of 100 meters straight down to the ground, it was a heartbreaking accident. But it was in the midst of this accident that something shocking happened. A pair of parents, just before the gondola was about to fall, together, they lifted their still baby children with both hands, a 2.5-year-old. In such a dangerous accident, it was actually saved by the parents with their lives, and just a few superficial wounds. When Hanlon, who was there at the time, learned of this, he couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. She is usually a very childlike and easily moved person, so when she heard about it, she didn't hesitate to sponsor the child. At the time, she thought that the parents' great feat would be a sensation all over the internet, but what she never expected was that the topic would simply get hundreds of thousands of views online. It didn't even make it to the Hot 100. Even with her help in retweeting it, the topic didn't heat up more than a certain celebrity's routine. At that moment, she felt a deep sense of sadness and irony, although she is also a singer and an entertainer in the entertainment industry, but she just felt a strong sense of sadness. So since then, she has made up her mind to create a song for this child destined to grow up without a father or mother. Don't people like songs? Then she's going to use the song to publicize out this touching deed. The results are always poor. Even songs written by gold medal songwriters don't achieve the kind of feeling she wants. Even when she did it herself, she felt that her writing was not perfect. It was then that she heard the song Under the Sea. This was followed by another song, Mom in the Candlelight, which reinforced her impression of Chen Fan as a person. She decided at that moment that she must find a way to contact Chen Fan and wanted to ask this young man to help create this song. Until now, she didn't even have a single clue about Chen Fan. Ms. Hanlon? Yena saw Hanlon wandering off and shook her anxiously. Hanlon also gradually came back to his senses. Oh, I'm fine. We were talking about Chen Fan just now, weren't we? But do you guys have a way to be able to come and contact him? And this is a team-type competition. Even with Chen Fan, he can't possibly compose a song for each of us, right? Alas, Sun Chang sighed. Composing a song for each of us is of course impossible. But if Chen Fan is willing to make a move, at least he can keep us from losing so ugly. Otherwise, against Gaiden we have to drop out and forfeit. How can that be? When it came to withdrawing and forfeiting, Han Lan was instantly anxious. She is a singer for the national team and sings a lot of times for her country. With so many foreign country singers coming in right now, it's the time when the music scene needs itself the most. How could she abandon the race? If we don't abandon the competition, we'll lose face even if we're crushed by the foreign country singers. Sun Chong continued. The only way now is to go talk to Mr. Zhang and Mr. Mao. Let's see if we can contact Chen Fan through them. Yena hastily nodded in agreement. That's right. I heard that both teachers are now in their own companies. Let's go visit them together. It's the only way to go at the moment.